Nanjun City. There's a vendor selling steamed buns, large, succulent meat buns. Candied hawthorn, sweetened with rock sugar, 2 for a mere coin. The apprentice is busy with the tasks, urging, come on, let's go. In the bustling marketplace, a procession of carriages passes by. The first few are rather unremarkable, even somewhat shabby. Tattered curtains flutter in the wind, revealing a multitude of youthful faces through the gaps. However, the carriage at the forefront stands apart. Not only is it exquisitely crafted, but it is also more than twice the size of the other carts. Even the horses pulling this grand carriage bear scales on the insides of their hooves, clearly not of ordinary stock. The wheels creak as they turn, and occasionally, the sounds of youthful quarrels emerge. A middle-aged man on horseback glances at the carriage with a faint sigh. As the steward responsible for the protection of this group of disciples from the Qingqing sect, he should have prevented such occurrences. Yet the stature of the carriage's owner is simply too formidable. Qing Shao Jian is her mother, while the Lord of Yuqing is her father. Both are innate martial artists, comparable in prowess to the peak elders of Yifeng. He, on the other hand, is merely a lowly steward with a mundane background, unable to offend someone of such high standing. Inside the carriage, Mu Rushiwe, it would be wise for you to surrender the Qingmai grass in your possession to be favored by Miss Luo is a stroke of fortune for you. Mu Rushiwe, a mere peasant. What of it if you have managed to obtain a stalk of Qingmai grass? Let me tell you, refining it into a nourishing pulse pill requires more than a dozen auxiliary materials. And the cost will exceed 1,000 taels of silver. There's no way you could ever amass such wealth in your lifetime. 2 young women clad in green garments sneer disdainfully at another girl. However, despite their relentless taunts, the girl before them stands as still as a statue, lost in a daze that a surge of anger rises within Li Xiaoyan. Just as she is about to lash out, her gaze shifts to the silver-haired figure seated at the front. Miss Luo, this person is ungrateful. I propose we simply take her Qingmai grass by force. Miss Luo. What, Miss Luo? A voice as melodious as a lark's song rings out. With striking silver hair and delicate features, clad in white, her skin appears even fairer than her snowy attire, rendering her a vision of purity. Luo Li pauses, momentarily stunned. Is that my voice? She raises her snow-white hand to inspect. Her azure eyes reflect a glimmer of disbelief. This is my hand? A flicker of pain crosses her exquisitely beautiful face. A flood of memories crashes over her. Luo Li was once an unremarkable university student from the Celestial Empire, recalling that she simply lay down to sleep after dinner, only to awaken in an entirely transformed environment. Am I now Luo Li, daughter of the Yuqing Lord? Wait, Luo Li, Yuqing, Qingqing sect? Why do these sound so familiar? A look of shock crosses Luo Li's serene visage as realization dawns upon her. No wonder those terms felt so familiar. They belonged to a novel about a powerful female protagonist she had previously read. Indeed, Luo Li was not originally her, but him. As a male university student, Luo Li would typically have little interest in female-centered novels. Yet this particular tale was different. Although it featured a strong female lead, it emphasized retribution and decisiveness. The narrative of a protagonist commanding an army of 300,000, only to be wronged by a servant girl, was utterly implausible. The heroine was a true force to be reckoned with, wielding her sword without hesitation. Upon considering the original fate of Luo Li in the story, she nearly faltered. Luo Li was a minor antagonist in the early chapters, primarily serving to establish the heroine as a formidable opponent, creating various scenarios of humiliation and face-slapping. In the latter parts, she discovers she possesses the Ice Phoenix physique, yet her bloodline is incomplete to restore it. She requires the blood essence of another phoenix. Coincidentally, the heroine possesses the Fire Phoenix physique, also lacking in completeness, thus making Mu Rushu a Luo Li's target. This is why she persistently targeted the heroine early on, eventually seeking to kill her for her bloodline. Naturally, she met her demise at the hands of the heroine, inadvertently assisting her in completing her bloodline. In simpler terms, Luo Li was merely a tool, a source of pressure for the heroine, who was ultimately humiliated and sacrificed to enhance the heroine's bloodline. Luo Li's azure gaze swept over the individuals within the carriage. A sudden pang of alarm struck her. Had she unwittingly bullied the heroine? She recalled the plot wherein the heroine, Mu Rushue, possessed a stalk of Qingmai grass, capable of refining the nourishing pulse pill to remedy innate deficiencies. Originally, the heroine intended to venture to the Qingqing sect alone, gradually gathering the necessary auxiliary materials, but was unexpectedly discovered by Luo Li's lackeys. Thus began the conflict over the Qingmai grass, forging a bond of enmity between them. Overlooking the two, Luo Li turned her attention to the girl standing at the carriage door. The girl wore a rough garment patched in several places, with sleeves already torn, revealing her fair skin. Her head hung low, yet her right hand was clenched tightly, grasping a vibrant green blade of grass. A fleeting moment of admiration crossed Luo Li's mind, considering both her past and present. This girl was perhaps the most beautiful person she had ever encountered. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin resembled jade, and her face bloomed like a peach blossom. One word, exquisite. Even clad in simple coarse cloth, her beauty remained undiminished. Luo Li recalled that in the original text, her early antagonism towards Mu Rushue stemmed largely from this very beauty. As the daughter of the Yuqing lord, she could not bear to be overshadowed in appearance by a mere commoner. After some reflection, she could somewhat understand the logic of her predecessor. However, for the transmigrated Luo Li, this opening scene seemed rather ominous. According to the original narrative, given the heroine's decisive nature, Luo Li could already envision the scenario when the heroine would seek retribution. Perhaps it would be best to flee now. At this stage, she had yet to reach the point of direct conflict with the heroine, although her bloodline was lacking. Even without cultivation, she could still rely on her father's status as the Lord of Yuqing to live comfortably as a wealthy young lady. As for her transformation into a girl, there was no time to ponder that now. Moreover, sacrificing Baron Nash could turn her into a beautiful, wealthy girl. Having contemplated the advantages, she now turned her mind to the drawbacks. Just as she resolved to distance herself from Mu Rushue, a chime echoed in her mind. Ding! Host detected. Initiating system binding. 1100 congratulations, host, on binding the Destiny Investment System. By investing in those with strong destinies, you shall receive corresponding rewards based on their fates. Luo Li's body trembled. The system? Is it the one she had envisioned? Destiny Investment System? So, the stronger the destiny, the greater the investment rewards? Indeed. Host, this is your first encounter with the system. Unlocking the probing function. Probe, you may assess the destiny level of others. Having read numerous novels in her past life, she grasped the system's purpose at a glance. Once more, she directed her gaze at the three individuals within the carriage, discovering that options to probe had appeared above their heads. Probe. Name. Li Shaoyan Cultivation. Qi Blood 1 Vein Destiny Level. Luo Li shifted her attention to another person. Name. Wu Qian Cultivation. Qi Blood 1 Vein Destiny Level. Seeing the level destinies, Luo Li was not surprised. She recalled that these two had merely appeared in the early chapters, subsequently fading into obscurity, making their low destinies entirely reasonable. Next, she focused on Mu Rushue. Name. Mu Rushue Cultivation. None Destiny Level. SSS. Indeed, the protagonist of a powerful narrative, fitting the description. Curiosity began to stir within Luo Li. What might her own destiny be? Probe. Name. Luo Li Cultivation. Qi Blood 3 Veins Destiny Level F. Chapter 2. The clear vein herb and the enigmatic Mu Rushue in the depths of her azure eyes, a glaring F, was reflected, causing Luo Li to furrow her brows in perplexity. According to her understanding, the fate of an ordinary individual should not exceed an E rating at best. As a minor boss in the early stages, she ought to possess at least a D. Yet, her fate was even lower than that of an average person. System, what does this fate signify? The host may interpret it as a measure of luck. The higher the fate, the greater the luck. Even when faced with peril, one could turn misfortune into fortune. Conversely, a low fate implies that even the simplest act, such as drinking cool water, could lead to one's demise. Then, does an F fate imply that regardless of how far I distance myself from the female lead, I shall still encounter numerous unforeseen dangers? Indeed. However, the host need not worry. Individuals with strong fates radiate their fortune to those around them, ensuring that even those of average fate benefit from their protection. Moreover, the host merely needs to invest in individuals of strong fate. In due time, as the host grows powerful, even the gravest dangers will pose no threat. Luo Li fell into a contemplative silence. Casting a glance at the still-bowed Mu Ruxiwei, with a sigh of resignation, it appeared that she could not escape this predetermined fate. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that although she had offended the female lead, everything was still in its infancy, and she still had an opportunity for redemption. Miss Li Shaoan, having observed Luo Li's prolonged silence, finally spoke up. Luo Li turned her gaze towards Mu Ruxiwei. Your name is Mu Ruxiwei, is it not? The clear vein herb in your possession is rendered ineffective. Therefore, please hand it over to me. Once I refine it into a nourishing vein pill, I shall return one to you. With the awakening of the investment system, Luo Li's intentions were straightforward, to assist the female lead in crafting the nourishing vein pill. In doing so, she would not only invest in the female lead but also earn her gratitude, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Miss A.S. Li Shaoan attempted to interject. Luo Li shot her a glance, prompting her to close her mouth. However, the expected acquiescence from Mu Ruxiwei did not materialize. After a brief silence, Mu Ruxiwei seemed to regard the group in the carriage as if they were strangers. Miss Luo, she finally addressed Luo Li, since this clear vein herb is of no use to me, I might as well gift it to you. The girl's voice was soft, yet for reasons unknown, it felt entirely transformed from before. The once tightly clenched herb, which had left red imprints on her palm, now lay open and offered to Luo Li with a bow. Nirvana. So this is its meaning. As Mu Ruxiwei surveyed the scene before her, she instantly comprehended the situation. Ling Tian Qi Zun, one of the most formidable sovereigns in this realm, the master of flames, the lord of all avian creatures. Even among these supreme beings, there was no doubt that she was the most powerful. Yet, it was precisely this strength that incited the wariness of other sovereigns. She glanced down at the patched fabric over her heart, recalling the excruciating pain of having a sword pierce her chest just moments ago. It was not the combined efforts of the sovereigns that led to her downfall, but rather the treachery of her own kin. Though surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. She ought not to have trusted anyone, having voluntarily exposed her vulnerabilities. In her ascent to supremacy, she had faced countless tribulations. Now, in this second life, it was merely a fleeting storm. As her gaze fell upon the striking white-haired girl, a flicker of memory danced in Mu Ruxiwei's wine-red eyes. She remembered her, though not fondly. However, despite this, compared to the myriad of challenges she would soon encounter, Luo Li appeared somewhat endearing at this moment. As she returned to seize my clear vein herb, with a neutral expression, Mu Ruxiwei regarded Luo Li, her hands raised, the green herb resting quietly in her delicate palm. Very well. I shall give you this clear vein herb in exchange for your ice phoenix essence. You do possess a modicum of discernment. If you had presented it earlier, you would not have had to endure such physical suffering. Li Xiaoyun's voice dripped with sarcasm as the verdant herb was offered to Luo Li. Yet, Luo Li did not even glance at the clear vein herb. What? Do you not trust me? Mu Ruxiwei remained unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I, of course, trust Miss Luo. However, as Miss Li rightly pointed out, I am but a humble individual clad in coarse cloth. Even if I were fortunate enough to join the Shanqing sect, it would take considerable time to gather the necessary materials. I am aware that I am unworthy of Miss Luo's favor. Hence my offering of the clear vein herb. Her demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, yet her words evoked no discomfort, even earning a raised eyebrow from Li Shaoan, who had just mocked her. Luo Li, however, was perplexed by Mu Ruxiwei's behavior. This was not how the original protagonist was portrayed. She was not known for her diplomatic finesse. If she were truly so accommodating, many events would never have transpired. If one were to characterize the protagonist, she was akin to a stubborn mule, resolute in her beliefs, impervious to persuasion. According to the original narrative, at this juncture, she should be fiercely contesting the relinquishment of the clear vein herb, unwilling to part with it under any circumstances. Luo Li had even contemplated drafting a written agreement to assure her. Yet, unexpectedly, Mu Ruxiwei offered it without hesitation. Could it be that my transmigration has caused a butterfly effect? After all, the Luo Li of the original story was not so gentle. Her words, though few, had thoroughly humiliated Mu Ruxiwei. Accepting the clear vein herb does not make me a disloyal person. I shall honor my word and provide you with a nourishing vein pill once it is refined. Mu Ruxiwei's expression remained composed, as if she had not heard Luo Li's statement at all. In that case, Miss Luo, I shall take my leave. Wait. A small vial was tossed towards her, and Mu Ruxiwei instinctively caught it. Upon holding it, she discerned it contained a pill. Bao Hua pill. Given your injuries, please accept it. Without a moment's hesitation, another small white porcelain vial was tossed her way. Miss Luo, I merely have some superficial wounds that will heal in a couple of days. I am unworthy of your precious pill. Luo Li rose, her silver hair shimmering as she gracefully approached Mu Ruxiwei. Though Mu Ruxiwei was not short, compared to Luo Li, who had been pampered since childhood. Her stature appeared somewhat diminished. A cool, white hand clasped Mu Rushue's equally dainty palm. Just as Luo Li intended to insist that Mu Rushue accept the Bao Hua pill, a sudden thought struck her. System, does this investment only count once it has been given? Or must she consume it for it to be a complete investment? The investment is only deemed complete once the investment target has utilized it. Having received her answer, Luo Li promptly abandoned her plan to force the pill upon Mu Rushue. Knowing the female lead as she did, she realized Mu Rushue would never willingly consume it. The fated protagonist possessed an unwavering spirit that would not bend for mere trifles. Indeed, but do not assume this leaves me without recourse. Releasing Mu Rushue's hand, her alabaster palm ascended to her heart. Within Mu Rushue's chest, a phantom pain surged. Yet, she quickly relaxed, fully aware of her current capabilities. Despite her combat experience being sufficient to overpower Luo Li, her physical form had yet to enter the Qi and blood realm. Mere technique held little value against overwhelming strength. A chill brushed her chin. I do not appreciate others rejecting me. Chapter 3. Investment Returns, the Supreme Blood Reviving Pill. Luo Li had anticipated a fierce resistance from Mu Rushue. However, with a slight application of pressure, Mu Rushue merely parted her lips. The young girl's mouth opened slightly, revealing a delicate pink tongue beneath her pearly white teeth. Luo Li experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to witnessing a compliant kitten awaiting its owner's affection. With her right hand, she produced a brown pill, gently pressing it against the girl's pink tongue. Anticipating a struggle, she was taken aback when Mu Rushue's lips sealed shut. A warm, moist sensation enveloped her fingertips, and she could even trace the movement of Mu Rushue's tongue. Withdrawing her finger, a silvery thread connected Mu Rushue's lips to Luo Li's fingertip. A blush blossomed on Luo Li's fair cheeks. Reminiscent of a newborn's rosy hue.as Mu Rushue's throat undulated, she once again parted her soft lips, seemingly inviting Luo Li to ascertain whether she had swallowed the pill. Thank you, Miss Luo, for the medicine. I am immensely grateful. May I take my leave? Feel free. Mu Rushue departed. Luo Li turned her attention to the remaining two. You may also exit. I wish to be alone for a while. Wu Qian and Li Shaoan, not daring to defy her, obediently exited the carriage. Once they had all left, Luo Li's face flushed crimson. Gazing at her damp fingertips, it felt as if steam might emanate from her head. What is going on? This female lead is quite peculiar. She is far too different from what I expected. Shouldn't she be vehemently resisting at this moment? Where is her integrity, this docile demeanor? Is she truly the protagonist I know? Though she understood that the butterfly effect might stem from her own transmigration, the magnitude of this effect was astonishing. She began to question whether the individual she encountered was indeed the original female lead. Is this truly the same headstrong girl who would not bow for 5 pecks of rice? After venting her frustrations for a while, Luo Li finally regained her composure. To inquire why Luo Li's demeanor had shifted so drastically. One could say she was the embodiment of contrast, serious in public yet playful in private. Her friends affectionately referred to her as the reserved yet mischievous type. In the presence of so many, she had long suppressed her urge to critique the female lead, only to finally unleash it now. System, check the rewards. As I fed the female protagonist the pill earlier, the system had already provided a notification. Though it was naturally impossible for her to check it immediately at that moment, successfully invested in the female protagonist with a mid-grade 100-flower pill, received investment reward, a vial of superior blood rejuvenating pill. Superior blood rejuvenating pill, a sacred medicine for healing, capable of regrowing severed limbs and reconstructing meridians. A jade-green porcelain vial materialized in Luo Li's hand, and even though the mouth of the vial was sealed, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Just the scent alone brought a wave of comforting warmth to her mind. A flicker of surprise crossed her azure eyes. Superior grade elixir. She recalled from the original text that elixirs were generally categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, with middle-grade elixirs being the highest quality available on the market. Upper-grade elixirs were exceedingly rare, often requiring dozens of furnaces to yield even one. Not to mention the legendary superior-grade elixirs. Superior grade, as the name implies, is of a quality that is 1 in a million. Even a master alchemist might only succeed in crafting a superior-grade elixir a few times in their lifetime. Moreover, the already invaluable blood rejuvenating pill was even more challenging to refine into a superior-grade elixir. Yet at this moment, Luo Li had merely administered a mid-grade 100-flower pill to Mu Rushue. In return, she received an entire vial of blood rejuvenating pills, containing 6 superior-grade elixirs. The returns on this investment in the female protagonist are quite enticing. Miss Luo, we have arrived at the inn. A voice called from outside, which Luo Li recognized as that of the steward from the Shangqing sect. The commotion from the vendors quieted down, but the chatter of the young boys and girls grew louder. Luo Li scanned the crowd and spotted a black-haired girl. Even if unintentional, her exquisite features and graceful figure made her stand out remarkably in the throng. It seemed Mu Ruxiwei sensed Luo Li's gaze. Their eyes met for a brief moment before they both looked away. The steward, dressed in black, was exceedingly courteous towards Luo Li. "Miss Luo, the sect's grand ceremony will commence in 3 days, and your accommodations have been arranged. You may proceed inside." Luo Li nodded and stepped into the inn. After surveying the room, the steward's respectful voice broke the silence. Is Miss Luo satisfied? The room was not large, but it was well equipped with various amenities. Luo Li was no longer the original young lady. She lightly nodded in acknowledgement. The steward let out a sigh of relief, as the young girl's background was quite formidable, and even though she appeared to be just a little girl, she exuded considerable pressure. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. Where are they staying?" Luo Li was well aware of her own circumstances. Others could not possibly enjoy the same privileges as her. The steward immediately understood who she was referring to. The other youths attending the sect's recruitment were all accommodated in the common quarters. The common quarters referred to a dormitory style, where a single room was filled with beds for multiple occupants. As dusk approached, in the common quarters, Mu Ruxiwei counted the silver coins on her person. Altogether, her wealth amounted to a mere 57 coins. Although the Shanxing sect had provided them with lodgings, meals were not included. A simple bowl of vegetarian noodles at the inn cost over 20 coins, and with her current total, she could afford only 2 bowls. Clearly, it was unrealistic to sustain herself for 3 days. Mu Ruxiwei chuckled softly, amused that she, the revered Ling Tian Chi Zun, would find herself troubled over a few coins. She felt no sorrow, rather. A sense of curiosity arose within her. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such a meager existence. A hint of nostalgia sparkled in her crimson eyes as she recalled how she had survived those 3 days in her previous life. A figure flashed in her mind. The door swung open, revealing a striking head of white hair at the entrance. The previously noisy common quarters fell into an instant hush as the young boys and girls recognized the high-ranking steward, who bowed low before the girl, their demeanor reflecting deference, amplified by her ethereal aura that exerted unconsciously a bit of pressure on them. A glimmer of white emerged in her fiery red pupils. Yes, it was her from her previous life. Yet, it was not a pleasant memory. The girl clad in pure white scanned the crowd before her gaze landed on Mu Ruxiwei, who was instinctively staring back at her. "Come here." She uttered a singular command before vanishing into the night. Mu Ruxiwei felt a flicker of curiosity. She recalled events from her past life, remembering how she had resolutely refused to part with the clear vein grass, resulting in dire consequences. She had sustained far more severe injuries than now. And had it not been for the steward accompanying her, her clear vein grass would have been seized. Subsequently, that steward sought her out repeatedly. However, now that she had handed over the clear vein grass, what reason did she have to seek her out again? The unexpected feeling did not irk Mu Ruxiwei. Rather, it piqued her interest. This was the confidence of the Crimson Flame King, the sovereign of all birds. Quite intriguing. Chapter 4. The influence of the Xianbing Phoenix body. What was I just saying? Come here. What does that even mean? Wasn't I inviting her to join me for a meal? What kind of attitude is this? Just recalling the previous cold and dismissive command made Luo Li feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her expression remained impassive, yet inside, she was a flurry of emotions, with a glance over her shoulder. She sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had followed me. Otherwise, if I had to turn back and invite her to dinner, I would probably wish to find a hole to hide in. However, this was quite normal. After all, I had previously behaved like a villain. If I were to extend a polite invitation, she might take it the wrong way. Luo Li reassured herself as they entered the room. The table was laden with numerous hot dishes. While they were not particularly exquisite, their quantity was impressive. There were 5 or 6 meat dishes alone. Lifting her skirt, Luo Li seated herself with the grace befitting a refined young lady. After all, the original self was indeed a genuine young lady, and such etiquette had become second nature to Luo Li. Mu Ruxiwei was somewhat taken aback, contrary to Luo Li's expectations of her stubbornness. She readily acquiesced, her delicate chin nodding as she settled onto the stool. What does Miss Luo mean by this? I do not like to owe others favors. For the next 3 days, you may come to me. Mu Ruxiwei seemed poised to respond, yet Luo Li's voice preempted her. I have stated that I do not appreciate being rejected. The white-haired girl picked up a piece of meat but did not draw it closer to herself. The glistening piece of meat fell into Mu Ruxiwei's bowl. The white-haired girl was sparing with her words. Eat. Without any further action, she merely fixed her gaze on Mu Ruxiwei, as if to compel her to consume it. Luo Li's reasoning was quite simple. The system's rewards were calculated based on how much the female protagonist actually consumed. If Mu Rushiue ate even a bite less, it would equate to a loss of reward for Luo Li. Coupled with Mu Rushiue's naturally stubborn disposition, Luo Li genuinely feared she might only take a single bite, which was simply unacceptable to her. Miss Luo, I am not a child. You need not be so insistent. Mu Rushiue grasped her chopsticks, and one could not deny that in the presence of those earnest azure eyes, she, the exalted Ling Tian Chi Zun, felt a slight pressure. Yet, the white-haired girl remained unfazed. Her bamboo chopsticks deftly maneuvering to add another piece of meat to Mu Rushiue's bowl. Mu Rushiue. Half of the dishes on the table had diminished. As Mu Rushiue observed her bowl filling up. Even she could not suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth. Miss Luo, I am already full. You need not be so generous. Luo Li's hand, poised to grasp another piece of meat, hesitated in midair. Her azure eye swept over Mu Rushiue's slightly protruding abdomen, and with a hint of reluctance, she stopped reaching for the dishes. How infuriating, to think she would eat so little, and I had ordered so many dishes. Tea, would you like some? Her black hair swayed gently. That clear vein grass was given to Miss Luo by me, so you owe me nothing, and there is no need for such gestures. Only one person remained in the room. The seemingly emotionless girl regained a semblance of vitality. Biting down on her lip, Luo Li took a hearty bite of the meat. How frustrating that she could be so obstinate at this moment. However, to expect her to relinquish her investment rewards was utterly out of the question. System, check rewards. Successfully invested in the female protagonist with a serving of braised meat. Received investment reward. 1 year of martial arts experience. Successfully invested in the female protagonist with a serving of braised rabbit head. Received investment reward. 10 taels of gold. Successfully invested in the female protagonist. At this moment, Luo Li had completely forgotten about chewing. Her mouth agape as her eyes widened in astonishment at the semi-transparent panel before her. What the heck? At this point, no words could adequately express her shock. She could only resort to the most primal method of expressing her current astonishment. This meal had granted her 5 years of martial arts experience, 30 taels of gold, 2 pieces of jewelry, and over 1,000 taels of silver. Swallowing hard, Luo Li's thoughts were solely occupied with the rewards. Her previously wavering resolve solidified. She had made her decision. She was to become the woman of the investment king. After a considerable time, Luo Li finally snapped out of her astonishment, with a dazed look. She fed herself another mouthful of rice. The next moment, her expression reverted to its usual cold demeanor. The food had gone cold. Luo Li disliked eating cold meals, whether in her past life or present. By the time she finished her meal, the hazy moonlight had become distinctly clear. Stripping off her outer garments and reclining upon the bed, Luo Li found herself unable to succumb to slumber. An unsettling sensation enveloping her. It then dawned on her that since her departure for Nanjun City, she had spent nearly 3 to 4 days confined within the carriage. The carriage, cumbersome in its movements, was not suited for someone of her stature, a genuine young lady who could hardly seek solace in a nearby pool for a bath. Raising her snow-white arm to her nose, she inhaled. There was no discernible odor. Casting her gaze toward the bathing tub nearby, she hesitated for merely a third of a second before a bucket of steaming warm water was brought into the room. She shed her garments and stepped into the tub. Warmth enveloping her entire being. Leaning against the side of the tub, her azure eyes sparkled with contentment. It was only after a moment that she became aware of something. Her porcelain-like visage was now flushed to deep crimson. Gazing upon her body, as white as the snowflakes of winter, one word encapsulated it: white. While Mu Rushiue's skin was indeed fair, it paled in comparison to Luo Li's, which was so pristine it resembled a peeled egg or a pristine sheet of white paper, purely, undeniably white. Observing this unblemished whiteness, Luo Li realized that she was not as exhilarated as she had anticipated. Though her heart remained tumultuous, her exterior exuded an unsettling calm. The same could be said for her demeanor during the day. Although not particularly adept at social graces, she found ordinary interactions manageable. The previous scene, where her words were as scarce as gold, seemed unwarranted for her character. A flicker of contemplation crossed her azure eyes. Was it due to the Xianbing Phoenix physique? It must be. The original text offered scant descriptions of Luo Li, yet even in her moments of bullying Mu Rushiue, her words were few, hinting at her nature. The original narrative also mentioned that diverse physiques would yield varying influences upon their bearers. For instance, Mu Rushiue epitomized the relentless pursuer, striving unwaveringly towards her goals, while her personality shaped over time bore influence. The innate traits bestowed upon her were indelible. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency arose within Luo Li. Oh no, I want to become cold and aloof. Well, I still wish to seek out adorable girls for companionship. Indeed, although Luo Li had transitioned into a female form, her orientation remained unchanged from her previous life as a male. Moreover, who could resist the allure of two beautiful maidens drawing near, especially when one of them was herself? As she gazed at her alabaster figure, a flicker of determination ignited within her azure eyes. It seems imperative to put this to the test. Ahem. I merely hold fast to the adage that practice brings knowledge. There are absolutely no ulterior motives at play. Chapter 5. Good people do not live long. Her pure white eyelashes fluttered. A hint of languor lingered in her azure eyes. The sun had already streamed through the windows into the room. Has it truly come to this time? Recalling the previous night, the girl covered her face with her hands, her cheeks reddening further. Too stimulating. Mu Rushiwei is not here, the boy questioned, his gaze faltering before the white-haired maiden. His face flushed on one side, his words stumbling. She left early this morning. I do not know where she is gone. How vexing, she is absent when I ordered such a grand feast. Luo Li pondered, her feet moving restlessly. Reflecting upon the original storyline, she recalled that Luo Li, having failed to seize the nourishing pulse grass, resorted to intimidation and persuasion at the inn, only to be met with resistance from the heroine. Consequently, she was ostracized and expelled from the inn, left without even a shabby room to rest in. Fortunately, she encountered a little girl, whom she took pity upon, ensuring she did not have to sleep on the streets. However, now with no vendetta against her, and having stayed in the shabby room last night, where could she be at this hour? How peculiar, truly. Could this be yet another butterfly effect of my actions? Luo Li found herself momentarily perplexed. Stopping in her tracks, she looked up to behold a stately building, its plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Shangqingdan Gu. The attendant at the entrance lounged lazily against the counter. Basking in the sunlight, a blinding ray of light compelled him to shut his eyes. Rubbing them, he finally discerned the presence of a white-haired maiden before him. The sunlight illuminated her white hair, casting a golden sheen that momentarily rendered him unable to open his eyes. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the attendant's eyes, and he hastily rose to his feet. Are you here to select elixirs? My lady. The white hair shifted, and a brocade box was placed upon the counter. Upon opening it, a vibrant green herb was revealed. The attendant's eyes gleamed. Chimai grass. What a fine specimen, even at the Shangqingdan Gu. Established by the Shangqing sect, such a rarity is seldom encountered in a decade. You must be here to sell this precious herb. Rest assured, no establishment in Nanjun City can offer a higher price than us. The white-haired maiden continued to shake her head. It was at this moment she finally uttered 2 words. Refining elixirs. The attendant found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Could you please complete your sentence in one go? He lamented, shaking his head in regret. You must be aiming to concoct nourishing pulse pills, I presume. However, you may not be aware that while the supplementary materials for the nourishing pulse pills may not be as precious as the Qingmai grass, they too are rare commodities. We at Shangqingdan Gu can only assist you in refining them once you have gathered all the necessary materials. Nevertheless, should you wish to sell, the price we offer remains unchanged. The white-haired maiden appeared oblivious to his words. A brown-red token materialized within her delicate, snow-white hand. The attendant, seeing the token, promptly fell silent, his posture straightening. He received the token with reverence, his gaze toward the maiden now tinged with awe. Please hold on a moment. After a brief interval, the attendant led Luo Li into the inner hall. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man with a beard, somewhat portly, stroking the brown-red token in his hand. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes before he finally addressed the white-haired maiden. How have you been, junior sister Qing? Thank you for your concern. Uncle Liu.my mother is in good health lately and often mentions you. Lu Hang let out a hearty laugh. My dear nephew, you are quite the charmer. Given junior sister's temperament, I fear she may have been disparaging me behind my back. His gaze swept over the open brocade box at the side. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to concoct the nourishing pulse pills for you. How much silver do you need? If you truly expect me to pay, I fear my senior sister may come rushing from Yuqing to give me a beating. Let us not speak of this matter again. Grandfather, are we not going to the usual place today? In a narrow alley, an elderly man with graying whiskers held the hand of a lively little girl. The old man sighed softly and gently spoke to the girl. Yeah, did you not find the place too crowded and noisy before? Now, grandfather will take you to a quieter, more serene spot. Is Yaya happy? Very happy. However, if there are fewer people, there will be fewer candied hawthorns sold, and then you will not be happy. The little girl brandished a wooden short sword, waving it through the air. Grandfather, let us go back. Do not worry. If those bad people come again, Yaya has a weapon and can protect grandfather. The old man affectionately patted the girl's head, responding with a heavy Opening a door that had a large hole in it, the pair discovered a stranger standing inside the room. The little girl rushed in front of the old man, gripping her toy sword tightly. Feigning ferocity. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? The stranger's fiery red eyes swept over the two, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her lips. It seems the time has come. The little girl was perplexed. What do you mean, the time has come? The old man quickly covered the little girl's mouth, stepping aside with a hint of trepidation. Esteemed lady, please take whatever you desire. Just spare us and do not harm us. Although the young woman appeared unremarkable in attire, her bright eyes shone with a brilliance surpassing that of many warriors he had encountered, and he quickly understood that she too was not to be trifled with. Rest assured, the young woman approached the little girl, pinching her cheek playfully. This, I shall borrow for a moment. The little girl, flustered, protested, that is what I will use to protect grandfather, clutching the 2-inch-long wooden short sword. The young woman stepped out with an air of nonchalance. Close the door securely, and do not come out if you hear noises. As the door shut, 3 figures emerged in the dimly lit alley. Brother, that old coot has escaped. We cannot let him go today. Humph. Who do you think you're talking to? That old bastard must be tired of living. However, he has a granddaughter. Once we deal with him, we can sell her off at the brothel and make a tidy profit. Ha ha, brother, you're clever. Even if he runs, can he escape the temple? Indeed. Their voices rose from whispers to shouts when the leader caught sight of a figure blocking their path. What audacity! Who dares obstruct my way? Scram, the leader barked. But upon recognizing the maiden's features, all 3 were momentarily taken aback. Brother, what luck! In this desolate place, we encounter such exquisite beauty. Ha ha. Little beauty, do not be afraid. Let your brother take a good look. The elder, grinning lewdly, reached out toward the young woman. Mu Rushue's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, deftly grasping the brute's pinky finger. Producing a sharp crack as his finger bent painfully back against his hand, the brute's face flushed crimson, and as he opened his mouth to scream, the wooden short sword was thrust into his throat. Blood erupted from his mouth as he clutched his throat, writhing on the ground. The shattered windpipe unleashed a torrent of blood that threatened to obstruct his airway. If he relinquished his struggle now, he might buy himself a few more moments. Yet, a mere street thug could hardly comprehend such truths. As he struggled, blood surged ever more swiftly into his lungs. Everything transpired in a blur. The burly man reached out. Barely a second had passed since he fell. The 2 lackeys were caught completely off guard. Yet, Murushue did not afford them any time to react. The wooden dagger plunged toward the second lackey, targeting just beneath his ribs, where the bones offered no protection. The blade angled upward, piercing into the fragile organs within. Even a small girl could inflict grave injury with minimal effort. The second lackey felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, his strength dissipating entirely as he collapsed to the ground, unable to even cry out. His blood-red eyes, akin to those of a malevolent spirit, turned to the third man. That moment, the third lackey was paralyzed with fear. He witnessed the impossible. A seemingly frail girl had effortlessly brought 2 grown men to their knees. The scene was unfathomable, yet it was unfolding before his very eyes. The desire in his gaze vanished instantaneously, leaving only terror. But I am one of the Chinga gang. What do you intend to do? He wished to flee, yet his legs felt unresponsive, weakened to the point of surrender, as a yellowish liquid dripped continuously from him. He clawed at the ground, dragging himself away. Stay back. Don't come any closer. After what felt like an eternity, when silence enveloped the surroundings, the elder cautiously opened the door to observe the situation. The first sight that met his eyes was the girl he had seen for the first time, followed by the 3 corpses at her feet. The elder's pupils contracted, looking again at the girl. He was astonished to find her without a single stain, her clothes devoid of even the slightest wrinkle. Here you go. The wooden dagger landed precisely in the hands of the little girl concealed behind the elder. Untouched by a drop of blood, the elder swallowed hard, yet could not help but urge, Miss, you must flee quickly. These individuals belong to the Chinga gang. Their leader is a formidable figure, a master of 8 meridians, whom even the officials of Nanjun must treat with utmost respect. Even with your impressive skills, you would undoubtedly be no match for him. Chinga gang. Her blood-red eyes momentarily clouded before sharpening with clarity. Blood pooled beneath her. A small girl lay in a pool of blood, while an elder cradled her, weeping heartily. With a flick of her toes, a slightly rusted dagger fell into Mu Rushue's grasp. The blade bore numerous nicks, yet Mu Rushue paid it no heed. The silhouette of the girl gradually faded into the darkness, while the girl wielding the wooden sword charged forward, summoning her courage to shout. Thank you. You are a good person. The figure in the darkness offered no response, as if oblivious to her words. Only the crimson eyes grew dim once more. Good people do not live long. In the inn, Luo Li gazed at the lavish spread before her, her small head filled with questions. Where is everyone? Where is my good mistress? Chapter 6, Superior Pulse Nourishing Pill, Confusion as the Sun Rose and Set. The third day swiftly approached. Is there any news about her, miss? We have dispatched people to search, but so far, there is no trace of Mu Rushiwei. Luo Li remained silent, surveying the now cold dishes on the table. A flicker of irritation flashing in her azure eyes. How peculiar. She has tea returned even at night. Where could such a good mistress have gone? After recalling the events, Luo Li sighed in frustration when she could find no clues. Considering the time, the pulse-nourishing pill should be nearly ready. At the Qingqing Pill Pavilion. Miss, you have arrived. Elder Lu is still refining the pills. Please wait in the inner hall for a moment. Upon entering, she spotted a richly dressed young man seated within, a stoic servant standing behind him. He greeted Luo Li with a smile and a nod, exuding an air of refinement. Luo Li merely nodded in return and closed her eyes to rest. After a brief wait, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, bringing her comfort. Superior-grade pills. The young man in fine attire suddenly stood up, his face alight with excitement. Not long after, a hearty laugh erupted from Lu Hang. A gust of wind swept through, and before Luo Li could fully comprehend Lu Hang's entrance, he stood before her, followed closely by an apprentice who continuously offered congratulations. Congratulations, master. You have refined another superior-grade pill. Lu Hang beamed with pride. My dear nephew has not disappointed me, though it is regrettable. Only 2 pills were produced, 1 superior grade and 1 middle grade. Luo Li's icy demeanor could not suppress a slight smile. Generally, most pills circulating in the world are of middle grade, while superior grade pills are exceedingly rare. Their scarcity is one aspect. More importantly, their efficacy is nearly doubled. Moreover, the toxicity of ordinary pills accumulates within the body over time, affecting health and diminishing the effectiveness of subsequent pills. By contrast, the toxicity in superior grade pills is almost negligible, with their enhanced efficacy. Consuming a dozen middle-grade pills might not yield results as beneficial as a single superior-grade pill. Considering that, superior-grade pills are indeed treasures that are seldom encountered, Lu Hang's disappointment in producing merely 2 pills seemed unfounded to Luo Li, who could not help but admire his self-importance. Lu Hang intended to elaborate further, but upon glancing at the young man in fine attire, his smile faded. With a flick of his fingers, a jade vial fell into Luo Li's hand. As she exited the pill pavilion, Luo Li toyed with the jade vial in her grasp. Lu Hang had not asked for payment, and she had no desire to haggle with him like a relative at New Year. This left her with quite a debt of gratitude. However, upon reflection, Lu Hang was likely helping her out of regard for her mother, so it would be her mother who should repay the kindness. With that thought, the dutiful daughter, Luo Li, felt much better, taking a few steps forward. A voice called from behind. Miss, please hold on. Her gaze turned, revealing the young man in fine attire. Miss, what do you want? Luo Li interrupted, showing no signs of impatience. Miss, would you consider parting with that superior-grade pill? I am willing to exchange it for a core from a peak-tier ferocious beast. In this world, powerful ferocious beasts exist, and their flesh can enhance a warrior's martial prowess. The cores of these beasts are the essence cultivated by only the most exceptional creatures. One might not find even a single core among 100 ferocious beasts. These cores contain a wealth of natural essence, beneficial for cultivating skills or replenishing vitality. Thus, his offer of a beast core could indeed be considered valuable. However, when compared to the rewards given by the system, such a comparison seemed unnecessary. Hesitating even for a moment would be a disservice to the system. After all, dining with Mu Rushiwei had yielded countless treasures. I am not interested. With that, the silver-haired girl turned to leave. Her white figure faded into the distance, prompting the servant to exclaim indignantly, Miss, how ungrateful. Why not reveal your identity? I doubt she would dare treat you this way. The young man in fine attire seemed unfazed. His interest piqued as he observed Luo Li's retreating figure. Elder Lu treats her with such kindness. She must have an impressive background. Her pure white hair likely indicates a special constitution. It is only natural for someone with talent and noble lineage to possess a degree of pride. The timing is not right. Revealing my identity now would seem like coercive bargaining and would tarnish my reputation. Let us not waste more time. Understood, young master. The two boarded a carriage and soon arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. The sign read Qinghe Gang, the very headquarters of the gang. The door swung open, revealing the disarray of numerous corpses strewn about. Several figures donned in uniforms moved within. Upon seeing the congealed blood on the ground, the young man's brow furrowed. Innkeeper, go summon some people. Before long, a robust man clad in a striking red uniform emerged. A series of bloody footprints were imprinted on the green stone floor. He greeted the young man with a bow. Young Master Qi. How did they meet their end? The burly man wiped the blood from his hands. They were very clean. Their injuries are minimal, almost all fatal strikes aimed at vital points. A glimmer of contemplation crossed the young man's eyes. Was it the Rainfall Pavilion? A hint of doubt flickered across the burly man's features. After a moment, he replied honestly, I cannot be certain, but they were at least of the Rainfall Pavilion's official level. However, the young man's expression darkened. Speak plainly. The burly man, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, continued, young Master Qi, several martial artists within the Qinghe gang fell victim to surprise attacks, leaving no signs of struggle. Yet, while examining the bodies of a few ordinary people, we discovered signs of a struggle. One of their blades was stained red, indicating that direction likely took out the assassin. But if an ordinary person could injure the assassin, how then could they have killed several capable fighters? It must be noted that those involved in gangs are not to be trifled with. They are not mere decorations. After a moment of silence, the young man's brow furrowed tightly. Moments later, a cold snort escaped him. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to provoke me shall face a fate worse than death. You continue your investigation and notify me immediately if there are any developments. Only a lone brawny man remains at the entrance, who lets out a deep sigh, pondering how long this unsolved case will drag on. Inside the carriage, a perplexed servant speaks up. Young master, the visitor is most likely an assassin from the Drifting Rain Tower. A few constables will likely uncover nothing, and they are but a pack of hounds. With a mere wave of your hand, countless individuals would rush to serve you as their master. Why make such a fuss over this matter? Your words are not lost on me, the young master replies. But does a mere waste with 8 meridians warrant the attention of an assassin from the Drifting Rain Tower? The servant falls silent, suddenly reminded of a crucial point. The Drifting Rain Tower is a fearsome assassin organization in the southern border, with experts aplenty, yet even the lowest-ranked copper badge assassin demands a hefty sum of over 100 taels of silver. Such a price would suffice to eliminate a fully realized martial artist, making it excessive to target someone of mere 8 meridians. Furthermore, given that this is a small local gang, how could they possibly provoke the Drifting Rain Tower? Moments later, a flicker of astonishment crosses his eyes. He came here for you, young master. Chapter 7. The trouble of Mu Rushiwe stopped the carriage. The hastily moving carriage halts before a tea stall, perfectly aligned with the direction of the Qinghe gang's headquarters. Before even settling down, a pristine white coin has already landed on the table. The slender tea stall owner's eyes light up as he hastily wipes the seats twice more. Esteemed guest, what would you like to drink? Tell me, have any noteworthy individuals passed by recently? Noteworthy individuals. The owner ponders, feeling the coin in his hand grow heavy. As a common man, he knows of recent troubles surrounding the Qinghe gang, which have stirred a great uproar. Should he become embroiled in this affair, he fears even 9 lies would not suffice to spare him. Daring not to fabricate a lie, he racks his brain for a moment before his eyes brighten. A young and beautiful girl, unfamiliar face, dressed in coarse linen. Indeed, the tea stall owner nods. That little girl is quite striking. I even saw her with the convoy from the Shanqing sect, at such a young age. Being noticed by the upper sect, her future is surely boundless. Qi Yiming appears lost in thought. Waiter, where are this year's newly arrived disciples stationed? Reporting to the young master, they are at the Jiaoyang Tower. Very well, proceed to the Jiaoyang Tower. As expected, she is not there. Luo Li lets out a sigh, believing that Mu Rushiwe had ultimately encountered that pair of grandfather and grandson, taking a detour. Yet, she remains elusive. Damn it, where could she have gone? Just as he arrives at the inn's entrance, Li Shaoan rushes over in a state of panic. Miss, we found the person. Where? In the servant quarters, but the situation seems a bit off. You should hurry and take a look. A group of men in constable uniforms storm into the quarters where the youths reside, blocking the entrance entirely. The black-clad steward furrows his brow, glancing at the elegantly dressed young master beside him. Qi Qinshu, this seems rather irregular. A flicker of displeasure crosses Qi Yuming's eyes. Steward Wu, assassins from the Drifting Rain Tower have infiltrated Nanjun City, causing chaos in our Shanqing sect's territory. Should we remain indifferent? But these youths are barely at the initial stages of their cultivation. How could they possibly be assassins from the Drifting Rain Tower? Humph. Did I ever claim they were assassins? I merely wish to investigate some leads. Inside the servant quarters, the tea stall owner shrinks back, hesitant to meet the gaze of those present. He is merely an ordinary citizen and did not anticipate that speaking a few extra words would entangle him in this matter. His heart is heavy with unspoken grievances. A burly man with a stubbled face, clad in a bright red constable robe, surveys the crowd. Well then, do you recognize anyone? The owner nods, timidly pointing to the striking young girl beside him. The other youths instinctively distance themselves from the black-clad girl, fearful of attracting trouble. Song Lei, with his rugged appearance and imposing stature, emanates an air of intimidation. What is your name? Mu Ruxui. As a chosen disciple. Why have you not been residing in the Jiaoyang Tower these days? Sir, I am but a newcomer to Nanjun City, and upon witnessing its splendor, I could not help but wish to explore. Where were you yesterday afternoon? Mu Rushiwei considers for a moment before responding. Reporting, sir. I cannot recall the specifics, but I believe I was around Chongning Street. Did you see any suspicious characters? Mu Rushiwei shakes her head, seeming hesitant before adding, Sir, as I am new here, I am not familiar with Nanjun and have yet to notice any suspicious individuals. Song Lei nods, acknowledging that her explanation is flawless. Moreover, he observes that the girl lacks even the slightest hint of cultivation. Likely possessing less strength than a half-grown boy, she is essentially an ordinary person. A delicate maiden with no ability to harm even an adult, let alone a skilled martial artist of 8 meridians. The steward breathes a sigh of relief. Qi Qinju, surely you have heard. Since this is a misunderstanding, you should quickly withdraw your people. Tomorrow is the entrance ceremony. Do not let this matter hinder important affairs. Qi Yuming remains silent, his gaze fixed intently on the black-clad girl, the greed in his eyes unabashed. He glances at his servant, who catches the cue, and, with a smirk, steps into the servant quarters. Take her away. Song Lei's brow furrows. He opens his mouth but utters not a word, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Nanjun City is backed by the Shangqing sect, a prestigious sect officially sanctioned by the Great Zhou. In Nanjun, they are akin to local emperors. Even the city lord must heed their authority, let alone a mere constable. He sighs inwardly, lamenting the girl's fate. The Shangqing sect is a renowned institution, and they would never stoop to acts of coercion against women. However, when it comes to dealing with offenders, no one shows concern. May I inquire, constable, what crime has this young lady committed? The girl's eyes bear no hint of panic, instead calmly posing the question. Her words elicit a chuckle from the servant. What crime? Even if you have committed no wrongdoing, I can declare you guilty. Let alone, this is a directive from the young master. He wishes to say no more. Waving his hand as several advance, the steward's expression darkens, just as he is about to take action. Qi Yuming's hand presses firmly on the steward's shoulder. The chilling strength renders the steward momentarily immobile. Steward Wu, your actions seem rather inappropriate. A cold smile curls Qi Yuming's lips. Steward Wu, given the involvement of the drifting rain tower, this matter is of great significance. Every detail must be meticulously examined. Otherwise, should something go awry, it would be beyond your capacity to bear. Even if this escalates to Elder Su, I remain unperturbed. With no one to obstruct him, Song Lei steps forward helplessly. Miss Mu, please. A voice tinged with anger resounds. Wait. All eyes turn to the entrance, where a striking head of white hair becomes visible. Upon seeing the white hair, Qi Yuming's brows furrow slightly. It is indeed her. The servant notices the white-haired girl but pays her no heed. What are you standing there for? Move. Mu Rushiwei's expression darkens. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Life is inherently unpredictable, and she had relied on her foresight, approaching matters with a touch less reverence. She could not simply surrender. Entering the constable's quarters would mean foregoing her chance to join the sect. If that were the case, what need would there be to remain in Shangqing sect? As her thoughts swirl, her previously furrowed brow smooths out. Very well. This way, it won't seem so dull. The vibrant red of her eyes intensifies. Perhaps a small sacrifice will serve as a reminder. It is a pity, however, that the Shangqing sect will be the one to lose out. Her blood surges, and the world around her slows to a crawl. The vivid crimson of her eyes glimmers brilliantly, as if the very essence of blood is on the verge of bursting forth. An icy chill silently creeps into the hearts of those present. The boiling blood threatens to break free from its constraints. Yet, in the next moment, a pure white figure suddenly fills her scarlet gaze. The sound of a sword being drawn reverberates. The white-haired girl brandishes her sword towards the crowd, shielding the black-haired girl completely. A voice, laced with chill, rings out. I wish to see who dares to harm her. Chapter 8. This female protagonist might be a masochist. The scene falls into an almost complete silence. No one expected the white-haired girl to draw her sword in the face of so many. An inexplicable chill rises within the servant's heart, followed by a spark of anger. How dare she shield an assassin from the drifting rain tower? The white-haired girl remains silent, her sword reflecting the surroundings. Very well. He steps forward, his skin taking on a bluish hue akin to that of an old cow. He boldly reaches for Luo Li's sword. The clash between his palm and the blade produces a sound. The pristine sword proves utterly ineffective against his rough hand. With a twist, a surge of force travels through, and it seems as though the sword might slip from her grasp. Luo Li's heart races. System, upgrade. No one shall take away my investment. 5 years of martial arts experience has been utilized. The green Shao sword technique has reached perfection. In an instant, a flood of swordsmanship knowledge floods Luo Li's mind. A glimmer of brilliance ignites in her eyes. Gripping the sword once more, she undergoes a transformation. She voluntarily released her grip, and the hilt of the sword spun before once again landing in Luo Li's hand. The longsword transformed into a streak of white light, and the waiter felt a searing pain coursing through his hand. In the next moment, a flash of white light passed, and warmth radiated across his cheek. Instinctively stepping back, he touched his left cheek only to find it smeared with blood. Several droplets trickled down the blade, yet the girl's expression remained unchanged. Outside, Song Lei and Wu Ming, the steward, were unable to contain their astonishment. A mere girl, just entering the realm of qi and blood, had managed to injure a formidable practitioner of the Transcendence Mirror. Moreover, the swordplay employed by the girl was at least of a consummate level. A 16-year-old girl wielding such mastery in swordsmanship. What a concept that was. Wu Ming, as a steward, was already 28 and had barely achieved proficiency in a single set of fist techniques. While Luo Li's earlier display of swordsmanship suggested she had mastered her craft for quite some time. Meanwhile, Qi Yuming's expression darkened. He had only just barely grasped a few sets of profound techniques at this age. His 16 years paled in comparison to that of the girl, contemplating various thoughts. He realized that if she were to join their sect, with her innate talent, the upcoming sect competition in a few years would likely. He coughed twice, clutching his throat. Inside the room, the waiter revealed a hint of malice. Transforming his palm into a fist, he unleashed a gust of wind towards Luo Li. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The fierce wind rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. When they looked back, there was no trace of the waiter left. A portly middle-aged man, his face etched with anger, stood in his place, while the opposite wall was already riddled with cracks. The waiter's upper garment lay in tatters, his chest caved in, a deep imprint of 5 fingers branded upon it. Upon seeing Lu Hang, Luo Li felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had suspected that she might not be able to handle the situation alone, hence she had sent Li Shaoan with the token to find Lu Hang. Now, her timing proved fortuitous. Uncle Lu, you've arrived. Lu Hang scanned the crowd, his gaze landing squarely on Qi Yuming outside. Your cousin has been startled. Here is Lu Uncle. You should go rest in the room. Luo Li nodded, refraining from further chatter, and took Mu Rushiwei by the hand, leading her towards her own room. As for the others present, no one dared to utter a word of dissent, had they not witnessed the fate of the one who had obstructed their path. Now stuck against the wall, Qi family heir, let us converse. Once they entered the room and closed the door, Luo Li exhaled a deep sigh, releasing the pent-up air within her. Her palms were slick with sweat. And she had to admit, even she felt a tinge of nervousness. Her azure gaze fell upon Mu Rushiwei, who regarded her with an expression akin to that of someone seeing Luo Li for the first time. Have I got something on my face? Mu Rushiwei shook her head. Then why do you keep staring at me? Mu Rushiwei shook her head again. Miss Luo, your beauty is simply too striking. I cannot help but gaze a little longer. A faint blush crept onto her snow-white cheeks, and her recently calmed heartbeat quickened once more. Damn it. When did this insufferable protagonist become so adept at seduction? Luo Li cursed her insufferable sister inwardly and then surveyed Mu Rushiwei from head to toe. The girl had changed into a black dress, which accentuated her fair and delicate skin, although her complexion appeared somewhat pale, lending her an air of fragile vulnerability. Luo Li felt her own temperature rise. It must be said, as the protagonist, Mu Rushiwei's beauty was indeed formidable. If Luo Li were still a boy, she would have likely envisioned their future offspring at first glance. Are you injured anywhere? Thank you for your concern, Miss Luo. Mu Rushiwei smiled and shook her head. Ata loss for conversation. Luo Li poured a glass of water for her. As she turned her palm, she noticed a streak of crimson blood. She was certain she had not sustained any injuries, and moreover, this hand had been the one holding onto Mu Rushiwei's sleeve just moments ago. The girl's expression turned cold, with a hint of anger. She approached Mu Rushiwei. Undress. Huh? The silver-haired girl regained her earlier icy demeanor. Undress. Mu Rushiwei silently regarded Luo Li, perplexed. If her earlier actions in front of the crowd had been for the sake of reputation. Now, with only the two of them present, what was the motive? A chill emanated from the collar as the buttons were undone. Uncharacteristically, Mu Rushiwei offered no resistance as she shed her black attire. Her fair skin was exposed to the air, revealing a series of gruesome injuries along her left arm. The wound stretched from her wrist to her elbow, blood-drained, the pale flesh laid bare. Held together by mere strips of cloth, multiple injuries adorned her shoulder and back. Luo Li, who had initially been filled with anger, found it hard to sustain her ire upon witnessing such grievous wounds. Even she felt pain at the sight, yet the girl before her had not even furrowed her brow. Her tone softened, tinged with caution. Does it hurt? Mu Rushiwei shook her head. I'm used to it. She was not lying. In her past life, she had endured countless injuries, often on the brink of death, and the wounds before her could only be considered superficial. Luo Li rose and began searching. soon producing a small white jar. If it hurts, let me know. She applied the ointment with focused intent, her azure eyes filled with earnestness as she tended to the silver-haired girl. Mu Rushue's crimson gaze grew hazy once again. In a dark and damp cave, blood flowed like a stream. A rat scurried past her, yet the pain from her wounds rendered her oblivious to anything else. Footsteps echoed nearby. The girl, dragging her battered body, struggled to stand. Did I hurt you? The blurred vision dissipated. In a quaint, tidy room, the girl with skin as white as snow felt a coolness at her arm. Mu Rushue shook her head, yet her lips involuntarily curled upward. It feels quite nice. Huh? A question mark appeared on Luo Li's forehead. Then, it dawned on her with a sense of dread. Could this protagonist be a masochist? Chapter 9. The Dragon and Tiger Supplementing the Golden Pill. As Luo Li pondered this revelation, her hands did not cease their movements. The chill reached her shoulder, causing Mu Rushue to feel a twinge of discomfort. Don't move. She patted the white shoulder. And Mu Rushue's body stilled once more. Aren't you curious about how I got these injuries? Perhaps I am the assassin they are seeking. The silver-haired girl shook her head. Her cold voice resounded. Not curious. Familiar with the plot, Luo Li knew that at this moment, Mu Rushue was still a pitiful target of bullying. It would suffice if others refrained from tormenting her. She was still intent on harming others. After applying the medicine, Luo Li neatly wrapped the wounds in clean gauze. Mu Rushue attempted to don her black dress again, only to find a pair of delicate white hands resting atop it. The azure eyes reflected the image of the dark-haired girl. Your wounds need to breathe. Do not wear that garment for now. Mu Rushue glanced at her upper body clad only in undergarments. Miss Luo, I cannot possibly return dressed like this. You will stay here tonight. Her crimson gaze swept across the room. Perhaps not. There isn't a second bed in your room. Is it unacceptable to sleep with me? Before the dark-haired girl could respond, Luo Li stepped outside, taking Mu Rushue's garments with her as if fearing she would flee. Outside, a triumphant smile graced Luo Li's face. Finally, I have captured her. During the days that Mu Rushue had been absent, she had lost count of the investment rewards she had missed. Today was the perfect opportunity. She would certainly ensure that Mu Rushue received ample nourishment to replenish the previous losses. Upon her return, Luo Li bore a food box, from which steaming dishes were unveiled. Mu Rushue suddenly felt an odd sense of familiarity with the scene before her. Her previously empty stomach inexplicably surged with the sensation of being overstuffed. When she regained her senses, the silver-haired girl had already approached her. Luo Li looked down at Mu Rushue, her voice cold as she commanded, "Eat." Watching her bowl fill to the brim, Mu Rushue felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Ultimately, Mu Rushue did not spend the night in Luo Li's room. Luo Li arranged for her to occupy a room next door. The distance was minimal, and with a simple outer garment, she could easily traverse the space. Before departing, a jade vial landed in Mu Rushue's hands. The warm touch of the jade elicited a complex expression in her eyes. Why? Luo Li's face bore no discernible emotion. The elixir I promised you. I would never go back on my word. The room was left with only Luo Li. The silver-haired girl felt a twinge of regret. What if Mu Rushue refused to consume it? After all, her system required Mu Rushue to partake for it to count. As for why she didn't simply feed it to Mu Rushue as she had done before, it felt somewhat too condescending. After all, she wished to cultivate a good relationship with this destined protagonist. She feared the repercussions of the grown protagonist seeking revenge later on, just as Luo Li was engulfed in her own anxieties. The system's notification chime echoed. In the adjacent room, Mu Rushue twirled the pristine jade vial in her hand, an unusual flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. The Luo Li she remembered, though still taciturn, had never once offered her a kind expression. In fact, she had continuously made her life difficult since her arrival at the Qing sect. During her early days at the sect, Luo Li had undoubtedly caused her the most trouble. Yet now the earnest demeanor of the silver-haired girl lingered vividly in her mind. She is indeed vastly different from her former self. Glancing at the wall that separates the two, she sighed, hoping that you wouldn't come to regret this in the future. As she uncorked the bottle, a rich medicinal aroma flooded Mu Rushue's nostrils, and a flicker of surprise danced in her crimson eyes. This is the top-grade Yangmai pill. You have received a new investment reward. Would you like to check it? Let's take a look. There are 3 investment feedbacks in total. The first 2 pertain to the ointment applied to Mu Rushue and the rewards for her meals. The last one, however, concerns the investment reward for the Yangmai pill. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Mu Rushue's stubbornness might resurface. Check. The meal reward was unremarkable, comprising a substantial sum of silver and 3 years of martial arts experience. Although the experience was less, it yielded numerous valuable jewels. The reward for the ointment was rather intriguing. Successful investment in Mu Rushue, 100B ointment. Received investment reward, Black Jade Bone Regrowth Ointment. Black Jade Bone Regrowth Ointment, a secret remedy of the Diamond Gate, capable of healing any fracture, even those reduced to powder. Applying this ointment will allow broken bones to regenerate. Luo Li stroked her smooth chin. In the original text, the efficacy of the Black Jade Bone Regrowth Ointment was exceptionally formidable. Even limbs that had been severed for decades could be reattached with this medicine, allowing the individual to soon walk about as if newly reborn. Similarly, if an arm were to be severed and this ointment applied, it could be reattached as if it had never been lost. Luo Li was taken aback. What is this? A hand sanitizer for gods? Nevertheless, despite her banter, Luo Li held a deep appreciation for the remarkable bone-healing properties of the Black Jade Ointment. Her gaze shifted downward to the reward for the Yangmai Pill. Successful investment in Mu Rushiwei, top-grade Yangmai Pill. Received investment reward. Dragon Tiger Vitality Restoration Purple Gold Pill. Dragon Tiger Vitality Restoration Purple Gold Pill. Riding dragons and soaring on cranes without fear. This is a spirit of the Golden Pill, where 5 colored cloud dragons soar beneath the sea, and 9 wind tigers reach the heavenly court. Luo Li raised an eyebrow, although the description did not specify the exact effects of the Dragon Tiger Vitality Restoration Purple Gold Pill. It was evident from the description that it was extraordinary. Could it be that consuming this golden pill would lead to immortality? Is this not a realm of fantasy and martial arts? What business do I have here? Despite her musings, Luo Li began to ponder. Based on the system's previous investment feedback, it often presented upgraded versions of the items given. For instance, investing in the middle grade Bai Hua pill yielded a supreme grade Xinshuet pill, while investing in the injury ointment, 100B ointment, returned the Black Jade Bone Regrowth Ointment. Following this logic, the Yangmai pill was meant to nourish the meridians and remedy any deficiencies in the innate channels. Thus, the return pill should also relate to supplementing these innate deficiencies. Could it be that this golden pill would compensate for my insufficient phoenix blood? After a moment of thought, Luo Li shook her head. The Yangmai pill is intended to replenish the innate channels, while the feedback pill likely pertains to the meridians. Bloodlines are an entirely different matter. The effects of this pill should not concern bloodlines. Retrieving the Dragon Tiger Vitality Restoration Purple Gold Pill from the system space, Luo Li held the golden pill delicately between her fingers. System, if I consume this golden pill, I won't suffer adverse effects leading to my demise, will I? Rest assured, host, this system-produced item is guaranteed to be non-toxic and without side effects. With the system's assurance, Luo Li felt at ease. With a flick of her fingertip, her delicate tongue curled, and the pill was swallowed whole. Regardless of its specific effects, such fine substance must be ingested for peace of mind. As the golden pill settled in her stomach, Luo Li's vision darkened, and she collapsed into slumber. Fortunately, she was already seated on the bed. It would have been even better if someone were to come and tuck her eye in the haze of her consciousness. Luo Li perceived a vast whiteness, as if enveloped in mist. In the next instant, her vision sharpened, revealing a golden dragon breaking through the clouds, soaring through the heavens. Luo Li's gaze followed the golden dragon's trajectory. As if she herself were that dragon, the golden dragon plunged into the clouds, and her surroundings faded to white. Then, the scene shifted. Fierce winds howled, and a tiger's roar echoed throughout the realm. A model tiger, adorned with cloud-like patterns on its 4 limbs, galloped wildly through the forest. The imagery continued to morph. A phoenix's cry resonated as a 5-colored phoenix descended into a blazing sun. Chapter 10, Golden Vitality. Entrance ceremony. In the early morning, as the sun barely rose, azure eyes flickered open, revealing a hint of contemplation. Last night's dream had felt too vivid, leading Luo Li to question whether those illusions were indeed mere illusions. In the dream, she had transformed into various rare and auspicious beasts, racing through the cosmos. It was quite a remarkable experience. Rising to her feet, she stretched luxuriously, her garments shifting to reveal a glimpse of snow-white skin. Logically, having lain half her body on the bed all night, she should have felt sore and tired, yet at this moment, she felt as if brimming with boundless energy. Clenching her snowy palm, Luo Li sensed an intensifying chill enveloping her. Though this coldness did not evoke discomfort, rather, it imparted a sense of comfort. But how could a golden pill lead to a further drop in body temperature? Luo Li was evidently dissatisfied. System, can you display my attributes? Host personal panel activated. Would you like to view it? View. Host. Luo Li. Realm. Golden Vitality 6 Meridians. Physique. Shimbing Phoenix Body. Techniques. Sanjuan Hua Yugu. Beginner. Bixia Sword Technique. Mastery. Luoyu Palm. Beginner. Destiny Level. F-. No wonder I feel my body has grown significantly stronger. Who would have thought this golden pill could aid in elevating my realm? I managed to open 3 meridians in one night, which is quite impressive. However, Upon seeing the next item, Luo Li felt a twinge of confusion. Golden vitality? What is this? Recalling the original text setting, while there are distinctions within the realm of vitality, it primarily depends on the quality of the vitality within one's body. Ordinary individuals cultivate regular white vitality, those with some talent possess blue vitality, while those endowed with innate gifts exhibit purple vitality. The rarest geniuses possess red vitality akin to fresh blood. As the female protagonist, Mu Ruxue naturally surpasses even the highest red vitality, cultivating a golden red dual-hued vitality. Though her cultivation may be slow, she is nearly invincible at her level and can even battle beyond her rank. Yet, golden vitality is something I have never heard of. What is this golden vitality system? Please explore the detailed uses at your discretion. Luo Li's lips twitched, and she was not surprised. After all, she wouldn't be able to extract much information. Thus, she chose to step outside. Investment was of utmost importance. Upon arriving downstairs, the innkeeper greeted Luo Li with a flattering demeanor, presenting her with a letter. Opening it, she saw it was from Lu Heng. A blush crept across her face. She had been so preoccupied with Mu Ruxue last night that she had forgotten about him. The letter briefly recounted the events of the previous night, with an underlying tone of dissatisfaction yet an acceptance of the situation. Inside the envelope was a hard object. Upon extracting it, she discovered it to be a beast core. It was precisely the core of the 9th grade pinnacle beast that the elegantly dressed young master had intended to exchange for the top grade Yangmai pill. This is the compensation your uncle requested, the letter concluded. Luo Li felt a sense of guilt. She owed Lu uncle yet another favor. However, she did not dwell on it and accepted the beast core without hesitation. With her backing from the female protagonist, as long as she continued to invest, there would be opportunities to assist Lu uncle later on. Speaking of investment, Luo Li hurriedly tucked the letter away. Having almost forgotten the matter at hand. A knock resounded at the door. Mu Ruxue glanced at the food box held by the silver-haired girl, her lips twitching involuntarily, before Luo Li could utter a word. Mu Ruxue preemptively stated, "Miss Luo, I have already eaten. Today is the sect's recruitment ceremony. We should make haste to avoid delaying the timing." The dark-haired girl had just risen when Luo Li firmly pressed her back down. "It's fine. The ceremony begins at the hour of the snake, and it's still the hour of the rabbit." Observing the growing assortment of breakfast items in the silver-haired girl's hands, Mu Ruxue felt her stomach grow heavy. "Miss Luo, I am not hungry this morning. I shall pass on the breakfast." Azure eyes reflected Mu Ruxue's visage. "Does Ruxue dislike me?" Mu Ruxue looked at the earnest expression on the silver-haired girl's face. And ultimately, the words of refusal failed to escape her lips. "Ding, you have a new investment feedback." Hearing the pleasant notification from the system, Luo Li couldn't help but smile slightly. To Mu Ruxue. However, this only sparked a hint of confusion. "Are you really that happy just because I refuse to eat? Let's go. The smooth azure stones were intricately carved with delicate patterns, even in modern times. Such floor tiles would be quite costly. Yet here, these azure stones were abundant. Gathered upon the stones were numerous youthful faces, yet before the boys stood only 3 individuals. A tall, thin steward bellowed. "The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. Passing the steward's test proves you possess some talent, but do not presume that this alone grants you entry into the Shanqing sect." The steward pointed towards the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. The green-white stone steps extended endlessly towards the heavens, appearing as though they had no end. "This is the Shanqing Ascension Ladder, comprising 35,000 steps. This is your first trial for entering the sect. Those who do not arrive by the end of the time must depart of their own accord." Clang! A resounding gong echoed, marking the official commencement of the sect's recruitment ceremony. The end time, or the hour of the end, would be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while the current hour was the hour of the snake, roughly equivalent to 10 o'clock in the morning. So, they have approximately 4 hours to complete the ascent. In her past life, such a lengthy staircase would likely disqualify the vast majority within 4 hours. Yet in this world, it was merely an entrance examination. Luo Li could only remark, "One cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals." As she ascended the steps, a sense of something being amiss washed over her. After taking a couple more strides, Luo Li confirmed that these steps could indeed suppress the vitality within her body. However, this suppression felt akin to an oppressive solitude. Her internal energy soon resumed its natural circulation. The force of suppression dissipated in an instant, as if the earlier sensation had merely been an illusion. A flicker of surprise appeared in Luo Li's eyes. Casting a glance back at Mu Ruxue, she resolved not to utilize her vitality to climb the staircase. Yet, even without drawing upon her internal energy, she felt an unusual lightness, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. She ascended several hundred stone steps without experiencing even a hint of soreness in her legs. Meanwhile, The surrounding youths had begun to breathe heavily, many of them showing signs of exertion. Luo Li recalled the events of the original narrative. In that tale, before tackling the steps, she had mockingly ridiculed Mu Ruxue. Naturally, during the ascent, the protagonist surpassed her and delivered a crushing blow to her pride. In a fit of frustration, she even attempted to pull Mu Ruxue down the mountain steps, only to find herself tumbling down and forced to start anew. When she had initially viewed the story, Luo Li had been perplexed as to why the protagonist, despite possessing a realm of vitality, fell short of a mere ordinary individual. Now, however, she understood the reason. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Though Luo Li's pace was not brisk, she found herself the sole figure ahead, as the other youths were drenched in sweat, while she had not even broken a sweat dot on a distant high platform. Several figures observed the young climbers below. An elderly man smiled as he regarded Luo Li. Her steps were firm, her breath steady, and she seemed to have found a rhythm in her pace. This girl undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent, making this trial a mere trifle for her. Beside him, a middle-aged man shook his head. Li Lao, do not entertain such thoughts. This young lady has long since caught someone. Li Muning remained unfazed, stroking his graying beard. You are mistaken, Master Fu. Such a precious gem should rightfully be claimed by those worthy. My Linglong Peak still holds some prestige. Fu Bo merely smiled without responding. An enigmatic glint in his gaze. Li Muning's interest peaked. Master Fu, is there some hidden context to this? Fu Bo, not one to keep secrets, recounted another tale. Li Lao. Do you recall the exceptional talent that emerged from Qishao Peak 18 years ago? A flicker of contemplation crossed Li Muning's brow before realization dawned upon him. The one snatched away by that brat from Yuqing. But how does this relate to the young lady? Shh, keep your voice down. This time, junior sister Qingyao has also come. Li Muning stroked his beard, a curious expression overtaking his features. Strange, it has been quite some time since junior sister Qingyao took on a disciple. Why now? He then cast a peculiar glance at Luo Li. Could it be? Chapter 11, The Reversed Path of the Young Girl. Fu Bo nodded. Indeed, she is the daughter of the Qinshao sword from back then. It is likely that her entry into the sect has already been secured by Qinshao Peak. A glimmer of thought crossed Li Muning's eyes. So that is the case. However, the past is the past. What matters now is the present. Having missed out on Qinglu back then, it is fortunate to have her daughter here. Li Lao. Are you truly determined to vie with junior sister Qingyao? Li Muning caressed his white beard. What do you mean by vie? She is here as a disciple, and I happen to be the elder in charge of the peak. Within the sect, it is only natural that we rely on our own merits. With that, he turned away. Moreover, we are merely at the first trial. It is far too early to speak of such matters. Fu Bo seemed to have anticipated this, merely smiling without further comment. A puzzled voice suddenly piped up. Hey, where is that girl? Li Lao, surely you are not losing your eyesight. How could you miss such a tall figure? With that, he too glanced toward the mountain steps, only to find the white-clad figure conspicuously absent. A wave of astonishment surged within him, and he hastily scanned the mountain gate at the summit, where only a few solitary attendants lingered. How odd. Where has she gone? Found her. Where? Li Muning pointed in a direction. Li Lao, are you confused? That is clearly the path down the mountain. Could someone be walking away from the summit? But in the next moment, they beheld the sight of the silver-haired girl, descending against the tide of the crowd. Her solitary figure making its way down the mountain. Mu Ruxue was not moving quickly, blending in with the throng. Her steps were steady, each movement executed with minimal exertion, perfectly controlling her body's energy. For the future Ling Tian Qizuan, this was but a trifle. She cast a glance at the silver-haired girl, who was a distance of 4 or 5 steps away, moving at a deliberate pace as though intentionally waiting for someone. A flicker of contemplation crossed Mu Ruxue's beautiful eyes. Given Luo Li's aptitude, ascending the mountain steps should pose no challenge. However, it seemed too effortless. The circumstances had shifted from before. Perhaps Luo Li was privy to some extraordinary opportunity. In her previous life, Mu Ruxue had struggled immensely on these very steps, her humble origins resulting in a physique inferior to others. It could be said that she had relied almost entirely on sheer willpower to reach the latter half. Yet, this time around, the experience was significantly easier. The 4 meridians of vitality, which would typically take an ordinary person months to cultivate, required merely a night for Mu Ruxue, highlighting the miraculous speed of her training. Of course, much of this was attributed to the accumulation from her past life, where she had absorbed the full potency of a high-grade medicinal pill, something even an innate master would find difficult to achieve. Nevertheless, her talent remained undeniable. After all, if the foundation were lacking, no amount of skill could compensate. Though the Qiling Stone could suppress her vitality, the nourishing pulse pill had indeed filled the gap of her innate deficiencies. If she so desired, she could surge toward the mountain gate with overwhelming force. However, the events at the inn had made her acutely aware that the world was ever-changing. As a reincarnator, she held an advantage in her grasp of the future. While she possessed absolute confidence in herself, there was no need to recklessly endure hardship. Perhaps a single unthinking choice had altered the very fabric of this world. A drop of sweat cascaded from her fair chin, falling onto the bluestone steps like a raindrop. The face of the dark-haired girl flushed crimson. Unable to resist, she tugged at her collar, a vaporous mist escaping. It was hot. With each step she took, sweat dripped down. In an instant, she sensed something was amiss. Her body felt as if it had transformed into a furnace stoked with burning coals. Streams of vapor erupted from her form, and the surrounding youths were overtaken by a sudden wave of heat. They exchanged puzzled glances at the sky. The sun had yet to fully rise, so where was this heat emanating from? Soon, they discerned the source. It was the girl in dark clothing. Before long, the dark-haired girl found herself alone, the crimson glow in her eyes deepening with gravity. She had not anticipated that the fiery energy of her phoenix physique would erupt at this moment. In a flash, she realized the cause. It was the nourishing pulse pill. It was not poisonous. Rather, Murushiwa's rapid cultivation had triggered an early explosion of her phoenix energy. A phoenix physique lacking completeness bore imperfections. And her Tianjia phoenix physique experienced a fiery heartburn once a month. Her blood coursed like scalding oil, her organs feeling as if they were ablaze, simmering within the furnace of her corporeal form. With each step, the searing heat surged from beneath her feet. Her nails dug into her palms, but the pain was swiftly replaced by the overwhelming heat. Her pace slowed as she ascended the steps. The crimson glow in her eyes darkened, and she felt as if she could scarcely hold on. It was not a matter of will, but rather that her body could no longer endure. To put it differently, enduring the searing pain akin to a heart set aflame while still managing to ascend the 1,000 stone steps felt beyond the realm of mere determination. Yet, will was still will. And the body had its limits. Upon reaching a critical point, it would forcibly shut down to protect itself from further harm. Her vision darkened momentarily. A sense of self-mockery arose within Murushiwa. Had she truly managed to turn a clever strategy into a blunder? Her movements became increasingly sluggish, and the once vibrant hue of her crimson eyes dulled. Pull me up. A cold voice reached her ears. Yet it brought a chill to her heart. The silver-haired girl had somehow appeared before her, her hands as pure as snow extending forth, her face devoid of any expression. Time rewound to mere moments ago. Murushiwa had correctly surmised that Luo Li was indeed waiting for her. She sensed a dissonance in the original narrative. Murushiwa had been expelled from the inn by Luo Li, only to be taken in by a pair of elderly and young. This led to trouble with the Qing'e gang, ultimately requiring the intervention of the attending sect elder from the Shanqing sect to resolve the matter. However, in this new life, she had not been ejected from the inn. Yet Murushiwa still vanished for 2.5 days. Consequently, trouble arose due to the Qing'e gang, and it was Luo Li who stepped in to assist her, though the processes differed. The outcomes bore striking similarities. The coincidences were too uncanny, and Luo Li felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. Thus, she had remained vigilant, curious to see if Murushiwa would encounter any unexpected circumstances under conditions where she would never act against her interest. As for claiming the title of first on the mountain steps, that held far less importance in her heart than enhancing her rapport with Murushiwa. The sun was nearing its zenith when Luo Li, still pondering if she was overthinking, turned around only to discover that Murushiwa had vanished from sight. Chapter 12. Ascending the mountain gate as she drew near, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Even with the icy phoenix physique, Luo Li felt a tinge of scorching heat. With her vitality and motion, the cold energy countered the heat, providing her with some relief. Luo Li furrowed her brow slightly. Murushiwa's demeanor was evidently peculiar. Upon inspection, she noted, name, Murushiwa, cultivation, for meridians, destiny level, SSS. My goodness. Luo Li's heart jolted. If her memory served her right, just yesterday, Murushiwa had not even possessed any vital energy. And merely overnight, she had broken through to the 4 meridians. Swallowing hard, Luo Li finally gained a clear understanding of Murushiwa. Is this what it means to be the destined heroine? So you too have your advantages. I see. It should be noted that she had merely relied on a pulse-nourishing pill, while such a pill could indeed replenish innate energy and nourish the meridians. There must be a limit. The speed at which Murushiwa cultivated was simply unparalleled throughout history. But no, this was not the time for such thoughts. Murushiwa's complexion was flushed, her body drenched in sweat, the black collar of her dress clinging tightly to her collarbone, accentuating a delicate curve. Fortunately, the black dress she wore concealed her figure well. A hint of pink crept onto Luo Li's face. One must admit, This version of the heroine possessed a touch of allure, particularly as she gasped for breath. Reflecting on the plot, Luo Li recalled an important detail. The incomplete phoenix body of Mu Rushui had side effects. This appearance bore some resemblance to the manifestation of those side effects, a scorching heat consuming her heart. Her step slowed. At that moment, the silver-haired girl had already approached her. "Let go of me." Before she could utter a word, Luo Li had already grasped her burning palm. So hot. The fiery energy had indeed flared up. "I hope the child isn't harmed." Luo Li hurriedly circulated her vital energy, allowing a chill to dispel some of the heat. The lagging boys and girls cast puzzled glances at the two before hastily moving away. Time was of the essence. None wished to be eliminated. A wave of coolness coursed through Luo Li's body from the contact, restoring a glimmer of vitality to her dimmed eyes. Raising her gaze, she found the silver-haired girl standing before her, her fair right hand firmly clutching Luo Li's scorching left hand. "Can you still walk?" A voice laced with concern reached her ears. Yet, Mu Rushui remained somewhat silent. "You should go ahead. They have all surpassed you. Can you walk?" The silver-haired girl seemed not to have heard and simply repeated the question. Mu Rushui shook her head, attempting to release Luo Li's hand, only to find it gripped tightly. If she still had the strength to resist, it appeared she could indeed walk. The silver-haired girl grasped the black-haired girl and resumed their forward journey. The sun was now nearing its zenith, stretching their intertwined shadows into elongated forms. Accompanying her, Luo Li frequently needed to circulate her vital energy to help Mu Rushui dispel the fiery energy. Even for Luo Li, capable of circulating her vital energy, a fine sheen of sweat had emerged on her brow. Surrounding them, others continued to surpass the pair, yet Luo Li's grip on Mu Rushui's hand never wavered. At the moment the sun strayed from its apex, the two young women finally reached the magnificent mountain gate. A large crowd had already gathered before it. A steward cast a curious glance at the hand-holding duo before making the announcement. "Luo Li, 45th place. Mu Rushui, 46th place. You may rest here for a moment." The steward gestured towards a shaded area beneath a large tree. Exhaling a sigh of hot air, Luo Li finally felt a measure of relief from the heat. Was Mu Rushui a furnace by nature? It was truly sweltering. Even with her innate frost phoenix body, she felt the heat rising within her. "You can let go now." The azure eyes swept over the black-haired girl. "Are you all right?" Mu Rushui nodded. Although the fiery energy had not entirely dissipated, having passed the most agonizing phase, it was now of little consequence to her. As she stated, she had grown accustomed to it. Releasing her snow-white hand, the black-haired girl gazed at the crimson palm, a flicker of shadow crossing her eyes. That was a burn. The two relished a moment of coolness before the black-haired girl spoke up. "Do you not regret it?" "Regret what?" Mu Rushui glanced at the boys beside her. "You had the opportunity to contend for that first place. In fact, without even needing to compete." Given the silver-haired girl's ability to pull herself up despite the fiery energy, she would undoubtedly emerge as the uncontested first if she so desired. The silver-haired girl shook her head. No regrets. Her voice remained succinct. "Why not?" The black-haired girl asked earnestly. Be at the incident at the inn or the pulse-nourishing pill, she could still manage to navigate those situations without feeling indebted to anyone. Yet at this moment, she was willing to forego the first place in the trials to assist her. Mu Rushui found herself perplexed by the silver-haired girl before her. If only she were a man. No, even that wouldn't suffice. Moreover, she was undeniably a woman whose beauty rivaled her own. Throughout her past and present, she had never encountered anyone quite like Luo Li. Luo Li gazed at the earnest expression on Mu Rushui's face. Her lips moved slightly, but no words escaped. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. She could hardly reveal that she was a transmigrator, aware of the plot and possessing a system in her mind. Fortunately, at that moment, the steward's voice rang out. "It is now the final hour. All individuals proceed to the mountain gate." After a brief interval, the boys gathered together. The steward's voice boomed. "A total of 125 individuals have ascended the mountain gate. But this is merely the first trial. The next trial will be in the cave. Proceed in order to collect your tokens." Luo Li's token designated Cave 3, while Mu Rushui's was Cave 6. The difficulty within the caves bore no distinction. The only difference lay in which cave one entered. Before Luo Li could steady her grip on her token, a small hand had already snatched it away. A token engraved with the number 6 found its way into Luo Li's palm. "Let us switch. I prefer Cave 3." Luo Li was taken aback but merely nodded in agreement. Cave 6 is now open. Watching the silver-haired girl vanish into the cave, Mu Rushui felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She recalled that in her previous life, when Luo Li emerged from Cave 3, she was rather disheveled. Hopefully, it was merely a slip on her part. Atop the mountain, Fubo wore a look of regret. "What a pity. If she had abandoned that girl, the first place would surely have been hers. Li Mu Ning regarded Cave 6 with admiration. What do you know? She is truly genuine, willing to forego the top position to assist her friend. Such talent and character, the more I observe, the more I believe she is suited for my Linglong Peak. Fu Bo was rendered speechless. You're getting ahead of yourself. The situation is still uncertain. By the way, where is junior sister Qing Yao? Fu Bo shook his head, having not seen her, though a disciple did mention she was headed towards the trial cave. A glimmer of concern flickered in Li Mu Ning's eyes. Are you worried that junior sister Qing Yao will personally oversee the trials and snatch your disciple? After a moment's contemplation, he conceded, as the head of a peak, it would seem somewhat beneath her to personally supervise the trial cave. However, upon considering it may be Qing Yao, I find myself hesitating. Surely, it won't come to that. Chapter 13. Qing Yao. The cave was not dark. Torches illuminated the surroundings, and luminous stones emitted a soft white glow from above. Upon entering, a pond came into view, with scattered stone platforms barely large enough for a single foot. With a few light leaps, Luo Li moved like a butterfly dancing through the woods, swiftly reaching the opposite bank. It was rather straightforward. However, she understood that these were merely appetizers. Passing through the darkness, an expansive area unfolded before her. The ground was level. A woman's silhouette stood in the center of the space. Clad in green, she possessed a slender figure. Luo Li knew this was the main figured in the original text. Every trial cave featured a tofu mirror steward, and this trial was designed to test the disciple's combat aptitude. It was not particularly difficult, as the steward would suppress her cultivation level, and generally, passing 2 or 3 exchanges sufficed. Luo Li clasped her fists in a gesture of respect. Senior, the woman in green turned to face her. She appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding a mature charm. With an exquisite visage and well-proportioned figure, she resembled a character from an anime, one of those strikingly beautiful female leads. The green-clad woman regarded Luo Li. Momentarily speechless, after a brief pause, with a flick of her delicate hand, a steel sword materialized out of thin air, hovering before Luo Li. I will only deliver 3 strikes. The silver-haired girl's pupils constricted. She was able to manipulate objects from afar. The woman before her was at least at the divine concealment level. No, the manipulation was instantaneous, devoid of any delay. Perhaps she was even beyond the fetal breathing stage. You have 10 seconds to prepare. Accepting the steel sword, Luo Li executed a flourish. Rarely did she experience a flicker of uncertainty. Am I really expected to contend with the fetal breathing stage? Is it even possible to win? You're doomed, little sister. She inwardly grumbled before calming herself. Time's up. The movements of the green-clad woman were neither hurried nor slow. Rather, they were deliberate. Yet, to Luo Li's eyes, she found no flaw to exploit. Instead of wielding the steel sword, the woman held a branch. As the branch struck, Luo Li felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability in her inability to evade. With a resounding clang, Luo Li stumbled back 3 steps, her hand trembling around the steel sword. Just a single strike, and she nearly lost her grip. The green-clad woman did not pursue, but seemed to await Luo Li's recovery. You have 2 more strikes. If you do not wish to receive them, plead with me, and I shall spare you. What say you? Luo Li frowned. Have I offended you, senior? The green-clad woman shook her head. You have not, but your mother has. One must repay their mother's debts. It is only fitting. Twisting her somewhat numb wrist, Luo Li ceased her chatter, her expression turning cold. The green-clad woman's lips curled into a smile. How is it that you refuse to plead for mercy? Draw your sword. Luo Li abandoned all pretense of politeness. Perhaps influenced by her original self, she inherited a range of emotions towards that unreliable mother figure from her memories. This mother, while somewhat untrustworthy, had her quirks, including but not limited to snatching her daughter's candied hawthorns, hoarding delicious food during meals while shoving the unappetizing bits onto Luo Li's plate, and stealing the blanket at night, causing little Luo Li to suffer from a runny nose for several days. Rather than offering comfort, her mother had instead teased Luo Li for her predicament. Considering all this, perhaps it would be better to simply beg for mercy. Yet, the thought of taking the blame for her unreliable mother filled Luo Li with a sense of displeasure. You better think it through. I shall show no mercy with the remaining 2 strikes. Exhaling a deep breath, the silver-haired girl maintained her composure, yet her heart simmered with growing frustration. Go ahead. I can't hold back any longer. Activate. System. Enhance my Qin Xiao sword technique. 3 years of martial arts experience consumed. Completion of Bai Xiao sword technique achieved. In an instant, a torrent of swordsmanship experience flooded Luo Li's mind. Her understanding of the Bai Xiao sword technique deepened, and the sword in her grasp felt significantly more agile. As branches came at her, she still felt the impossibility of evasion. However, this time, Luo Li remained unfazed. With a flick of her wrist, she executed 5 distinct sword maneuvers seamlessly, as the perfected by Xiao sword technique allowed her to wield her sword with extraordinary finesse. Devoid of any hesitation, a sharp clang resonated once more. The silver-haired girl's sword quivered in her hand, but this time, she only stepped back half a pace. A hint of surprise flickered in the azure-eyed woman's lovely gaze. The perfected by Xiao sword technique, Luo Li countered the next strike, advancing instead of retreating, boldly attacking the azure-clad woman, clearly unprepared for Luo Li's audacity. The woman's expression shifted as she realized the silver-haired girl was charging toward her. Just as the sword was about to graze her sleeve, the branch in her hand transformed, the sword performing 2 mid-air spins before plunging straight down into the ground. The air hung still for a moment, the branch hovering near the delicate white of the girl's neck. I concede. The silver-haired girl's voice was devoid of emotion, and she turned to leave. The azure-clad woman called out, "Wait, who said you could leave?" With a flick of her branch, she obstructed Luo Li's path. Reluctantly, Luo Li turned back. Is there anything else you wish to impart, senior? You have passed. Proceed onward. I did not receive the 3rd strike. I said you have passed, so you have passed. Hurry along. Luo Li hesitated for a moment. When she raised her gaze again, the azure-clad woman had vanished from sight, glancing at the branch behind her. A hint of confusion surfaced on Luo Li's face. What a peculiar individual. Upon exiting the cave, she encountered a familiar figure clad in black. The crimson eyes scanned the silver-haired girl, and noticing no signs of injury upon her, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The number of participants emerging from the second trial had dwindled by more than half, although one could pass by merely exchanging a few blows with the suppressed strength of the Transcendence mirror attendant. The reality was that even with suppressed realms, Transcendence was still formidable. An ordinary person without a modicum of combat talent would find it nearly impossible to succeed. Only 26 individuals managed to pass the second trial. An attendant stepped before the group. Your ability to navigate through 2 trials signifies that your willpower and combat aptitude are commendable. The 3rd trial is considerably simpler, yet it bears the utmost importance. The Chichao sect possesses a magnificent bell known as the Dragon Awakening Bell. Place your hands upon it. 1 sound permits entry into the outer sect. 3 sounds grant access to the inner sect. 5 sounds will earn you a place amongst the peak inner sect, and should it ring 10 times, you shall receive the personal tutelage of the sect leader. As for those who fail to elicit a sound, should you desire, you may join the Chichao sect as a servant disciple. Upon hearing this, the youths visibly relaxed. The previous 2 trials had already eliminated the majority, and they feared being the next to be dismissed. However, this was now much more favorable. Even if they were eliminated, they could still serve as servant disciples, though not comparable to the outer sect. Acquiring even a single technique could provide them with a means to return home with some semblance of status. Furthermore, with the Chichao sect's prestigious name, many things would become significantly easier. The attendant led the youths to a grand, expansive bluestone arena. At the center stood a colossal red bell, towering 3 men high. 3 lifelike golden dragons coiled around the bell, as if poised to spring to life at any moment. Not far away, upon a high platform, 8 individuals observed the youths. Luo Li cast a glance and was astonished to see the azure-clad woman from before. The woman, noticing Luo Li's gaze, winked at her. Luo Li was momentarily stunned. She recalled this segment of the narrative. Clad in azure, slender yet regal, Luo Li instantly recognized the identity of the azure-clad woman. Yu Qin Yao, the Peak Master of Qin Shao Peak. Chapter 14. Entering Qin Shao, when her name was called, she stepped forward. Wu Jiao. A sturdy youth approached, a hint of nervousness evident as he pressed his palm against the red bell. After a moment, the bell rang out. The youth sighed in relief. A single chime was a good omen, for none wished to be merely a servant disciple at this juncture. Wu Jiao, you may enter the outer sect. Li Shan. Another youth stepped onto the platform, but the bell remained silent. The attendant shook his head. The youth's face flushed, and he awkwardly retreated. Shenlanqin. A girl with braided hair stepped forward, a trace of anxiety on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she dared to place her palm against the bell, tightly closing her eyes as if afraid to witness the outcome. A single chime rang out, and the girl let out a sigh of relief. The chimes continued in rapid succession. 5 chimes. You may enter the inner sect of a peak. Mu Rushue. The dark-haired girl appeared calm, showing no sign of anxiety. In her past life, her bloodline had yet to awaken, and the bell had rung 6 times. Now, relying on the accumulation from her previous existence, ringing it 10 times was hardly a challenge. Nevertheless, the previous events had instilled a moment of hesitation within her. Pressing her palm against the bell, a chime immediately resounded. 6 chimes. You may enter the inner sect of a peak. Ultimately, she had still restrained her bloodline. resulting in an outcome identical to her previous life. Luo Li, the silver-haired girl, displayed no emotion. She had long anticipated the result. Rushua had achieved 6 chimes, while she herself had managed 5. In the original narrative, before the test, her original self had mocked Rushua, only to be met with a swift rebuttal, thereby granting the female protagonist a moment of prominence. Resting her delicate hand against the bell, it rang out. The bell chimed 5 times, just as Luo Li prepared to withdraw her hand. The 6th chime sounded, and it did not stop there. The 7th and 8th chimes followed in quick succession. The bell's resonance slowed, and the attendant beside her displayed a flicker of anxiety. Bang! Unlike the previous chimes, this one resonated like a thunderclap, sending waves of force that billowed Luo Li's garments. A flock of birds took flight in the distance. The 9th chime. The attendant could no longer contain his astonishment. The ringing slowed again, as if brewing something. This moment, Luo Li could not help but part her lips in surprise. What was happening? Why was the bell ringing on its own? No, this wasn't how the narrative unfolded. This couldn't be right. A vibration coursed through her palm, as if it were on the verge of ringing again. The silver-haired girl furrowed her brow, in the astonished gaze of the attendant beside her. She swiftly retracted her pale hand, moving with such speed that it seemed she feared the bell would sound if she lingered too long. What a joke. The sect leader's personal tutelage. How could that compare to the divine destiny of the female protagonist with her alluring and soft, fair legs? I have my sights set on those fair legs. Not even Jesus could intervene. I assure you. Her azure eyes remained tranquil, akin to a placid lake. Announce it. Under the scrutiny of the silver-haired girl, the attendant felt an inexplicable pressure, swallowing hard. He silently lamented the missed opportunity before finally declaring. 9 chimes. You may enter the inner sect of a peak. On the high platform, several innate masters, whom they could only gaze up at in reverence, fell into an unusual silence. They exchanged glances, contemplating, if I'm not mistaken. Did that girl retract her hand at the last moment? The peak masters found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. They had encountered the arrogant talents with exceptional aptitudes, as well as those of mediocre talent who refused to accept reality. But they had never witnessed someone actively retract their hand, fearing the bell would ring. The burly master of the Divine Forge Peak spoke up. This result is inaccurate. That girl should be retested. It would be a shame for such talent to be wasted. No sooner had he spoken than another voice of dissent emerged. That is inappropriate. The rules of the Dragon Awakening Bell were established by the founding ancestors of the Qingqiao sect. How could we make an exception for a mere girl? Li Muning stroked his white beard. Alas, Master Duan, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. We both understand the significance of 10 chimes from the Dragon Awakening Bell. A talent comparable to that of the founding ancestor is not to be dismissed over trivial regulations. Master Duan hesitated, yet he knew that without rules, there could be no order. I support Master Duan. The rules were set by the founding ancestors, and the laws of our forebears cannot be altered. Li Muning blinked, glancing at the indignant Yu Qingyao. A flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. But he quickly realized that if Luo Li were to be made the sect leader's personal disciple, who would fill the void left by his lack of apprentices? Not a chance. Fortunately, the sect leader was absent at the moment. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who would claim this prized disciple. Although Yu Qingyao was also a contender, with a bit of effort, he might just be able to recruit her into Linglong Peak. His expression shifted instantaneously. Upon further reflection, he found merit in Master Duan's argument. The situation had turned dramatically. The master of Xinduan Peak cast a bemused glance at Li Muning. This matter ended without resolution. On the Azure Stone Arena, the testing of the Jinglong Bell had concluded. A look of delight adorned the steward's face as he reported to the Peak Masters. Among those who rang the bell 3 times, there were 10 individuals. 4 rang it 5 times, 1 rang it 6 times, and 1 rang it 9 times. With the trials concluded, the Peak Masters approached the 6 who met the necessary criteria. With your tiger-like strength and graceful form, would you care to join my Xinduan Peak? Shenlanqin, splendid. My Qingyang Peak is in dire need of talents such as yourself. Below, Rushua's eyes glimmered with surprise. She had indeed transformed. How could she not perceive that had Luo Li not withdrawn her hand, the Jinglong Bell would have undoubtedly rung a 10th time? Yet, it puzzled her why she voluntarily relinquished this opportunity. A middle-aged man approached her. Would you consider joining my Balian Peak? Rushua shook her head, her gaze drifting toward a woman clad in green. In her previous life, she had been a disciple under Yu Qingyao. Beside Yu Qingyao stood an elderly man with white hair and beard. Before Yu Qingyao could speak, the elder interjected, Your name is Luo Li, is it not? Your exceptional talent allowed the Jinglong Bell to resonate 9 times. Would you be interested in joining my Linglong Peak? Linglong Peak ranks third among the main peaks and offers significantly better resources compared to those at the bottom. At the mention of the bottom, Li Muning cast a smirk at the green-clad woman beside him. Allow me to share a secret. Once you attain the stage of 2A fan, a position as a direct disciple in Linglong Peak will surely be yours. The white-haired girl remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Mu Ruxui.as the protagonist. If one did not become a disciple of the most esteemed master, they would most certainly end up under the weakest peak. A pattern that was becoming a cliché in novels. Qishao Peak, positioned at the bottom of the 7 peaks, received resources according to their ranking, thus possessing the least. However, for Luo Li, these matters were inconsequential. Her azure eyes turned toward the green-clad woman. Yu Qi now spoke in a calm tone. If you choose to join, I will grant you a position as a direct disciple of Qishao Peak. The elder furrowed his brow. Yu Qingyao, you are being absurd. No matter how gifted she is. She is currently only at the Blood Chi stage. In a month, the sect will hold its grand competition. Even if you grant her the position of direct disciple, how can she compete? Then he hurriedly explained. Luo Li, a position as a direct disciple is not easily earned. The Shangqing sect prioritizes martial prowess, holding competitions every 3 months. If you lose, resources will be awarded to the victors. Many disciples who entered earlier are already at the 2A fan stage. Let alone the skilled ones competing in the grand competition. I shall go, came a cool voice. A hint of mirth appeared in Yu Qingyao's eyes. Chapter 15. The predicament of Qishao Peak. Li Muning's side. This outcome was not unexpected. The relationship between the girl's mother and Yu Qingyao, coupled with the conditions of a peak's inner sect, could never rival the allure of a direct disciple position. He would have readily offered her the position, but there were only 5 direct disciples in a peak, and his quota was already filled. If he forcibly promoted a disciple at the Blood Chi stage to a direct disciple, it would likely provoke much discontent. Among the peak masters present, it was estimated that only Yu Qingyao, who had not taken in disciples for 5 or 6 years, still had a spot available. Good disciple, Yu Qingyao said, her eyes crinkling as she affectionately ruffled the white-haired girl's snowy locks. Li Muning turned his gaze to the black-haired girl. The 6 chimes of the Jinglong bell were sufficient proof of her extraordinary talent. Mu Ruxue, would you care to join my Linglong Peak? Perhaps feeling the sting of rejection that Luo Li faced, Li Muning added, Linglong Peak ranks 3rd within the Shangqing sect, with resources and environment that are amongst the best. The black-haired girl simply shook her head, moving towards Yu Qingyao, who looked at her with mild surprise. I wish to become a disciple of Qishao Peak. Yu Qingyao did not refuse but spoke more extensively to Mu Ruxue. I must clarify that there is only one direct disciple position, reserved solely for Luo Li. Should you join, you would start as an inner disciple of the peak. You have likely heard that resources within the sect are allocated based on each peak's rankings. And Qishao Peak, being at the bottom, undoubtedly has fewer resources. Knowing this, do you still wish to join Qishao Peak? I am willing. In the end, Yu Qingyao emerged as the greatest victor in this recruitment, securing the 2 most talented girls as her disciples. Meanwhile, Li Muning felt a warmth in his nose. When he finally wished to observe the other disciples, he discovered that they had already been swept away by the other peak masters. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. While the other peak masters laughed brightly, Li Muning wore a mournful expression. As the sect's grand ceremony concluded, a gentle breeze swept through the towering peaks. 3 women descended like ethereal beings, gracefully stepping onto the ground. Once they landed, excitement flushed Luo Li's face. In the past, while reading novels, she had only known that upon reaching the innate stage, one could manipulate the primordial energy of the world, soaring through the skies and moving objects from afar. Miraculous feats indeed. Yet, experiencing this firsthand left Luo Li utterly fascinated. Yu Qingyao seemed to be granting Luo Li a taste of the freedom that comes with being an innate master. Is this the ability to control the primordial energy surrounding oneself, to soar through the skies? This is simply magnificent. Perhaps sensing Luo Li's thoughts, Yu Qingyao chuckled and shook her head. Even the innate stage has its limits. My ability to carry you is merely aided by this favorable wind. Nevertheless, such an experience was enough to captivate Luo Li's young heart. To fly, an ability traditionally reserved for birds, was now within reach for humans without wings. Mu Ruxue appeared far more composed. However, as she glanced at the once aloof white-haired girl, a smile inexplicably graced her lips. Come in. Qishao Peak has no stringent rules, and you need not feel uncomfortable. Before them stood a grand hall of emerald hue. Master. Upon entering, they saw a man and a woman who bowed respectfully to Yu Qingyao before turning their astonished gazes toward Luo Li and her companion. Master has accepted another disciple. Is Kai here? Reporting to Master, senior sister Kai has gone to train the inner disciples and will likely return late. Should I fetch her? Yu Qingao shook her head. No need. I merely wish to introduce the new disciples. Early or late, it matters not. Since you are here, come over. While Yu Qingao walked to the main seat of the hall, her green attire flowing over the wide armchair. She shed her amiable demeanor, adopting a more serious expression, exuding the authority of a peak master. These are my newly accepted disciples. The white-haired girl is named Luo Li, and the black-haired girl is called Mu Rushiwei. She then gestured toward a man and a woman. These two are your senior brother and sister. The one in dark robes is Yu Xian, and the one in red is Shangguan Hong. Above you, there is also a senior sister named Jiang Kai. All three are direct disciples of Qi Shao Peak. Greetings, senior brother and sister. Luo Li and Mu Rushiwei spoke in unison, nodding in acknowledgement. The handsome young man smiled. I presume you two are the inner disciples accepted by Master this time. Rest assured, while Qi Shao Peak may have average resources, the camaraderie among brothers and sisters is harmonious. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to speak to your senior brother. Not quite. Yi Xian looked at the green-clad girl with some confusion. What do you mean? Luo Li is a direct disciple. Shangguan Hong furrowed her brow. A direct disciple at the blood qi stage. Master, I believe this is inappropriate. The little junior sister is currently too weak. It would be better to wait until she reaches to a fan. This matter need not be discussed further. Yu Qingao shook her head, halting Shangguan Hong's words. She had promised Luo Li and would not go back on her word. Shangguan Hong, please take Mu Rushiwei to familiarize her with the surroundings. While Yu Xian, you will show Luo Li around. You wait outside for a moment. I have some things to discuss with Luo Li. Shangguan Hong wore a hint of dissatisfaction as the three departed, leaving only two individuals within the hall. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingao spoke. What cultivation technique are you currently practicing? The three transformations of jade technique. While Yu Qingyao's lips unconsciously turned downwards. The innate technique passed down by the Luo family of Yuqing was indeed commendable. She glanced elsewhere, as if casually inquiring, why not cultivate the Baishao Heart Sutra? My mother said it is a technique passed down by her master. Without her master's permission, she cannot share it. Fearing that you. After a brief hesitation, Luo Li added, fearing you might be angry. Why Yu Qingao could not help but smile. This girl truly evoked no ire. As if recalling past events, a softness appeared in Yu Qingyao's eyes. Luo Li did not disturb her. After a while, Yu Qingao finally spoke. Did she not say anything to me? Luo Li could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth, recalling her mother's words before her departure. If you meet Yu Qingao again, tell her that her drinking habits are truly abysmal. Naturally, Luo Li would not utter this. She was quite adept at navigating emotional intelligence. The white-haired girl simply shook her head. While Yu Qingao sighed. She must still hold a grudge against me for what happened back then. Luo Li was curious about the past incident between Yu Qingao and her mother, but the next moment, Yu Qingyao's voice rang out. You may leave now. Understood. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Yu Xian had been waiting for some time. Luo Li, my junior sister, from now on, I shall refer to you as Luo junior sister. Please, senior brother, feel free. Very well, Luo junior sister, I shall first take you to select your residence. As they walked, Yu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Luo junior sister, earlier in the grand hall, senior sister Shangguan did not intend to target you. Have you heard of the rules regarding the challenges for direct disciples? Luo Li nodded, as if to say that the resources of the defeated must be surrendered to the victor. The challenges among direct disciples are not as terrifying as they seem, although the defeated must yield a portion of their resources. They're allowed to retain some. The most crucial aspect of these challenges is the ranking of the 7 main peaks. A glimmer of contemplation appeared in Luo Li's eyes. Is it possible that the sect's grand competition ultimately determines the allocation of resources among the peaks? Indeed, within the sect, a cumulative point system is employed. Inner disciples count for 1 point, while direct disciples count for 5. If one emerges victorious, all is well. However, if one loses, their efforts equate to that of 5 inner disciples. A hint of melancholy flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Our Qing Shao Peak has been languishing at the bottom for 5 consecutive years. Chapter 16. The Martial Arts Arena of Qing Shao Peak without resources. The strength of Qing Shao Peak cannot improve, and without improvement, we cannot attain a ranking, thus failing to acquire resources. This creates a vicious cycle. One could say that Qing Shao Peak is slowly withering away. It is precisely for this reason that I, along with senior sisters Shangguan Hong and Kai Yi, have agreed to alternate teaching and guiding the inner disciples every 2 days, assisting them in enhancing their strength to secure a better ranking in the grand competition. A flicker of understanding crossed Luo Li's eyes. No wonder the peak master is accepting disciples while the senior sister is absent. Now you comprehend why senior sister Shangguan was so emotional upon hearing you are a direct disciple? Yuxian chuckled, lightening the heavy atmosphere somewhat. However, junior sister, you need not place too much pressure upon yourself. Your status as a direct disciple was bestowed by our master. And this is the first time in a long while that a disciple at the Blood Chi realm has been granted such an honor. Therefore, your talent must be extraordinary. Maintain a calm demeanor, and focus on your cultivation. Here we are. As he spoke, the two arrived at a courtyard. Junior sister, all direct disciples have their own independent residences. This place is known as Shuiyun Pavilion. If it does not suit your taste, there is another option available. With 5 direct disciples in the peak, naturally, there are 5 residences. The courtyard is not particularly large, featuring a training area covered in fine sand. A stream flows through the pond, with pavilions and towers harmoniously assembled. Though small, it is a model of exquisite design. However, for a single occupant, it feels somewhat spacious. No need to change. I find this place quite appealing. The sky is darkening, junior sister. You should rest for the night, and I will return tomorrow to help you familiarize yourself with the affairs of the peak and the benefits of being a direct disciple. Senior brother, wait a moment. Oh, is there something else, junior sister? Where is the residence for the inner disciples? Inner disciples. A flicker of confusion crossed Yuxian's eyes. As night fell in Shuiyun Pavilion. Recalling Yuxian's earlier remarks, Luo Li couldn't help but scratch her snowy white hair. Why are there so many troublesome matters? When the female protagonist joined Qin Shao Peak in the novel, there weren't so many complications. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. At that time, Mu Rushiwei was merely an inner disciple of one peak, preoccupied with outsmarting the original protagonist. She had neither the time nor the inclination to concern herself with other matters. Opening the system, she discovered a feedback prompt. I don't recall sending anything to the female protagonist. Checking. Successfully assisted Mu Rushiwei in stabilizing the flaws of her phoenix body. Received investment reward. Qiang Warm Jade. Qiang Warm Jade contains gentle Qiang energy, capable of alleviating the flaws of the bearer's constitution. The silver-haired girl's eyes brightened. This is indeed a valuable item. Mu Rushiwei's phoenix body has its shortcomings. Does not my own possess flaws as well? When the coldness manifests, it seeps into my very bones. Thankfully, I have the female protagonist's long legs to rely upon. Luo Li found this quite delightful. The next day, a knock echoed through the door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal a woman clad in red. She wore a fitted training outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a spirited aura. Her gaze swept the surroundings before finally resting on Luo Li. Xian has urgent matters, so today I will guide you in familiarizing yourself with everything about Qin Shao Peak. Luo Li felt an instinctive reluctance. She recalled that in the original plot, Shangguan Hong had caused the original protagonist no small amount of trouble, often appearing just as the original protagonist was bullying Mu Rushiwei. She was practically a bodyguard for Mu Rushiwei. Yet, in this unfamiliar environment, Luo Li had no choice but to nod and follow the red-clad girl. As they walked, she explained, as a direct disciple. You are entitled to receive 3 bottles of bone-refining pills and 3 bottles of purple chi pills each month. Moreover, you may also claim 1 low-grade weapon. Additionally, you have 5 opportunities each month to enter the Xian Yuan Cold Jade Cave. The red-clad girl continued speaking, not once glancing at Luo Li. If you wish to collect the elixirs, seek out senior sister Kai. She manages the resource distribution within the peak. By afternoon, your Shajing token should be ready. You may find time to visit the Xian Yuan Cold Jade Cave. Although it is primarily frequented by disciples of the Transcendence realm, if you can withstand the cold, it will significantly accelerate your cultivation speed in the Blood Chi realm. Luo Li nodded. Although Shangguan Hong had not been particularly warm towards her throughout, she had conveyed the necessary information. Where are we headed now? To the martial arts arena of Qin Shao Peak. Before long, the two arrived at the arena. The ground was laid with blue and white stone tiles, with rows of wooden racks erected. The sounds of grunting and exertion filled the air as disciples practiced their fundamental fist techniques. Among them stood a petite girl, her expression serious. Zhou Wei, your punches are too slow. The thunder fist must strike with the force of thunder. If you throw your punches like that, you won't hit anyone in your next life. The disciple named Zhou Wei responded earnestly, without a hint of complaint. Yes, master sister. Upon seeing the petite girl, Shangguan Hong's expression softened, and even her tone bore a hint of pride. This is the master sister of Qin Shao Peak whom you did not meet yesterday, Jiang Kai. She is the strongest among our disciples, having achieved the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm at just 19. Only a hair's breadth away from the Divine Cavity realm. I am still far from the Divine Cavity realm. New junior sister, do not listen to Xiao Hong's exaggerations. Jiang Kai had caught sight of the two with her peripheral vision, and as she approached, she overheard her junior sister's praises. Luo Li lowered her gaze to scrutinize Jiang Kai. Why did she lower her head? Because Jiang Kai was somewhat diminutive in stature. The girl's face bore a shy blush, likely standing around 1 meter 50 tall. Yet her features were exquisite, with large eyes complemented by golden hair, resembling a character who had stepped out from an anime. So cute. A sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Luo Li then realized she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. A hint of displeasure crossed Shang Wanhong's face. Luo junior sister, Jiang master sister is the pride of Qin Shaopeak. How could you be so disrespectful towards her? Jiang Kai waved her hand dismissively. It is fine, Xiao Hong. Her golden eyes fixated on the snowy white hair. Your hair is quite unique, just like my golden locks. What has caused such a change? It's natural. I see. Shang Wanhong, unwilling to dwell further, pulled Jiang Kai along. All right, master sister, we should guide the disciples. Let us not keep our junior brothers and sisters waiting. Watching the golden-haired girl's retreating figure, a shadow of darkness quietly emerged in Luo Li's azure eyes. Jiang Kai possesses the legendary sun body. Her talent is truly unparalleled. Despite the immense power and potential of the sun body, history has shown that none have achieved greatness with this physique. Not even among innate strong beings. The reason lies in the peculiar nature of the sun body. It can only manifest within females, and due to the clash of yin and yang, those possessing this physique are invariably doomed, typically not living beyond 20 years. Now, Jiang Kai is already 19. At that moment, the golden-haired girl suddenly turned back. Her delicate brows arched into crescent shapes, her face radiating vitality and exuberance. She waved her arms cheerfully at Luo Li, calling out, "Junior sister, hurry over here." Upon hearing the call, Luo Li slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Shang Wanhong, standing nearby, discreetly scanned the surrounding crowd, her brows knitting together in curiosity. How strange. Where is the new junior sister who arrived yesterday? Chapter 17. You fool, do you understand now? Luo Li recalled that segment of the plot. As the hope of Qin Shaopeak, Jiang Kai would, a month later, experience the awakening of her sun body during the sect's competition. Collapsing before she even took the stage, the disciples of Qin Shaopeak, left without direction, would lose their composure in that critical moment. It was then that Mu Ruxue stepped onto the competition stage, turning the tide and winning the final match. Previously, when reading the novel, Jiang Kai was merely a supporting character to highlight the protagonist. At that time, it seemed inconsequential, as she was but a side character. However, now that she stood before Luo Li, her presence evoked entirely different sentiments. But what could knowing change? The path of the doomed is inescapable. Luo Li sighed inwardly. Mu Ruxue is not here. Luo Li blinked, feeling a sense of familiarity with this scenario. Xia Lan, did I not instruct you to call upon the new junior sister? With a furrowed brow, Shang Wanhong remarked. The girl whose name had been called appeared flustered and hurriedly explained. Shang Wanshiji, I did inform her, but I am unsure why she ultimately did not come. Shang Wanhong's frown deepened. Shiji, you should go and check. I am clumsy with words, and I would not want to create any discomfort among us. Jiang Kai also understood Shang Wanhong's temperament, nodded, and walked in a specified direction. As soon as Jiang Kai departed, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Is this the new junior sister? How beautiful. What junior sister? She should be called senior sister. She entered as a direct disciple. A glint of astonishment flashed in a disciple's eyes. The quality of recruits this year is astonishing. Even the new entrants are at the transcendent stage? What nonsense. She is merely at the bloodshi stage. How does one at the bloodshi stage become a direct disciple? How would I know? Perhaps it is due to connections. Silence. Shang Wanhong interjected, and the crowd immediately fell silent. She turned her gaze to Luo Li. Junior sister, I presume you are aware of the circumstances surrounding the sect's grand competition. I wish to observe your abilities to ensure you do not become a hindrance to others. Luo Li's brow furrowed. She had initially thought Shang Wanhong's self-deprecation indicated some self-awareness. Little did she expect to be waiting here for her, although she understood Shang Wanhong's intentions were for Qin Shaopeak. Her words were rather harsh. Very well. A cold voice resounded. Will you wield a sword or a spear? A sword. A steel sword was placed into Luo Li's hands. Shang Wanhong looked towards a disciple. Li Yiming, you shall spar with her. She is a newcomer and should have some restraint. Li Yiming nodded, retrieving a long sword and performing a flourish before focusing on Luo Li. The surrounding disciples instinctively cleared a space for the two. It is Li Shixiang. This girl is doomed. TSK. Li Shixiang is now at the bloodshi stage of 10 meridians, and his Qi Feng sword technique has reached a minor completion, while this girl is merely at 6 meridians. How can she compete? It seems Shangwan Shiji intends to give the newcomer a lesson. The discussions continued. Although Li Yiming appeared relaxed, he did not underestimate Luo Li. With a sweep of his longsword, he launched the first attack. The sword danced like a serpent, twirling twice in the air. He displayed commendable martial ethics by providing Luo Li with an advanced signal, likely wishing to avoid an embarrassing defeat for her. His swordplay was fluid, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, demonstrating at least a minor mastery of the technique. Given his age of just over 20, such proficiency was exceptional among inner disciples. However, before Luo Li's perfected Bixiao sword technique, Li Yiming was an open target. Luo Li made no excessive movements, merely gripping her longsword. "Junior sister, you should be cautious." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Yiming stepped forward, his longsword aimed at Luo Li. The sword in Luo Li's hand glimmered with a cold light, pointing straight ahead. Li Yiming saw the tip of her sword swiftly sharpen into focus. Unable to evade, block, or even react, by the time he realized what was happening, his hand was empty. With a clatter, the steel sword fell to the ground. The murmurs that had filled the air were silenced. The scene was enveloped in complete stillness. Luo Li's expression remained impassive as she simply stated, "I concede." Li Yiming stared blankly at his empty palm. Then a bitter smile crept onto his face. Despite his diligent practice and superior cultivation, he could not withstand even a single strike from a newcomer. Was this what it meant to be a genius? "I have lost." Luo Li sheathed her sword, observing the young man, who appeared somewhat pallid. A flicker of guilt stirred within her. Unlike herself, who had a system to enhance her abilities, these disciples had poured immense effort into their training to achieve their current levels. Li Yiming's upper body was soaked with sweat, a testament to his dedication to sword practice. Meanwhile, her own contribution was merely feeding the protagonist a couple of meals. This thought deepened her sense of guilt. "Oh, you know why you lost to me." Li Yiming's face flushed slightly. "Junior sister possesses extraordinary talent, and compared to my own mediocrity, it is only natural that you excel." "Incorrect." A hint of confusion crossed Li Yiming's face. "Incorrect? In what way? You believe your only shortcoming is talent. However, you are at the bloodshi stage of 10 meridians, while I am only at 6 meridians. Even in defeat, it should not have been so swift." The white-haired girl's words struck a chord, leaving Li Yiming momentarily stunned. Indeed, while he acknowledged that his swordsmanship was inferior to Luo Li's, he was still 4 meridians ahead. How could he have lost so easily? A wave of intense curiosity surged within him. He yearned to understand where he had faltered. The other disciples, too, shared in this intrigue. They had initially attributed Luo Li's victory solely to her talent, but her explanation sparked doubts in their minds. "Junior sister, may I inquire where I went wrong? If you were to cut down the moon in the sky, how would you go about it?" "That's impossible." Li Yiming frowned, doubting whether this junior sister was jesting at his expense. "You think it impossible, while I only contemplate how to draw my sword." After uttering this, the white-haired girl fell silent. The surrounding disciples scratched their heads, feeling a strange itch, as if they were on the verge of enlightenment. "I understand now. So that's how it is." "What have you understood?" "Because the junior sister aims to cut down the moon, Li Shixiang cannot prevail against her. Thus, the junior sister is akin to the moon." The gentle breeze tousled the girl's snow-white hair, and Luo Li's face bore no expression, though it was merely a facade. Beneath the surface, her toes curled tightly in embarrassment. Internally, Luo Li cradled her head in her hands. "What am I saying?" She had intended to share an inspiring tale to motivate Li Yiming, but had not anticipated that her words would turn out so humiliating. What moon-cutting and sword-drawing nonsense was she spouting? At this moment, all she wished was to find a crevice to hide within. Meanwhile, Li Yiming felt as if a light had dawned upon him. He had sensed something was missing in his swordsmanship, but had been unable to articulate it until now, thanks to the new junior sister's insight. At this moment, he finally grasped it. Did the junior sister not know cutting down the moon was impossible? She must have known. But why, even knowing, would she still draw her sword? It reminded him of a phrase, "though thousands oppose, I shall proceed." And here, he was faced with nothing more than the distant moon. He dared not raise his sword. How could he then face thousands? His defeat was not due to talent, but a heart that, despite the opposition of thousands, dared to advance. "Junior sister, I understand," Li Yiming exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you for your guidance, junior sister." "Ha, I get it now." Following Luo Li's prompting, Li Yiming felt a surge of inspiration. This state of unity of mind and spirit cannot last long. "I must write it down." In a frenzy, Li Yiming shouted as he sprinted away into the distance. Luo Li stood there, momentarily dazed. What the heck did you comprehend? Chapter 18. A new investment target. Mu Rushua's perseverance. You have received a new investment reward. Would you like to view it? Luo Li, The white-haired girl was somewhat bewildered. Thought, I haven't even met the protagonist yet. Where did this investment reward come from? She silently muttered to check. Successfully inspired Li Yiming, gaining investment rewards. 3 years of martial arts experience, 1 fine steel sword. Fine steel sword, a sword forged from iron essence, though lacking in special attributes. It excels in durability. Luo Li was somewhat surprised. So this works too. She had assumed rewards would only be granted for investing in the protagonist, although the quality of the reward did not match that of Mu Ruxue. The sheer quantity was advantageous. Suddenly, her gaze towards the surrounding disciples shifted. They were not merely fellow disciples. They were akin to large, plump sheep waiting for Luo Li to shear. The disciples who felt the sweep of the white-haired girl's gaze inexplicably shivered. Vowing silently not to offend this white-haired girl, did they not see how a perfectly fine Li Shixiang had gone mad? Among them, Shang Wanhong was the most astonished. She had deliberately chosen Li Yiming at the blood-chi stage of 10 meridians to spar with Luo Li to give her a lesson. Little did she expect Luo Li to possess such remarkable skill in swordsmanship, although she had not fully grasped their exchange. She had witnessed the white-haired girl's prowess firsthand. What are you all staring at? Return to your training, Shang Wanhong commanded. The surrounding disciples dispersed like birds taking flight, returning to their practice. The girl in red approached. So, Shang Wanshiji, did I hold everyone back? She had anticipated an expression of anger, but none appeared on Shang Wanhong's face. Instead, she shook her head. You were quite strong, junior sister. I was in the wrong earlier. Here, take this. A vial of elixir landed in Luo Li's hands. This is a purple heart pill. Accept it. You need it more than I do. Following this, her tone became somewhat shy, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Consider it.my apology. The purple heart pill was an upgraded version of the purple chi pill, possessing even greater efficacy, typically reserved for disciples who had reached the transcendent stage. Given that Qin Shao Peak was already resource poor, this vial was likely accumulated through Shang Wanhong's own diligent efforts. Yet at this moment, she unhesitatingly gifted it to Luo Li. Reflecting her sincerity and regard for Luo Li, a flicker of surprise danced within the azure depths of her eyes. Not due to the presence of the purple heart elixir, but rather because Shang Wanhong had actually apologized. It is worth noting that Shang Wanhong's various behaviors had long led Luo Li to label her as tsundere. Yet, Luo Li felt compelled to remark that the tsundere persona had faded away. However, a tsundere who is capable of apologizing is indeed a rare breed. Holding the elixir in her hand, Luo Li examined her destiny level. Name, Shang Wanhong. Cultivation, transcending ordinary 6 apertures. Destiny level, A. An A-level destiny. Among ordinary individuals, this must surely represent the pinnacle. After all, Luo Li recalled that in the original text, Shang Wanhong's role was not particularly prominent. And after the sect competition, she essentially vanished from sight. Though she may not rival Mu Ruxue's 3 S's, she is undoubtedly the destined female lead. The elixir returned to Shang Wanhong's grasp, her brow furrowing. Junior sister, your mastery of swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, yet your cultivation remains a significant disadvantage. Even if you choose not to forgive me, you should still accept this purple heart elixir. Luo Li shook her head. I have only just arrived on the peak. Do not invoke the sect's greater good to pressure me. Moreover, you are in greater need of it than I. The silver-haired maiden turned and departed, leaving Shang Wanhong momentarily stunned. She had just intended to call Luo Li back, but then chuckled self-deprecatingly. With such talent, who could possibly teach her aside from her master? No. She needed to discuss this with her master to prevent such a promising seedling from being overlooked. Successfully invested in Shang Wanhong. 1 bottle of purple heart elixir. Investment reward received. Exceptional purple heart elixir. Exceptional purple heart elixir can enhance the user's cultivation, with 1 pill approximately increasing 5 days of cultivation. This left-hand to right-hand method truly works. Does the system not require Shang Wanhong to consume it before it counts as an investment? According to system detection, Shang Wanhong will undoubtedly consume the purple heart elixir henceforth. Hence the reward is dispensed in advance. Luo Li recalled Mu Ruxue. Indeed, had she not fed her the healing elixir back then, she would never have taken it willingly, with a tight bite of her small canine. She mused on her stubbornness. As she approached a row of interconnected houses, she arrived at the residence of the inner disciples of Qi Shao Peak. Yesterday, Yu Xian had informed her of its location. The earlier rooms were occupied by other inner disciples, so Luo Li made her way directly to the last room. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sound of a heated argument. Mu Ruxue cast a glance at the golden-haired maiden before her. A flicker of nostalgia crossing her eyes. In her past life, she had indeed benefited from this senior sister's kindness, making her one of the few individuals in Mu Ruxue's memory who left a favorable impression. Yet, recalling the fate of the golden-haired maiden, A shadow darkened her crimson gaze. She was no saint. Had she still been Ling Tianqizuan, perhaps she would have found a way, but at this moment, she felt powerless. Nevertheless, Mu Rushue was not one to resign herself to fate. Regardless of how slim the odds, she wished to try. Senior sister, you have no right to interfere with my intentions. The golden-haired maiden's brow furrowed. What I say goes. It simply cannot be. You are but a newcomer to the sect, and taking on such a perilous task of subduing ferocious beasts would only lead to your demise. As the senior sister of Qi Shaopeak, I cannot stand by and watch you march to your death. The young girl extended her petite hand. Hand over the bounty notice to me. I will apologize to the Internal Affairs Hall on your behalf and resolve this matter. I will also make up for the funds you have withheld. The black-haired maiden held tightly onto a small notice, her expression unwavering. Mu Rushue, give me the bounty notice. The usually calm golden-haired maiden rarely displayed anger. Her golden locks danced as a powerful aura, characteristic of transcending ordinary's perfection, surged forth, causing the surrounding air to feel palpably heavier. Yet, in the face of this, Mu Rushue did not flinch. Senior sister, what will you do if I refuse to hand it over? She understood the golden-haired maiden far too well. Conventional explanations and persuasion would be futile. Only by demonstrating a stronger resolve would she compel her to relent. Then I shall play the villain. The atmosphere between the two women grew tense. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke the silence as a strikingly white-haired figure appeared at the doorway. Observing the standoff, Luo Li felt a pang of guilt. Am I perhaps arriving at an inopportune moment? Chapter 19. The shocked Jiang Kai. Two individuals with transcending breath. Under the scrutiny of the golden and crimson gazes, Luo Li's own momentum faltered. Why don't you two continue your conversation? Jiang Kai's golden eyes flickered with surprise. This new junior sister exhibited no sign of trepidation under her pressure, though the difference between the Qi and blood realm and transcending ordinary was merely one tier. The disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The transcending ordinary realm signifies a departure from the mundane into the transcendent. Thus, one could say that a powerful individual in the Qi and blood realm is merely a slightly stronger ordinary person. Upon reaching transcending ordinary, one opens the apertures within, thus truly embarking on the path of martial arts. Yet, this momentary astonishment quickly faded. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Her delicate hand remained outstretched before Mu Rushue. Handed over, the black-haired maiden lowered her gaze, remaining silent. The room's temperature rose, and flames seemed to flicker within Jiang Kai's golden eyes. As the situation escalated, a cool voice interjected. What has transpired between you two? Perhaps you could enlighten me. The golden and crimson gazes turned towards Luo Li, her tone instinctively softening. It would be beneficial to have another person to consider solutions. After a moment of silence, Jiang Kai sighed and recounted the events that had unfolded. So, Jiang's senior sister happened upon Rushue when she was in possession of the sect's bounty notice. Upon hearing Luo Li refer to her as Rushue, a hint of discomfort flickered across Mu Rushue's face, but she ultimately refrained from commenting. Indeed, Jiang Kai affirmed with a nod. The Qishao sect's 5th-level bounty notice requires dealing with opponents of at least the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The pinnacle of the 9th tier is equivalent to our perfect Qi and blood realm, and ferocious beasts are inherently strong. Possessing formidable vitality. A 9th tier ferocious beast would be beyond the capabilities of even a newly initiated disciple into the transcending ordinary realm. Let alone you who are still in the Qi and blood realm. The azure depths of her gaze reflected the black-haired maiden. Then, Rushue, why did you accept this bounty? Is it due to a lack of elixirs or funds? Luo Li felt a surge of excitement. This presented an opportunity for investment. Mu Rushue shook her head, weighing her words before finally speaking. I have compelling reasons that necessitate my involvement. She did not wish to elaborate, as she had only just joined Qi Shaopeak, making any explanation seem tenuous. Rather than offer a vague justification, she preferred to remain silent. Compelling reasons. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Luo Li's azure eyes. She reflected upon the original plot. Wait, this segment was not present in the original text. Could it be yet another butterfly effect brought about by my involvement? The white-haired maiden pondered these thoughts, while the golden-haired maiden's gaze remained fixed on those crimson eyes. Is it truly an absolute necessity for you to go? Mu Rushue nodded, a smile gracing her lips, aware that Jiang Kai was beginning to relent. Yes, it is absolutely necessary. Very well, I trust you, but I will not allow you to go without adequate preparation. You must demonstrate corresponding strength. Do not worry, I will assist you. Before she could finish, the black-haired maiden brought her fingers together, forming a sword stance. With a gentle motion, she sliced through the wooden table beside her. A line of fiery red emerged from her fingertips, and with a crisp sound, the table split neatly in two. its surface polished and smooth as if severed by a razor. Jiang Kai's golden eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The ability to project qi and blood through the body. The primary distinction between the qi and blood realm and the transcending ordinary realm, aside from physical enhancement, lies in the ability to project internal breath. In offense, internal breath can be infused into weapons, amplifying their power severalfold. In defense, internal breath can cloak the body, rendering mundane weapons ineffective. This represents a significant dividing line. Yet, the black-haired maiden, merely at the fourth pulse of qi and blood, could achieve internal projection. Such talent left Jiang Kai taken aback. Senior sister, is my strength sufficient? Jiang Kai, he contemplated for a moment. Logically speaking, a disciple with such talent should never be allowed to undertake such a dangerous mission. Yet she had just given her word. Sufficient. However, Mu Rushue's brow furrowed. I must accompany you. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to consult Master. Upon hearing her invoke Yu Qingao to pressure her, Mu Rushue's irritation dissipated, yet bringing another along would not hinder her plans. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Luo Li interjected, "Then please take me with you as well." Jiang Kai's golden eyes glimmered with exasperation. "Junior sister, why are you trying to insert yourself into this?" The white-haired maiden offered no reply. Her fingers converged again into a sword stance. The golden chi surged around her, and a chilling aura erupted from Luo Li. A swift motion traced a line in the air, followed by a plume of white energy. With a resounding crash, a nearby object collapsed. Compared to Mu Rushue, the white-haired maiden's movements were noticeably less fluid. Mu Rushue's internal breath was akin to a precise surgical instrument, striking exactly where intended without a hint of leakage. In contrast, Luo Li's internal breath resembled a haphazard culinary endeavor, indiscriminately chopping at the meat until it was reduced to chunks. Nevertheless, this was enough to astonish those present. Another individual in the qi and blood realm capable of internal projection, Jiang Kai, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding scene, in the crimson depths of Mu Rushue's eyes. A flicker of astonishment briefly appeared. However, it was not due to the fact that Luo Li could circulate her inner energy throughout her body. With a gaze filled with lingering resentment, she cast a glance at Luo Li. My bed. Indeed, what lay before her was nothing more than a heap of tattered remnants, the very bed where Mu Rushue had rested the previous night. Luo Li's eyes wandered elsewhere, unable to meet the gaze of the raven-haired maiden. Ultimately, under Luo Li's insistence, Jiang Kai decided to take the white-haired girl along. With her presence, it would be beneficial for her little junior sister to broaden her horizons. I will speak with our master. If all goes smoothly, we shall set off tomorrow. As for Rushue, you may share a space with your fellow disciples tonight. The golden figure departed, leaving only the two young maidens in the room. Would you like to stay at my place? My room is quite spacious. The voice of the white-haired girl echoed. If one were to ask whether Luo Li was being intentional or merely careless, she would respond, it was intentionally careless. She was not acting haphazardly but had plotted this from the start. After all, they were currently in two separate places, making it rather troublesome to invest in Mu Rushue. Why not simply bring Mu Rushue back to her own home? Living together would allow her to invest whenever she wished. A hint of nervousness flickered in her azure eyes. Yet, unexpectedly, Mu Rushue's response was quite decisive. Sure. As night deepened, Shang Guanhong made her way alone towards the Qinshe Grand Hall. After searching inside for a while, she found not a single figure clad in green. How strange. Where has the master gone? Chapter 20 Luo Li. I actually possess some family wealth. Atop the peak of Qingsha Mountain, on a cloud platform strewn with withered leaves, a woman in green garb poured herself a drink. Moonlight cascaded down, leaving only a solitary shadow. Master, I knew you would be here. A golden-haired girl approached, a hint of mirth gracing her features. Why Yu Qingao was already somewhat inebriated. Its Kai. Is there something you need? What? Can I come to see my master if there is nothing amiss? Jiang Kai's cheeks puffed adorably. Why Yu Qingao rolled her eyes. I know you too well. You wouldn't come here without a reason. Truly, master possesses an uncanny foresight. All right. If you have something to say, then speak. The golden-haired girl straightened her expression. Master, some new junior sisters wish to hunt ferocious beasts to gain experience and broaden their knowledge. I am worried, so I thought to accompany them. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingao finally spoke. Kai, you need not concern yourself so. The golden-haired girl shook her head, still smiling. No, master, this is precisely what I wish to do. Thus, I shall take your agreement as granted. You little girl, how could I refuse you? Hooray. Under the moonlight, only Yu Qingao remained. She took a sip of her wine, which bore a hint of bitterness. I truly am a negligent master. For Mu Ruxiue, she did not reject the goodwill of others. Yet, the goodwill of most was always marked with a price. Thus, before accepting such kindness, Mu Ruxiue would contemplate whether the cost was worth it. However, the person before her transcended her understanding. She found it perplexing that a genuine young lady would cook for someone she barely knew. The girl donned an apron, wielding a spatula in her left hand and a clay pot in her right. Resembling a petite chef, once she set down the last dish of fish soup, the table was adorned with 3 dishes: scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, and fish soup. Chisha Mountain was not a tavern. This was all there was. Luo Li's words carried a touch of apology and dissatisfaction. How vexing, my investment. No, I must learn some culinary skills and prepare a few more dishes. This will suffice. I can manage a few home-cooked meals as well. I shall cook in the future. After all, I cannot stay at your place for free. No, Luo Li resolutely refused, her tone firm. Don't joke. If you cook, what shall become of my investment rewards? You are the guest. How could you be made to work? Moreover, I wish for Ruxiue to taste the meals I prepare. As her crimson gaze lifted, she caught sight of the white-haired girl's smiling lips. It was the first time she had seen Luo Li smile. In either her past or this life, the girl's features were exquisite, undeniably deserving of the word beauty, yet the unblemished whiteness about her imbued her with an air of ethereal detachment. Yet at this moment, the celestial being descended into the mundane, the pristine paper now tinged with a hint of other hues. She could find no words to describe Luo Li's beauty at that moment. Only knowing that it was refreshingly extraordinary, breathtakingly stunning, with white strands cascading down, Luo Li tilted her head to glance at Mu Ruxiue. What is it? You've been staring at me. The raven-haired girl returned to her senses. Setting down her bowl, which she had only taken a single bite from. I am full. Leaving behind those words, she walked towards the door. Is it a lack of appetite? Or, Luo Li sampled a piece of egg from Mu Ruxiue's bowl. While it could not be deemed particularly delicious, it was certainly not unpleasant, merely at a standard home-cooked level. In her previous life, Luo Li had been a university student, and she could indeed cook. Though her skills were quite limited, barely sufficient to maintain an edible standard. Alas, it seems enhancing my culinary skills is of utmost urgency. If Mu Ruxiue only ever eats a single bite, what will become of my investment rewards? The white-haired girl's resolve solidified. In the room, Mu Ruxiue sat cross-legged on the bed, her hands spread before her. She silently recited a scripture. This was a Buddhist technique known as the Shangha Qingjing Jing. Just moments ago, a flicker of disarray had surfaced in her mind. She could not comprehend how this turmoil had arisen, only knowing that her state felt somewhat off. After cycling through the Qingjing Jing 4 or 5 times, the chaos within her heart finally began to dissipate. Recalling her previous state, her blood surged, and an impulsive urge suddenly arose. Was it a heart demon? Or had she fallen into the depths of obsession? She then practiced the Zhihuang Heart Sutra once more. After several cycles of inner energy, she found no trace of abnormalities. How strange, she pondered, sensing a lingering, inexplicable flutter in her heart that had yet to fade. And she resumed her meditation with the Qingjing Jing. The next day, the 3 gathered at the agreed-upon location. Luo Li and Mu Ruxiue remained in their original attire, but Jiang Kai had changed into a light gauzy pink dress, rendering her already adorable face even more charming. Excellent. Everyone is here. Let us set forth. After walking for a while, Luo Li's puzzled voice broke the silence. Senior sister, where did you leave the carriage? We have been walking for quite some time without sighting it. Jiang Kai scratched her head awkwardly. Junior sister, you know the situation at Chisha Mountain. How could we afford a carriage? Besides, the place isn't far. Let us hurry along on foot. Luo Li felt somewhat speechless. While it was indeed not far, it would still take nearly a day's journey on foot. If we walk, it would mean a full day and night. Wouldn't it? Senior sister, you should have mentioned it earlier. I actually possess some family wealth. Moments later, a chestnut steed, its hooves adorned with scales, galloped forth, pulling a spacious carriage. Inside the carriage lay luxurious silks, an impossibly soft couch, and enough space to accommodate 3 people lying down. A look of astonishment flickered in Jiang Kai's beautiful eyes as she gazed at the retreating scenery. When they boarded the carriage, she had never seen such a magnificent horse before, though she had heard of it. It was called a white-scale horse. Its entire coat resembled silk, and even its sweat appeared crimson, yet it could run for 1,000 miles without tiring. Rumor had it that the last time, a white-scale horse fetched a staggering price of over 1,000 taels of gold. That was indeed over 1,000 taels. Jiang Kai felt somewhat lightheaded at that moment. She swallowed hard and turned her gaze to Luo Li. Junior sister, could it be that you are a young lady from a prominent family? No, with such a horse pulling the carriage, this is no longer merely a wealthy household. Even the richest in the city may not possess such a steed. She tucked a strand of white hair behind her ear. Nothing much. Not really a wealthy family. Do you know of Yuqing? Jiang Kai nodded, her golden hair dancing in the air. Yes, I am familiar with the prefectural city around the southern Qi region. The Lord of Yuqing is my father. Huh. Oh, Chapter 21. The nation that governs this land is known as Zhou, commonly referred to as the Great Zhou. However, most people seldom address it directly, opting instead to show respect by referring to it as the Great Zhou. The territory of the Great Zhou is vast, and despite enduring for millennia, it has yet to show signs of decline. However, relying solely on its own strength feels somewhat inadequate. After all, besides human calamities, ferocious beasts, malevolent spirits, and various cults continue to threaten this land. Thus, sects like the Shanxing sect have come into being. With imperial authorization, they establish their sects and cultivate warriors. Should any local issues arise that cannot be resolved, they report to the Shanxing sect, which then dispatches disciples to address the matter. This has formed a beneficial cycle. The current situation involves the disruption caused by ferocious beasts. On the carriage, Jiang Kai spoke calmly. Luo Li nodded. So, where are we headed this time? Songlong Forest. Mu Rushiwei closed her eyes tightly, a faint aura of heat emanating from her body, clearly in the midst of her cultivation. Luo Li had thought she would not respond. Songlong Forest, the name rang familiar to Luo Li, yet she could not recall why. The white-scale horse's speed was remarkable. Within half a day, they arrived at a watchtower. A poorly dressed constable halted the carriage. Who are you? A serious incident has occurred ahead, and this road is closed. Jiang Kai stepped out of the carriage, producing a token that fell into the constable's hands. After confirming its authenticity, the constable's demeanor transformed instantly. Ah, it turns out you are disciples of the upper sect. Please, come in. The roadblock was removed, and the carriage rolled into the town. Through the carriage window, they beheld a deserted street, with every household's door tightly shut. Amidst the emptiness, only a few tattered rags fluttered in the wind, evoking a profound sense of desolation. As the carriage approached an inn, the constable's voice rang out, Please wait a moment. I shall inform Lord Zhang. Let us disembark as well, suggested the blonde girl, lifting a long, cloth-wrapped object and stepping down from the carriage. Luo Li also brought along a long sword, the exquisite steel blade that had been revealed by the system earlier. The two of them alighted from the carriage, and the dark-haired girl lightly touched the ground with her toes. Did you not bring a weapon? Luo Li had intended to ask earlier, but ever since Mu Rushiwei boarded the carriage, she had been in deep meditation, making it awkward for her to interrupt. The dark-haired girl shook her head. I was pressed for time and did not manage to procure a weapon. However, even a dry branch could serve as a lethal instrument for me. Here, she said, presenting a slender sword that glimmered with a cold light before her. Intricate patterns adorned both the hilt and sheath of the sword. Just approaching it, a chilling aura enveloped them. Having encountered countless swords in her past life, Mu Rushiwei instantly recognized it as an extraordinary weapon. In her previous life, she had only obtained a medium-grade weapon after placing in the top 10 of the Upper Qing sect competition. Yet now, a top-tier weapon lay so effortlessly before her. She did not take it. What about you? I have another, Luo Li replied, forcefully pushing the long sword into Mu Rushiwei's hands. She then pretended to clamber back into the carriage, knowing full well she had not brought a second sword. But she had the system. Checking her status, she discovered, successfully invested in Mu Rushiwei exquisite steel sword. Obtained investment reward, Hanpa sword. Hanpa sword, crafted from the snow crystals of the extreme cold. This sword possesses remarkable hardness and harbors a trace of sentience. It emanates a chilling aura, enhancing the power of ice-based sword techniques. A glimmer of excitement sparked in her azure eyes. A sentient weapon. Such treasures were coveted even by innate masters. Though the Hanpa sword possessed merely a hint of sentience, it was sufficient to demonstrate its extraordinary quality. Furthermore, with its sentience, the Hanpa sword could evolve alongside Luo Li, and she believed it wouldn't be long before it became a genuine treasure. Indeed, it was the allure of Mu Rushiwei's striking legs that had drawn her in. The white-haired girl stepped down from the carriage once more, and Mu Rushiwei noticed she had acquired another ice-blue sword. A sense of tranquility washed over her. With her experience, she was not easily impressed, even by a fine weapon or a treasure. Yet, for some unknown reason, this weapon stirred something within her. Could it be that my meditative skills are lacking? The dark-haired girl pondered, a hint of confusion evident in her gaze. Sister, that sword is quite beautiful, she remarked. Would you like to see it? Jiang Kai shook her head. Weapons are personal items. I shall refrain from inspecting it. The previous actions of the two young women had not escaped her notice. A smile graced the lips of the blonde girl as she observed the harmonious interaction between two equally striking beauties. Are you disciples of the upper sect? inquired a middle-aged man clad in a bright red constable's robe. Who approached them? His gaze swept over the trio but lingered for a moment on Jiang Ke. His brows furrowed slightly before transforming into a smile. I am Zhang Yong. The situation in Qishan town is dire, and we shall have to rely on you, disciples of the upper sect. Jiang Ke interjected, take us directly to the scene. Have you identified the beast responsible for the chaos? Zhang Yong, a man of decisive action, replied, please, follow me, and we can discuss as we walk. Qishan town has seen the disappearance of nearly 20 individuals. Preliminary assessments suggest it is the work of the Qingbei wolf in the Songlong forest. A flicker of intrigue crossed Mu Rushue's eyes. Disappearance? Have you found any trace of them? Zhang Yong shook his head. No, there are no remains. They must have been devoured by the Qingbei wolf. The Qingbei wolf possesses a strong territorial instinct. It should not easily stray from the Songlong forest, Mu Rushue stated confidently, clearly familiar with the beast. Zhang Yong scratched his head in confusion. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps there is a shortage of prey in the Songlong forest, forcing it to venture out. A hint of dissatisfaction emerged in her golden eyes. Is this the efficiency of your constabulary? It has been 5 days, and you have uncovered nothing. Though the upper Qing sect was granted royal privileges, its rank was equivalent to that of the constabulary. Unlike the constabulary, which operated on government funds, the upper Qing sect was primarily composed of powerful individuals capable of addressing such troublesome matters. In a world where martial prowess was revered, strength commanded respect. Zhang Yong chuckled awkwardly, not taking offense. Miss Jiang, the situation developed rapidly, and the missing persons disappeared as entire families. There were no witnesses. We deduced it was the Qingbei wolf based on the traces at the scene. As for investigation, the Qingbei wolf is a pinnacle 9th-grade beast. Even a few of our men would only serve as a meal for it. Hearing this, Jiang Ke's irritation subsided. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the missing individuals. Luo Li was not particularly versed in investigations but decided to accompany them. Several houses had been breached, with large holes torn in their walls. The interior was in disarray, furniture shattered and strewn across the floor, with claw marks visible in several places. After examining the premises, they uncovered a clue. The missing individuals were concentrated in the northern part of the town, forming a fan-like pattern from inside to outside. It resembled the aftermath of a desperate beast's attack, with the north facing the Songlong forest, as if all evidence pointed towards the Qingbei wolf. Chapter 22. Cuteness is justice. After a thorough investigation, the sun began to set. Zhang Yong rubbed his stubbled chin. What do you ladies think? I trust my deductions are correct. This indeed appears to be the work of the Qingbei wolf. Jiang Ke contemplated briefly before nodding. Based on the traces at the scene, I too concluded as the Qingbei wolf. Mu Rushue seemed poised to speak but noticed the blonde girl winking at her. Luo Li merely nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, ladies. The day is waning. Tomorrow, I shall guide you in search of the Qingbei wolf. However, be warned, it is a fearsome creature, and we will rely on your strength. Upon returning to the inn, Zhang Yong generously laid out a feast for his guests, securing 3 rooms and instructing the innkeeper to charge all expenses to him. All right, it is getting late. I, Zhang, shall take my leave and not disturb your rest. He turned and headed towards the inn's innermost room. As he opened the door, a chill wafted out. Daddy, I'm hungry, came the plaintive voice of a little girl, devoid of emotional fluctuation, sending an inexplicable chill down one's spine. In the room stood a pale-faced little girl, frozen in place, her expression vacant, green eyes glowing eerily in the dimness, adding an unsettling quality to her presence. Zhang Yong's gaze softened with affection and guilt as he looked at the girl. Ruffling her hair, which resembled withered grass, he spoke gently, Don't worry, my dear. The visitors today are a bit difficult. Come tomorrow, and I promise you will have your fill. The little girl remained expressionless, her green eyes fixated on Zhang Yong as she repeated, Daddy, I'm hungry. Zhang Yong sighed. Retrieving a dagger from beside the bed, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal several unhealed wounds, and with a swift motion, he cut his wrist, allowing blood to flow. The girl's face finally registered some emotion as she grasped his wrist and began to suckle. Her eyes gleamed with a feral light, yet Zhang Yong seemed oblivious, gently stroking her hair. Be patient, my dear. Tomorrow. In her room, Luo Li was busy tallying her investment rewards. Initially, she assumed Zhang Yong's invitation meant her plan to this. What a fortuitous event has befallen me. A flicker of intense conflict danced in the azure depths of her eyes, before she spoke in a tone tinged with a hint of regret. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Senior sister. I have grown accustomed to solitude. Jiang Kai was taken aback, evidently surprised by Luo Li's refusal. However, a mischievous smile soon graced her lips. Are you sure will be joining us too? How about the three of us share a bed? Mu Rushui is here too. No matter how much Luo Li reminded herself to remain calm, her mind involuntarily conjured an image, blowing out the candles. The three of them crammed onto a small bed, their bodies pressed against one another due to the lack of space. Luo Li found herself nestled between them, on her left, the golden-haired junior sister, and on her right, the crimson-eyed maiden. The space was indeed insufficient, and with no other choice, Luo Li reluctantly reached out, wrapping an arm around each of their waists. They could only lean sideways, resting their heads on her shoulders. The sweet scent of the girls enveloped her senses, and the mere thought sent her heart racing. Fists clenched. Luo Li, a true gentleman, would never engage in such base acts. But I am a girl now, then it is of no consequence. How delightful. Long live girls, long live cuddling. The white-haired maiden's cheeks flushed a vibrant pink, a stark contrast against her snow-white skin. I did not intend for the three of us to share a bed. Jiang Kai nodded, choosing not to expose Luo Li's embarrassment. Upon opening the door, they beheld Mu Rushui clad in black, seated at a table with a cup of steaming tea before her. Seemingly lost in thought, upon noticing Luo Li, her crimson eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why are you only dressed in your undergarments? The golden-haired junior sister trembled, barely suppressing a laugh. Luo Li, still oblivious to the trick played by her junior sister, felt an unusual emotion in the voice of the white-haired maiden. Junior sister, Luo Li bit her small fong, enunciating each word as if they emerged from the depths of the abyss. Jiang Kai dared not laugh any longer. Her previously upward curved lips now turned downwards, adopting a pitiful expression. Junior sister, I was wrong. I simply could not resist teasing you, for you are just too adorable. Witnessing Jiang Kai's demeanor, even if Luo Li harbored any irritation, it dissipated entirely. Alas, cuteness is justice. Luo Li returned to her room to change into proper attire. The three of them sat opposite one another at a round table. Zhang Yong has raised a concern. Mu Rushui began. Pray, enlighten us. Jiang Kai seemed to have some points prepared. What is it? Ultimately, Luo Li felt embarrassed to voice her thoughts in front of everyone. Firstly, when we first arrived at the inn. He lingered a moment longer on senior sister. Lingering for a moment does not necessarily imply anything. Luo Li felt a slight itch on her scalp but resisted the urge to scratch it. Mu Rushui clarified. His gaze was sharp, and his steps were steady. He possesses at least the cultivation of a complete blood cycle. Such a level of cultivation should indeed warrant a report to the sect when facing a pinnacle 9th-grade beast. Up to this point, everything seems fine. The issue arises when he saw us too. He displayed no hesitation whatsoever, pausing only when looking at senior sister, but we are merely at 6 and 4 blood cycles, respectively. Luo Li felt her mind blank for a moment, instantly grasping Mu Rushui's implication. Logically speaking, if Zhang Yang sought assistance, he should have been looking for strong allies. Yet, he did not hesitate in the presence of the two of them, whose cultivation was clearly inferior to his own, while he hesitated for a moment when it came to a powerhouse like senior sister. Chapter 23, Should I apologize to her tomorrow? Luo Li was not dim-witted. She simply had not considered this angle until Mu Rushui pointed it out. The white-haired maiden furrowed her brow, recalling the events of the day. Does this not imply that Zhang Yong deliberately led us to the Songlong forest? Mu Rushui nodded. There was another point she had not mentioned. Her Tian Zufeng body is particularly unique. Her greatest asset in the future, aside from her unparalleled bloodline strength, is a special ability, flame devouring. She can consume all flames in the world for her own use, which is why she would later be known as the Lord of Crimson Flames. Her desire to come here stems from an extraordinary flame born in this location, Extreme Reversal Yin Flame. The Extreme Reversal Yin Flame is a unique fire born from an area of Extreme Yin, belonging to the realm of Extreme Yin and preferring to devour the Yang fire within human bodies. Those consumed by it become mere shells, serving its whims. The Extreme Reversal Yin Flame is extremely rare. Should one manage to tame it, they would be able to manipulate the Yin and Yang energies within their body at will, elevating their potential to new heights. However, ordinary people would be lucky to even encounter it. Unique flames possess a degree of sentience, with some preferring self-destruction over submission to humanity. But Mu Rushui is different. She does not require the flame's submission. Merely devouring it will suffice, allowing her to utilize its abilities. In her previous life, when she encountered the Extreme Reversal Yin Flame, she had already entered the fetal breath stage, and her bloodline power was fully restored. Yet, even then, it was a perilous endeavor to secure that flame. This explains her urgency in coming here. If she could capture this extraordinary flame, she might find a way to help Jiang Kai reverse the Yang energy within her body, achieving a balance of Yin and Yang without worrying about the side effects of the Tian Yang body. Little did she know that the prey she sought had also set its sights on her. Even with her incomplete bloodline, she could harness a sliver of its power thanks to her past experiences. From the moment she entered the inn, she sensed a faint trace of energy. They were all being watched by the extreme reversal flame. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her crimson eyes, as it spared her the trouble of searching. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Ru Shui, you were quite astute. I too sensed something amiss. While investigating the scene, all evidence indeed pointed to the Qingbei wolf. Yet, there remains one doubt. It is far too conspicuous. Every trace at the scene is overly systematic. If it were a famished beast, it would likely devour its prey and swiftly move on, not linger to wreak havoc. Luo Li remarked, swirling her teacup. If things seem off, should we not return to report to the sect? The golden-haired maiden shook her head, a hint of pride rising on her face. No need. We have come this far, so we shall resolve it. I am curious to see what Zhang Yong is truly up to. Mu Rushui sipped her tea and nodded in agreement. I concur with senior sister Zhang's decision. We currently lack any substantial evidence, merely conjectures. If we were to return at this juncture, it would only raise Zhang Yong's suspicions. Even if we were to forcefully apprehend him, it would only displease the town's enforcement bureau. It would be wiser to catch him red-handed. With a 2-to-1 majority, Luo Li reluctantly agreed. Upon returning to the room, a faint unease began to stir within her. Reflecting on the matter, she was at a loss as to the source of her discomfort. Sleep eluded her. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she retrieved a small white jade bottle from her system space. After a moment of hesitation, her delicate white feet slipped back into her shoes. Mu Ru Shui had yet to fall asleep. Her internal energy continued to circulate. Every moment spent growing stronger was a moment well spent. Although she had the top-tier enforcer, her confidence did not lead her to underestimate the cunning of the extreme reversal flame. After circulating her energy for 2 cycles, a knock echoed from outside. A cool, feminine voice called out, Ru Shui, are you asleep? After a brief pause, Luo Li thought Mu Ru Shui had indeed fallen asleep. Finally, a voice responded from within. No, upon entering the room, Mu Ru Shui's gaze momentarily glazed over. The white-haired maiden had not donned her outer garments but was instead clad in her undergarments, exposing her snow-white arms and calves, though she had seen this before in senior sister's room. For some reason, it stirred a ripple within her heart at this moment. Closing her eyes, she silently cultivated her technique. A somewhat cold voice broke the silence. There's something you need. This is for you. A waft of cool fragrance filled the air as a jade finger, imbued with a hint of chill, brushed across her palm, revealing a small white porcelain bottle. Despite the distance between her hand and nose, she could still discern the gentle scent of medicine wafting from it. Such a fragrance spoke to the undeniable quality of the pill within. Her crimson eyes opened, revealing a complex mixture of emotions. You should take it back. I do not want it. Why not? Her gaze swept across the long sword on the table, and Mu Ru Shui replied coolly. Miss Luo has already assisted me greatly. And besides, you have lent me a fine sword. I cannot take more of your possessions. I have nothing to repay Miss Luo with. A trace of coldness emerged on the white-haired maiden's serene face. That sword was not a loan but a gift. You already possess it. Even if you return it, I shall not accept it. Nonsense. If you return the sword, the system will reclaim my Hanpa sword. The more she gazed at the Hanpa sword, the fonder she grew of it. Naturally, she could not allow Mu Ru Shui to succeed. Moreover, the pill remained in your possession, and it is yours. Should you refuse to consume it, you may dispose of it or feed it to dogs as you wish. It is no concern of mine. Besides the Hanpa sword, Luo Li felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure. And her words inadvertently grew sharper. Mu Ru Shui, I gave it to you, and I never expected anything in return. I was merely concerned for you, and came to deliver the pill. At this point, it would be better served to a dog. The white-haired maiden's expression grew icy as she turned to leave. With a resounding slam, the door shut behind her. Inside, Mu Ru Shui caressed the white jade bottle in her hand, her crimson eyes reflecting a hint of emptiness. She was not angered by the cold words of the white-haired maiden. In comparison to her previous life, she found such remarks rather endearing. With a sigh, she descended from her bed and seated herself on a chair. Am I truly losing my mind? This question arose within her. She touched her chest. Despite the turmoil within, a warmth emanated from her heart. Her crimson eyes lost some of their luster. Is it because of concern for me? Should I apologize to her tomorrow? It was exceedingly rare for the esteemed Miss Ling Tianqi to be troubled by anything. Yet at this moment, there was indeed something. Chapter 24. The Innate Qi Spirit Vein Pill. 3 additional spirit veins. After a moment of silence, Mu Ru Shui ultimately uncorked the vial. She was not ungrateful. It was simply that Luo Li had been exceptionally kind to her, so much so that Mu Ru Shui instinctively suspected Luo Li had ulterior motives. However, after pondering for quite some time, she could not deduce any reasoning. The white-haired maiden was not a man and had never demanded anything from her. Moreover, she currently possessed nothing of value that would warrant such schemes. She did not shy away from Luo Li's kindness. She held absolute confidence in herself and believed that repaying Luo Li's kindness in the future would not pose any challenge. Yet, the thought of their incomplete phoenix blood caused her crimson eyes to deepen with contemplation. A rich medicinal aroma wafted through the in Mu Rushiwa's eyes. Only tranquility remained. The exquisite purple heart pill, its fragrance potent enough to permeate the vial's cork, was something she had anticipated. Her fair fingers grasped the pill. But just as it was about to enter her mouth, she hesitated for a moment. The expression on Miss Ling Tianqi's face was somewhat enigmatic. She recalled Luo Li's words about it being unworthy of feeding to a dog. And now, if she were to consume this pill— After a brief pause, a smile flitted across the black-haired maiden's face. How ridiculous it was, at her age, to still be bothered by words that resembled a child's temper tantrum. Swallowing the pill, Mu Rushiwei immediately began to refine it. In the room, the white-haired maiden bit her small tiger teeth. Since returning from Mu Rushiwei's quarters, her anger had only intensified. Her snow-white hand formed a delicate fist, landing 2 blows on the innocent quilt. Only then did Luo Li begin to calm down. She was unsure why she felt this way, although, in a certain sense, what Mu Rushiwei had said was indeed accurate. The items she had gifted Mu Rushiwei were merely for the sake of the system's rewards. Reflecting on her journey since her rebirth until now, could Mu Rushiwei truly have been mistaken? If she was not wrong, then why should she be angry? Upon realizing this, the white-haired maiden fully regained her composure. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. You have a new investment reward. Would you like to check? At this moment, the only investment reward available was the pill she had just given to Mu Rushiwei. A smile crept upon Luo Li's lips. Despite her words of refusal, her body was quite obedient. Check. Successfully invested in Mu Rushiwei. 1 exquisite purple heart pill. Acquired investment reward. Innate Chi Spirit Vein Pill. Innate Chi Spirit Vein Pill. 1 point of innate Chi, hidden within the Spirit Vein Pill. Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Once again, the wording was rather peculiar. However, having gained experience from the previous occasion, she was not Miss Luo, the ferocious beasts lurking in the forest are cunning indeed. I perceive that your carriage is drawn by a fine steed of superior quality. Should that creature inflict harm upon it, it would be a lamentable waste of silver. I suggest we make do with the old cart instead. Although the horse is somewhat gaunt, I would not be distressed should it suffer a few scrapes. Luo Li furrowed her brow. It was Jiang Kai who took over the conversation, since Lord Zhang has considered every aspect so thoroughly. Let us accept his goodwill. As the group boarded the carriage, Zhang Yong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He was well aware of the white-scaled steed. If they were to employ that horse, he would certainly be unable to stop the young ladies should they attempt to flee. Let us depart. With a shout, Zhang Yong leapt onto his horse, followed by several officers. 2 robust men from the town patrol drove the carriage toward the Songlong forest. Ladies, we have arrived at the Songlong forest. Upon disembarking, they beheld a grove of towering pines. The lofty trees obscured the sunlight, casting a shadowy pall over the Songlong forest. Zhang Yong chuckled. The dangers ahead are perilous. We shall remain here, awaiting your good news. Aside from dealing with the vile beast, it sufficed if the young ladies merely collected the wolf ears as proof. The aftermath could be left to us. Very well. After the figures of the young ladies faded into the depths of the Songlong forest, Zhang Yong withdrew his gaze. 1 officer released a breath of relief. The Qinbei wolf was notorious for being a formidable adversary. One could only wonder if these young girls would prove capable. They are disciples of the upper sect. Your concern for them would be better directed towards whether we will have wine to drink tonight. Wu Tiet, Brother Zheng, the officers erupted in laughter, while Zhang Yang remained silent. What's the matter, Brother Zheng? You've been unusually quiet. Apologies. Apologies. For what? A flash of cold steel gleamed. The questioning officer clutched his throat in disbelief. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? No, please, don't. Moments later, only a few lifeless bodies remained on the ground. Come forth. A shadowy figure emerged slowly from the thicket, with a massive wolf's head and a greenish body. Its claws were as sharp as blades. It was none other than the pinnacle beast, the Qinbei wolf. Strangely, it did not attack Zhang Yong. Apro in just a few exchanges, yet another wound appeared on Zhang Yong's shoulder. The chilling sword energy infiltrated his body, compelling him to circulate his internal energy in resistance. With each back and forth, even as a transcendent being, Zhang Yong found that the internal energy within him had diminished significantly. The scales of victory seemed to tip in favor of the silver-haired maiden. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yong unleashed a surge of internal energy, causing his long blade to take on a hue of earthy yellow. However, the protective layer of internal energy that had enveloped him began to wane. In that moment, he relinquished all defense. He was gambling, wagering that Luo Li would hesitate to clash with him in this final strike. Should she choose to attack, it would lead to mutual destruction. If she opted for defense, his concentrated strike, fueled by all his remaining internal energy, would surely inflict severe damage upon her. Yet, a flicker of battle intent flashed in her azure eyes. A wave of frigid air erupted, seemingly capable of freezing the very heavens. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and ice crystals began to cascade down. The ice-blue blade shimmered with a profound blue light. With a clang, the shockwave scattered the fallen leaves, causing the surrounding pine and bamboo branches to sway gently in the wind. Zhang Yong maintained his forward slashing stance, his heart overwhelmed with myriad emotions, ultimately rising to a deep sense of regret. A perfect sword technique. I cannot deny my defeat. Forgive me, Xiao, father. Before he could finish his thought, silence enveloped him. A glimmer of brilliance shone upon his neck, the wound nearly severing his throat. As the cold air froze the blood that flowed forth. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Luo Li's hand trembled slightly around her sword. She had not anticipated that Zhang Yong was indeed a transcendent cultivator. Hastily, she retrieved a premium purple heart pill from her bosom and swallowed it. Feeling a slight relief, her internal energy was nearly depleted. Had Zhang Yong chosen to conserve his strength instead of launching a desperate attack, there was no doubt that she would have been unable to outlast him. Moreover, she sensed that Zhang Yong was not at full capacity. His body seemed to bear some deficiencies, and even his internal energy was incomplete. With all these factors combined, she barely managed to muster the strength to fight back. Had Zhang Yong been in peak condition, she would have had no chance of victory. Moments later, Luo Li rose once more and ventured deeper into the dense forest, pondering how things were faring for Mu Rushiwei. Chapter 27. The silence of all things. The further she advanced, the thicker the aura of malevolence became. Despite it being midday, the sky darkened ominously. In the shadows, pairs of green, glistening eyes emerged. Bloodless fangs dripped with saliva. Ahead of them, a dark-haired maiden pressed onward. Drawing closer, a ferocious beast unleashed its maw, filled with sharp fangs, lunging at the girl. A flash of red light streaked through the air, the size of a calf. The azure-backed wolf collapsed to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. A drop of wolf's blood stained her fingertips. Mu Rushiwei's expression darkened. The malevolent energy had infiltrated its body. It seemed the azure-backed wolf had long been under the control of the extreme malevolent flames. She sheathed her sword and glanced back at the path she had taken. She should have already escaped. It was clear to her that Zhang Yong had been corroded by the malevolent energy. His strength significantly diminished, compounded by an inexplicable depletion of his vitality. While Luo Li was determined not to be a match for Zhang Yong, she reasoned that escaping should not pose a significant challenge. After all, she had managed to ascend the mountain steps even while her fiery energy was unleashed. The quality of her internal energy was undoubtedly substantial. Shaking off her disordered thoughts, Mu Rushiwei pressed forward. Deep within the forest, a golden-haired maiden moved with the agility of a monkey, leaping deftly through the trees. Soon, she caught sight of the azure-backed wolf, with a surge of golden internal energy. The pine branches beneath her feet disintegrated into a cloud of wood dust. Jiang Kai shot through the air like a golden meteor, arriving above the azure-backed wolf in an instant. Halt! Her petite fist summoned a gust of wind as it struck the beast's abdomen. The massive body of the wolf was sent hurtling into the air, crashing down and creating a sizable crater in the ground. The wolf's belly deflated like a punctured balloon, blood pouring from its maw. Yet astonishingly, it still managed to rise. A howl echoed, chilling the atmosphere further. Its eyes burned with a ghostly white flame. The original wolf's gaze was now consumed, leaving only two glowing orbs of white fire in its empty sockets. The white flames began to engulf the wolf's body. A fierce breath emerged from its maw, and the azure-backed wolf's presence had grown immeasurably. Faced with this bizarre sight, Jiang Kai remained largely unfazed. She stroked her pristine chin, aware that something was amiss. Was it a malevolent entity or some other aberration? Never mind. Encountering me is your misfortune. Golden waves of energy erupted from Jiang Kai's petite form. No longer merely wrapping around her body like a garment, the internal energy enveloped her entirely, intensifying by the moment. At that moment, she appeared to be bathed in golden flames. Her small hands formed into fists. Before I had firearms, I relied solely on my fists. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai's fist was a pawn. Following the massive footprints, Luo Li had barely taken 2 steps when she stumbled upon a wolf carcass. A single strike had sealed its throat, the wound marked with faint charred edges. Her junior sister had used a firearm. It was unmistakably the handiwork of Mu Rushiwei. How curious, she thought. Could Mu Rushiwei truly possess such strength at this moment? She felt the narrative she knew unraveling before her. The extreme malevolent flames, which should have appeared later, had manifested prematurely. Along with Mu Rushiwei's insistence on venturing into the Songlong forest, a faint sense of confusion flickered in Luo Li's mind. As if Mu Rushiwei had foreseen something hidden here. Even with the white flames engulfing its body, the azure-backed wolf was still no match for Jiang Kai. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided annihilation. The enormous wolf's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into and snapping several thick pine trees before it finally came to a halt. Jiang Kai was now panting heavily, sensing something was amiss. The giant wolf shook itself and rose once more. No matter the injuries it sustained, it seemed to rise unscathed, and the white flames were utterly peculiar. The golden waves of energy enveloping Jiang Kai were now partially turning white. As that flame devoured her internal energy, her previously unassailable form could not be sustained much longer. Compounded by the bizarre white fire, her internal energy was depleting at a terrifying rate. Should this continue, it would be her downfall. Taking a deep breath, the golden hair of Jiang Kai danced wildly as the golden waves surged even more fiercely. Like flames, her internal energy boiled and roiled. She moved. A punch was thrown. The white flames on the giant wolf flared and tinsel. The earth lay parched and cracked, engulfed by the ferocious flames that consumed all in its vicinity, with but a single strike. Not a living creature remained within a radius of half a mile. Crimson blood dripped from the mouth and nostrils. After unleashing this blow, Mu Rushiwei's complexion instantly turned pale. This formidable power was beyond her current control. Even harnessing a fraction of it exacted an exorbitant toll. Not only had the power of her phoenix blood temporarily diminished, but it also accompanied some irreversible damage. However, if she were to obtain the extreme negativine flame, then all this suffering would not be in vain. A trace of regret flickered in her scarlet eyes. Alas, the sword could no longer be returned to her, once a masterfully forged weapon of iron. It had now been reduced to mere scrap. The blade had nearly melted away, leaving Mu Rushiwei with nothing but a shattered hilt. As the hilt fell, the scorched earth before her radiated an astonishing heat, warping the surrounding space. The once mighty wolf now left no trace, not even ash. A palm-sized, ghostly white flame hovered in midair. This was the essence of the extreme negativine flame. In its possessed state, the flame possessed an almost immortal ability. Regardless of the injuries sustained, as long as the Yin flame persisted, it could regenerate. In her past life, she had suffered greatly due to this very power, nearly losing her life in the process. This was precisely why Mu Rushiwei had been willing to pay such a steep price to wield that sword. Not only had it vanquished its corporeal vessel, but it had also severed its intelligence. Such was the might of the sword of the Crimson Sovereign of Ling Tian. Taking a step forward, Mu Rushiwei stumbled. Her legs felt weak and feeble, her internal energy and potential having been drained completely. At this moment, even a child could easily slay her. She needed to hurry. She had not forgotten that behind her lurked the malevolent Zhang Yong. Struggling to rise, each step sent piercing pain coursing through her body. With an iron will, she forced herself to reach the white flame. Yet, after merely 10 steps, she was drenched in sweat, just as her hand reached out to touch the white fire. It suddenly moved, darting away like a startled creature into the cave behind. The strange fire had lost its sentience but retained a vestige of instinctual fear, deeply ingrained in its essence. Footsteps echoed nearby. Mu Rushiwei's crimson eyes darkened. At this moment, she was devoid of any capacity to resist. Had she ultimately fallen short? Reflecting on her past, her expression bore no sorrow nor joy. Ever since her rebirth, whenever she sought to alter her fate, unforeseen accidents would invariably occur, as if destiny conspired against her. Though her lips, devoid of color, curled into a wry smile. Was this the price of defying fate? It seemed so trivial. The footsteps drew closer, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Yet Mu Rushiwei could no longer muster the strength to turn. She stood frozen, akin to a decrepit tree on the brink of decay. A chill swept over her, not the frigid touch of iron, but a soft embrace. She collapsed into the warmth. In her scarlet eyes, the visage of a silver-haired girl appeared. It was her? Why was it her? How could it be her? A flurry of questions flooded her mind. Yet, at that moment, gazing into the anxious expression of the silver-haired maiden, all doubts seemed to lose their significance. She had never before observed someone so closely. Mu Rushiwei, what has happened to you? Wake up. A small, cool hand gently patted her cheek. The call of the girl by her side grew faint. Her parched lips moved. What did you say? The voice was too soft for Luo Li to discern. Bringing her ear closer, the words became clearer. You look much better like this than your usual icy demeanor. What? Luo Li was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Mu Rushiwei again. only to find her unconscious. Did that statement harbor some deeper meaning? Ruffling her silvery hair, Luo Li pondered for a long while without comprehension. Never mind. She retrieved a vial of elixir from her pocket. The exquisite blood recovery pill she had received when she first invested in Mu Rushue. It was intended for healing, yet Luo Li hesitated not for a moment before administering it to Mu Rushue. She also fed one to her peacefully slumbering junior sister. Then, she hoisted both of them, one on each side of her waist. Well, I suppose this counts as a charming embrace, doesn't it? She did not rush out of the Songwolf forest. That towering pillar of fire had been visible to anyone with sight. She had read numerous tales and novels about protagonists exerting their utmost to triumph over their foes, and the ensuing sequence always led to the discovery of a trove of rare treasures. It was not the time to leave. Moreover, the system had indicated that those with a formidable destiny could always turn misfortune into fortune, and Mu Rushue was a fated protagonist with a 3S destiny. Luo Li could surmise what had transpired. She had likely encountered the extreme negativine flame. Her junior sister had declared herself incapable of victory, resulting in her being brought to her knees. Then, at a critical moment, Mu Rushue had unleashed a devastating strike. What did it mean to possess a 3S destiny? What did it mean to be the destined heroine? A tactical ploy to look up. Her consciousness still somewhat hazy, Mu Rushue felt as though she were submerged in warm water, comforting, tranquil. A faint, cool fragrance wafted through the air, a sense of reassurance enveloping her entire being. Her crimson eyes fluttered open, revealing the side of a woman's gown. The nearby campfire flickered low, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of breathing. A firm sensation beneath her head hinted at something smooth and cool. As Mu Rushue turned, she beheld Luo Li's serene visage. She now rested upon the lap of the silver-haired girl, with a golden-haired child nestled against Luo Li's shoulder. Everything before her radiated tranquility and beauty, even inspiring a fleeting thought in Mu Rushue's mind. If only she could remain in this moment forever. Rising, she left behind only a trace of warmth. Yet, she understood this was merely a momentary illusion. Closing her eyes to meditate, Mu Rushue was astonished to discover that her body bore no trace of injury. Even her meridians, once damaged from the explosive force, were restored to their former glory. It was as if the sword she had unleashed was merely a figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, the dimmed phoenix blood served as a constant reminder of the reality of that strike. Glancing at the tranquil face of the silver-haired girl, a complex emotion flickered in Mu Rushue's eyes. Her injuries could not have healed on their own, and the elixirs capable of mending permanent damage were far beyond worldly valuation. The gratitude she owed was a debt that even the Crimson Sovereign of Ling Tian could not easily repay. Chapter 29. The heroine apologizes. What an OOC scene! It was already late at night. Mu Rushue surveyed her surroundings, realizing that Luo Li had not taken them out of the Songwolf forest but had instead sought refuge in a nearby cave. How fortuitous, for this cave was the very hiding place of the extreme negativine flame. The silver-haired girl's eyes fluttered open, and a moment later, she cracked them just slightly. Did I wake you? Mu Rushue's face bore a hint of regret. Luo Li shook her head, adjusting the small junior sister's head. Rising to her feet, Luo Li had not truly slept. After all, two beautiful maidens lay against her, and though her body remained unperturbed, her heart was a tempest of emotions. In short, Luo Li had been feigning slumber. Gazing at Mu Rushue under the moonlight, her expression momentarily dulled. The moonlight cast a perfect glow on Mu Rushue's upper body, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, after just a fleeting glance. Luo Li instinctively averted her gaze. How's your body? I'm already much better. Apologies. Huh? Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. Had Mu Rushue done anything to warrant an apology? Why did she begin with such a statement? I should not have said those things last night. I just thought I'm not yet accustomed to accepting the goodwill of others. Oh, it was about last night. Ever since receiving the innate chi spiritual pulse pill, Luo Li had unilaterally forgiven Mu Rushue. Yet, she had never expected Mu Rushue would go so far as to apologize to her. The silver-haired girl stepped closer, an enticing cold fragrance wafting through the air. A touch of chill pressed against her forehead. A flicker of panic crossed Mu Rushue's eyes. What are you doing? Luo Li's small face bore a serious expression. You're not running a fever. Was this truly the same stubborn heroine? The great heroine was actually apologizing? What an uncharacteristic scene indeed. A rare flash of indignation crossed Mu Rushue's crimson eyes. It's so unbelievable that I apologize. The pitch of her voice involuntarily rose. Luo Li shook her head, hastily withdrawing her hand from Mu Rushue's forehead. No, I just found it surprising. A blush colored Mu Rushue's cheeks, a sign of her irritation. After a moment, she regained her composure. Why should I be upset with her? I'm not a child. However, a lingering displeasure still filled her heart. Follow me. Grasping Luo Li's hand, Mu Rushue offered no explanation and led her deeper into the cave, grabbing a burning branch along the way. Luo Li made no attempt to resist. Where are we going? You'll know once we arrive. Mu Rushue's voice was somewhat brusque, tinged with inexplicable annoyance. Luo Li had been guarding them, so she was unaware of the cave's interior. Though the cave appeared small, it was unfathomably deep. Strangely, despite the absence of daylight, it bore no chill. Instead, it exuded a gentle warmth, as if basked in sunlight. As they traversed a winding path, they encountered several figures lying on the ground ahead. Their bodies bore no wounds, yet their faces were pale, devoid of life. Luo Li furrowed her brow. What is this? They should have been harmed by the Een entities. Mu Rushue naturally understood that the townsfolk had been consumed by the extreme Een flame. Yet she found it difficult to explain this to Luo Li at that moment. As they ventured further, several wolf carcasses came into view, each devoid of any visible wounds. Indeed, it is the extreme Een flame. Luo Li mused, her heart already convinced, yet a flicker of curiosity arose within her. How did Mu Rushue know? Could she perhaps foresee the future? The two arrived at the end of the cave, where a waterhole the size of a basin held a palm-sized white flame hovering above it. As Mu Rushue approached, the white flame began to tremble. However, with no retreat possible, it could only quiver in place. With a gentle grasp, the white flame obediently floated into the palm of Mu Rushue's hand. I once perused an ancient text. This is a rare flame birthed from the heavens and earth, known as the extreme Een flame. It has since lost its sentience, but with its aid, your talents could ascend to new heights. With a look of surprise in Luo Li's eyes, the white flame was presented before her. Why give this to me? You came to the Songlong forest specifically for this flame, did you not? Mu Rushue did not shy away from her acknowledgement, directly nodding. My constitution appears somewhat unique. When I chanced upon this place previously, I felt a call, and upon entering the sect, that call became impossible to ignore, which is why I made a special trip here. Then why return it to me? Luo. Miss Luo, your kindness towards me has not gone unnoticed. However, as one from humble beginnings, I truly have little to offer in return. This extraordinary flame suits you perfectly. A chill flickered across Luo Li's face. Mu Rushue, I am not. It is not merely a matter of Miss Luo. Your gratitude weighs heavily upon me. If I do not reciprocate, I fear I shall be burdened by my conscience, which may hinder my future martial progress. In Mu Rushue's crimson eyes, a seriousness emerged as she fixed her gaze upon Luo Li's azure orbs. Her words devoid of pretense. As for my junior sister, I can use the extreme Een flame to help her restore her vitality. A flame so rare in the world could repay Luo Li's kindness over these past few days. Yet, for reasons unknown, a feeling of emptiness suddenly washed over her heart. Very well. To her surprise, Luo Li acquiesced readily. With her snow-white hand, she accepted the extraordinary flame. Luo Li, curious, scrutinized the white fire. Such wondrous phenomena are seldom encountered. How does one utilize this flame? By circulating one's vital energy and placing the flame upon the chest, it will gradually meld into your being. Not only will it purify the impurities within, but it will also regulate the balance of Yin and Yang within you. The method of absorbing the flame's energy must differ from ordinary practices. Correct. There is nothing particularly unique. Simply ensure the celestial meridians flow as you circulate your energy in the proper sequence. The white-haired maiden nodded, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her azure eyes. I am not at ease. Please demonstrate first. Very well. Mu Rushue did not refuse and began her demonstration. As her vital energy coursed through the celestial meridians, a fierce intensity ignited within Luo Li's gaze. An icy surge of energy erupted as her palm struck Mu Rushue's chest. Caught unawares, Mu Rushue did not anticipate Luo Li's sudden action. Yet, as a chill enveloped her, she felt no pain. The white flame imprinted upon her chest awakened the dormant phoenix blood within her, akin to a shark scenting blood. In an instant, the white flame was entirely consumed. Chapter 30, Investment Reward. Part of the Qingyuan, the vitality drained from her phoenix blood was now fully replenished. Even stronger than before, the power of the extreme Een flame coursed through Mu Rushue's entire being. Even without her awareness, her body was being further refined by the Een flame, rendering her internal organs crystalline and translucent. Now, any lingering permanent damage had healed. Her talents had ascended to new heights, accompanied by the power of the Een flame. At this moment, Mu Rushue was undoubtedly far stronger than she had been in her previous life. Yet, no trace of joy graced her countenance. Luo Li, do you understand what you're doing? The flame is an exceedingly precious entity. Do you not comprehend its value? Luo Li nodded. Of course, I understand. Mu Rushue furrowed her brows. If you understand, then why. Mu Rushue. The white-haired maiden fell silent, casting her gaze upon the icy-faced girl. In truth, Murushue was correct. The extreme flame is a rare treasure, even in the vast expanse of the world. However, at this moment, it was not about investment rewards, nor the nature of the flame. A sense of displeasure began to swell within Luo Li, as sudden as a blazing fire igniting her heart. Why are you so eager to repay your debt of gratitude? Why do you address me with such formality, as if we were strangers? Why do all matters between us seem reduced to cold calculations of gain and loss? As though there were nothing else between us, the girl's voice was laced with a trembling chill. Murushue, do I truly disgust you? Are you so desperate to sever our connection? Retracting her hand, the white-haired maiden turned away, her voice devoid of emotion. Murushue, you have already given me what I needed. How I choose to utilize it is of no concern to you. You need not thank me. Remember, you have repaid your debt. From this moment forth, you owe me nothing. The figure of the white-haired maiden receded, leaving Murushue alone in the cavern. The flames on the branch dwindled, and the cave grew dim once more. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Even the esteemed Miss Ling Tian seemed momentarily at a loss in such a situation, yet a hand pressed against her chest, where a lingering chill remained. But warmth persisted in her heart, refusing to fade. Upon exiting the cave, Murushue beheld the white-haired maiden cradling Jiang Ke's petite form. Luo Li wielded a sword in one hand while the other clutched her sister's silver spear, creating a somewhat cumbersome appearance. Please hand over my sister. A cold hue emerged in Murushue's azure eyes. No need. I would rather not incur any further favors from you. Murushue was momentarily at a loss for words. Trailing behind the maiden as they stepped into the night, leaving the Songlong forest behind, the carriage had vanished without a trace, leaving only 5 or 6 corpses of the guards behind. Luo Li remained silent, discerning the direction before making her way toward Qingshan town. Senior sister Luo, the night is late. Shall we not seek shelter for the night? No need. It is but a few li. I can return on my own. Luo Li was lying. After her battle with Zhang Yong, she had nearly exhausted her strength and vitality. Though her energy had been replenished, the fatigue lingered. Observing the maiden's stubborn silhouette, Murushue felt somewhat helpless. Senior sister Luo. Luo Li frowned. Murushue, do you have something else to say? You are heading in the wrong direction. This way leads to Qingshan town. I know. As the moon began its descent, the trio finally returned to the inn. Fortunately, in this era, the innkeeper rose early, or else the door might have faced the wrath of the night. The junior sister remained in slumber. Let me place her in a room first. After which, Luo Li returned to her own quarters, weariness evident in her azure gaze. Reflecting on the events that transpired, a complex expression flickered in Luo Li's eyes. In truth, Murushue was not wrong. Was she? The reason for her behavior was tied to the investment system. Their relationship was merely one of transactional exchange. It was simply that. Her snow-white hand pressed against her chest. The voice of the white-haired maiden echoed with a hint of confusion. Yet why did it feel so unsettling within? Could it be that she had developed feelings for Murushue? As this thought arose, Luo Li shook her head in denial. Impossible, setting aside the fact that Murushue maintains her distance. It has barely been a few days since we met. To claim affection in such a short span seems rather ludicrous. Shaking off such thoughts, she closed her eyes. Her body felt fatigued, yet sleep eluded her. With a renewed determination, her azure eyes opened. System, check for rewards. The system had previously indicated so, but at that moment, Luo Li had not been inclined to investigate. Investment rewards related to the extreme flame detected. Would you like to consume 5 years of martial experience to merge all investment rewards? Oh, it can be merged, indeed, as long as the investment targets are derived from the same event. You may consume martial experience to combine rewards. Will the merged rewards be superior? If they belong to the same level of reward, merging all will elevate the tier by 1. If the rewards differ in rank, lower tier rewards will be consumed first to enhance the quality of the higher tier rewards. Would you like to proceed with the merge? Merge it. Yes. Commencing reward merge. 001.100.5 years of martial experience has been consumed. You have a new investment feedback. Would you like to view it? Show me. Successfully assisted Murushue in subduing the extreme flame in the Songlong forest. Received investment reward. Heart of the Qingwan. The heart of the azure Luan. The red signifies the phoenix, while the blue represents the Luan, encompassing the bloodline power of the azure phoenix. Upon utilization, one may acquire the strength of the azure Luan. Azure Luan. Am I not of the ice phoenix lineage? Why present me with the heart of the azure Luan? Luo Li felt a surge of blood and energy rising within her. It was akin to Garen unleashing his ultimate ability. Simultaneously infuriating and amusing her, Luo Li found herself laughing in exasperation. System, are you doing this on purpose? It was an unintentional oversight. You've got to be kidding me. Just a jest, dear host. Rest assured, this system would never betray you. All rewards will indeed be beneficial to you. A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Li's eyes. However, recalling past experiences, her skepticism gradually dissipated. System, will utilizing the Heart of the Azure One conflict with my original Ice Phoenix form? Do not worry, dear host. All products from this system are guaranteed to be harmless and devoid of side effects. Hearing this assurance, Luo Li felt a sense of relief. After all, the system had proven to be quite reliable over the past few days. She exhaled a breath of frustration, casting her worries aside. Tucking herself under a small blanket, the system's prompt rang out. Would you like to use the Heart of the Azure One? Yes, the familiar sensation of drowsiness enveloped her. And Luo Li succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 31. The Clash of Yin and Yang. The fate of Severance. The sun reached its zenith, marking midday. Despite the beautiful weather, a gentle breeze wafted through. Unceasing. Inside Luo Li's chamber, doors and windows stirred, the bedclothes billowing as if in communion with the wind. The white-haired maiden rose, her azure eyes fluttering open. Blinking, Luo Li suddenly sensed a subtle difference in the world before her. A faint azure hue materialized in the surrounding space, elusive and indistinct. Instinctively, she extended her palm, and to her astonishment, a wisp of azure light was captured within her grasp. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in her azure orbs. Is this wind? With a flick of her hand, a gust of wind spontaneously materialized in midair. The windows rattled violently until it subsided moments later. Luo Li seemed to comprehend. Is this the power of the Azure Wand? The manipulation of wind, extending her hand once more. This time she refrained from any extraneous movements. With a mere thought, the surrounding wisps of azure light obediently gathered in her palm, forming a swirling, translucent sphere of wind. This resembles a spiral ball. In her hand, apart from a slight difference in color, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a Rasengan held by a blonde-haired youth, albeit smaller in size. Stunned for a moment, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she cast furtive glances around. Unable to resist, she stood, leaning forward, her left hand pressed against her right arm, while her right hand firmly grasped the wind sphere. With a resolve akin to an oath, she declared, "This is our bond." With a forceful push, she propelled the wind sphere forward. However, it was not a spiral ball. The moment it was thrown, the wind sphere disintegrated, unleashing a powerful gust that sent tables and chairs toppling, the cacophony echoing throughout the room. The door burst open, revealing Mu Rushue, eyes wide with vigilance as she scanned the room. What happened? Luo Li's cheeks still bore a faint blush. It's nothing. I was practicing. Practicing? Mu Rushue surveyed the chaos within the room, a peculiar expression crossing her face. What kind of practice could lead to such disarray? Just don't mind it. She ushered Mu Rushue out the door, cradling her warming cheeks in her hands. Oh, this is even more embarrassing than I anticipated. After a while, Luo Li managed to regain her composure. She had a general understanding of the Heart of the Azure Wand's capabilities. Not only could she perceive the essence of the wind, but it seemed she could also manipulate a wisp of its power. However, this power was still in its infancy, and presently, the extent of her control over the gentle breeze would likely only serve to ruffle her enemy's hair. Yet, this was not a transient ability, it was a bloodline power, indicating that as Luo Li grew stronger, so too would the might of the Heart of the Azure Wand. Being able to manipulate a wisp of breeze now. Could she perhaps summon a tempest in the future? Never mind. Such thoughts are premature. System, check the rewards. She had not forgotten that the rewards she had perused the previous night were merely those pertaining to Mu Rushue's investments. And she still had not claimed the rewards from her junior sister. Ding. Detected that the hostess rewards pertain to a singular event. Would you like to forfeit the opportunity to combine event rewards for an early claim? Luo Li paused, then recalled that the extreme yin flame could regulate the balance of yin and yang within the body, theoretically capable of resolving her junior sister's yang body severance. Yet, Mu Rushue remained unaware of her junior sister's condition. No, with a creak, the door swung open. To her surprise, Mu Rushue was in the junior sister's room, seated by her bedside. The golden-haired maiden lay peacefully upon the bedding, her breathing steady, as if in a deep slumber. Luo Li furrowed her brow. A martial artist possesses vital energy, with a constitution significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Logically, even if injured, she should not be in such prolonged slumber. What is the condition of our senior sister? Mu Rushue's expression grew solemn as she placed her fingers upon Jiang Ke's wrist, a flicker of white light occasionally gleaming from her fingertips. I sensed something amiss with Jiang's senior sister earlier. The yang energy within her has accumulated excessively, and the intrusion of that wisp of yin energy has triggered a backlash, causing her meridians to be nearly filled with yang energy. Moreover, being a woman, the clash of yin and yang has brought about a fate of severance. Luo Li instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The human body typically maintains a balance of yin and yang, with even men possessing a degree of yin energy and women likewise. Yet at this moment, Jiang's senior sister's body was nearly overwhelmed with yang energy, leading to a disruption of balance. If luck persists, she may suffer paralysis. If fortune falters, didn't you mention that the extreme yin flame could regulate yin and yang? Can it not aid her? A fleeting sorrow crossed Mu Rushiwe's face. Jiang's senior sister's body resembles a wooden barrel filled with gunpowder. Should my yin flame force its way in, it might trigger an explosion prematurely. The silence in the room was palpable, her crimson eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Is it truly fate that cannot be defied? Despite having subdued the extreme yin flame ahead of time, in the end, nothing has changed. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the white-haired maiden, memories from her past life flooding her mind. In the phoenix pool. A sword pierced the maiden's chest, blood mingling with the water, ultimately converging at Mu Rushiwe's feet. Does that mean we two are destined to be unable to alter fate? There will be a way. Luo Li's voice resonated, but Mu Rushiwe remained silent. The white-haired maiden stepped forward, lifting Jiang Kai in her arms and striding toward the door. Her sleeve was grasped. It was Mu Rushiwe. Luo Li. I understand that you cannot accept this for the moment. But Jiang's senior sister is already in severance. There is no remedy, at the very least. We can accompany Jiang's senior sister through her final moments. With a sharp motion, Mu Rushiwe's hand was brushed aside. I said there will be a way. The expression on the white-haired maiden's face bore no anger or other emotions, only a resolute determination. Perhaps I will need you. Stay close. The white-scaled steed galloped forth, raising a plume of dust in its wake. Far swifter than their previous journey. In Nanjun City, before a grand loft stood a rather ordinary signboard. The weathered wooden plank bore several noticeable cracks, with a patch of green moss sprouting from the bottom. A remnant of the rain. Yet the inscription upon it was anything but ordinary. Pingtai Medical Hall. Only 4 simple characters, yet they were etched with a silver brush, exuding a sense of strength and vigor. Upon closer inspection, one could even observe that the characters had sunk slightly into the wood, as if carved 3 inches deep. However, at this moment, the Pingtai Medical Hall was anything but tranquil. Chapter 32. There will be a way. The expansive medical hall was surprisingly devoid of patrons. Suddenly, the heavy door swung open. A white-haired maiden, cradling someone, hurriedly entered. A physician approached, furrowing his brow. Young lady. This is Pingtai Medical Hall. A prestigious establishment. How could you be so reckless? With a clang, an ice-blue sword was laid across the counter. The physician gulped nervously. What are you planning to do? I assure you, Pingtai Medical Hall has its own connections. Before he could finish his sentence, a gold ingot was placed in his hand. The physician in dark robes frowned. Young lady, we are a legitimate medical establishment. Your actions are quite disorderly. Before he could complete his thought, another ingot of gold fell. The physician's expression shifted. Quickly, take a seat. Tea for the lady. Healing the sick is my duty. Please, tell me, is it for treatment or rescue? Rescue. The white-haired maiden spoke little, merely gesturing toward the girl in her arms. Quickly, bring her to the inner chamber. The golden-haired maiden lay upon a modest bamboo bed, while a middle-aged female physician took her pulse. At the same time, the dark-robed physician, with a serious demeanor, poured tea for the 2 young women. It must be said that the service of this dark-robed physician was indeed exemplary. Though this world does not impose significant restrictions on women, there remains a distinction between genders. He had even specially invited a female physician to take Jiang Kai's pulse. How's Xiaoning? Xiaoning's brow furrowed deeply. She opened her mouth, and after a moment, spoke. No spirit, no roots, vital energy depleted. The true energy of the 5 organs exposed. It is the fate of severance. Severance. The doctor, clad in a dark robe, revealed a hint of astonishment on his face as he glanced at the young blonde girl. Not much older than a child, and felt a pang of pity in his heart. What a shame, at such a tender age. He took out 2 gold ingots and pushed them towards Luo Li. My dear girl, the condition is beyond medical remedy, and we have no means to assist you. Please take this consultation fee back. Merely compensate me with 10 taels of silver. Luo Li did not cast her eyes upon the gold, instead reflecting a glimmer of golden light within. Do not trouble yourself. Keep the gold. If you cannot heal her at the Pingtai Medical Hall, surely someone else can. The doctor's face bore a look of uncertainty. Alas, my dear girl, the finest physicians at the hall are but myself and Xiaoning. If we are unable to assist, it is indeed a matter of impotence. The Ping and Ping Tai Medical Hall should imply a possibility of healing. Should it not? A flicker of shock passed through the doctor's eyes. How do you know this? I have heard that he has recently been invited by the Lord of Nanjun. And he should still be in the city. The doctor's expression turned skeptical. You are quite well informed, young lady. Few are aware of the invitation extended to the renowned healer. Songping.my knowledge of it comes only from my status as his disciple. Though we do not openly acknowledge our relationship, the Ping and Ping Tai is indeed in honor of Songping. Even the signboard outside bears his own inscription, which is why it remains so tattered. He has yet to replace it. But how is it that you are aware of this? Has the news spread? You would require more than mere gold and silver to summon Songping. With a flick of his wrist, an ice-blue sword fell into the doctor's grasp. The moment it touched his palm, a chill radiated from it. The blade sparkled with an ethereal light, making it evident even to those unversed in swordplay that it was no ordinary weapon. Take this sword to seek him. After a moment of contemplation, the doctor proceeded towards the door. The tea had long since cooled. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe entered the inner chamber. Holding Luo Li's ice-blue sword, he was bearded, robustly built, with faint wrinkles on his face. Although his hair had turned somewhat gray, it did not contribute to an appearance of age. The dark-robed doctor respectfully followed in his wake. Songping extended his hand horizontally, drawing the sword from its sheath, the air turning cold around him. A slight flick of his fingers produced a crisp ring of the blade, reminiscent of birdsong. What a fine sword. What is its name? Hanpa. Hanpa. The name suits it well, yet alas, I am not one who treasures swords. With that, the long sword was sheathed and casually tossed before Luo Li. You must have come seeking my 13 ghostly needles, have you not? I presume you understand that every time I employ them, I sacrifice a portion of my own lifespan. This sword is insufficient to entice me to act. Luo Li's expression remained unchanged. I am well aware. I would not let you come in vain. A jade vial, resembling sheep fat, appeared in Luo Li's hand. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Songping's eyes as he reached out to grasp it. After inhaling the fragrance of the medicine, his expression turned somewhat fervent. Is this the supreme blood-replenishing pill? Indeed, I hope this will suffice to request your assistance. It is certainly adequate. A momentary hesitation crossed Songping's face. His visit was merely out of curiosity regarding the sword's owner, as very few were privy to the Lord's invitation. The presence of someone so well-informed piqued his interest. Yet, he felt uncertain about the prospect of saving a life. After all, to be in a state of absolute pulse cessation rendered even him somewhat helpless. However, the prospect of the supreme blood-replenishing pill tugged at his heartstrings, for it promised the possibility of rebirth and renewal of one's meridians. With this pill, it would be akin to possessing a second life. I must clarify. I shall endeavor to treat this young friend to the best of my ability, but regarding the absolute pulse cessation, I cannot guarantee success. As for this blood-replenishing pill, I shall not return it. That is only natural. As long as you do your utmost, this sword is yours to keep. There is no need for the sword. Please, you must accept it. A flicker of doubt crossed Songping's eyes, yet upon witnessing the girl's unwavering insistence, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The others retreated from the room, leaving Luo Li alone. In truth, Songping seldom showcased such profound skills in front of outsiders, yet the girl's generous offer compelled him to allow her to observe. Outside, even the dark-robed doctor and Xiao Ning wore expressions of tension. Do you think Songping can succeed? The reason it is termed absolute pulse cessation is that it signifies the heavens have severed the path of life. How could a mere mortal contend against the will of the heavens? But what if is it not often said that man can conquer the heavens? The dark-robed doctor sighed, his face shadowed with melancholy. Over the years, he had witnessed numerous cases of healing, yet most concluded in tragedy. While it is said that man can triumph over fate, how often has this truly occurred? The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. There will be a solution. What? The doctor was taken aback. Rushue recalled the determined gaze of the white-haired girl. And for reasons unknown, a flicker of hope ignited within her. There will be a solution. Rushue repeated firmly. Chapter 33. Perhaps I simply do not enjoy parting with others. In the inner chamber, Songping was now drenched in sweat. His silver needles danced deftly in his hands, displaying a mastery of their use. Upon completing the final needle, a streak of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth, and an unmistakable fatigue glimmered in his eyes. He placed a finger delicately upon the slender wrist of the petite girl. A shadow crossed Songping's face. You may enter now. The others hurriedly stepped into the room. How's it, Song. Senior? Since Songping had taken action, surely everything would be fine, would it not? Upon observing Songping's furrowed brow, Rushue's heart sank. So, it truly cannot be resolved. A tone of guilt tinged Songping's voice. My dear girl, I am genuinely powerless in this matter. Consider this pill as a favor owed to you. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will not refuse. Take this sword back." Luo Li's expression remained placid. From the onset, she never anticipated that Song Ping could heal Jiang Kai. After all, in the original narrative, absolute pulse cessation was indeed an incurable condition, with little chance for reversal. Thus, her initial intent had never been to rely on others. "Senior Song, there is no need. The items promised to you are not to be taken lightly. I would like to dare to request a favor from you." Song Ping nodded. As long as it is within my capabilities. It is no trouble. I wish to leverage your connections to summon all the physicians from Nanjun. Song Ping pondered for a moment. It was not that this task was particularly challenging. Rather, it was too simple. With his reputation in Nanjun, no, the entire southern region, merely announcing the opportunity would lead to countless individuals eager to offer their gratitude. This matter is not difficult, but I must not boast. If there is a malady that I cannot resolve in the southern region, even if you were to summon the imperial physicians from Dezhou, they would likely be equally powerless. That is of no concern. I wish to give it a try. I will not make it difficult for you. For every physician who comes, I shall offer 10 taels of gold. And should they succeed in treating my friend, an additional 1,000 taels of gold as a reward. This condition was, in fact, quite generous, as merely showing up would yield 10 taels of gold, a rare opportunity indeed. Song Ping contemplated dissuading her from offering gold and silver, but Luo Li remained resolute, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Taking up pen and paper, he pondered briefly before inscribing names upon the parchment. Knowing the girl's willingness to pay handsomely for her friend's recovery, he sought to avoid those who would merely waste their time. After careful consideration, he pinned the names of a dozen individuals. Luo Li suggested he broaden the criteria slightly, in case someone might possess an unorthodox method. After further contemplation, Song Ping expanded the list to over 20 names. Luo Li was still unsatisfied, thinking that perhaps someone might have a unique remedy. Ultimately, the final sheet was densely filled with names before he finally stopped. Handing a token to the dark-robed doctor, the group set off. After a brief while, the once desolate Ping Tai Medical Hall suddenly bustled with activity. Some came merely to join the excitement and collect gold, while others, possessing a modicum of skill, sought to test the limits of absolute pulse cessation. However, many departed with a simple, "I am limited in my abilities," leaving with a sense of regret. As the moon hung high in the sky, a thin veil of gauze draped over the bamboo bed, with only a delicate hand peeking out beyond the sheer fabric. The last elderly man with white hair, having checked the pulse, also shook his head in disappointment. Luo Li offered a gold ingot, but the elder declined it twice before finally accepting. The room fell into a hushed silence. Observing the pale blonde girl, who maintained her usual demeanor, Mu Rushiwe felt an inexplicable sadness rise within her. "Luo Li. I wish to be alone for a moment. Please step outside." Only one person remained in the room. This should suffice. Not to mention anything else, Luo Li had already spent 500 taels in gold. These physicians were no charlatans. They had all presented their finest skills in hopes of finding a solution. Various rare herbs and pills were offered, but their efficacy on Jiang Kai's absolute pulse cessation was minimal. However, as previously stated, Luo Li never expected these individuals to cure Jiang Kai. Gazing at the golden-haired girl lying on the bamboo bed, a flicker of determination crossed Luo Li's eyes. "System, claim the reward." Beep. It has been detected that the host's reward pertains to an event that has yet to conclude. Would you like to forego the opportunity for event reward consolidation and claim it early? Yes. Consolidation of rewards requires 3 years of martial arts experience. Would you like to expend it? Upon examining the panel, Luo Li discovered that there were precisely 3 years of martial arts experience remaining. And without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded. Reward consolidation in progress. 001.100.3 years of martial arts experience has been consumed. You have received new investment feedback. Would you like to check? Yes. Assist Jiang Kai in treating her physical condition to receive investment reward. Golden Crow Essence. Golden Crow Essence. The Golden Crow, a 3-legged divine bird from ancient times, with wings like flames, resides beneath the deep seas of the 9 underworlds. Upon use, it can slightly enhance the constitution of the consumer. A glimmer of white light flashed, and a blood drop resembling a red gemstone appeared in Luo Li's hand, floating there as the surrounding space warped slightly from its warmth. The moment the Golden Crow Essence manifested, a wave of heat enveloped the room, akin to standing under the blazing sun at noon. System, will administering this Golden Crow Essence to others result in any side effects? Rest assured, host. This product from the system is guaranteed to be non-toxic and without side effects. So, the worst outcome would be that it has no effect at all, correct? Indeed. Understanding the situation, Luo Li hesitated little. He grasped Jiang Kai's chin, gently parting her delicate lips, and cautiously placed the golden crow essence into her mouth. Observing intently, he noted that as soon as the essence entered her mouth, it transformed into a golden radiance that flowed into Jiang Kai's body. Closing her lips, the golden-haired maiden's expression was serene. As though she were still in slumber, Luo Li exhaled in relief. According to experience, as long as she rested through the night, the results would be evident by morning. Remaining here any longer seemed futile. He lifted the maiden, exchanged farewells with a few individuals, and, accompanied by Mu Ruxiue, returned to the Shanqing Sect. At Qi Xiao Peak. Within the Shuiyun Pavilion, as they returned, the moonlight rose once more. Luo Li, cautious not to be careless, immediately informed Yu Qingyao. Why Yu Qingyao appeared to have anticipated this, refraining from approaching Luo Li. After receiving the maiden, she instructed Luo Li and the others to return and rest. Along the way, two figures walked slowly. The white-haired girl turned back as her sleeve was caught. Why are you so persistent? You've only known senior sister Jiang for a few days. Is the reason important? The black-haired girl replied earnestly. It is important. She found it difficult to comprehend Luo Li, who seemed a world apart from her memories. Initially, she thought it was merely a minor deviation in the world, but at this moment, she realized that the person before her and the Luo Li she remembered were entirely different. She suddenly recognized that she seemed to know nothing about him, uncertain of his motives and thoughts. She concluded that the reason was indeed significant. Gazing into Mu Ruxiue's earnest eyes, Luo Li appeared to ponder this question for the first time that he immersed himself in thought. After all, he had only known the junior sister for a few days. However, others were unaware of his investment system, so their confusion was understandable. Setting aside these considerations, Luo Li genuinely felt that someone as warm and radiant as junior sister should not suffer such a fate. After a moment of contemplation, the white-haired girl spoke. Perhaps I simply dislike parting with others. Chapter 34. Signs of Recovery, shocked Songping in the morning, at Huiyang Pavilion. A surge of golden inner energy suddenly erupted from Jiang Kai's body. The inner energy multiplied rapidly, and in an instant, her petite figure seemed to ignite with golden flames. Yet, this was not the end. The golden light intensified, and Jiang Kai appeared almost as a being of pure light. The golden radiance filled the entirety of Huiyang Pavilion, akin to the blazing sun at noon. That a tempest arose. A figure clad in azure materialized in the room. What is this? A hint of gravity flickered in Yu Qingyao's eyes. With a flick of her fingertip, a stream of nearly tangible azure inner energy shot towards the glowing figure on the bed. However, the wind that had previously quelled golden flames inexplicably failed to penetrate Jiang Kai's body this time. Solar body explosion. No, this intensity is different. The woman in azure formed her fingers into a sword-like gesture and gently sliced through the air. A gentle breeze swept in, enveloping the entire courtyard in a realm of wind. The once blazing golden light faltered against the unassuming breeze. Yet, the golden radiance continued to surge forth from Jiang Kai's form. While Yu Qingyao approached, her fingertips glowing azure as they touched the wrist of the golden-haired maiden. In an instant, she recoiled as if shocked that a strand of golden flame flickered upon her pale fingertip, refusing to extinguish. What is this? The Tianyuan explosion. Extinguishing the flames, Yu Qingyao murmured, her brow knitting in contemplation. Although this golden fire was fierce, as a congenital master, quelling it should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, she sensed something unique about this golden fire, as if it were indicative of a special constitution awakening. After a brief moment, she ultimately refrained from taking further action, sitting quietly at a nearby table, awaiting developments. In her dream, Jiang Kai felt herself transform into a golden bird, soaring high above the heavens. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. An unparalleled sense of comfort enveloped her entire being. The previously obstructed meridians now flowed freely. Warmth surged from her heart, and this time, Jiang Kai felt no discomfort at all. Her consciousness was remarkably clear. She knew she was dreaming. Yet, the scene before her, almost indistinguishable from reality, cast doubt in her mind. Was this truly just a dream? Each day, she soared through the skies, beholding the vast landscapes, and during moments of leisure, she preened her feathers. It felt as if she had genuinely become a bird. Gradually, she found it increasingly challenging to differentiate between dream and reality. There will be a way. What? The golden bird glanced around but could not discern the source of the voice. The signs of a severed meridian, we are powerless against. Severed meridian? What is that? There will be a way. What way? Apologies, we are powerless against it. There will be a way. Give up. I have practiced medicine for many years and have never witnessed a severed meridian being reversed. Amidst the chaotic voices, only the resolute words of a young girl lingered within her heart. There will be a way. A fleeting white shadow emerged in her mind, reminiscent of a person, yet they seemed to be separated by a vast distance, obscuring Jiang Kai's view of her face. There will be a way. The same voice echoed again, but this time, the golden bird's eyes momentarily dulled. Her features began to crystallize. The white figure gradually transformed into the form of a young girl, with snow-white hair and azure eyes. Yet, the originally cool expression now bore a hint of a smile. Luo, junior sister? A realization washed over her. She was not a great bird, but a person named Jiang Kai. In an instant, the world around her fractured. Her consciousness became hazy once more. Her fingertips twitched, and the next moment, her golden eyes fluttered open. Before she could move, a gentle voice resonated. Kai, do not rush. You are still quite weak. Jiang Kai stirred slightly but offered no resistance, settling back down. Her gaze swept across her surroundings. Master, how did I return here? Then she recalled the events that had transpired. Right, junior sister and the others. They are in danger. Do not worry. They have returned safely. Now, the most important matter is your condition. With a touch on her wrist, a thread of inner energy permeated. A flicker of unusual light appeared in Yu Qingyao's eyes, and she subconsciously increased the outflow of inner energy. Various expressions crossed her face: surprise, confusion, frown, joy. Kai, do you feel any discomfort? Jiang Kai shook her head, a sense of anxiety bubbling within her. Master, I am aware of my condition. Just tell me how many days I have left. A smile crept onto Yu Qingyao's lips as she couldn't help but stroke Jiang Kai's hair. Silly girl, your severed meridian has a chance of recovery. Ah, she did not clarify Jiang Kai's confusion, as the situation was not yet stable and she lacked medical expertise. What was urgent now was to summon a physician. Kai, you must rest well and wait for your master. With that, Yu Qingyao hastily departed. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered a figure clad in red, Shangguan Hong. Master, I have matters to report. Do not rush. Your arrival is timely. First, go to Huiyang Pavilion and attend to your senior sister. What happened to senior sister? Recalling the words of the white-haired girl from the previous night, Song Ping, perhaps? A flicker of emotion crossed Yu Qingyao's eyes. Over the years, she had sought out renowned physicians, but severed meridians were deemed untreatable. She had long given up hope, never expecting that an obscure figure would indeed create a miracle. Song Ping sat at the table, where an ice-blue longsword lay before him. Although he was not a man of great righteousness, he felt undeserving of this long sword. It seems I owe her another favor. A knock sounded at the door, and a hint of curiosity flashed in Song Ping's eyes. Upon opening the door, he beheld a woman in azure, shock reflecting in his gaze. Despite having attained the divine concealment level, he could not perceive anything about her. A master, definitely a master. May I ask who you are? I am Yu Qingyao, and I would like to invite Mr. Song to Qi Shao Peak, Shangqing sect. I have no ties with the upper sect. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? One must also express gratitude to Mr. Song, who graciously intervened yesterday for one of my disciples. Song Ping's face flushed with embarrassment, and soon after, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Even if he could not save the individual, such mockery was unwarranted. Moreover, even the most renowned physicians in the land would hesitate to claim they could cure a severed meridian. Yet, in deference to the individual's cultivation, he softened his tone. How's that young lady now? I still possess a few remedies. Kai has shown signs of recovery from her severed meridian, hence my visit to request Mr. Song to ascend the mountain for a look. What? Chapter 35, The Clear Wind and Bright Moon with Two Young Maidens. Truly remarkable, astonishing. Such a grievous severing of the meridian has indeed shown signs of improvement. A look of astonishment grazed Song Ping's face, and he continued to speak in disbelief. How is Mr. Song's assessment? The pulse at the Qi, Guan, and Siyun points converge harmoniously, steady and vigorous, imbued with a new vitality. This pulse signifies great fortune. Once the young lady recovers, she may even ascend to a higher level in her martial arts cultivation. Joy illuminated Song Ping's brow as he swiftly penned two prescriptions. This formula is for calming the spirit and nourishing the body. I shall have the medicinal herbs delivered shortly, and after 3 days of decoction, her health should be restored. The burdens weighing on Yu Qingyao's heart finally lifted. She offered a few words of advice to Jiang Kai, and the two exited the door. Such words are unwarranted. Mr. Song, your ability to heal my beloved disciple is deserving of the utmost respect. A faint smile of bitterness emerged at the corner of Song Ping's mouth. If he were indeed the one to have healed her, he would gladly accept such a favor, for the goodwill of a congenital master is invaluable. Why you Fengzhu? The improvement in this young lady's condition is not solely due to my efforts. On that day, she spent a fortune to treat a friend, and I was present. The outcome, however, was less than satisfactory, yet inexplicably, the following day, Zhang's young friend began to recover, though I remain uncertain of the particulars. It is likely connected to that white-haired young friend. I feel unworthy of such gratitude. Please convey this sword on my behalf. As Song Ping departed, Yu Qingao found herself holding an ice-blue longsword. That white-haired young friend, upon returning to her chamber, Xiao Hong. You had something to convey to me earlier. Shang Guanhong then recounted the events that transpired at the martial arts arena. To sever the moon from the heavens, a smile graced the lips of the woman in green. She recalled a small figure from her memories who had spoken similarly. Your aim is the renown of the Qishao sword. It indeed bears some resemblance to her. Xiao Hong, please seek out Luo Li and inform her that I await her atop Qishao Peak. Meanwhile, at the Shuiyun Pavilion, the dawn had yet to break when a knock echoed through the air. Although Luo Li was a martial artist with abundant energy, she could not help but feel irritable. Upon opening the door, she found several officials clad in the attire of the town protector's office. They cordially invited Luo Li and Mu Ruxue to join them for tea at the South County Town Protector's office. She had almost forgotten that the matters concerning Qinshan Town were far from resolved. In this conflict, the Town Protector's forces suffered near total annihilation, while Luo Li and her companions had successfully completed their mission. Initially, they were to request assistance from the Town Protector's office and explain the situation. However, due to the urgency surrounding her junior sister's condition, they hastily returned to South County City, which led to the officials seeking them out. The ramifications of this outcome could be significant. To avoid future complications, Luo Li reluctantly abandoned her intention to visit her junior sister and accompanied Mu Ruxue to the Town Protector's office to report. Several corpses lay before them in the hall. A man in a bright red uniform with a hawk-like nose scrutinized the two. The report from the Qinshan Town Protector's office stated that ferocious beasts had caused harm. Yet our investigation revealed that all these individuals perished by the sword, while the two of you appeared unscathed the very next day in South County. Please, do explain. The two recounted the events of that day once more, skillfully omitting any mention of the extreme yin. Are you suggesting that Zhang Yong was manipulated by malevolent forces to harm his colleagues and intended to do the same to you? Indeed. How can this be substantiated? My lord may examine the injuries on the other individuals. They should bear the marks of Zhang Yong's blade. Furthermore, remnants of yin energy should still linger within them. The coroner verified the claims, confirming Luo Li's assertions. After further inquiries into the details, they had hoped to depart. But the inefficiency of the Town Protector's office was astonishing. It was not until the sun began to set that the two finally exited the South County Town Protector's office. On their way back, the crimson clouds glowed in the twilight sky. What is the matter? Luo Li stood frozen in place, her mind racing. In her azure eyes, a translucent panel materialized, successfully invested in Jiang Kai, aiding her recovery from her severed meridian. Investment reward, Martial Arts Fusion Panel activated. Martial Arts Fusion Panel allows for the consumption of martial arts experience to merge two martial arts of the same level. If the qualities differ, the higher quality will take precedence in enhancement. If they share the same quality, one level will be elevated. Note, not all martial arts can be fused, and there is a probability of failure. I wish to drink. Very well. Unexpectedly, Mu Ruxue quickly responded. Luo Li procured a fine bottle of green ant wine, a small flask costing over 100 taels of silver. The heights of Qishao Peak were considerable. As they ascended to the mountainside, they came upon a pavilion, perfectly situated. They set out two delicate wine cups, pouring the verdant liquid. Luo Li raised her cup and drank deeply. Cough, cough. Her snow-white cheeks flushed instantly. Adorned with a charming pink hui. Mu Ruxue, meanwhile, swirled her wine cup, lost in thought. Are you still troubled by the matter concerning your junior sister? The white-haired maiden shook her head. No, I am elated. Thrilled for my junior sister's recovery. Is that so? As the wine flowed down her throat, Mu Ruxue felt a hint of bitterness. Observing the white-haired maiden pouring more wine, Mu Ruxue stood and took the cup from her. That is enough. Luo Li, this is beyond your power to change, and it is not your fault. There is no need for such behavior. At that moment, Luo Li, already a touch inebriated, persisted. Mu Ruxue, hand me the cup. I wish to drink more. Mu Ruxue merely shook her head, showing no intention of complying. The white-haired maiden rose, her small fangs clenched, exuding a hint of ferocity. Mu Ruxue, return it to me, and if I do not, I shall strike you. Come. Then Mu Ruxue stood her ground. Humph, do you think I fear you? The white-haired maiden threw a punch, but it lacked any power, merely soft and feeble. Suddenly, a cool fragrance enveloped her, and her body began to descend. Fortunately, a pair of hands caught her waist. Mu Ruxue could not suppress a smile. You fell from one cup of wine. What more is there to drink? This version of Luo Li was one Mu Rushue had never encountered before. Her disheveled white hair obscured her features. Curiosity stirred within Mu Rushue as she brushed aside the unruly strands. The face of the white-haired maiden was flushed, her delicate nose slightly wrinkled, as if she were murmuring something. Her closed eyelids, adorned with lashes resembling a fan, only added to her exquisite beauty. Her slightly parted crimson lips occasionally released warm breaths that brushed against Mu Rushue. After but a glance, Mu Rushue could no longer accommodate any other thoughts. At this moment, silence reigned, leaving only the clear wind and bright moon with the two young maidens. Chapter 36, Inner Demons, The Heart of Martial Arts. Luo Li. Mu Rushue felt a twinge of confusion. She pressed a hand to her chest. Why is my heart racing so? The frantic beating felt as if it would burst forth from her chest at any moment. Additionally, a wave of warmth began to spread from her heart, rendering her cheeks a rosy hue. She turned her gaze to the source of this change. Is it because of you? The moonlight caressed the maiden's alluring red lips, rendering them somewhat enticing. In her scarlet eyes, a hint of haziness emerged. Above a mist-shrouded pool, the white-haired maiden wielded a sword, a chilling smirk upon her face. Mu Rushue, who would have thought that within your lowly form flows the same phoenix blood as mine? You may complete my deficiencies. Your life, therefore, holds some value in death. Accept your fate. The two swords clashed, yet it was ultimately the white-haired maiden who fell into the pool. Upon reopening her eyes, the clear wind and bright moon, along with the enchanting maiden in her embrace, felt as if all that had come before was but a fleeting dream. A complexity flickered in her crimson eyes. In 10 days, the trial at the soldier's tomb will commence. When that time comes, upon discovering the truth of the bloodline, will you still be as you are now? After a moment of contemplation, a trace of melancholy crossed Mu Rushue's face. Alas, it is ultimately just a fleeting illusion. Cradling the maiden, Mu Rushue began her walk toward the Shueyun pavilion. Midway, the warmth on her back suddenly intensified. Setting Luo Li down, she reached for the maiden's forehead and found it alarmingly hot. How peculiar! How could a martial artist so easily succumb to a chill? Before she could take further action, Luo Li abruptly opened her eyes in a state of confusion. In truth, Luo Li had awakened halfway through. After all, her martial artist constitution was inherently resilient. Her inebriation largely stemmed from her own acquiescence. Had she circulated her energy, she could have sobered up in an instant. Leaning on Mu Rushue's shoulder, the delightful fragrance enveloped her senses, and the softness of Mu Rushue's body was unmistakable. Luo Li's heart raced in panic. Calm down, my body. Yet, the outcome proved futile. Her cheeks were flushed, and a warmth radiated from her very being. Eventually, even Mu Rushue sensed something amiss. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew awkward. The weather is pleasant tonight. The weather? Mu Rushue gazed at the sky that had completely darkened. What on earth am I saying? In her heart, the chibi version of Luo Li had already buried her head in her hands, embodying the image of despair. My embarrassed toes are about to dig a 3-bedroom apartment. That Rushue. You can let go of me now. At this moment, Luo Li still leaned against Mu Rushue's embrace, with one of Mu Rushue's arms wrapped around Luo Li's waist. All right, release your hand, and let us walk side by side. Observing the girl's complexion, a flicker of confusion passed through Mu Rushue's eyes. Why is your face so flushed? You seem so spirited. Let's hurry back. I feel so sleepy. Luo Li quickened her pace, compelling Mu Rushue to keep up. Fortunately, Mu Rushue was not overly curious and did not press further about the earlier incident. Upon arriving at Shueyun Pavilion, just as Luo Li reached for the door, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Then, a voice that seemed to have crawled out from the depths of hell echoed, "You still know to come back." Luo Li was startled, nearly letting out a scream. Thankfully, the familiarity of the voice calmed her. Emerging from the shadows was a girl in a red dress, her lips pursed in a pout that nearly aligned with her nose, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. You know how long I've waited for you. From day to night. I don't need to rest. Shang Wenhong paused, and a cross appeared above her head. Luo Li, what on earth is going on? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? Senior sister, we were at the town guardian office earlier, Mu Rushue interjected, approaching to explain. Ahem. Luo Li coughed twice. The impact of Mu Rushue's back had been quite overwhelming, causing her to inadvertently voice her thoughts. The town guardian office. Mu Rushue briefly recounted the earlier events. It is like this. Then there is nothing to be done. What does senior sister seek me for? Luo Li regained her composure, a hint of coldness returning to her expression. High and aloof. The master asked me to find you at the peak of Qishao Mountain. Now, indeed. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her azure eyes. After Luo Li departed, only Mu Rushue remained in Shueyun Pavilion. Seated at the table, she found herself devoid of sleepiness. Moments ago, Shangguan Hong had informed them about Jiang Kai's condition. She was unaware of the details, merely believing that her senior sister had fallen ill. Little did she expect that there would be a turn of events regarding her senior sister, who was destined for greatness. In her memories. Had it not been for the severance of her veins, Jiang Kai's talent could have ranked among the top 3 in Shanqing sect. In this lifetime, should she ascend to the pinnacle of Shanqing sect. Mu Rushue would not be surprised. An image of a white-haired figure unconsciously surfaced in her mind. But what about her? Scanning the room, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Tomorrow, the bedding should be remade. This matter has come to an end, and that is well. Rising, she approached the cabinet. Rarely did Mu Rushue adorn herself, yet at this moment, she found herself intrigued by the copper mirror. She sat down, and the reflection revealed a breathtakingly beautiful young girl. Her skin was as fair as snow. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth shone without the need for makeup, embodying unparalleled beauty. Yet, this exquisite visage bore a hint of sorrow. She attempted to lift the corners of her mouth, but upon glancing back at the mirror, a forced smile emerged, revealing her dissatisfaction with this facade. Calming her emotions, the young girl presented various expressions. But that subtle sorrow clung to her like an unshakable shadow. What is wrong with me? For the first time, Mu Rushue felt perplexed by herself. Your sword is dull. A sweep of her crimson eyes revealed the emptiness surrounding her. Looking back at the mirror, beside the originally stunning girl, another face appeared. An identical visage, with matching brows and eyes, as if carved from the same mold. A flicker of coldness flashed in Mu Rushue's eyes. Even if my true self is reborn, you, a mere inner demon, cannot disturb me. Be gone. Inner demon. The girl in the mirror laughed exaggeratedly, tears streaming from her eyes as she wiped them away. Mu Rushue. Do you look down upon yourself, or me? I am the celestial red sovereign, reigning over the heavens, the lord of crimson flames, the king of all beasts. Do not speak of inner demons, even the celestial demons would bow before me. I am your martial spirit. Chapter 37. The Master toasts to the disciple. Turning the heavens upside down. At the peak of Qingxiao Mountain, the bright moon hung like a hook. You have arrived. Before even seeing the person, the voice had already reached her. Following the sound, Luo Li beheld a woman in blue sitting at a stone table. The moonlight fell, yet it could not pierce through her chest, casting her lower half into shadow. What an immense aura of malevolence! Luo Li marveled inwardly, then respectfully bowed. Master. No need for excessive courtesy. Come sit. Taking a seat beside Yu Qingyao, Luo Li finally noticed an ice-blue longsword beside her. That sword looks somewhat familiar. This morning, I visited Songping, and he mentioned that you saved Kai. Well, Luo Li felt a bit speechless. The old man had a loose tongue, speaking nothing but the truth. Now, it was difficult to navigate. As a renowned physician had been at a loss regarding the severance of veins, yet a young girl with little medical knowledge had seemingly resolved it. Master, perhaps it was the efficacy of those physicians' remedies. You need not explain. Everyone has their secrets, and I have no doubt in discerning yours. That I merely wished to ask if it was you who saved Kai. Correct. The seriousness in Yu Qingyao's gaze was evident. For the first time, Luo Li witnessed such a demeanor from the woman in blue. After contemplating for a moment, she finally nodded. While Yu Qingyao poured wine into a cup, yet did not bring it to her lips. She stood up. Lear. May I call you Lear? Luo Li felt a slight awkwardness, as she still perceived herself as a man at heart. However, she did not mind the intimate address. She remembered that her grandmother used to call her that in her childhood. Though with an added affectionate tone, gently shaking her head, she observed as the woman in blue bowed and presented the cup to her. This scene left Luo Li in awe. The master toasts the disciple. What an unexpected turn of events. Master, what are you doing? You saved Kai. Thus, Qingyao must do so. Her tone brimmed with sincerity, even lowering her status. The notion of reversing the severance of veins was unheard of. Yet she understood its value. Luo Li had not anticipated that the woman in blue would possess such a genuine disposition. Without hesitation, she accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. As the liquid flowed down her throat, a flush crept onto Luo Li's face. Master, from now on, we shall each speak of our own matters. You call me benefactor, and I shall still refer to you as master. Yu Qingyao. The woman in blue regarded the white-haired girl before her. How had she not noticed before that Luo Li was so lively? You should have expressed your gratitude. Do you wish to take advantage of your master? Suddenly, Luo Li fell silent, her heart racing in panic. Oh no, I've inadvertently revealed my thoughts again. Alas, wine and the leaves swirling around were lifted into the air, as if engaged in a graceful dance. The sword's speed increased with each passing moment. At this moment, the wind surrounding her seemed to take on a tangible form, transforming into a green radiance that accompanied Yu Qingao. The leaves scattered across the ground were swept up, dancing slowly alongside this green glow. Finally, Yu Qingyao's pace began to slow. Yet, the wind around her did not dissipate. With a crisp sound, the long sword was sheathed. Her azure eyes appeared somewhat dazed. At this moment, she could feel the wind, touch it, and even catch a whiff of its essence, as if the wind had suddenly become substantial. The myriad leaves in the sky were driven by the wind, swirling gently with its flow. It seemed as though this place had transformed into the domain of the wind. The sounds of the surrounding world faded away, leaving only the pure sound of the breeze. Yu Qingao gazed at her, and she returned the gaze, sensing something within her heart. Is this the wind? A smile graced the lips of the woman in green. Not foolish at all. Two fingers extended, resembling a sword's point, she sliced through the sky. The domain of the wind was cleaved open by this gesture. The gusts surged forth as if a water balloon had been punctured, the confined winds rushing wildly in all directions. The girl's white hair was swept up, and a streak of icy blue flew towards her. Upon grasping it, she found it to be the cold soul she had previously sent forth. What I just demonstrated is the heavenly level technique of Qi Shao Peak, the Qi Shao sword cannon. So, what do you think? Do you wish to learn it? The white-haired girl nodded, a hint of determination sparkling in her azure eyes. Without dwelling on anything else, this Qi Shao sword cannon is truly magnificent. A boy would find it utterly irresistible, and as for Luo Li, she had already become a girl. Please, a girl could hardly refuse it either. Chapter 38. Even integration has great safeguards. Lier. Do you know how to differentiate the martial arts of this world? Luo Li nodded, fully aware of the plot, and replied, the martial arts of the world are categorized from high to low into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Correct. The Qi Shao sword cannon belongs to the middle tier of the heavenly grade, which is quite esteemed even within the entire southern region. You possess the heavenly grade technique of the Luo family from Yu Yucheng, the 3 transformations of Jade technique. And given your affinity for cold, you most likely have an ice-based constitution, which aligns well with the 3 transformations of Jade technique. I initially did not wish to take this extra step. Thus, you must be prepared. The cultivation of the Qi Shao sword cannon may not be as effortless as the 3 transformations of Jade technique. Master, my mind is made up, as long as you do not find me foolish. I shall proceed. A smile blossomed in Yu Qingyao's eyes. She suddenly realized that the white-haired girl before her had become even more endearing. Unable to resist, she reached out to stroke the silken strands of white hair before retrieving an ancient tome. Luo Li accepted it, and emblazoned across the cover were the 4 grand characters of the Qi Shao sword cannon. Tonight, I shall guide you into the threshold. At first glance, Luo Li found it rather obscure and difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, a remarkable teacher was at her side. Yu Qingao displayed great patience, explaining every detail thoroughly. After a while, Luo Li closed the book and sat cross-legged upon the mat that Yu Qingao had prepared in advance. Lier, tonight, you need only to sense the trace of a gentle breeze. Do not worry, I will be here to assist you. It is perfectly fine to take your time, with a gesture towards the void. A faint green radiance enveloped Luo Li. This action could be likened to an open book examination, with the answers plainly written on the board. As she had mentioned, Luo Li likely possessed an ice-based constitution, and practicing this wind-based technique would likely yield diminished returns. However, this was the best that Yu Qingao could offer. The precious object capable of healing the most profound conditions was invaluable beyond words. Yu Qingao did not wish to treat Luo Li lightly. A hint of anxiety flickered in her azure eyes. If within half an hour, Luo Li could perceive the essence of the wind, then she would barely qualify. Should she not be able to sense it, even if Luo Li wished to learn, she would advise against it. Stealing her resolve, Luo Li began to circulate the techniques of the cannon. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in a void of white. She had not opened her eyes, yet she could perceive the scenery surrounding her. Everything appeared in shades of gray, with only faint traces of green floating in the air. Why does this differ from what Master described? Previously, Yu Qingao had told her that as long as she could see a green light the size of a grain of rice, it would be deemed successful. Yet now, Luo Li did not even need to concentrate. The green radiance seemed omnipresent. Although puzzled, she continued to practice the technique. Meanwhile, Yu Qingao suddenly realized that the wind summoned by the Tianyuan seemed to possess its own will. Luo Li appeared as the center of a vortex, with the surrounding green radiance rushing towards the white-haired girl as if it were free. A spark of astonishment flickered in Yu Qingyao's eyes. Soon, she noticed that this vortex was subtly expanding, while her own domain restrained its growth. With a wave of her hand, the domain disintegrated. A gentle breeze swept in, and the leaves on the ground were once again lifted into the air. The winds of heaven and earth seemed to converge towards the white-haired girl at this moment. In less than a blink, a faint green glow emanated from Luo Li. Yu Qingyao's pupils constricted. Has she truly entered the threshold? Her voice brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Although higher-level techniques are undeniably more powerful, the difficulty associated with them increases exponentially. A common person, even if fortunate enough to acquire a heavenly-grade technique, would be left with nothing but scrap paper if they lacked the talent. Even the likes of Qinglu and herself took at least a quarter of an hour to enter the threshold. Yet this girl before her had completed the entrance in the blink of an eye. A chill crept into her heart. What terrifying innate talent! Yu Qingyao had initially intended to guide the girl further. But at this moment, that thought was entirely cast aside. She stood beside Luo Li, awaiting her awakening. After a moment, Luo Li opened her eyes. A flicker of green light danced within her azure gaze. And even her aura had strengthened. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly opened another meridian, now possessing a cultivation level of 10 meridians. Lier, why have you halted, master? I feel that my internal energy is somewhat amiss. Amiss. A hint of gravity crossed Yu Qingyao's features. The path of cultivation is never trivial, especially when it pertains to internal energy. Her fair hand opened, revealing a peculiar internal energy hovering in Luo Li's palm. A blend of blue and green, with a hint of emerald at its center, rendered the color dreamlike. What is this? Lier, do you feel any discomfort? Or perhaps a blockage in your meridians? Luo Li shook her head. Yu Qingyao placed her hand upon Luo Li's delicate wrist, a stream of internal energy coursing through the girl's body. How strange. Why Yu Qingyao felt a sense of perplexity. Throughout her years of stewardship at Qishao Peak, she had never encountered such peculiar internal energy. Within Luo Li's body, ice and wind, 2 seemingly unrelated energies, appeared to be merging, without a hint of rejection. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Luo Li could surmise that it was due to her Xianbing Phoenix body and Qingyuan heart that 2 distinct internal energies had manifested within her. However, a twinge of anxiety arose within her. Possessing 2 types of internal energy might be a sign of deviating from the path of cultivation. Master, what do you think? Lier, do not worry. If my conjecture is correct, you should possess 2 innate constitutions, coincidentally embodying the properties of both ice and wind. Given that you have practiced the 3 transformations of Jade technique, it is no wonder that signs of fusion are present. With 2 internal energies that communicate with one another, your constitution is likely unparalleled throughout history. Yet, as she spoke, Yu Qingyao sighed. What a pity. Master, do you mean to say that my constitution has some drawbacks? Yu Qingyao shook her head. It is not a flaw at all. Such a constitution would be ideal if you could acquire a technique that encompasses both ice and wind attributes. However, regrettably, such extraordinary techniques are likely rare in this world. And you may only choose one of your innate abilities for cultivation. So that is how it is. A flicker of understanding passed through Luo Li's gaze, and soon her expression grew somewhat nuanced. Speaking of which, she just happened to possess a fusion panel for techniques. If she could merge the 3 transformations of Jade technique with the Qinshao sword cannon, what a sight that would be. Excitement bubbled within her as she activated the fusion panel. Fusion panel activated. Please select the techniques you wish to merge. Select the 3 transformations of Jade technique and the Qinshao sword cannon. 3 transformations of Jade technique and Qinshao sword cannon selected. Proceed with fusion? Yes. The quality of the techniques is high. This fusion will consume 50 years of martial arts experience and has a certain probability of failure. Proceed with fusion? 50 years of martial arts experience. Moreover, that was not the main concern. Luo Li's azure eyes focused intently on the subsequent words. A certain probability of failure. Anyone who has played certain games knows how treacherous that phrase can be. Damn it, even fusion has a significant safety net, doesn't it? Chapter 39. The Upper Qing Library, Recipes. Lier, possessing an innate constitution is already a rare gift for an ordinary person. And to possess 2 types simultaneously is even more extraordinary. Your future achievements will surely surpass those of your predecessors. Moreover, you are still young. Creating a technique that embodies both attributes in the future is not out of the question. Seeing Luo Li's suddenly melancholic expression, Yu Qingyao assumed she was still brooding over the matter and quickly offered words of comfort. The disciple understands. While she acknowledged this, Luo Li's thoughts were elsewhere. 50 years of martial arts experience was quite a challenge. It was known that investing in a meal for Mu Ruxue would yield only 3 to 5 years of martial arts experience. 50 years of martial arts experience would require treating Mu Ruxue to a dozen meals. However, upon reflection, it did not seem overly difficult. Yet, that phrase about the probability of failure. It seems that the trigger for Luo Li's PTSD has been set off. she possesses a remarkable sense of her own fortune. Recalling how in her previous life, she consistently hit the jackpot in a certain game. As she reflects on it now, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Consequently, she finds herself lacking in martial arts experience. It appears that she must intensify her efforts in nourishing Mu Rushiwei. However, the memory of Mu Rushiwei setting aside her bowl and chopsticks after just one bite of the egg casts a shadow over Luo Li's heart. Master, does the Qing sect possess any exquisite recipes? Recipes? Well, you see, I wish to learn through analogy. Perhaps studying recipes could assist me in merging two martial arts techniques. Yu Qingyao is somewhat speechless. If she were not by Luo Li's side throughout, she might have wondered if the girl had suffered some kind of trauma. Studying recipes through analogy, what relevance does that have? It's as if we wandered far from the topic. Nevertheless, upon seeing the earnestness in the girl's gaze, she ultimately refrains from voicing her thoughts. The library of the Qing sect should indeed house such recipes. Take this jade pendant. You may freely explore the martial arts within the library. Luo Li accepted the jade pendant without hesitation, expressing her gratitude. Very well. The day is drawing to a close. You should return and rest early. Before departing, Luo Li, as if compelled by fate, checked Yu Qingyao's destiny level. Name: Yu Qingyao, cultivation, innate realm, destiny level, S, an S-level destiny. How astonishingly high. Luo Li had presumed her master was akin to Shangguan Hong, possessing an A-level destiny, especially since in the original text, Yu Qingyao hardly made an appearance in later chapters. However, Luo Li had only read the first 300 or 400 chapters. Perhaps there are more developments in the latter parts. For Luo Li, this is indeed good news, as it signifies another promising investment opportunity. Master, is there anything else? Luo Li rummaged through her pocket and produced a small celadone bottle, containing the remnants of the green ant wine she had shared with Mu Rushu. On her way down the mountain, a smile flickered in her eyes. Successfully invested in Yu Qingyao. Half a bottle of green ant wine. Received investment reward. 5 years of martial arts experience. The following day, as the sun rose, Luo Li had just gotten out of bed when the system's notification sounded. You have an investment reward awaiting your review. View. Successfully invested in Mu Rushiwei. 1 cup of green ant wine. Received investment reward. 1 bottle of Xianbing Liuhe wine. She had forgotten that she had shared a drink with Mu Rushiwei the previous night. Stepping outside, she noticed that Mu Rushiwei's door remained tightly shut. It was quite rare for her to sleep in. Luo Li thought little of it, after spending an entire day at the town guard. Some exhaustion was only natural, particularly on a mental level. The library of the Qing sect. On her way, Luo Li decided to pay a visit to her junior sister. The little sister was recovering well, repeatedly expressing her desire to get out of bed, but was gently persuaded back by Shangguan Hong, who had come to care for her. During medicine time, the little sister even cast a pitiful glance at Luo Li. As if pleading for help, Luo Li hastily fled the scene. A golden-haired Luo Li gazing at you with her big, glistening eyes filled with hope. The system detected 2 martial arts techniques, the Bai Xiao sword technique and the frost sword art, both classified as high-grade Xian-level skills. This fusion will elevate their quality by 1 grade, requiring the expenditure of 3 years of martial arts experience. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Luo Li inquired with a hint of curiosity. System, why was there no notification regarding a failure probability this time? Only high-grade skill fusions carry a chance of failure. Thus, it appears that Xian-level techniques have no risk of failure. Indeed, quite intelligent. She confirmed the fusion. Fusing .001.100. Fusion successful. Acquired technique. Frostwind by Ingsword technique. Frostwind by Ingsword technique. A low-grade earth-level martial art, requiring the simultaneous possession of 2 inner energies for cultivation, with a frost wind effect upon drawing the sword. Earth-level martial arts. A tremor of surprise coursed through Luo Li's eyes. She had not expected that 2 high-grade Xian-level techniques could transform into an Earth-level skill, although the difference between Xian and Earth levels is merely 1 grade. The gap in capability is immense. In the southern region, Xian-level skills are already considered precious. Mastering 1 equates to a solid foundation for existence. Earth-level techniques, however, are rare, often found only in the collections of major factions, typically reserved as heirlooms. Even the Qing sect's library possesses no more than a dozen Earth-level techniques. For ordinary disciples, acquiring a single Xian-level technique is a rare fortune, while Earth-level skills are accessible only to direct disciples. Yet, with a mere thought, Luo Li found herself in possession of an Earth-level sword technique. Astonishing. This fusion interface exceeds my expectations. No sooner had she spoken than a tome materialized on the table. Luo Li flipped through a couple of pages before her gaze turned to the remaining 2 recipe books. I wonder if these recipes can also be fused. System, initiate fusion of the carnivorous beast on the Tungantongi recipe. This fusion requires the expenditure of 5 years of martial arts experience. Shall we proceed? Why is the martial arts experience requirement so high this time? This system deducts experience based on the fusion's complexity. In other words, these 2 recipe books are more challenging to fuse than the high-grade Xian-level techniques. Correct. Luo Li's interest was piqued. Fusion. Fusing .001.100. Fusion successful. Acquired recipe. Summary of the carnivorous beast culinary techniques. Summary of the carnivorous beast culinary techniques contains the preparation methods for 350 carnivorous beasts. Significantly simplifying the cooking process. Claim. Picking up the tome, Luo Li perused its contents. A flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes as she flipped through a dozen pages before pausing. This summary does not merely outline how to prepare dishes from carnivorous beasts. It includes knife techniques and guidance on utilizing inner energy, akin to a martial art. Moreover, the process has been streamlined, drastically reducing the cooking time and eliminating numerous complications. A dish that once took half a day to prepare can now be completed in just 15 minutes, truly a boon for the lazy. A smile crept across Luo Li's lips. It seems that Mu Rushue's feeding plan is finally on track. System, allocate the remaining 2 years of martial arts experience to the summary of the carnivorous beast culinary techniques. 2 years of martial arts experience have been utilized. In the first year, you repeatedly studied the preparation of carnivorous beast dishes but failed to grasp their essence. In the second year, through your persistent efforts, you finally managed to replicate 1/5 of the flavors from the recipe. Summary of the carnivorous beast culinary techniques. Entry-level. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge flooded Luo Li's mind. Only at the entry level after 2 years? Glancing at the sky, Luo Li rolled up her sleeves and stepped into the kitchen. Chapter 41. Affection between lovers. Within the inner disciples' quarters, the bed, once reduced to splinters, now appeared completely renewed. As she poured a cup of cold tea, Mu Rushue hesitated to bring it to her lips, scanning her surroundings with a hint of confusion in her crimson eyes. What is happening to me? A faint sense of regret and reluctance filled her heart. Leaving her somewhat unsettled, with a creak, the door swung open, revealing a young girl. Mushimi, you're back. The newcomer was Xie Lan, who lived next door to Mu Ruxue. Mu Rushue nodded slightly. Xie Lan scratched her head awkwardly. I saw the door ajar and thought perhaps a cat or dog had wandered in. Noticing Mu Rushue's silence, she continued, Aren't you staying with Luo Shiji? I thought you wouldn't return. Why would you think that? Luo Shiji was asking about your whereabouts earlier, urging you to come back for dinner. Isn't it strange that someone as beautiful as Luo Shiji would cook herself? Oh, how I wish I could taste her cooking. Even if it's not good, I would surely finish it. It's not bad. Huh. Her cooking? Xie Lan stole a couple of glances at the black-haired girl, feeling a strange sensation but unsure how to express it. After another awkward comment, she excused herself and left. Inside the room, a voice echoed, Have I not yet bid her farewell? In the Shuiyun pavilion, Luo Li frowned slightly. Why did she return so late, gazing at the black-haired girl before her? A flicker of dissatisfaction emerged in Luo Li's eyes. She had prepared the meal in the afternoon and had been waiting until sunset to see her. 6 exquisite dishes were laid out before her. A stark contrast to the scrambled eggs from last time. Faced with Luo Li's demeanor, Mu Rushue felt an unexpected sense of guilt. Never mind. Just sit down. The world is vast, but the greatest reward comes from investment. Mu Rushue made no move to sit. The bed in the inner disciples' quarters has been repaired. You're leaving. Mu Rushue nodded. No. Luo Li blurted out, her voice firm. Why not? Mu Rushue's tone was low, yet her gaze was fixed on Luo Li. Because. Luo Li felt a pang of anxiety, struggling to find a good reason. Surely she couldn't reveal the existence of an investment system. Finally, the silver-haired girl took a deep breath, standing tall. Her azure eyes meeting Mu Rushue's without hesitation. I don't want you to leave, She met the earnest gaze of the girl before her. Mu Rushue's confusion deepened. Why don't you want me to leave? Is the reason really that significant? Mu Rushue nodded. It's very important. Luo Li hadn't anticipated Mu Rushue's insistence at this moment. Internally, she thought, why have you turned into such a curious soul, Mu Rushue? After pondering for a while, she decided on a course of action. She would have to use that explanation, even though a strange flush crept onto her face. Because I like you. Saying it out loud is truly embarrassing. What? Mu Rushue did not catch the last part. Damn it, Mu Rushue. Luo Li uttered the final words, her lips moving but her voice barely audible. Can you say it a bit louder? Humph. as if that wasn't loud enough. For 21. For 21? What is that? Luo Li. I'm seriously asking you for a reason. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. Mu Rushue genuinely felt perplexed. The more time she spent with Luo Li, the less she understood the silver-haired girl, and her curiosity only grew. Now, this curiosity had reached its peak. Don't go. I'll tell you. Luo Li's face turned crimson, akin to a ripe apple, her azure eyes betraying her embarrassment. I like you. Mu Rushue was taken aback, pointing between herself and Luo Li. Are you suggesting we become sworn sisters? Yes, yes. Luo Li nodded vigorously. Why? Luo Li hesitated. Hadn't they just circled back to the same question? It seemed the destined female lead was not so easily deceived. She had previously contemplated many evasive answers, but none were convincing. To say she simply admired Mu Rushue's talent was unfeasible. After all, Mu Rushue had neither family connections nor any prowess. This statement would not only be unconvincing to Mu Rushue but would also sound implausible to a 3-year-old. To propose a sisterly bond fell flat as well. Mu Rushue came from a humble background and knew little beyond cultivation, leaving them with no shared interest. If she claimed to be kind-hearted and unable to witness others suffer, how could she justify helping only Mu Rushue when countless others were in need? Ultimately, the truth was that she found Mu Rushue pleasing to the eye and simply wanted to treat her well. Surely that would suffice. Yet, the inevitable why from Mu Rushue would circle back again. Thus, the most illogical explanation had to be selected emotions. This was the only reasoning that could not be deduced through conventional logic. Especially since Mu Rushue had no insight into Luo Li's true thoughts. Whatever Luo Li said would suffice. With newfound determination, Luo Li declared, I don't want to be your sister. Huh. What did you just say? I was just shy earlier, but now I want you to understand my feelings. What feelings? The silver-haired girl chose not to respond further. She approached Mu Rushue, who remained puzzled as to what feelings warranted such proximity. With a blush adorning her cheeks like a sunset, the silver-haired girl began to speak, albeit hesitantly. My affection resembles the love shared between lovers. In essence, it is. Mu Rushue. My feelings for you are those of a lover. With deep azure eyes, I find myself hesitant to gaze upon the black-haired maiden before me. The moment the words escape my lips, regret washes over me. Luo Li subconsciously still perceives herself as male. Although the constraints on women in this world are not as severe, it remains unthinkable for a woman to openly pursue another woman. Previously, I had only contemplated how to navigate this situation. Neglecting this crucial point. If Mu Rushue were to find me distasteful, would that not be? As I subtly raised my gaze, I saw Mu Rushue standing there, dazed. A flicker of anxiety stirred within me. Yet I feigned nonchalance as I inquired, do you find me distasteful? Haha. The notion of a woman loving another woman is indeed quite peculiar, isn't it? I was merely jesting. Before I could finish, Mu Rushue's voice broke the silence. I do not find it distasteful. In her crimson gaze, alongside the white-haired girl before her, another figure emerged. Unlike before, this visage appeared somewhat menacing. She is deceiving you. Mu Rushue. What woman could ever love another woman? She seeks only your phoenix blood. Do not trust her. Yet Mu Rushue seemed oblivious to these words. Despite the tumult of emotions swirling within her, she could not summon feelings of disdain. She had always been an honest person. I do not find it distasteful. Chapter 42, Proof. The ending of the previous chapter has been altered. Readers familiar with prior chapters may wish to revisit them, though the changes are minimal. Now that the reason is known. Do you still wish to depart? Mu Rushue shook her head. Luo Li felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to hear Mu Rushue continue. I do not believe you. Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Puzzled. Huh. Did you not just say you did not find it distasteful? Mu Rushue's expression remained unchanged. I was merely responding to your previous question. I did not claim to believe you. Luo Li, we have known each other for barely 10 days. Your affection lacks substantiation. So, why do you like me? What Mu Rushue did not voice was her awareness of her own beauty. However, Luo Li was equally stunning, with her silvery hair adding an unusual charm. Furthermore, hailing from a prestigious lineage, Mu Rushue understood that should she ever wish to pursue a woman, she could have her pick, given her looks and background. Why then, would she bestow her affections upon someone from humble origins? Mu Rushue possessed a keen self-awareness. She did not deny her allure, yet she was not so conceited as to think that a mere 10 days of acquaintance could inspire affection from a beautiful, noble young lady. Luo Li found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Despite her forthrightness, she still fell prey to Mu Rushue's inquisitive nature. Could it not be love at first sight? Mu Rushue shook her head once more. Love at first sight is merely lust. Luo Li was taken aback. Mu Rushue spoke such unfiltered truths. The first time she laid eyes on Mu Rushue upon her arrival, she had even contemplated names for their future children. Although she had consistently attributed her feelings to love at first sight, deep down, she recognized it as mere lust. Then, does that mean I am drawn to your beauty, Mu Rushue? Is it so wrong to like you for your looks? Mu Rushue's brows knitted together. Oh, you were driven by lust. As she caught a fleeting glimmer of crimson in Mu Rushue's eyes, a sense of unease washed over Luo Li. Though she had never dated a girl in her previous life, she had encountered enough anecdotes to understand that women are creatures of duality, desiring to be cherished for their beauty while simultaneously wishing to be valued for more. Luo Li endeavored to maintain her composure, knowing that her forthcoming response held great significance. Observing Luo Li's silence, disappointment flickered in Mu Rushue's crimson gaze. She could not fathom why she felt a glimmer of hope, whether driven by lust or ulterior motives. She should have remained indifferent. Her future destiny awaited her as the Ling Tian Chi Zun, the most formidable supreme being in this realm. The matters at hand were merely dust within the annals of her memory. Exhaling a breath of exasperation, she prepared to take her leave. Just then, the silver-haired maiden lifted her gaze. This time, the azure eyes held no trepidation, though a hint of shyness lingered, overshadowed by a profound sincerity. Rushue, I do not know. I desperately want to deny that my feelings stem from lust, yet I cannot truthfully claim that I am not drawn to your beauty. Mu Rushue's brows furrowed, and she turned to walk away. However, the silver-haired maiden seized her wrist. The previously icy voice now softened with warmth. But what I know is that I like Rushue, and it is not solely due to your appearance. From the moment I first beheld you, it was as if a seed of emotion had been planted within my heart. I know not what that feeling is, yet each time I see you afterward, it grows stronger. At this moment, this emotion has intensified to a degree I cannot ignore. Rushue, I am unsure why I like you, but I simply do. Let go. Mu Rushue's face bore a frigid expression, seemingly unmoved. Rushue, did you not say my affection lacked proof? A shadow of doubt flickered in her crimson eyes. Why bring this up now? Yet, in the next moment, she understood. A waft of cool fragrance enveloped her. The azure gaze before her expanded rapidly, clear and translucent. It resembled an unblemished gemstone, yet now, this flawless gem was tinged with crimson. A soft chill brushed against her lips. The sound of her heartbeat crescendoed. Thump, 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 as if it might burst forth from her chest. A warmth rose from her neck, and Mu Rushue felt as though her cheeks were ablaze. For a moment, she was at a loss. A small serpent seemed to wish to slither into her mouth. Luo Li was abruptly pushed away. At that moment, Mu Rushue's cheeks were flushed to transparency. She wiped her lips, her previously unperturbed voice now betraying a hint of indignation. Luo Li, what are you doing? Luo Li was not faring much better. Her own face flushed. Yet, within her azure eyes danced a glimmer of amusement. You always witness my blunders. Now, it is your turn to falter. Luo Li's tone remained gentle. I merely wished for Rushue to understand my feelings. Then the silver-haired maiden grew earnest. Please do not leave. Her heart raced incessantly. For the first time since her rebirth, Mu Rushue felt a sense of panic. She bit her lip, preparing to chastise the girl, but upon meeting those azure eyes, her reprimands vanished from her mind. I need to think, to consider. I still need to think. Humph. Do you think it's so easy for me to believe you? However, during this period of contemplation, residing with you is not an issue. Yea, do not become too pleased with yourself. During this time, I shall expose you for being driven by lust. The smile in Luo Li's eyes deepened. You think you can come and go as you please? Not a chance. All right, Rushue, given the circumstances, let us eat first. Wait, I shall reheat the dishes. After a short while, Mu Rushue gazed at the mountain of food piled in her bowl, and at the silver-haired maiden who was busily adding more to the mound. A twinge of regret surfaced within her. Is it too late to run away now? Meanwhile, on the peak of Qingshao, a figure clad in green was indulging in self-reflection. Under the moonlight, her silhouette appeared somewhat solitary. Why does it still feel a bit chilly? As an innate realm practitioner, she was impervious to the elements. Yet she sensed a slight chill, though she paid it no mind. Clutching a jade green vial, it was the green ant wine gifted by Luo Li. While a practitioner of her caliber certainly lacked for wealth, she was acutely aware of the situation at Qingshao Peak. As the head of a peak, she could not simply turn a blind eye. Much of her monthly stipend was allocated to support her disciples. This green ant wine was a rare treasure for her. Luo Li is truly considerate and understanding. After downing a cup, the effects of inebriation washed over her, and she revealed a hint of enjoyment. Ah, have I forgotten something? Chapter 43, The Trials of the War Tomb, Hidden Dangers. The following day, Luo Li rose early. She checked her rewards from the system, successfully invested in Mu Rushue. Beggar's chicken. Received investment reward, 8 years of martial arts experience. Indeed, it appears the allure of the heroine's long, fair legs is irresistible. Luo Li had not prepared any extravagant delicacies, for given the conditions at Qi Shao Peak, beast meat was prohibitively lavish, and purchasing it would consume too much time. Thus, she had opted for ordinary ingredients, spending less than 10 taels of silver, yet reaping 8 years of martial arts experience in return. The return on investment was simply unparalleled. Just as she was about to seize the moment and continue to indulge Mu Ruxue, she discovered that Mu Ruxue had already left early and was nowhere to be found. Luo Li felt somewhat helpless and decided to seek out Yu Qingyao. During these days, aside from preparing meals for Mu Ruxue, she had not been idle, dedicating her time to studying the Qishao sword classic. This profound technique was enigmatic and challenging, and Luo Li was reluctant to squander her martial arts experience. She resolved to commit any encountered difficulties to memory, intending to seek guidance from her master. At the Grand Hall of Qishao Peak, upon her arrival, Luo Li was greeted by the sight of 2 maidens exiting, none other than Shang Wanhong and the already recovered Jiang Kai. Upon catching sight of Luo Li, Jiang Kai's large eyes transformed into crescent moons. Her delicate hands waved at Luo Li from afar. "Junior sister Luo," she called, observing the golden-haired girl had regained her health. A smile graced Luo Li's lips. "Senior sister Jiang," she replied. "Junior sister Luo, your timing is impeccable. Master has just instructed us to seek you out. To find me?" Jiang inquired. "Indeed. Senior sister, do you know the reason?" "I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but it is likely related to the upcoming trial in the Tomb of Soldiers in 8 days. I have heard about it. Senior sister. It is remarkable that you, having only recently joined, managed to defeat Li Yiming, who has been practicing swordsmanship for 3 years. Such talent in the sword arts certainly merits an expedition into the tomb." "Very well, junior sister, you should head inside. I shall not disturb you further." Upon entering the hall, Yu Qingyao sat regally upon the main seat. "Lier, your arrival is fortuitous. Have you heard of the Tomb of Soldiers trial?" Luo Li nodded. The disciple is aware. She recalled the tale. The Tomb of Soldiers had been established by the Shangqing sect since its inception, serving as a burial ground for fallen soldiers, housing an array of weapons belonging to numerous innate masters. These weapons had long since developed sentience and, lacking a master, had become exceedingly volatile over time. Any ordinary martial artist passing through could easily be harmed by a weapon's sudden aggression. However, as the tomb was a sacred site of the Shangqing sect, it could not be recklessly disturbed, leading to its sealing. It wasn't until someone accidentally entered the tomb, expecting to rouse the weapons, that nothing occurred. It was later discovered that these sentient weapons seemed only to attack disciples above the blood chi realm, leaving ordinary individuals or those at the same realm unharmed. This individual even succeeded in retrieving a sentient weapon from the tomb, garnering great accolades. Consequently, the Shangqing sect began to take the tomb seriously, sending disciples of the blood chi realm annually, for even if they could not acquire a sentient weapon, the experience would still be beneficial. While Yu Qingyao was somewhat surprised. Luo Li had only been in the sect for less than 10 days yet was so well informed about its affairs. However, recalling that her mother was Qing Lu, it seemed plausible. "Since you are aware, there is no need for further explanation. Your swordsmanship talent surpasses mine. Perhaps you could even retrieve a spirit sword. Nonetheless, even if you cannot secure a spirit sword, refining your sword intent within is still advantageous. Lier, what is your opinion? You may express your thoughts freely. I will not impose." "Master, I wish to participate in the Tomb of Soldiers trial." A smile crept onto Yu Qingyao's lips. "Lier, let me clarify. The Tomb of Soldiers trial does carry risks. While it is true that sentient weapons do not proactively attack those at the blood chi realm, if one treads into the territory of these sentient weapons, they may still be assaulted. Moreover, that place has been sealed for years, harboring fierce beasts within. Every year, there are disciples who meet their demise during the trial. Knowing this, do you still wish to participate?" Luo Li nodded resolutely. The disciple's mind is made up. The Tomb of Soldiers trial was imperative for Luo Li, as it pertained to a crucial plot point. In the original narrative, the protagonist acquired the Blood Phoenix scripture, a transcendent cultivation method, during this trial. Meanwhile, Mu Ruxue obtained a spirit sword, the Blazing Phoenix sword, that could continuously grow. She believed she was favored by fortune, embarking on her cultivation without hesitation. However, due to her incomplete bloodline, she suffered severe backlash in her meridians. It was at this juncture that she learned of her bloodline's deficiency. The Blood Phoenix scripture contained a method to rectify this, which required the blood of another phoenix to restore her own. In despair, she realized how precious phoenix blood was. It was likely she would perish before acquiring any. Ironically, she discovered that Mu Ruxue, whom she had always disdained, possessed phoenix blood, prompting her to set her sights on her. Ultimately, she was, of course, killed by the heroine, serving merely as a tool to help Mu Rushiwei complete her bloodline. However, for the current Luo Li, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. She pondered what rewards might await her should she give the Blood Phoenix scripture to Mu Rushiwei. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly recognized a critical issue. No, this was not the time for frivolities. Luo Li furrowed her brow, a sense of urgency swelling within her. The original narrative's Tomb of Soldiers trial concealed a profoundly dangerous figure. One who had nearly claimed both Mu Rushiwei and Luo Li's lives. This individual practiced an exceptionally unique cultivation method. Despite clearly surpassing the Blood Chi realm, for reasons unknown, they could avoid provoking the sentient weapons. This person had nearly slaughtered half of the participants in the trial. Accessing the Blood Phoenix scripture through blood sacrifice. It could be said that the protagonist's acquisition of the Blood Phoenix scripture was largely thanks to him. If the plot were to unfold as in the original narrative, there would be no cause for concern. However, the current trajectory had veered significantly from the original path, diverging by more than half. Should the so-called butterfly effect come into play, leading that terrifying individual to target herself and Mu Rushiwei prematurely, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, given the developments of the previous two events, the likelihood of such an occurrence was alarmingly high. Casting a glance at Yuqing Yao, Luo Li contemplated her next move. Should she directly report to her master? No, at this moment, her words would hold no weight, and she was unaware of the individual's identity or whereabouts. Speaking out would only render her a mere purveyor of nonsense. After a moment's thought, she summoned the courage to ask her master for a life-saving item. On the way back, Luo Li found herself in possession of a 1-inch-long white jade sword. This was the life-saving item bestowed upon her by Yuqing Yao, containing the essence of an innate master. It could be activated simply by shattering it. Despite its unimpressive appearance, a single strike from an innate master was not to be trifled with. Shattering a Tinzhong boulder would be but a trivial feat even with such a powerful artifact in hand. Luo Li still felt insecure. While the sword was formidable, it could only be used once. Moreover, there was a casting time before activation. Crucially, it was a directional skill, making it easy to evade. After much contemplation, Luo Li finally realized that forging ahead required her own strength, rather than relying on external objects. She ought to dedicate herself to enhancing her own abilities. A surge of determination ignited within her. Now was the time for diligence and perseverance. Her azure eyes seemed to blaze with a flicker of fervor. System, allocate my points. Personal panel has been opened. Host, Luo Li. Age, 16 realm. Blood Chi 10 channels. Golden Blood Chi. Physique. Xianbing Phoenix Body. Qingwan Heart Cultivation Method. 3 transformations of Jade. Beginner. Bishu Sword Technique. Perfected. Luo Yu Palm. Beginner. Qishao Sword Cannon. Beginner. Frostwind Being Sword Technique. Pending study. Remaining martial arts experience, 8 years destiny level, F- initially. Luo Li had intended to conserve her 8 years of martial arts experience for fusion of cultivation methods. But it now seemed unfeasible. The system allocated all 8 years of martial arts experience to the Qishao Sword Cannon. Thus, the most formidable technique at her disposal became the Qishao Sword Cannon. While the 3 transformations of Jade was also an exalted technique, it did not involve any martial arts, rendering its enhancement less impactful than that of the Qishao Sword Cannon. 8 years of martial arts experience have been utilized. In the first year, despite your diligent study, you failed to grasp the essence. In the 5th year, after numerous attempts, you finally discerned a glimmer of the correct path and began to experiment. In the 8th year, through relentless validation, you confirmed your hypothesis. Filled with confidence, you embarked on your cultivation, yet always felt something was amiss, ultimately regretting your inability to progress further. Qishao Sword Cannon. Beginner. Luo Li stared blankly at the word beginner on the panel. The originally white text now tinged with red, much like her own flushed cheeks. Flustered, she exclaimed, System, are you telling me that after 8 years of martial arts experience, I only made a splash? Steam seemed to rise from her head. 8 years of martial arts experience, and yet no improvement. This system simulates results based on the host's aptitude. All results are subject to factual verification. What, are you suggesting that after 8 years of cultivation, I can't even achieve proficiency in a sword technique? Am I truly a fool? Indeed. This simple affirmation left Luo Li in stunned silence. System, open voice communication. After taking a few deep breaths, Luo Li finally calmed down. She recalled that while her rapid progress in the Bixiao sword technique was notable, it was merely a mystical level technique, hardly comparable to the exalted Qishao sword cannon. Moreover, even with a foundation in the Bixiao sword technique, she had spent nearly 8 years of martial arts experience to reach perfection. Perhaps, just perhaps, she truly was a fool. No, wait. How do I explain my swift entry into the Qishao sword cannon? I didn't even spend a quarter of an hour before reaching the beginner stage, and my master was astonished. How could I possibly be a fool? Regaining a measure of confidence, Luo Li huffed. This little system dares to disrupt my path. I shall see you meet your demise. Well, host, could it be that your rapid entry was a result of the affinity for wind elemental energy brought about by the Qingwan heart? How could that be possible? Subsequently, Luo Li reminisced about the moment when she had indeed entered the realm of swordsmanship with remarkable speed. However, her subsequent training had proven to be somewhat difficult to articulate. Essentially, she would inquire after every few sentences spoken by Yuqingyao. It was no wonder her master had regarded her with such peculiar eyes at that time. A wave of realization struck Luo Li. Though she chose to remain silent, this meant that she currently lacked martial experience. Immediately, she thought of Mu Rushiwei. However, she quickly shook her head. After all, Mu Rushiwei's little belly had its limits. She had been pampering her daily. And now, upon seeing Luo Li, Mu Rushiwei scurried away like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Moreover, she did not wish to push Mu Rushiwei into a corner. What if she decided to run away? That would certainly be a loss. Alas, how wonderful it would be to have several Mu Rukshas. Ah, Iron Bull raised his hand. Luo Li had an idea. Are you suggesting that you wish to host a banquet for Kai? Indeed. Master Yuqingyao gazed at the returning silver-haired girl, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Since when had Lear and Kai become so close? Yet, recalling Luo Li's noble act of saving a friend and that mysterious elixir capable of reversing a severed meridian. A sense of warmth blossomed within Yuqingyao's heart. It was evident that the girl had only known Kai for a few days, yet had forged such a bond, showcasing her deep sense of loyalty. Regardless of Yuqingyao's musings, Luo Li was calculating her own little scheme. Treating everyone to a meal was, in essence, akin to an investment, and a multiple one at that. Truly, I am quite the clever little one. Humph. Let us see who dares to call me foolish again. At this moment, a certain system could only remain silent. So, master, will you come? The girl's voice trembled with anxiety, as if fearing that Yuqingyao might decline. Yuqingyao's tone was gentle, almost excessively so. With such heartfelt intentions, of course, I shall attend. Do you require my assistance? Do not be misled by my current demeanor. I was quite the adept cook in my youth. Luo Li immediately shook her head. If you truly come to assist, the investment rewards will dwindle, and whom should I seek to compensate for that? No need, master. I merely wish to do something for senior sister Kai. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Yuqingyao's beautiful eyes. Did the previous efforts you exerted in your heart not hold any significance? Now, you wish to go to such lengths for Kai? She truly makes me want to weep. Master, what troubles you? It's nothing. The wind is too fierce, and sand has gotten into my eyes. Luo Li glanced around the tightly enclosed hall, feeling somewhat speechless. Truly, one can just speak nonsense with their eyes wide open. Well then, master, I shall take my leave. Lear, wait a moment. A fragrant breeze enveloped her, and then Luo Li found her head buried in something soft. A hand rested gently upon her head. In that instant, Yuqingyao radiated a maternal warmth, her entire being suffused with a nurturing glow. Lear, there is no need to force yourself. You are already remarkable. At this moment, Luo Li could only express that the sensation was vast in color and pale in volume. However, after a brief moment, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged forth. Observing Luo Li's continued struggles, the warmth in Yuqingyao's eyes deepened. Look at how delighted this child is. Chapter 45. The most adorable senior sister in the world. Luo Li fled the hall as if escaping. On the way, she still felt a lingering trepidation. No wonder she is regarded as a terrifying entity of evil. Truly formidable, encountering evil in the form of a colossal monster. She exerted all her strength but could not prevail. Straightening the hair that fell across her forehead, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her azure eyes. The next step was to invite the junior sister. A banquet to celebrate my recovery. Jiang Kai's expression was somewhat flustered. Her tiny hands were uncertain of where to rest. No, that won't do, junior sister. It should be I who treats everyone. How can I trouble you so? Moreover, junior sister has helped me so much. I haven't properly thanked you. How can I impose such a burden? The tone of the senior sister grew increasingly agitated, her large golden eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She was no fool. Although neither Luo Li nor her master had taken the initiative to mention it, she had deduced the truth from snippets of conversation between her master and Song Ping on that day. It was the junior sister who had been assisting her after her collapse. Even the severed meridian, which had left her master at a loss, had undergone a miracle thanks to the junior sister's persistence. The words she had heard in her dream, "There will be a way," echoed in her ears. She has done so much for me, and yet I have not been able to do anything for her. Junior sister, Before she could finish, the tremor in her voice betrayed her emotions. Seeing the senior sister with tears in her eyes, Luo Li felt a pang of guilt. By heaven's grace, she had merely wished to treat her to a meal. Yes, I'm sorry, junior sister. I apologize for making you witness me in such a state. Jiang Kai stammered, her overwhelming feelings rendering her unable to compose herself. She did not wish to reveal such a vulnerable side to Luo Li. Yet she found herself unable to stop. Only by continuously apologizing did she feel a semblance of relief. Senior sister. Junior sister. In the next moment, Jiang Kai's petite form was enveloped in Luo Li's embrace. The warmth of the embrace was soft, tinged with a hint of coolness. The faint scent of cold fragrance filled the air, delightful enough for Jiang Kai to inhale deeply. Above her, she felt fingers weaving through her hair. Although Jiang Kai was not fond of such childlike antics at that moment, she felt a profound sense of comfort. Observing the girl in her arms still trembling, Luo Li felt that even if she were to be taken away by the hat uncle at that moment, she would harbor no regrets. After all, the sight of the crying, apologetic junior sister was simply heart-wrenching. I'm sorry, senior sister. The person in her arms struggled slightly, a flustered voice emerging. No, it is I who should apologize. Luo Li gently shook her head. No, it is I who failed to notice senior sister's feelings. Thus, the fault lies with me. Within the embrace, Jiang Kai's struggles intensified. Her golden eyes lifted. No, it cannot possibly be junior sister's fault. But senior sister has cried. There is no one else here. If not me, then who else could have made you cry? It is clearly my own issue. It has nothing to do with you. Yet, here, apart from senior sister, there is only me. If I were to speak of it, others would surely think I was the one who made senior sister cry. Then, Jiang Kai suddenly found herself at a loss for words. While she sensed something was amiss, she was unsure how to articulate it. A glimmer of amusement sparked in Luo Li's azure gaze. Thus, it is not senior sister's fault. The large golden eyes momentarily went blank. Ah, is that so? But if it is neither your fault nor mine, then whose fault could it be? It is the wind. The wind? Indeed, the wind carried sand that got into senior sister's eyes. Thus, it is the wind's fault. The wind, it neither wronged any of you. Humph. Jiang Kai finally caught on. Do not treat me as a child. I am 3 years older than you. Call me senior sister properly. Unable to resist, Luo Li reached out to tousle the golden locks of the person in her arms. Aha, senior sister. What on earth is senior sister? Senior sister. Luo Li crouched down, her serious azure gaze locking on to Jiang Kai. The suddenly bashful golden eyes darted away. I am genuinely glad for your recovery, and my words are not mere flattery. Therefore, may I invite the most adorable senior sister in the world to attend tonight's banquet? Jiang Kai's face turned as red as a little apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Senior sister, I did not quite catch that. The cute little head lowered, golden strands obscuring her eyes, preventing Luo Li from discerning Jiang Kai's expression. Luo Li sighed with relief internally. At last, she had managed to charm the main character of the evening, without junior sister. Tonight's banquet might not have taken place. Luo Li, what are you doing? The door of the Fire Sun sect stood ajar, and at that moment, a girl in a red dress and a boy in black stood at the entrance. Shangguan Hong's eyes widened, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. There, the silver-haired girl crouched, her hands resting on the junior sister's shoulders, her face adorned with a mysterious smile directed at the golden-haired Luo Li. While the latter appeared so frightened that she seemed unable to move, Shangguan's sister, Yisu regrettably, this world lacks the presence of Uncle Hat, for if he were here, Shangguan Hong would inevitably allow Luo Li to enter the orange grove for tea. Fortunately, in the end, Jiang Kai stepped forward to clarify matters, and it was only then that the two began to believe, albeit with lingering doubt. As for Yixian's presence here, it was due to the news of Jiang Kai's recovery from a serious illness, prompting him to visit. Well then, with the misunderstandings resolved and the senior sister unharmed, it is time for me to take my leave. However, at that moment, Luo Li's voice rang out. Wait, you cannot leave. Is there something else? Junior sister Luo? Luo Li smiled but said nothing. Now that everything was in place, only a laborer was needed, and before me stood 3 young maidens, along with a young man. So, who would fulfill this role of laborer? How perplexing. Chapter 46. Just like a little kitten. Yixian initially felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, he soon witnessed the terrifying wealth of Luo Li. Meat from a 9th-grade peak ferocious beast. Purchased. How much do you want? Bring me an entire one. The most renowned tavern in Nanjun. This, and this. Bring me 10 dishes of each. Exquisite fine wine. Let me first sample 20 jars. This was the transformation of Yixian's expression. On the journey back, Yixian gazed at the cart brimming with provisions behind him, his heart now consumed by sheer astonishment. He was too afraid to speak loudly, lest he disturb Luo Li's tranquility. Junior sister Luo, with so much food, will we be able to finish it all? How could we not? There are still the inner disciples, aren't there? Yuxian's mind went blank, and a sense of guilt began to swell within him. He had initially thought that Luo Li was merely inviting a few of their closest disciples. After all, as a newly initiated junior sister, it was only natural for her to curry favor with her senior brothers and sisters. He had assumed it was simply a matter of ordinary social niceties. Little did he expect that she had included all the inner disciples, even if she were to curry favor with them. It would yield no significant benefits beyond a slight enhancement of her reputation. Moreover, what Luo Li had purchased was not common fare, but rather top-tier goods. Even a 3-year-old child would know that such an approach was bound to be a loss. Yet Luo Li had proceeded nonetheless. Yuxian's eyes grew misty. His junior sister truly cared for Qi Xiaopeak. The thought of how genuinely she wished well for Qi Xiaopeak, while he harbored such base thoughts about her, deepened his remorse. Alas, I am truly unworthy. Luo Li observed Yuxian's shoulders tremble and suddenly felt that the scene before her was familiar. Could it be? Yuxian, what is the matter? The youth raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Luo, junior sister, I am so sorry for you. Luo Li's small head momentarily failed to comprehend. She strained to recall their interactions, having spent less than 10 days at Qi Xiaopeak and having met Yuxian no more than thrice. Exchanging a mere handful of words, despite racking her brain, she could not fathom how he felt he had wronged her. Senior brother, please calm down. We have barely met. You have done nothing wrong. This statement, upon reaching Yuxian's ears, morphed into, senior brother need not concern himself. It is only natural for you to feel this way. You have not wronged me. She was warm, and I cried. The youth's weeping intensified. Luo Li could not help but press her forehead in exasperation. At that moment, she felt her head throb with confusion. Am I some fearsome spirit fabricated to frighten children? Why does everyone cry upon seeing me? The dining hall of Qi Xiaopeak. Indeed, Qi Xiaopeak possesses a dining hall. As for why Luo Li had never dined here, and why Mu Ruxue seemed to avoid the topic, there is a reason. As the sun dipped below the horizon, inner disciples concluded their day of cultivation, dragging their weary bodies to the dining hall. Yet they knew the battle for the day was far from over. Senior brother, are you truly going? One disciple's face was resolute, his gaze as steadfast as if pledging allegiance. Junior sister, how can a man of virtue be vanquished by such trivial challenges? We are disciples of Qi Xiaopeak. Though we currently dwell at the bottom, we shall never lower our heads to gaze up at the stars. Tears welled in the junior sister's eyes. But, senior brother, that is the dining hall matron. The one who once prepared stir-fried tofu with fruit, deep-fried rat meat, and mooncakes with scrambled eggs. With each dish named the junior sister uttered, the senior brother's face grew more pallid. By the end, his complexion resembled that of wax, as though he had envisioned the horrendous dishes that awaited them. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, yet upon catching the gleam in the junior sister's eyes, he straightened his posture. The senior brother tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with indifference. As if he had already cast aside life and death, he began to recite. The matron's culinary skills are crude, the dishes bitter beyond description, their colors pale, their aromas indistinct as earth. Each day I consume them, my heart feels as if it is being cleaved. Hunger gnaws within me, tears streaming as I swallow, yet cannot part with this wretched fare. I have tasted the myriad flavors of life. When will I feast upon a sumptuous banquet? With that, he erupted into laughter and strode forth with unyielding determination. Senior brother, the junior sister behind him was already in tears, her vision blurred by tears. When she wiped them away, there was no trace of her senior brother. At that moment, he had entered the dining hall, heart racing. Yet, as he approached, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him. Mu Ruxue returned quite late. Indeed, she had been avoiding Luo Li. The latter's persistent offerings were one reason, while the other stemmed from an odd feeling that had arisen between them since that night. She disliked her own coyness and thus chose to feign business, leaving early. Over the past few days of cultivation, she had broken through another meridian and now possessed the cultivation level of 7 meridians of vital energy. Nonetheless, she felt a touch of dissatisfaction. Though she had no fear of the one from the armament trial, it was always beneficial to enhance her strength. Upon nearing Shueyun Pavilion, she sensed something amiss. You are Mu Ruxue. Yu Qingao recognized the young girl before her, having shared the same entry into the sect with Luo Li. Mu Ruxue was somewhat surprised. I pay my respects, master. There's no need for excessive formalities. Be more casual. At this moment, adhering to such etiquette seemed somewhat unbecoming. In the courtyard of Shueyun Pavilion, A large table had been set up at some point, adorned with an array of delicacies. Shangguan Hong and Yi Xian were busy arranging the feast. The originally tranquil courtyard had transformed into a lively gathering. Master, what is the meaning of this? Ah, Rushiwei. I forgot to inform you that tonight we are holding a recovery banquet for our senior sister. The voice belonged to Luo Li, the silver-haired maiden, who was still carrying a dish, her snowy locks slightly disheveled, with a streak of black smudge, evidence of an accidental encounter with soot. Mu Rushiwei could not suppress a smile. Just like ah, Rushiwei, what did you say? Luo Li inquired, and Mu Rushiwei shook her head. Oh, very well. Luo Li departed, yet Mu Rushiwei's murmured voice echoed once more. A little kitten. The banquet commenced. To her surprise, Li displayed remarkable culinary skills. Luo Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Others may not know, but she certainly did. Her culinary prowess was merely a matter of verbal conjuration. Hee, I have a slight understanding, she replied. As she spoke, she instinctively began serving Mu Rushiwei. After a couple of bites, an unusual silence enveloped the room. All four individuals present turned their gazes toward the two maidens. The hint of unexplainable meaning flickered in Yu Qingyao's eyes. That Li and this junior sister Mu share a very close bond. Mu Rushiwei fell silent. Even the esteemed Miss Ling Tianqi could not help but feel her cheeks redden under the scrutiny of so many. Luo Li, however, remained unperturbed, nodding affirmatively. Rushiwei and I hit it off at first sight. It feels as if we have known each other for ages. Luo Li saw nothing amiss, her hands still busy serving Mu Rushiwei. Soon, Mu Rushiwei's bowl was piled high. The silver-haired maiden's generosity enlivened the atmosphere once more. Little junior sister, I want some too. All right, senior sister, this is for you. Humph, you only serve her and the senior sister. What about us? Shangguan senior sister, here is yours. Humph, this is much better. Why Yu Qingyao set down her wine cup. Speaking of which, I seem to recall that Leo has yet to offer tea to master. Luo Li felt somewhat speechless. Were they all merely children? She had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks and serve food to her master once more. Finally, Yi Xian shifted in his seat, a suspicious blush crossing his face. Little junior sister, do you think the food prepared by your senior brother is truly good? The moment he uttered those words, he felt three icy gazes fixate on him. Yi Xian could not help but shiver. I truly believe that the dishes prepared by the little junior sister are excellent. He hastily grabbed a couple of bites and buried his head in his meal. Chapter 47, 86 years of martial arts experience, plus a touch of frost wind and emerald shadow sword technique. The following day, the sun streamed into the room, and only then did Luo Li lazily rise from her slumber. Well, the atmosphere last night was so delightful that everyone couldn't help but indulge, and we ended up dining well into the late hours. The silver-haired maiden sat on her bed, her nightgown slipping down to reveal her snowy shoulders. System, check rewards. Successfully invested in Mu Rushiwei. Successfully invested in Yu Qingyao. Successfully invested in Li Huayi. A plethora of information danced before Luo Li's eyes, leaving her momentarily bewildered as she struggled to determine where to focus her gaze. The system promptly consolidated the final investment rewards. Summarizing investment rewards. Summary complete. View, congratulations, host, you have received investment rewards. Martial experience, 86 years. Gold, 3,862 taels. Silver, 15,300 taels. Various jewels, 153 pieces. Supreme quality Baohua ointment, 16 jars. Luo Li was somewhat taken aback. Aside from the usual bounty of gold and jewels, this time she had also received a considerable amount of supreme healing ointments. A glance around revealed that she had provisions for both internal and external injuries, as well as for various traumas. This was indeed fortuitous, for it is always prudent to be prepared. All these items resided within the system space, allowing Luo Li to summon them effortlessly with a mere thought. Next, she turned her attention to the primary objective of this endeavor, 86 years of martial experience. Unable to contain her excitement, the silver-haired girl rubbed her hands together in glee. This was truly a bountiful reward. The system activated the fusion panel. Fusion panel activated. As she began to make her selection, Luo Li suddenly paused, a flicker of contemplation crossing her azure eyes. The Tianji martial technique certainly seemed to be her best option. Upon fusion, it could potentially elevate in rank, perhaps even yielding a technique that surpassed Tianji itself. However, for Luo Li at this moment, it did not appear to be the wisest choice, setting aside the failure probability associated with fusing the Tianji technique, even if it succeeded on the first attempt. The arduous nature of cultivation, where 8 years of martial experience yielded no discernible progress according to the Qinshao sword manual, suggested that her current martial experience might prove inadequate. Moreover, while the Tianji technique was formidable, she was presently at the 10th pulse of qi and blood. Regardless of its immense power, how much could she truly harness? After a moment's reflection, she closed the fusion panel and opened her personal panel. Personal panel opened. Host, Luo Li, age, 16, realm, 10th pulse of qi and blood, golden qi and blood, constitution, Xianbing phoenix body, Qingyuan heart technique, Sanjuan Huayu gong beginner. Bai Shao sword technique, complete, Luo Yu palm, beginner, Qing Shao sword manual, beginner, Shuangfeng Bing sword technique, awaiting study. Remaining martial experience, 86 years fate level, F-. Indeed, was the Shuangfeng Bing sword technique now her optimal choice? System, invest 10 years of martial experience into the Shuangfeng Bing sword technique. 10 years of martial experience have been utilized. In the first year, you are able to simultaneously wield both wind and ice inner energies. You discover that the Shuangfeng Bing sword technique suits you perfectly, requiring almost no time to learn. Shuangfeng Bing sword technique, beginner. In the third year, while diligently practicing the sword technique, an epiphany strikes you, which you subsequently validate. Just as you suspected, you continue to explore this line of thought. In the 8th year, you finally comprehend everything, mastering the fusion of the two inner energies, allowing your strikes to carry the might of frost and wind. Shuangfeng Bing sword technique, minor success. In the 10th year, you realize that no matter how hard you practice, you cannot advance further. You investigate the reasons behind this and ultimately discover that the sword technique also requires the cultivation of the two inner energies, which you had neglected in favor of the sword technique, hindering your progress. Shuangfeng Bing sword technique, minor success. In an instant, as the system's deductions concluded, a wealth of martial experience flooded into Luo Li's mind. Moments later, she opened her eyes. Raising her palm, a gust of snowy wind manifested at her fingertips. With a gentle push, the pristine wind drifted forward. Observing the seemingly fragile frost wind, it merely grazed the nearby furniture, leaving a noticeable dent. Was this the power of frost wind? Luo Li was somewhat astounded by its potency. Ultimately, this frost wind was merely a unique form of inner energy. Yet, inner energy must be accompanied by sword techniques to unleash its full potential. At present, Luo Li had only released inner energy without employing any sword techniques, and still, she observed such power. What might it be like if she unleashed a full sword strike? However, Luo Li refrained from experimentation, instead directing her gaze toward the panel. This frost wind would undoubtedly be a decisive advantage against those of the qi and blood realm, yet she harbored uncertainties about the mysterious figure from the Bingzhong trial. Had she truly neglected the cultivation of her heart technique? How troublesome. This predicament of lacking suitable techniques became apparent. She must cultivate both techniques simultaneously. In other words, at the same realm. She was required to exert double the effort to achieve the same progress as others. One was the Sanjuan Huayu gong, and the other was the Qin Shao sword manual. Moreover, both endeavors were of hellish difficulty. The Qin Shao sword manual was not merely a sword technique, but an entire system that encompassed both heart techniques and sword techniques. Hence its designation as a sword manual. In simpler terms, Luo Li found herself under a negative buff. Experience acquisition efficiency reduced by 50, and experience required for leveling multiplied by 10. With a sigh, Luo Li lamented the necessity of possessing a dedicated technique for fusing the two inner energies. Yet this was not the time for such considerations. Should she seek two low-grade heart techniques for fusion? After pondering, Luo Li shook her head. Heart techniques were not like martial techniques. They could not be altered at will. They pertained to the body's meridians, and should she act recklessly, it could result in irreversible damage. Furthermore, low-grade heart techniques represented independent systems, incompatible with her current cultivation of inner energy. There was no way she could simply dismantle her progress and start a new system. Is there any method to enhance the efficacy of using martial experience? If a suitable cave dwelling compatible with the technique is found, the effectiveness of using martial experience can be slightly enhanced. A cave dwelling. Where might I find one? Surely, any place worthy of the name would be occupied by a formidable entity. To conjure one out of thin air would require an eternity. In her heart, Luo Li dismissed the system's suggestion as impractical. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. The Xian Yuan Hanyu Cave. Chapter 48. Xian Yuan Hanyu Cave, Qingyang Demonis. The Xian Yuan Hanyu Cave, despite its name, bore little resemblance to a traditional cave. A circular entrance was enveloped in a shimmering blue and white glow. Surrounding the entrance was not stone, but a white jade that sparkled like snowflakes. The registrar glanced at the silver-haired girl before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, qi, and blood realm. Have you given it due consideration? The Xian Yuan Hanyu cave, while beneficial for refining qi and blood, harbors frigid energies that are not easily tolerated by the unprepared. Should you recklessly enter, it may leave lasting repercussions on your body. I am aware. It is of no concern. Another who refuses to heed caution. Do you possess the identity jade token? Luo Li nodded and handed over the jade token hanging from her waist. Upon receiving the token, the registrar's expression shifted to one of surprise. This is a personal jade token. Glancing at the youthful girl, who appeared no older than Jade Youth, he suddenly recalled something. No wonder she seemed familiar. The personal disciple of the Qi and Blood realm had already become renowned within the Qishao sect. You are Luo Li, the personal disciple. Indeed, the registrar's tone became notably more courteous. The girl's head of white hair inevitably conjured images of her possessing an ice affinity constitution. Most visitors here were likely guided by the Peak Master, and he had spoken out of turn. After completing the registration, he continued, Luo Disciple, you have 4 opportunities to enter the Xian Yuan Hanyu cave this month. The cold air within will significantly increase at the hour of the rooster, and even with your innate constitution, it is best to exit by then to avoid harming your body. Furthermore, the cold air intensifies with every 5 zhang you traverse. So please proceed with caution. Thank you. As her palm touched the cave entrance, the blue and white glow offered no resistance to Luo Li. A sense of wonder washed over her. The world of the fantastical was indeed remarkable. Upon entering the cave, a wave of cold air enveloped her. Even with her Xianbing phoenix body, Luo Li felt a chill. Channeling her inner energy dispelled the discomfort, but soon she sensed a growing unease. The cave was expansive, housing numerous disciples of the Qinshao sect. However, these disciples were predominantly of the retired realm. Now, as Luo Li activated her qi and blood, the surrounding disciples became acutely aware of the silver-haired girl who had just entered, naturally drawing their attention. Who is this junior sister? She's stunning. Mom, I've fallen in love. I find her rather ordinary. Am I the only one who thinks so? The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from this disciple. Anyone with functioning eyes could see the girl's allure. Yet this fellow, who was clearly male, displayed no interest whatsoever, which was quite unsettling. I recognize this girl. Please elaborate, brother. Did not the Qin Shao Peak recently accept a personal disciple of the Qi and Blood realm? Could it be? Indeed, it is she, named Luo Li, currently the 4th personal disciple of Qin Shao Peak. Luo Li. What a lovely name. What is she doing here at the Qi and Blood realm? Well, look at her white hair. She must possess an ice affinity constitution, so she is surely here to refine her qi and blood. It is not I who speaks of my brother, but she, despite possessing certain talents, remains merely at the blood qi realm. Does she truly believe that a modicum of aptitude permits her to act with impunity? She is likely to face considerable hardship here. Look, she has indeed come to a halt, not far away. The silver-haired maiden has surprisingly stopped, clearing her mind of distractions. Luo Li silently begins to circulate the 3 transformations of Jade technique that in an instant. The surrounding cold air seems to find an outlet. Rushing toward Luo Li, the pure white chill envelopes her, rendering her figure elusive. A flicker of delight passes through her azure eyes. Just as she had anticipated, this coldness indeed amplifies her technique. Yet, this degree of chill is still insufficient. Being innately endowed with the celestial ice phoenix body, coupled with the golden blood essence cultivated within her, her demand for the world's primal energy far exceeds that of an ordinary blood qi practitioner. Even some disciples of the transcendence realm may not match her. Brushing off the frost that had accumulated on her garment, Luo Li steps forward into the depths. After traversing 5 paces, a torrent of chilling air assaults her. The temperature here is nearly doubled compared to the previous location. The previously murmuring disciples of the transcendence realm fall silent, for the distance between them and the silver-haired maiden has now dwindled to less than a half step. They are disciples of the transcendence realm, capable of releasing their inner breath for self-protection, while the maiden before them is merely at the blood qi realm, and not even at its pinnacle. Yet, she stands at the same juncture as they do. Despite her innate abilities, this is truly terrifying. The chasm between transcendence and blood qi is too vast. It is akin to one person wielding only their fists while another employs firearms. Nevertheless, the maiden's steps do not falter. The cold wind rustles her snow-white hair, and with an expression devoid of emotion, Luo Li advances, until her figure is shrouded by the white mist The disciples of the Transcendence realm finally let out exclamations of astonishment. Goodness, is this truly the Blood Chi realm? I, who dare not step forward with my 3 acupoints of transcendence, yet she glides past so effortlessly? Is she even human? She merely possesses good fortune and talent. If I had such talent, I could do it too. Unable to restrain himself, one disciple exclaims, constantly muttering about luck, composure, and humility. In an instant, the atmosphere among the disciples brims with a sense of exhilaration. Wait, did junior sister Luo just head toward the location of the Qingyang Demonis? Oh my, it seems indeed so. The expressions of the surrounding disciples grow somewhat grim. Sigh, I hope junior sister Luo has good fortune and does not encounter her. What is there to fear? Isnt Chi, the direct disciple, also present. Could they possibly come to blows? As soon as these words leave his mouth, the surrounding disciples fall silent once more. Surely, it couldn't be. Luo Li advances another 5 paces. The chill intensifies yet again, and a thick layer of ice is formed on the ground. The white mist gradually dissipates, revealing 2 figures. Junior sister Luo? What a coincidence! Qi Yunming is somewhat surprised. He did not expect to encounter Luo Li here. However, Luo Li merely nods slightly before quickly casting her gaze forward, moving with such swiftness as if she had spotted something unsightly. The smile on Qi Yunming's face freezes. His right fist clenches tightly, nails nearly piercing his own flesh. Seeing the silver-haired maiden continue forward, a hint of malice flashes across Qi Yunming's face. He steps aside. Junior sister must be here to temper her blood essence. Ahead, the world's primal energy is even more concentrated. You might as well venture further. Chapter 49. Opening Another Meridians. The Qingyang Demonis Wan Lingyu. The mist envelopes Luo Li's figure. A cold smile curls at the corner of Qi Yunming's mouth. The attendant behind him wears a malevolent expression. Young master, how dare this person disregard you so? This is utterly unforgivable. The attendant's chest still aches from the incident at the Qiangyang Tower. Although Lu Heng's strike did not claim his life, it severed his path in martial arts entirely. Now, he suffers from a depletion of blood essence and has lost all possibility of further advancement. He dares not harbor resentment toward the powerful Lu Heng, so he attributes all blame to Luo Li. I suggest that during the trial at the soldier's tomb, we let that person deal with her directly. Silence. Qi Yunming unleashes his inner breath, dispersing the surrounding chilled this moment. He no longer retains his usual gentle demeanor. His eyes are filled with murderous intent. The attendant breaks out in a cold sweat, his knees buckling as he kneels to the ground, the impact ringing loudly. Young master, I was wrong. It was my folly to speak out. Moments later, Qi Yunming finally retracts his aura. Attendant, some words should not be spoken outside. Do you understand? If there is a next time, he does not need to elaborate, for Wang Shaoa comprehends his meaning. Qi Yunming scans the white mist before him. Yet, it is indeed somewhat disrespectful. A maiden emerges from the mist. Luo Li surveys her surroundings. Qi Yunming was not lying. But why is the primal energy in this place so abundant? Luo Li has traversed nearly 25 paces, and the chill has compounded almost 8 or 9 times. Furthermore, the deeper she goes, the chill increases exponentially. Even Luo Li finds it challenging to proceed. This place is just right. Ahead, the world's primal energy has become nearly semi-liquid, accumulating within an icy pool, resembling water in a bathing tub. Sitting cross-legged, the surrounding primal energy causes a jolt within Luo Li. Soon, a sense of confusion arises within her. In such a splendid location, why does Qi Yunming not come here? Is he unable to withstand the chill? Yet, Luo Li recalls that he should be at the divine concealment realm. Even if the chill were to intensify, it should not pose a threat to him. After contemplating for a moment, she discards this question from her mind. Now is the time for effort and sweat. System, allocate points. System panel has been opened. Utilizing 20 years of martial experience on the 3 transformations of Jade technique. 20 years of martial experience has been used. In the first year, you immersed yourself in researching the technique but struggled to grasp its essence. However, you vaguely found a general direction. In the 5th year, you discovered the cold air within the cold jade cave bears similarities to the inner breath of the 3 transformations of Jade technique. And you found a method, filled with joy. In the 13th year, through continuous validation, learning, and researching the changes in the cold air of the cold jade cave, you finally uncovered a hint of the secret. 3 transformations of Jade technique, small accomplishment. In the 20th year, despite your diligent efforts, you still felt your accumulation was insufficient, regretting not advancing further. 3 transformations of Jade technique. Small accomplishment. At the instant the system's deduction concludes, countless images flash through Luo Li's mind. The golden blood essence surges within her. Luo Li seems to transform into a magnet, drawing the world's primal energy towards her without restraint. Around her, a miniature whirlwind forms. Her body, akin to a rushing river, engulfs the surrounding primal energy. The originally dense semi-liquid pool now thins considerably. The golden blood essence continuously generates within Luo Li. In just a moment, a sound of shattering reaches her ears. She has unlocked another meridian. Now, she possesses the cultivation of 11 meridians in the blood chi realm, with only one meridian remaining to reach the pinnacle. Yet, Luo Li's limits extend far beyond this, for she possesses 15 meridians. Luo Li chooses not to continue her cultivation but instead stabilizes her foundation. Why are there still people here? The once dense mist thins. Within the white mist, not far away, a figure begins to materialize. It is a woman, dressed in the attire of a Qingyang Peak disciple, tall, and with somewhat exaggerated musculature. The cascade of thick black hair obscures half her face, leaving only one eye visible. Her appearance bears some resemblance to Terumi Mei from Naruto, yet her visage is markedly younger. Despite being in an extremely cold environment, she is dressed rather lightly. Her arms are exposed, and her snow-white skin is marred by numerous crimson scars. This image seems somewhat familiar to Luo Li. Scanning for information. Name: Ruan Lingyu. Cultivation: Blood Chi 12 meridians. Perfection: Destiny level. Is it truly her? The Qingyang demoness, Ruan Lingyu, renowned as such. You may wonder why a mere practitioner of the blood chi realm is bestowed with the title of Qingyang demoness. That is because Ruan Lingyu's father is the master of Qingyang Peak, and he is unequivocally a doting father. When Ruan Lingyu was a child, she was abducted by her father's enemies and subjected to various tortures. Even as a young girl, she was maliciously burned, leaving much of her skin disfigured. Although her father eventually annihilated her captors and rescued her, Ruan Lingyu's beauty was irreparably marred. Her father, burdened by guilt, indulged her every whim. This back and forth led to Ruan Lingyu's temperament becoming exceedingly capricious. Hence the moniker Qingyang demoness. In the original storyline, Ruan Lingyu, who had constantly professed her affection for Qi Yunming, ultimately turned her affections toward Mu Rushue and targeted her several times. The outcome? Naturally, it became a narrative of the female lead flaunting her prowess and slapping faces. The most absurd part is that Ruan Lingyu later claimed her targeting of Mu Rushue was merely due to personal disdain, having nothing to do with Qi Yunming. In the end, Qi Yunming is made a fool. However, for Luo Li, the maiden before her is also a tragic figure. Indeed, despite her seemingly mature and composed demeanor, she is not much older, merely 2 years senior to Luo Li, and has just turned 18. Now she has truly reached that milestone. The surrounding aura of vitality has grown thin. Ruan Lingyu also senses something amiss. Upon opening her eyes, she discovers a silver-haired maiden standing before her. At a flicker of panic crosses Ruan Lingyu's gaze. She hastily covers her arm and bends down until her outer garment conceals the scars, before rising with a somber expression. Chapter 50. Senior Ruan, you wouldn't want me to divulge today's events, would you? The scars on her body still throb with pain. A chilling aura envelopes the tall maiden, rendering her features somewhat obscured. She recalls certain past events, memories she had wished to forget. Back then, Ruan Lingyu had just been rescued, her body marred with injuries. Her father sought various healing elixirs for her. At that time, he had already reached the innate realm, and the remedies he procured were indeed remarkably effective. Yet, they only healed her internal injuries, leaving her skin ravaged by the fire poison untouched. The once lively and cheerful Ruan Lingyu became withdrawn and taciturn. As the peak master, Wan Tianong was burdened with responsibilities and could not often be by her side. While her mother had long since passed away, alone, she confined herself to her room, refusing to see anyone, until that day, when her childhood companion came to visit. Initially reluctant to speak, she was persistently pursued by her friend, who not only visited daily but also regaled her with tales of wonder. Gradually, even Ruan Lingyu found herself harboring a flicker of hope. Perhaps even someone like her could be accepted and loved. This thought, once ignited, grew uncontrollably. On their 25th encounter, Ruan Lingyu could no longer resist opening the tightly shut door. However, this marked the onset of her nightmares. The compassion and understanding she had envisioned were nowhere to be found. Instead, a profound disgust appeared in her friend's eyes. For her younger self, it felt like a dagger piercing her heart. Her heart bled, yet she maintained an indifferent facade. She longed to escape the shadows of her room and return to the sunlight. But no matter how much she feigned nonchalance, the mockery and disdain hidden in the eyes of others never ceased, until she ultimately uncovered the truth. From behind a courtyard wall, she overheard everything. The friendship she had imagined had never existed. It was merely her companion's mother orchestrating the facade. Her friend had never wished to approach her, yet feigned intimacy out of deference to Wan Lingyu's father's influence. Truly repulsive. Thus, she erupted. She became unruly and merciless. She still remembers how her former companion, unable to endure the torment any longer, tearfully declared that a hideous creature like her would never have anyone come close. And so, Wan Lingyu buried herself deeply, donning thick garments regardless of the season, letting her long hair cascade to obscure her scars. She became the infamous Qingyang Witch, a name that instilled dread in those who heard it. And beneath the guise of the Qingyang Witch, Wan Lingyu concealed her true self. Yet today, someone had glimpsed her scars. The heart that had settled into tranquility began to ache anew. She saw me. How could she perceive me this way? Would she divulge it to others? The very thought of such a dreadful consequence sent a chilling dread coursing through her bones. The fire poison she had suffered was exceptionally severe. And even now, it had not been entirely eradicated. Thus, on the 15th of every month, she had to visit this cold pool to alleviate the lingering effects of the poison. She was exceptionally cautious. Having enlisted Qi Yuming, who had attained the divine concealment realm, to guard her, she had believed herself to be foolproof, yet someone had intruded. They had witnessed the very side of her she wished to keep hidden. At that moment, her heart was a tumultuous storm, while the tall maiden opposite her, Luo Li, felt a twinge of anxiety. Ever since Wan Lingyu had resumed her stance, her countenance had darkened, and she remained silent. As if brewing something sinister, surely she wouldn't contemplate silencing me, would she? Luo Li recalled the later stages of the original tale, when someone had glimpsed Wan Lingyu's scars, and she had pursued that person relentlessly for 8,000 miles, refusing to let them escape. Indeed, she was a ruthless individual. Luo Li was not afraid of Wan Lingyu per se, but rather, her identity was exceedingly precarious. Engaging in conflict was not an option, nor could one afford to insult her. To truly become an enemy of Wan Lingyu would likely invite endless troubles. After a moment, Wan Lingyu spoke, her voice laced with frost. You saw it, didn't you? Luo Li, steeling herself, nodded at such close proximity. Not only Luo Li, but even the kitchen staff had witnessed it. Even if she claimed not to have seen anything, it would be implausible for anyone to believe her. What do you desire? Ah, you don't know who I am. Wan Lingyu. I am still aware of Senior Wan. Wan Lingyu furrowed her brows, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. This person knew her identity, yet feigned ignorance, merely seeking to gain some advantage. Truly a greedy individual. Since you are aware, why bother with such pretense? Speak. What do you want in exchange for keeping today's events under wraps? Luo Li finally grasped that Wan Lingyu intended to bribe her. This was quite contrary to her previous impression of Wan Lingyu. At such a moment, one would typically don a villainous expression and threaten, if you dare to speak, I shall end you, or resort to violence. Yet here she was, choosing not to threaten or attack, but rather to attempt to bribe Luo Li. This Wan Lingyu had certainly changed. As her thoughts shifted, Luo Li felt a spark of curiosity. If at this moment, she were to say, you wouldn't want me to reveal today's events? Would you? What would ensue? The moment this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire in Luo Li's heart. Wan Lingyu observed the silent silver-haired maiden, her frown deepening. After such prolonged contemplation, her demands must be extraordinary, truly. A greedy person. The silver-haired maiden's voice broke the silence. Senior Wan, you wouldn't want me to disclose today's events, would you? This statement seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing Wan Lingyu to involuntarily take a step back. A chill rising from the depths of her heart. She could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. What do you intend to do? Luo Li did not respond but rummaged through her system space. Previously, she had obtained a plethora of elixirs during the banquet she arranged for her junior sister. She recalled that among them were elixirs for purging fire poison and skin regeneration. As for that statement, it was merely Luo Li indulging in her inner monologue, a fleeting whim. She reached into her garment, retrieving the elixirs from her system space, tossing 2 small porcelain vials toward Wan Lingyu. The tall maiden caught them effortlessly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. What is the meaning of this? I harbor no ill will towards Senior Wan, nor do I intend to speak carelessly. These 2 vials of elixirs will be of assistance to you. Hence I present them as a gift. After speaking, the silver-haired maiden began to walk deeper into the mist, her figure becoming increasingly indistinct. Furthermore, indeed, a trace of disdain emerged within Wan Lingyu. She had thought the maiden truly intended to abandon her as a source of profit. But evidently, she could not resist. Humph, speak. What do you desire? Were Senior One to smile, she would undoubtedly be quite beautiful. Only a mist remained ahead, yet Wan Lingyu stood frozen as if she were a statue. Chapter 51. She did not inquire what it meant. Luo Li glanced back at the mist, relieved to see no one pursuing her. Suddenly, she recalled something. Previously, she had been puzzled as to why the aura of vitality in the cold pool was so abundant. Now she understood the reason. It was specifically designated for the Peak Master's daughter to heal, and she had just absorbed a substantial portion of the vitality intended for that purpose. To expect any favors from Wan Lingyu now, it would be remarkable if she didn't bring her innate father to reprimand Luo Li for the 2 vials. They were a win-win situation. Allowing her to leave a favorable impression while reaping investment rewards, an opportunity Luo Li would not refuse. Yes, a win-win, as Luo Li had effectively triumphed twice. However, Wan Lingyu's character in the original tale was indeed capricious. Therefore, Luo Li decided to slip away before Wan Lingyu discovered her presence. Fearing any lingering resentment, she even praised Wan Lingyu in her thoughts. She was not merely flattering her conscience. The exquisite demeanor of Wan Lingyu truly deserved commendation. With her hair veiling her face, an ordinary person might perceive her merely as a sullen young woman. Yet, her melancholy aura was rather pronounced, prompting Luo Li to suggest that a smile would render her even more captivating. A sense of satisfaction swelled within Luo Li as she reflected on her recent handling of the situation in matters of human relationships. She felt she had deftly maneuvered. Luo Li, the master of interpersonal relations, mused to herself, how could someone as clever as I possibly be a fool? It must be that some wretched system is deliberately sabotaging me. System. In the cold pool, after a lengthy silence, Wan Lingyu tentatively touched her cheek, disbelief washing over her. The rough texture of her scars reminded her of her reality, and a trace of self-deprecation surfaced on the tall maiden's face. A sound of porcelain clinking broke the silence. Recalling her the 2 vials the maiden had given her, attempting to curry favor with me. You are no different from those others. The visage of her childhood companion flashed through her mind, igniting a surge of anger within Wan Lingyu. She raised her right hand high but hesitated to bring it down. If Sister Wan were to smile, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Resonating in her ears. Due to her unique circumstances, she has become exceedingly sensitive to the gazes and tones of others. Even the slightest shift in emotion does not escape her keen perception. However, regardless of how she attempts to decipher the young girl, she cannot discern even a hint of flattery or deceit in the girl's words. A glance wouldn't hurt. As the bottle is uncorked, a rich aroma of medicine wafts towards her, and merely inhaling it brings a wave of relaxation to her body. The residual fire poison within her diminishes by half. At that moment, Wan Lingyu is left only with astonishment. An extraordinary elixir. Furthermore, it is one capable of dispelling the fire poison that has plagued her for over a decade, which no amount of spiritual pills has been able to eradicate. Thus, this bottle. Another wave of fragrant elixir permeates the air, confirming it as yet another extraordinary pill. Wan Lingyu's mind is left in a blank state. What a rare treasure an extraordinary elixir is. For such a thing, it is not uncommon for brothers to turn against each other, for kin to harm one another. Yet now, having just met the young girl, she finds herself in possession of 2 bottles of extraordinary elixirs. Could she possibly be unaware of their immense value? The moment this thought arises, she dismisses it. Such a scenario is too absurd, its likelihood approaching 0. Safeguarding the 2 bottles of elixirs, she hurries back in the direction she came. Years of experience have instilled in her a sense of caution towards the goodwill of others. Shi Yuming observes the flustered Wan Lingyu, a glimmer of confusion igniting in his eyes. He glances behind him, only to find no one there. Sister Wan, is it just you? Wan Lingyu casts a fleeting glance at Shi Yuming, ignoring him entirely as she strides past. His hand, raised in greeting, freezes midair. She is no fool. A practitioner of the divine concealment realm would not casually allow such a living person to pass by. Does he truly expect her to believe that? On Qingyang Peak, a stern-looking middle-aged man gazes intently at the orange-yellow elixir held between his fingers. The surge of heavenly energy creates ripples around him. No matter how many times he inspects it, he cannot find a trace of harmful components within. Wan Tianyang's eyes are filled with astonishment. Linger, where did you acquire this Wuqiangwo pill? Such a superb elixir is rare in the world. Moreover, with this pill, your fire poison might very well be resolved. His tone is laced with excitement. Old Yang, no questions, just take a look at this elixir. If it were anyone else, Wan Tianyang would certainly have shown them what it means to be a congenital master. Yet, regarding the young girl before him. He is left with a sense of helplessness. Linger, I am your father. Can you not address me differently? Old dang, just examine this elixir. Wan Tianyang. The Linger, perhaps you should revert to calling me Old Yang. I suddenly find myself quite fond of that title. Upon receiving the elixir, the surge of heavenly energy erupts once more. Hiss, yet another extraordinary Huankafan pill. A glimmer of contemplation crosses Wan Tianyang's eyes. This is rather coincidental. One pill to dispel Lingo's fire poison, another to aid her in shedding her scars. It is not that he does not wish for his daughter's happiness, but this favor seems rather excessive. A hint of seriousness enters his gaze. Linger, tell me, who exactly bestowed this elixir upon you? Did he impose any conditions? Wan Lingyu shakes her head. A note of urgency creeps into Wan Tianyang's voice. Linger, this is not the time for stubbornness. I would acquiesce to your wishes, but this matter is of great importance. You must tell your father who gave you this elixir. Such a favor, capable of almost reshaping a person, is a heavy burden. Even Wan Tianyang, who has long achieved the status of a congenital master, feels a weight upon his shoulders. Yet Wan Lingyu shakes her head once more. Linger, does this mean that the person forbade you from speaking? Wan Lingyu shakes her head again. No, I simply did not inquire about his name. Then he must be a senior expert. Do you recall any distinguishing features? Observing his daughter shake her head yet again, Wan Tianyang suddenly feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. No, it was a young girl, quite beautiful, actually, Wan Lingyu adds after a moment's thought. Those few words leave Wan Tianyang utterly perplexed. What does it mean to have not inquired? What does it mean that she was a young girl? What does it mean that she was quite beautiful? Is this even coherent? Linger, come here, and let your father see if you have been bewitched. Let go, Old Yang. I am not ill. As she exits the grand hall, Wan Lingyu gazes at the two small porcelain vials in her hands, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. If all of this is true, then what you said must also be true, right? Chapter 52. The Xianyu Ice Garment Technique, and the immaculate body of Mu Ruxu. In the Xianyuan Cold Jade Cave, Luo Li exhales a puff of white breath and opens her eyes. TSK, indeed, my cultivation speed has slowed significantly away from that cold pool. At this rate, she estimates it will take her another 4 to 5 days to open the 12th meridian. You have received a new investment reward. Would you like to view it? So soon. View. Successfully invested in Wan Lingyu. Extraordinary Wuqiangguo pill. Extraordinary Huankafan pill. Detected that the rewards can be merged. Would you like to merge? Merge. Merging. Merge successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique. Xianyu Ice Garment Technique. Earth Grade Middle Level Technique. Xianyu Ice Garment Technique. Earth Grade Middle Level Technique. Upon reaching minor completion, you can utilize Ice-type inner energy to form an ice garment, significantly enhancing defense, making it difficult for ordinary blades and swords to harm you. Should the host encounter an attack exceeding the ice garment's capacity, the garment will shatter, mitigating the attack, limited to attacks from practitioners one realm higher than the host. A flicker of astonishment surfaces in her azure eyes. This is an Earth-grade defensive technique. Defensive techniques are exceedingly rare in this world. It is not that everyone is superhuman, thinking that they need not defend themselves when they can simply eradicate their enemies. Rather, the cost-effectiveness of cultivating defensive techniques is too low. A slightly advanced martial art, once mastered, can still offer some defensive capabilities. Moreover, defensive techniques are far less tangible than body refinement techniques. Body refinement techniques can enhance one's physique and strength, and when mastered deeply, can also reach a level where they are difficult to harm with blades and swords. In contrast, defensive techniques are not only challenging to cultivate, but also require the expenditure of vital energy to operate. Naturally, fewer individuals choose to pursue defensive techniques. With fewer practitioners, there are fewer researchers, and thus, defensive techniques have become increasingly scarce. However, despite the inherent drawbacks of defensive techniques, they are perfectly suited for Luo Li at this moment. Her current techniques, such as Frostwind Azure Shadow Sword Technique and Qin Shao Sword Manual, are all offensive techniques. There is an abundance of attack but a deficiency in defense. The thought of her cultivating a body refinement technique. A scene materializes in her mind. A beautiful girl with white hair, yet below her neck lies a physique forged of iron. The image is too beautiful for Luo Li to bear. It is evidently unrealistic to expect to cultivate 2 heaven-grade techniques to great depths in a short period. System. Does the Cold Jade Cave assist in the cultivation of the Xianyu Ice Garment Technique? It can slightly enhance cultivation efficiency. Receiving the answer, Luo Li no longer hesitates. She applies 10 years of martial arts experience to the Xianyu ice garment technique. 10 years of martial arts experience have been utilized. In the first year, you discover that the application of ice-type inner energy in the Xianyu ice garment technique coincides with a portion of the three transformations Jade technique through mutual verification. It turns out as you anticipated. Xianyu ice garment technique, entry-level. In the second year, relying on your prior experience with heaven-grade techniques, you continuously attempt verification and soon find the correct direction. Xianyu ice garment technique, minor completion. In the fifth year, after 3 years of accumulation, you consider a new direction, and through verification over time, it proves you are correct. Xianyu ice garment technique, intermediate completion. In the 10th year, drawing from the techniques you had practiced previously, you diligently research day after day, and finally, on the last day, you break through that barrier. Xianyu ice garment technique, major completion. Xianyu ice garment technique, major completion. 10 years of experience leads to major completion. The white-haired girl's tone holds a note of surprise. It is worth noting that with the same 10 years of martial arts experience, the Frostwind Azure Shadow Sword technique could only achieve minor completion. However, this is partly due to the Frostwind Azure Shadow Sword technique being a combination of two inner energies, which raises its difficulty. Nevertheless, the disparity between the two remains vast. The martial arts experience from the three transformations Jade technique actually aided her in accelerating her understanding of the Xianyu ice garment technique. Conversely, does this imply that lower-tier ice-type techniques could also help her comprehend the three transformations Jade technique? The same applies to the Qing Shao sword manual. After pondering for a moment, Luo Li commits this to memory. For she has no means to verify it now, considering it would be futile. Rising to her feet, she circulates her inner energy. A faint azure mist envelopes her, barely forming the silhouette of a gown. Yet, it remains too vague to discern clearly. A wisp of frost appears at her fingertips as she gently slices through the mist. Though the azure mist shields against the strike, it quickly dissipates thereafter. Luo Li had anticipated this. After all, she is merely at the 11th meridian of vital energy and cannot yet wield her inner energy with complete freedom, even if she were to achieve major completion of the Xianyu ice garment technique. She could only exhibit 1/10 or 1/12 of its efficacy. However, once she reaches the transcendent stage, the technique's full potential should be unveiled. Qingyang Peak, the residence of the direct disciples. At this moment, Qi Yuming's expression was somewhat grim. The conflict he had anticipated between the two had not unfolded. He had hoped to mediate while displaying his gentle demeanor in front of them. Yet, he knew without a doubt that Ruan Lingyu must have placed all the blame upon him. This time, he truly found himself in a situation where he had aimed to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. The gust of wind swept by, causing Qi Yunming to conceal his expression. His brow furrowing. Did I not mention that I might be under surveillance and advised you not to seek me out? I will have the innkeeper deliver the items to you. From the previously empty shadowy corner, a figure emerged, clad in black, with only 2 eyes visible. The figure spoke. I do not trust him. Where are the items? Qi Yuming, maintaining his composure, entered the inner hall and retrieved a package, handing it to the figure in black. What do you need this beast attracting incense and the fragments of the evil soldier for? With your strength, you cannot contend with that group of Blood Qi realm disciples. The figure did not respond immediately but examined the items instead. After a moment, he finally spoke. The assassin from the floating rain tower might be targeting you, and there is a risk of information being leaked. I must act swiftly. Qi Yuming's brow furrowed even deeper. Do you suspect me? The figure shook his head. I am merely being cautious. I in a cave beneath the Shanqing sect. Crimson flames illuminated the surrounding stone walls. A bubbling river of lava occupied a large portion of the cave, leaving only a solitary stone platform. On that platform sat a young girl in meditation. White flames emanated from Mu Rushue's body, occasionally releasing wisps of white smoke. This was a geologic vein of the Shanqing sect, a location she had stumbled upon in her past life. It contained the power of the earth's veins, resonating well with her phoenix body and cultivation method, though she had contemplated avoiding Luo Li. Her primary intention was to enhance her strength here. The white flames gradually extinguished. The black-haired girl opened her crimson eyes. It has taken so long to cleanse the impurities from within me. My flawless body has finally been achieved. At this moment, Mu Rushue's absorption of the world's vital energy was several times faster than before. The extreme Yin flame can indeed elevate one's aptitude. It is not mere hearsay. With her already exceptional talent, Mu Rushue's current potential could only be described as terrifying. Only 7 days left. I should be able to reach the peak of the Blood Qi realm. Chapter 53. The trials of the Tomb of Soldiers begin. The previous chapter was somewhat drawn out, so I have revised it, leading to some changes in the plot. Readers may wish to revisit it. The following is the main text. As the sun rises and sets, the seventh day soon arrives. A crescent moon hangs overhead. The blood-chi realm has been perfected. Rushua exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, all 12 of her meridians had been unblocked, and the radiant aura of her blood-chi within the dantian shone like the blazing sun. A flicker of white flame floated above her dantian. She could now preliminarily wield the power of the extreme Yin flame. Even her phoenix blood had fully restored. With the ability to incinerate all things, she could utilize it once more, compared to her past life. She was now exponentially stronger. Yet, there was no trace of joy on the black-haired girl's face. She gazed at the illuminated window next door, her crimson eyes dimming slightly. Tomorrow is the Tomb of Soldiers' trial. Will you still be the same as you are now? Her bloody experiences told her that the future would likely remain unchanged. Her hopes were merely illusions, easily shattered with a gentle poke. Yet, despite knowing everything, a flicker of hope inexplicably lingered in her heart. Another Murushua appeared before her eyes. Are you still clinging to your foolish hopes? Foolish. Even if she truly likes you, what of it? The phoenix blood is an exceedingly precious thing. It would not be surprising if siblings turned against one another. Your sword has dulled. Murushua lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Furthermore, a figure clad in brilliant red leaned close to the black-haired girl's ear. We both know that only one of us can survive, do we not? A surge of crimson inner energy erupted, causing the furniture in the room to topple. Get out. The black-haired girl's tone was frigid. The figure in red, however, chuckled softly. Murushua, how long can you continue to deceive yourself? Meanwhile, Luo Li was still immersed in her training. After a quarter of an hour, a sound of cracking echoed. At last, she had broken through. Luo Li rose, her inner energy surging, a pale blue mist swirling around her. The ice garment had solidified further compared to before, making her appear as though draped in a delicate blue veil from a distance. Is this the ice garment of the blood-chi 13 meridians? It should now withstand my frost wind without dissipating. A flicker of snow-white energy appeared at her fingertips, gliding across the veil. The sound of metal clashing resonated. The blue veil became slightly hazy but quickly returned to its original state. Luo Li nodded, satisfied with the result. Over the past few days, she had invested nearly 40 years of martial arts experience to elevate the Qin Shao Sword Classic to minor completion. The final martial arts experience was entirely poured into the Frost Wind and Blue Shadow Sword technique. Fortunately, as Luo Li had anticipated, the martial arts experiences of the two heavenly grade techniques overlapped somewhat with the Frost Wind and Blue Shadow Sword technique. Ultimately, she had managed to achieve great success in the latter as well. Consequently, the ice garment could withstand Luo Li's fully realized Frost Wind inner energy, leaving the girl quite content. She opened her personal panel. Personal panel opened. Host, Luo Li. Age, 16 Realm. Blood Chi 13 Meridians, Golden Blood Chi, Physique, Xianbing Phoenix Body, Qingwan Heart Cultivation Techniques, Sanjuan Huayu Gong Minor Completion. By Shao Sword Technique, Perfection, Luo Yu Palm, Entry, Qi Shao Sword Classic, Minor Completion, Frost Wind and Blue Shadow Sword Technique, Great Completion, Xinyu Ice Garment Technique, Great Completion, Remaining Martial Arts Experience. 0 Destiny Level, F-. Gazing at this luxurious data panel. A sense of pride blossomed in the white-haired girl's heart. With the ice garment protecting her and the frost wind at her disposal, Luo Li felt a slight itch in her temples. Hi, duck. The following day, before dawn, Luo Li rose early. Murushua opened the door slightly, peering outside. Upon seeing no one, she sighed in relief, just as she was about to close the door. She spotted the white-haired girl holding a large plate of buns behind her door. Did not expect it, did you? I anticipated your anticipation. A smile graced Luo Li's face. Rushue, the trial has not yet begun. Come have breakfast first. I am not hungry. That simply will not do. You are about to participate in the Tomb of Soldiers trial. How can you do so on an empty stomach? Can I not eat? The white-haired girl's eyes dimmed, her entire demeanor revealing a hint of gloom. Rushue, do you dislike me? Moments later, Luo Li observed Murushue's slightly bulging abdomen. A sense of pride swelling within her. You see Murushue's belly. That is my doing. Cough. The trial is set for dawn, just as the sun begins to rise. Approximately 100 disciples are participating in this trial. Most of the disciples bear no signs of anxiety. The Tomb of Soldiers trial is semi-mandatory. This means that each peak must dispatch a certain number of Blood Chi realm disciples. although it is true that every year, some disciples perish, as Qingio mentioned. The danger of the Tomb of Soldiers trial has significantly diminished over the years due to the Shangqing sect's explorations. In fact, to protect the remaining fierce beasts within, the trials were changed from twice a year to once a year. The number of participants has also been regulated. Previously, all Blood Qi realm disciples from the Shangqing sect were crammed into the trials, resulting in more people than fierce beasts and spirit swords that a disciple was speaking confidently on the field. However, after waiting for a long time, no praises echoed back. Turning his head, he was stunned. Two young girls approached from not far away. One had black hair, the other white. Both possessed stunning features, standing side by side, evoking a sense of competition. Yet, each had her own unique charm, drawing attention from all around. I prefer the white-haired junior sister. I have a thing for white hair. No taste. Black long straight hair is the best. Can you all grow up a little? Can't you just want them both like I do? You brat. If I could marry one of them, I would be willing to amass wealth beyond measure. Silenced. A middle-aged man stepped forward before the crowd. The Tomb of Soldiers trial officially begins now. You will remain in the Tomb of Soldiers for 1 day and must kill at least 3 fierce beasts, cutting off their right ears as proof. Those who manage to cut off 3 beast ears shall receive rewards. If anyone can retrieve a spirit sword, the sect will bestow additional bounties. Chapter 54. Mu Rushue. You must not fall into my hands. The Tomb of Soldiers is a region of low hills. Tall, slender stone towers rise amidst the forest. Each tower serves as a gravestone for a spiritual weapon. It is not that the owners of these spiritual weapons wish to withhold them from future generations. Rather, once a weapon gains sentience, it is not so easy for it to recognize a new master. After all, spiritual weapons are not human. Their criteria for acknowledging a master are varied and unpredictable. It is not guaranteed that being strong enough will earn one the recognition of a spiritual weapon. Furthermore, those weapons that have long been without a master have become exceedingly volatile, leading to the existence of this Tomb of Soldiers. In the midst of the mountains, a silver-haired maiden grasped an ice-blue longsword, her demeanor tinged with caution. Are you Shui? During this trial in the Tomb of Soldiers, stay closely behind me and refrain from moving recklessly. In the original tale, the two had briefly collaborated to confront a mysterious figure cloaked in black. But the outcome had been rather tragic. Had it not been for the script's intervention, entry to that place would have been restricted solely to those bearing the blood of a phoenix. It was possible that Luo Li and Mu Rushue would have perished in that trial. However, the circumstances now were markedly different. Luo Li possessed mastery of formidable earth-level techniques in both offense and defense, along with a jade talisman capable of delivering a blow equivalent to that of an innate master. Even if they were to encounter that enigmatic figure, Luo Li would have the means to protect himself. Yet, Mu Rushue's current strength rendered her perilously vulnerable. After a prolonged silence from the maiden, Luo Li felt a twinge of confusion. Rushue. Turning around, he found himself alone. A shadow darted swiftly past the tree trunk. Her ponytail, bound high, was swept upwards by the wind. Even in rapid motion, Mu Rushue's eyes remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Echoes of shouts and beastly roars reverberated. With a mere glance, she comprehended the entirety of the situation. The black-clad figure from her past life had been exceedingly powerful, nearly claiming both her and Luo Li's lives. Yet now, she felt no fear. However, upon sighting a white figure, a chilling realization struck her. If Luo Li were to encounter that black-clad figure in his current state, he would likely face certain death. All previous experiences warned her against trusting her past life's knowledge, rather than waiting. It was wiser to preemptively extinguish danger at its source. Wu Shidi, shall we proceed further? We are nearing the depths of the Tomb of Soldiers, where fierce beasts of the late 9th rank, even those at the pinnacle, dwell. Where exactly is that treasure you mentioned? A youth furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the man before him. The man's appearance was unremarkable, the sort one would overlook in a crowd. He paid the boy no mind and continued onward. Then, Wu Shidi, you may proceed alone. I shall not accompany you. That is not acceptable. What? Before the youth could finish his protest, a surge of warmth enveloped his throat. The man dragged the boy's lifeless body step by step into the depths. Roar. A fearsome beast's roar echoed. Yet the creature dared only to intimidate, not to approach. A blue leopard. A fierce beast of the late 9th rank. It seemed they had arrived. The man's form contorted, and what had once been a slightly stout physique suddenly became tall and lean. Regrettably, you cannot serve as nourishment for the blood phoenix, yet for the greater good of my sect. Your demise shall not be in vain. He produced a beast-attracting incense, blending it with flesh, releasing a fragrant aroma. The robust green paws emerged from the thicket. The previously cautious blue leopard now had blood-red eyes. Saliva dripping from its maw, muscles coiled tightly as it lunged at the man. Humph! Beast, a flash of sword light, and a blue leopard's corpse lay still on the ground. The man donned a black robe. His gaze fixed upon the towering, slender stone spire. The next step involved placing the shards of the killing soldiers. Mu Shui. You. The silver-haired maiden lost her usual composure, now appearing somewhat flustered. You wretched sister. Her snow-white cheeks flushed, a sign of her vexation. Luo Li clenched his small tiger teeth, letting out a cold snort. Humph, Mu Shui, you truly are in need of discipline. You spend your days frolicking about, returning home only at night, and now, in this critical moment, you vanish without a trace. A rustling sound emanated from the forest ahead, and a yellow goat, the size of a calf, burst forth. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto the silver-haired human not far away. Is that an iron plate goat? How could a mid-ninth rank beast appear here? Luo Li was situated near the tomb of soldiers, where, logically, only early 9th rank beasts should roam. Yet, fortuitously, the timing was perfect. Luo Li, filled with frustration, was eager to vent his anger. Though the iron plate goat was herbivorous, it was far from docile. That it had a particular penchant for butting heads with others, be they human or beast. There were tales of an innate master who had gone mad, hunting iron plate goats after a particularly rude encounter while exploring a secret realm. Truly, a notorious figure among its kind. That moment, the iron plate goat began to kick the grass frantically, its gleaming horns aimed squarely at Luo Li as it charged forth. The silver-haired maiden swiftly drew her sword sheath, the ice-blue longsword unsheathing with a flourish. Snow-white winds encircled the blade. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the iron plate goat's proud iron horns were severed in two, along with a portion of its body. Blood splattered, yet not a drop tainted the silver-haired maiden. Observing the iron plate goat, Luo Li furrowed her brow. She had regained her composure, sensing something amiss. The iron plate goat's presence felt out of place, given their distance from the depths of the tomb of soldiers. At that moment, the sound of sword resonance resonated. Not far off, atop a low hill, a sword shot skyward. The once tranquil tomb of soldiers suddenly buzzed with activity, shouts, beastly roars, and the clamor of spiritual weapons erupting in chaos. Luo Li's frown deepened. Recalling the original tale, the trial in the tomb of soldiers was meant to progress steadily until later in the day when the mysterious figure would emerge to hunt down the disciples. Was this ripple effect caused by my interference? After a moment of contemplation, urgency flickered across Luo Li's face. At this very instant, Mu Shui was still unaccounted for. With determination, the maiden lifted her longsword and made her way deeper into the tomb of soldiers. An icy demeanor now enveloped her. Mu Shui, you had better hope I do not find you. At that moment, Mu Shui had already ventured deep within the tomb. A corpse of a monkey, the size of a yellow cow, lay sprawled before her. Just as she contemplated turning to leave, an inexplicable chill surged from her heart. Mu Shui's expression changed. Was this a warning from her spiritual senses? The enemy was unexpectedly formidable. Chapter 55. The pain in my rear end. It stuck in a tree. The sounds of beastly roars and blades slicing through flesh reverberated. Yiming bore several wounds, blood soaking much of his attire. Breathing heavily, he dared not show a hint of relaxation. Opposite him, a massive orange tiger swayed its body, searching for an opening in Li Yiming's defenses. A late 9th rank beast, the orange tiger. As the saying goes, orange signifies greatness, and the orange tiger was no exception. Nearly double the size of a common tiger, its rotund form loomed like a small mountain, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on Li Yiming. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. It seems I am destined to perish here today. Alas, I have yet to express my gratitude to my junior sister for her guidance. Previously, during a sparring session at Qingxiao Peak, he had received pointers from Luo Li and felt his previous frustrations dissipate, his mind clearing. After returning to his quarters, he reflected on the experience and practiced diligently, yielding remarkable results. Not only had he mastered the Qinfeng sword technique to a considerable degree, but he had also opened a meridian in his vitality, now reaching the 11th meridian. He had heard that his junior sister was participating in this trial, but regrettably, he arrived too late to see her. Gazing at the orange tiger before him, Li Yiming's eyes ignited with resolve. Even in death, I shall take a few of your teeth with me. He abandoned defense, allowing his vitality to surge uncontrollably. The long sword in his grip glimmered with a faint azure light. channeling his vitality to permeate his being. Though it lasted but a moment, it was enough to in an instant. Only an afterimage remained as the azure-hued sword reappeared. It was already poised above the orange tiger's abdomen. The resilient fur was torn asunder. Regrettably, given the orange tiger's size, these injuries could only be deemed superficial. The orange tiger roared in pain, its colossal paw lunging toward Li Yiming. In his eyes, only a glimmer of resignation remained. With a resounding crash, Li Yiming coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. That I never anticipated that my end would come at the jaws of a tiger. After a brief wait, however, the tiger's figure did not materialize. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning silver-haired maiden. "Junior sister? Have you also perished?" Luo Li frowned. "Are you being polite?" A couple of sharp slaps echoed. "Are you awake now?" The stinging pain on his face jolted Li Yiming back to reality. He was still alive. "I'm awake, sister. Do you feel any pain?" "My rear end is a bit sore." "Sore? Your rear end is stuck in a tree." Following Luo Li's gaze, Li Yiming's face drained of color. His thigh, along with half of his rear, was lodged in the tree, blood dripping steadily to the ground below. Tears welled in the corners of Li Yiming's eyes. "Sister, my last words are, shut it." A flicker of resentment passed through Li Yiming's eyes. Even at this moment, he was denied the chance to finish his thought. Then he watched as Luo Li removed his severed limb, applying ointment to the wound before reattaching it with a sharp crack. A surge of gratitude welled within Li Yiming, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, he caught sight of Luo Li's gaze once more. "No, I haven't even spoken yet. Have you seen Mu Shui? Mu Shimi? I haven't seen her. However, earlier I witnessed a woman's silhouette swiftly moving deeper into the military tomb. Her speed so rapid that I could not discern her identity. Here, take this bottle of restorative elixir." Until Luo Li departed, Li Yiming gazed at the pill in his hand, his mind still somewhat hazy. "No, you simply left so effortlessly? What purpose does this elixir serve for a man on the brink of death?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Before him lay a colossal tiger, akin to a small mountain. Its abdomen completely slashed open, innards spilling onto the ground. Yet, this was not what shocked him the most. Just moments ago, feeling somewhat unwell, he had instinctively risen to his feet. As Luo Li pressed onward, her brow furrowed deeper. She was quite certain that the figure she had seen was none other than Mu Shui. Previously, in the Songwolf Forest, she had witnessed Mu Shui's speed, which even Zhang Yong, at the Transcendence Realm, had failed to react to. However, Luo Li was puzzled as to what Mu Shui was doing deep within the military tomb. The further she advanced, the more the wails of despair echoed around her. The rampaging spirit weapons and ferocious beasts had already led many disciples to untimely fates. My hand. Who can come to my rescue? I beg you. I do not wish to die. Help. Along the path, several corpses lay strewn about. Luo Li halted, letting out a sigh. After all, she was an adult educated in modern times, unable to turn a blind eye to the hellish scene before her. Moreover, aimlessly wandering like this was not a solution. Perhaps they held some clues. A female disciple's eyes reflected despair. She was battered and bruised, yet a spirit weapon still radiated malevolence, hovering in the air. As the weapon lunged at her, she could not help but shut her eyes. The next moment, however, she felt no pain. Suddenly, her waist tightened, and a cool fragrance wafted towards her. Opening her eyes, she found herself before a white-haired girl. "Take this. Have you seen a girl in black?" There was no response. Luo Li's brow slightly knitted. Had she been rendered speechless by fear? 3 disciples were engaged in a fierce battle with 5 azure-tailed wolves. One disciple could no longer hold on, and was bitten on the wrist by a wolf. With a tearing sound, a large chunk of flesh was ripped away. One fell, and the other 2 soon faltered. The azure-tailed wolves surged forward, and the 3 disciples' faces reflected despair. Suddenly, a strange occurrence transpired. A flash of white light erupted, and 5 wolf corpses appeared on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, a white-haired girl stood before the 3. The azure-tailed wolves, which had previously fought back, were now swiftly dispatched by the white-haired girl in a single encounter. 3 small vials were tossed toward the trio. Restoration pills, effective for injuries. As they began to express their gratitude, the white-haired girl raised her hand. "No need. Have you seen a girl in black?" Deep within the military tomb, a massive paw of an armored bear crashed down upon a disciple. Blood spewed forth as the disciple's chest caved in. Yet, at that moment, a glimmer of hope shone in the disciple's eyes. Senior brother, please save me." With a single strike, the bear that had been roaring in fury lost half its head. the enormous corpse collapsed, and the disciple exhaled in relief. Gazing at his senior brother, cloaked in black, a hint of confusion flickered in the disciple's eyes. "Thank you for saving me, no need, in the next instant." Another flash of sword light appeared, and he met the same fate as the giant bear. The figure in black produced a slender, blood-colored crystal. Merely approaching it caused the blood on the disciple's corpse to rapidly drain away. Moments later, the blood on the crystal thickened. After securing the crystal, the figure in black did not depart. There's even a mouse here. Before him, a mouse was stealthily gnawing at the bear's flesh. At that moment, behind the figure in black, a black-haired girl lightly touched the ground with her toes. "You are indeed extraordinary. Who are you? The blood cult? Or the ancient source palace?" The figure in black was taken aback. Although the person had spoken, he had sensed not a trace of aura. Chapter 56, Family, Who Understands? The double-standard spirit sword is truly beneath contempt. A massive wild boar, its bristly mane standing upright like steel needles, let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Its side had completely caved in, with even its spine broken. Opposite the corpse stood a man resembling an iron tower. If other disciples at the Qi blood stage were to see him, they would undoubtedly recognize this figure. Tong Shan, the most outstanding disciple of Bai Lian Peak. As a peak focused on body refinement, all disciples possessed immense strength, rivaling that of ferocious beasts. Tong Shan was the pinnacle among them, having achieved the completion of the 12 meridians and made remarkable progress in body refinement. With bronze skin and muscles akin to iron, his physical defense was formidable, impervious to ordinary blades. Yet, at this moment, Tong Shan's bare upper body was marred with bloodstains. The ninth-grade black-haired boar was indeed not easy to deal with. Just as Tong Shan exhaled in relief, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. A long sword floated forth from the front. It was a rampaging spirit sword. Tong Shan's muscles tensed, and his blood surged wildly. The timing was terrible. He had just endured a fierce battle, and his stamina was already depleted by more than half. Moreover, spirit swords were far more troublesome than ferocious beasts. While his physique could withstand regular blades, resisting a spirit sword was akin to a fantasy. However, the spirit sword did not launch an attack against him. It fluttered about, and Tong Shan sensed a hint of submission from one of the swords. "Oh dear, you all are so bothersome. I've already said I have a sword." A somewhat irritable female voice rang out. A girl stepped forward. Tong Shan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Surrounding the white-haired girl were more than a dozen spirit swords of various sizes. These swords, whether long or short, ancient or ornate, shared a common trait. They cautiously encircled the white-haired girl. Tong Shan could discern a semblance of subservience in them. Rubbing his eyes, he doubted whether he had been ensnared by some illusion. Typically proud spirit swords, which would dismiss disciples with disdain, now circled around the white-haired girl like obedient puppies, and not just one but a dozen. The long sword in the girl's hand emitted a series of urgent cries. As if pleading for attention, she flicked her wrist, and the ice-blue sword quieted down, as if showing off. The other spirit swords could not tolerate this. They erupted in fury. What sort of grand double-standard scene is this? Luo Li observed the burly man before her, tears welling in his eyes, and could not help but feel perplexed. "I haven't bullied you. Why are you crying? Are you all right?" Tong Shan rubbed his eyes, confirming that what lay before him was not an illusion. And tears continued to flow uncontrollably. With his strength, he could have easily opted out of the military tomb trial. Yet, he insisted on participating to earn the recognition of a spirit weapon. To this end, he had prepared for 6 months, striving tirelessly until today. He had challenged several spirit weapons, but they had all treated him with indifference. He had never given up, thinking it was merely the arrogance of the spiritual treasures. But witnessing the scene before him struck him with an impact akin to discovering that the goddess he had pursued for half a year was willingly serving another as a pet. Enduring all manners of disdain with delight, that he felt a sense of collapse. If only there were a little red potato in this world, he would surely cry out. Family, who understands? The double-standard spirit weapons are truly beneath contempt. Despite repeatedly telling himself that he was now an adult, the tears could not be contained. At this moment, Luo Li felt somewhat speechless. With 0 frames to start, how could she defend herself throughout her journey of rescuing others? Conflict with spirit weapons was inevitable. Yet, unexpectedly, these weapons clung to her like a dogged parasite, refusing to flee even after being struck, leaving her unable to shake them off. Now, she encountered a burly man who burst into tears at the slightest provocation. A small white porcelain vial was tossed to Tong Shan. Bai Hua ointment, effective for external wounds. Have you seen a girl in black? Tong Shan did not refuse the girl's kindness, his voice still tinged with sobs. A girl in black? I haven't seen her, but there are many corpses of ferocious beasts up ahead. I do not know who felled them. Thank you. Luo Li took a few steps forward and indeed discovered the corpse of a giant ape. Its wounds marked with faint scorch marks, identical to the injuries she had seen in the Song Wolf Forest. At this moment, she was almost certain that the person ahead was Mu Rushui. A sense of urgency washed over Luo Li. She could no longer afford to ponder why Mu Rushui had ventured into the depths of the military tomb. The girl transformed into a white shadow. Racing forward, Mu Rushui, you troublesome sister, please do not come to harm. At the entrance of the military tomb trial, a middle-aged steward noticed a disciple emerging and frowned. Are you from that peak? It is barely noon. How have you come out already? Li Yiming, pale-faced and panting, hastily recounted the events that had transpired within the military tomb trial. The ferocious beasts and spirit swords went berserk. A glimmer of skepticism flashed in the steward's eyes. If the trial is so perilous, how did you manage to escape? Although you are covered in blood, your complexion does not suggest that you are gravely injured. Did senior sister Luo save you? Utter nonsense. If such miraculous elixirs truly existed as you claim, she would scarcely have time to use them herself, let alone share them with you. The middle-aged steward has preliminarily concluded that the disciple before him is nothing but a coward. Yet, shortly after, more disciples began to arrive at the trial's entrance. Another uprising? A silver-haired maiden saved you? Initially skeptical, his doubts began to wane as more and more disciples appeared. Wait a moment. A rampage by the spirit beasts. Followed by a rescue from the silver-haired maiden, one disciple scratched his head and nodded in affirmation. The steward was nearly ready to answer himself. His disbelief palpable, he inquired one by one that silver-haired maiden. Silver-haired maiden, and still the silver-haired maiden. A flicker of astonishment ignited within the steward's heart. It was astonishing that all these individuals had been saved by a single silver-haired maiden. What immense strength and resources must she possess to rescue them all simultaneously? But then the steward quickly realized something amiss, if the disciples' accounts were to be believed. The silver-haired maiden was gradually venturing deeper into the tomb of soldiers. And the depths of that tomb were currently fraught with peril. Li Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he dragged his weakened body toward the direction of Qishao Peak. Chapter 57. Do you know what it means to soar above the heavens? Meanwhile, deep within the tomb of soldiers, a figure clad in black regarded a black-clad maiden with a grave countenance. He recognized her somewhat, for given her youthful visage, it was difficult not to remember her. She ought to be an inner disciple of Qishao Peak, her cultivation merely at the Blood Qi realm. Yet why can I not see through her? A wave of profound confusion surged within the black-clad man. Not going to respond. Mu Rushui did not genuinely expect an answer. She merely sought to extract some clues from him. Just earlier, she had employed an exceedingly advanced concealment technique. Though executed at the Blood Qi realm, she was confident that one at the Void realm would have no hope of detecting her. And beyond the innate realm lies the Void. Even if this man had mastered some detection technique, it would only serve to demonstrate his extraordinary capabilities. The chill that had arisen in her heart, combined with the realization of being seen through, left Mu Rushui wary of any hopes of luck. In her previous life, she was uncertain of this man's exact cultivation level, but it could not have exceeded the divine abode realm. Yet now, this individual's power had evidently surged to such heights. Was it the will of heaven? A smile graced the black-haired maiden's lips. How apt! Was it not said that my sword had dulled? I shall see for myself whether my sword has indeed lost its edge. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Mu Rushui stepped forward. Do you understand what it means to soar above the heavens? At this moment, Mu Rushui felt not a shred of fear, but rather an unfathomable battle intent swelling within her. Throughout her journey to attain the title of Sovereign of the Heavens, she had endured countless battles, often sustaining grave injuries, and had faced death more times than she could count. Yet, she had ultimately emerged victorious. Stepping upon the corpses of her enemies, inching toward her rightful throne of supremacy, her heart raced, her crimson eyes gleaming like blood, the maiden, seemingly ordinary, took a single step forward. Yet an inexplicable sense of dread surged within the black-clad man's heart. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat, gazing in terror at the maiden before him. At this moment, Mu Rushui stood at ease, as if she were not in a battle, but on a leisurely stroll. The gentle breeze tousled her azure locks, and her rosy lips parted slightly. Born of humble origins, my ambitions remain unquenched. Through arduous trials, My path stretches far, with the lineage of the phoenix hidden in the depths. Rare and perilous flames lie concealed. Enduring countless hardships, my heart remains steadfast as I forge ahead with the resolve of a soaring eagle. Ultimately, the crimson flames will illuminate the sun, and I shall ascend to the heavens. Dancing through the 9 skies, the maiden's voice was melodious, imbued with a sense of storytelling. Yet the black-clad man had no time to listen. His eyes had turned a fierce crimson, not for any other reason but the pure flames reflecting within them. Everything around him had vanished, the mountains and trees, the azure sky and white clouds, all consumed by the flames, like white paper reduced to ashes. Before him lay only an expanse of red, a pure and unending crimson. At that moment, the black-clad man felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Compared to this sun-like inferno, he was less than a speck of dust. He understood that death was imminent, perhaps even in the next instant. Yet astonishingly, he felt a profound calmness within in comparison to this blazing sun. All his past experiences and relationships seemed trivial and inconsequential at this moment. He cast aside the notions of life and death. His eyes filled only with the purest admiration. Rushua remained in her original position, seemingly having done nothing, yet it felt as though she had accomplished something monumental. The black-clad man's body, like sand scattered by the wind, gradually dispersed into the air. A blood-red crystal fell to the ground. Before completely vanishing, the black-clad man's faint voice echoed, "To die beneath this sword. I suppose it is not in vain to have lived this life." The words were scarcely audible, a mere whisper that could be drowned out by the faintest breeze. Yet Rushua heard them distinctly. The black-haired maiden's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, but a hint of confusion flickered in her crimson eyes. "Why did you not resist?" The black-clad man. Yet Rushua could no longer ponder further as her body fell backward, her ponytail unraveled, her ebony hair sprawling across the ground, and at that moment, the maiden's visage appeared tranquil, as if she were merely napping on the grass. A single crimson maple leaf floated atop her dark hair, adding a touch of beauty to the scene. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her phoenix blood entirely drained. At this moment, Rushua possessed almost no strength to resist. However, she felt significantly better than before. If she waited a while, relying on the extreme flame, she would regain her ability to move. The aura she had left behind would deter any ferocious beasts or spirit weapons from daring to intrude. Yet, Rushua's heart was unsettled. Her doubts deepened. The black-clad man's strength seemed far below her expectations, not just lacking but vastly inferior. He had shown no capacity for resistance throughout, which could not possibly belong to a Void Realm expert. Even those at the innate level could not remain immobile for even a moment. How could she explain the chill that had arisen in her heart? Rushua was utterly perplexed. The black-clad man's words could be loosely interpreted as coincidence, yet her innate perception as the sovereign of the heavens could not be mistaken, having saved her life countless times. Just as Rushua was deep in thought, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket ahead. She furrowed her brow. Is at the trial disciples of all times. However, the outcome was far worse than she had anticipated. A massive yellow hoof stepped forward. Its tawny hide shimmered with a lustrous sheen, and a pair of formidable black horns crowned its head, with a mane that flowed gracefully. The iron plate sheep, grandly making its entrance. This particular iron plate sheep was named Dehe, a creature of carefree spirit and unyielding nature, never yielding to anyone, charging at those it deemed unworthy. The aura of dominance. The pressure of life levels? Before your sheep brother, none shall return unscathed. That moment, it locked eyes with the black-haired maiden, Rushua. Even the sovereign of the heavens could not hold back tears at this moment. Think that she, the sovereign of the heavens, might meet her end at the horns of an iron plate sheep. A wave of sorrow washed over her, but oddly enough, she felt a hint of amusement as well. The iron plate sheep kicked at the earth, its massive black horns now aimed at Rushua. Her crimson eyes remained remarkably calm. She did not fear death. Rather, a faint sense of regret blossomed in her heart. Was it true that human calculations ultimately fell short of the heavens' designs? Alongside this thought, the visage of the silver-haired maiden also emerged in her mind. The iron plate sheep charged toward Rushua. Before it could reach her, a flash of ice blue streaked through the air, hurtling swiftly toward the iron plate sheep. A thunderous crash echoed, and the iron plate sheep was violently pinned against a distant tree trunk by the force of the ice blue sword. Rushua. The maiden's tone was frigid, each word distinctly enunciated. A flash of Snow White appeared at that moment. Murushua finally understood from whom that chill in her heart had originated. Was it too late to apologize now? Murushua instinctively thought. Chapter 58. There will be nothing left of you. You tell me, to strain every nerve and hope for a lucky kill. The once unflappable sovereign of the heavens now felt a flicker of panic in her heart. Luo Li. She had yet to finish her sentence when she fell into a soft embrace. Close your mouth. The maiden's voice carried an icy edge. The familiar chill of fragrance enveloped her. Though the words were sharp, a sense of security blossomed within Murushua's heart. She fell silent. Luo Li's expression was as cold as ice. Her hands moved swiftly, inspecting every inch of Murushua's body. Ultimately, she discovered merely that Murushua's vitality was significantly drained, but there were no visible wounds, which brought her a sigh of relief. One arm wrapped around Murushua's shoulder, while the other feigned reaching into her robe. Retrieving a pill from her spatial system as the bottle cork was removed, the fragrant aroma of medicine wafted through the air. With her snow-white fingertips, she pinched a pill. Just as Murushua was about to take it, she caught a sharp glare from the silver-haired maiden. The pill was brought to her lips, brushing against her slightly pale mouth. At that moment, the silver-haired maiden was rather sparing with her words. Just as Murushua's pink tongue curled around the pill, Luo Li produced another vial. Once that was swallowed, another pill was promptly offered to her lips. Murushua. It wasn't until Murushua had consumed nearly 10 pills, feeling a slight fullness in her stomach, that Luo Li finally relented. Each pill was of exceptional quality, yielding remarkable effects. In but a moment, Murushua's previously pale complexion began to regain a hint of color. Luo Li. You may release me now. The delicate hand resting on her shoulder did not loosen but tightened further. The girl's voice shifted, imbued with a hint of barely concealed ire. Murushua. Did we not agree that you would follow closely behind me? What brings you to the depths of the armory alone? Were it anyone else, Murushua would certainly refuse to respond. Even if she were to answer, it would merely be, what I choose to do is of no concern to you. Yet, gazing into those cerulean eyes, her resolve inadvertently weakened. I perceive a faint call. Another call? Luo Li regarded her with skepticism. The dark-haired girl quickly nodded. Indeed, it is another call. My constitution is such. One cannot generalize the physical attributes of individuals. Luo Li furrowed her brow, recalling the narrative. Despite her efforts, she could not recall any mention of a call in the original text. Is this yet another butterfly effect? But surely the butterfly's wings have flapped excessively. Moreover, could it be that Murushua's unique physique has encountered some sort of glitch, hearing calls at every turn? What an absurdity! The so-called sacred body of the radio, nevertheless, given the current circumstances. Luo Li had no choice but to trust Murushua's words. Even if you sense a call, why not accompany me to the depths of the armory? Are you concerned I might usurp your fortune? Not at all. My constitution is unique. In the direction of the call, I discern that it is not a place but a person who beckons me. Is it something on that person that calls to you? Murushua nodded. Indeed, I suspect he, much like the last time with the extreming flame, intends to bring you along. I merely fear for your safety. You possess merely 7 meridians of vitality. Yet you fear for me. After that, Luo Li fell silent. In her azure gaze floated a panel. Name, Murushua. Cultivation, 12 meridians of vitality, perfected. Destiny level, SSS. At this moment, Luo Li's heart was filled with astonishment. A multitude of thoughts swirled in her mind, yet only these 2 words aptly captured her feelings. Luo Li's throat felt parched. She recalled that upon returning from the Songwolf forest, Murushua had only possessed 7 meridians of vitality. In just a mere 12 days, she had broken through 5 meridians. It is well known that the path of martial arts becomes exponentially more difficult in the later stages. Although Luo Li appeared to have made rapid progress, she had actually spent over 100 years cultivating, consuming various extraordinary elixirs to attain her current level. In stark contrast, Murushua had achieved perfection solely through her innate talent. Even acknowledging that she was the fated heroine of this world, Luo Li still found it excessively unbelievable that it was akin to using cheats in a video game, employing aim assist, wall hacks, and flight to barely compete on an even playing field. How could one possibly contend against such a human cheat? Luo Li now felt fortunate that she did not stand on the opposing side of Murushua. Otherwise, even with cheats, she might have found herself outmatched. Terrifying, indeed. Luo Li, why are you gasping? I'm just feeling a bit cool. Cough, cough, enough of that. What about the man in black? I fought with that man in black with all my might and miraculously managed to slay him. Is that so? Luo Li turned to face Mu Ru Shui. Before them lay a solitary crimson crystal. The surrounding grassland had turned to scorched earth, and one could barely discern the outline of a person who had once stood there. Luo Li, there is not a speck of ash left, and you claim you fought with all your might and miraculously slain him. She picked up the crimson crystal. Is this what you sensed calling to you? She was well aware that it was the Blood Phoenix catalyst that would unlock that location, but she had to feign ignorance. Indeed, here you go. Without a hint of hesitation, the white-haired girl took the obviously extraordinary crimson crystal. Yet, within her crimson eyes flickered a trace of uncertainty. Ultimately, she sighed inwardly. The Blood Phoenix catalyst would draw all those of Phoenix blood nearby into the place of inheritance, even if she attempted to evade it. It would be futile. With a swift motion, she sliced her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto the crystal. It emitted a flash of crimson light. Yet nothing transpired. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Mu Ru Shui's eyes. Luo Li, do you trust me? Humph, just speak plainly. After a moment, the white-haired girl also drew a line across her palm, grasping the crimson crystal alongside Mu Ru Shui. The instant Luo Li held it, the crystal burst forth with a brilliant crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, the two young women vanished from their spot. At the entrance to the armory trial, the middle-aged steward realized that the matter was beyond his control. He had long since notified the leaders of the various peaks. However, to his surprise, the first arrival was not their own master of the divine forging peak. That a gust of cool wind swept in, and a woman clad in blue landed with an expression of urgency on her face. The middle-aged steward greeted her respectfully. Greetings, Master Yu. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Has my disciple emerged? Master, Luo Qinchuan has yet to exit. However, according to the disciples she saved, Luo Qinchuan is formidable. Ordinary spirit swords and ferocious beasts should not be able to harm her. I have heard she is still searching for a woman in black. A chill swept across Yu Qingyao's countenance. So, my disciple's fate remains uncertain. The middle-aged steward felt somewhat at a loss for words. Well, how else could you interpret it? However, he held his tongue, wishing to live a little longer. It now appeared to be the case. The once gentle breeze transformed into a fierce gale. Sweat beaded on the steward's forehead, for the pressure exerted by a congenital powerhouse was not something ordinary folk could withstand. Once I locate my disciple, I shall pay a proper visit to your divine forging peak. As soon as the words left her mouth, a blue shadow darted toward the armory. The armory trials had always been the responsibility of the divine forging peak. After all, who better suited to oversee the armory than a group of blacksmiths? Yet, at this moment, the steward was beset by a sense of bitterness. Chapter 59. Heart-refining bridge as the brilliance waned. Luo Li blinked, finally discerning her surroundings. They seemed to be within the heart of a mountain, with jagged stone ceilings above and brown stone walls encircling them. Before them stood a stone bridge adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Even the azure stone floor bore intricate, enigmatic patterns, contrasting starkly with the surrounding scenery. Wisps of azure flames flickered along the bridge's railings, casting a light that dispelled the darkness. That I once perused an ancient tome that aligns with this bridge's description. If my conjecture holds true, this bridge is known as the heart-refining bridge. Crossing it will evoke the deepest fears of the traveler, conjuring illusions. Should one succumb to these illusions, their mind may spiral into madness, often utilized in places of inheritance trials. This must be a site of inheritance, though I am uncertain who left it behind. Mu Ru Shui surveyed the area before speaking softly. She was aware of who had left this inheritance, a name renowned throughout the Great Zhou and among many powerful figures, the Blood Phoenix. Yet, it was not a name associated with good repute, but rather infamy. She, too, bore the Phoenix body and possessed an unparalleled bloodline power. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had strayed onto a dark path, committing heinous acts of murder and blood sacrifice, practicing wicked arts, and refining corpses and poisons. Truly, she was guilty of every atrocity that in the end, she was besieged and slain by the indignant powerful figures who could no longer tolerate her actions. However, the Blood Phoenix had perished over a century ago, yet the remnants of her malice had yet to be fully eradicated. The reason being, the Blood Phoenix had a penchant for leaving behind inheritances. To date, there are well over 100 recorded sites of inheritance, each with varying degrees of authenticity. Every site was meticulously concealed, rendering it nearly impossible to cleanse them entirely. This location was merely one of the legacies left behind by the Blood Phoenix. In her past life, after she had begun to shine, She had only then learned of this not-so-hidden secret. Luo Li was well-versed in the narrative. She recognized the heart-refining bridge, but a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. In the original story, Mu Ru Shui and Luo Li had fortuitously triggered the Blood Phoenix catalyst and only discovered the heart-refining bridge afterward. Thus, from where had Mu Ru Shui acquired this knowledge? What was the title of this ancient tome that was so comprehensive? I read it in my youth. The book had no cover, and I only knew it to be a remarkable tome. Unfortunately, I lost it inadvertently. Very well. A delicate, fair hand reached toward Luo Li. Just as Luo Li felt puzzled, Mu Ru Shui spoke. Take my hand. If you fall into an illusion on the bridge, I can pull you out. I do not require your protection. Yet, despite her words, Luo Li obediently took Mu Ru Shui's hand. The crimson eyes swept over the white-haired girl, but Luo Li pretended to look elsewhere. Their hands, now intertwined, formed a delicate connection. What are you doing? I fear that if you fall into an illusion, and I do not hold on tightly, I may not be able to pull you out. Observing the pink flush that crept onto the girl's cheeks, Mu Ru Shui could not help but allow a smile to curl at her lips. This sensation was not unwelcome. Let us proceed. As they stepped onto the heart-refining bridge, darkness enveloped Mu Ru Shui. Soon after, a multitude of faces materialized before her. Some were filled with rage, others sorrow, and some glared with accusatory eyes. You have slain us. We demand retribution. My neck. It hurts so much. Why did you kill me? Why? Faced with all this, the crimson eyes exhibited not a trace of change. Mu Ru Shui did not consider herself a virtuous person. However, she bore no guilt towards those she had slain. The path of martial arts was akin to rowing against the current. Without striving and seizing opportunities, one could never become formidable. From the moment you embarked on this journey, you must accept the fate of being killed. You are no different from me. The black-clad girl's steps never faltered as she strode directly towards these illusions. Until all illusions dissipated, her pace remained unbroken. Yet, in the next instant, she paused for half a moment, sensing a slight resistance from the hand she held. The white-haired girl now broke into a cold sweat, as if confronted with something terrifying. In truth, it was indeed quite dreadful. In the illusion, before Luo Li stood a slender woman clad in professional attire, embodying the nightmare of her childhood. Teacher Yi wore a serious expression. Clutching a test paper riddled with red circles, Luo Li was drenched in cold sweat under her gaze. Haven't I explained this question already? How could you still get it wrong? If you go out and say you are my student, and someone asks about this question, I would be laughed at. You are truly the worst class I have ever taught. With each familiar reprimand, Luo Li felt rooted to the spot. Her little head began to spin. How frightening, how terrifying. Fortunately, at this moment, a pull was felt. The illusions before her gradually began to dissipate. Are you all right? Can we continue? Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Luo Li's cheeks flushed anew. She found it hard to maintain her composure. Being held captive by an elementary school teacher at her age was quite embarrassing. It's fine. Let us move on. The heart-refining bridge was still long ahead. The subsequent illusions were considerably more bearable. Yet, what Luo Li could not contain were the awkward scenes from her past life that began to resurface, including, but not limited to, discovering she was wearing pajamas upon stepping outside, wearing her coat inside out until arriving at school, and being caught in an embarrassing moment by her roommate. The heart-refining bridge is targeting me. I want to file a complaint. Luo Li quickened her pace, eager to escape the scene. However, her body suddenly halted. Turning around, she found Mu Ru Shui frozen in place. Moments earlier, Mu Ru Shui's surroundings shifted incessantly. Figures of powerful individuals appeared before her, which she ignored as she continued onward. Until a little girl emerged. Sister Ru Shui, I'm sorry. The girl subsequently vanished, transforming into a graceful and dignified woman, tears staining her face. I'm sorry. Sister Ruxia Mu Ru Shui was momentarily stunned. Then a mesmerizing red light emanated from her crimson eyes. She could not forget that day when golden blood flowed, and the long sword pierced her chest from behind. In her line of sight, that woman was also shedding tears. A surge of warmth enveloped her. At this moment, Mu Ru Shui's expression was as cold as ice. No matter how many times she witnessed it, it always made her feel utterly nauseated. Chapter 60, The Blood Phoenix Scripture, Luo Li's Unease. At that time, Mu Ru Shui had already reigned supreme above the heavens and the earth. For the Ling Tian Shi Zun, the past was but a fleeting memory, and the mundane world was merely smoke. Even having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, she yearned to push further. She had never sought after hollow fame or power. Her eyes held only purity. She wished to shatter the heavens above. By chance, she saved a little girl, T01, who had become a supreme being. The life of a mortal was akin to a fleeting insect. Yet, perhaps on a whim, she chose to raise the girl. Watching her grow into a dignified and beautiful woman, witnessing her wed in red garments, and ultimately witnessing her plunge a long sword into her own chest. Perhaps there were reasons behind her actions. Perhaps she was threatened. Yet none of that mattered anymore. It was she who had revealed her vulnerability. She did not blame anyone. Compared to the arduous trial she faced to become supreme, this was merely a ripple in her life. This was the persistence and purity of Ling Tianqi As the illusions began to fade. Murushua, a voice filled with urgency called out. Before her appeared a white-haired girl. The once vibrant crimson eyes now held a hint of dullness. Will you too experience this? What? Murushua shook her head. It's fine. Let us move on. Luo Li observed the black-haired girl with curiosity, sensing something amiss about her current demeanor. The journey ahead became much easier. Although Luo Li still occasionally succumbed to awkward moments, Murushua swiftly pulled her back each time. In no time, the two arrived at the end of the heart-refining bridge. Upon a stone platform lay two blood-colored tokens. These were the blood phoenix tokens. As luck would have it, there were exactly two. Just as Luo Li reached out, Murushua's voice rang out. Luo Li, let us switch tokens. I prefer yours. Before Luo Li could respond, Murushua touched the blood phoenix token before her. Luo Li stood dumbfounded, her mind racing. Wait, doesn't this completely disrupt the plot? A hint of worry flickered in her azure eyes. Reluctantly, she picked up the remaining blood phoenix token. The scenery before her suddenly became ethereal. A brilliant light enveloped her. The stone ceiling was adorned with gemstones radiating white light, and in the center of the cave stood a high platform. Several eerie white bones lay strewn across the steps leading to the platform, upon which rested an unremarkable red longsword. Everything was identical to Murushua's arrival in her previous life. The black-haired girl could not help but sigh. In the end, could she not escape her fate? Luo Li's toes touched solid ground. Before her stood a high platform, resembling the cave before the heart-refining bridge. Ascending the steps, she found an ancient book resting on the stone platform. Is this the blood phoenix scripture? In the original text, the blood phoenix scripture was merely glossed over. After all, the author could not possibly pen an entire martial art for you. Yet, the blood phoenix scripture was undeniably real in this world. Luo Li felt a surge of interest as she picked up the book. The once archaic tome suddenly glowed with a crimson light, and several tadpole-like characters emerged. Although Luo Li did not recognize these symbols, meanings began to surface in her mind. The art of blood transformation. A gleam of curiosity flickered in her azure eyes. This was indeed intriguing. Upon opening the first page, a burst of blood light erupted from the book. The blood-red characters floated in the air. As Luo Li examined them, she realized they were not martial arts at all, but rather a poem. She began to read. Since childhood, the calamity of phoenix blood has led to ruin, tears falling from the heavens, encountering kindness concealed with malice. It turns out the ancient source seeks the blood immortal. The human heart is inscrutable, deep as the abyss, staggering on the edge of life and death and on the road of vengeance. How can one find peace? Only amidst the glint of blades and shadows. Flesh and blood entwined, bones interlinked, life and death dictated by the heavens I command. The common folk like grass, the heavens heartless, all merge into my being, transforming me into a dust immortal, slashing through the mortal realm in search of tranquility. Blood stains the mountains and rivers. Resolve even firmer. When shall I see the sunny day? Slaying the world in search of a new chapter. As she read the final line, a chill coursed through Luo Li's heart. From the words, she could sense a pervasive smell of blood. Was this the infamous blood phoenix of the demonic path? In the past, while reading novels, she felt indifferent. Yet at this moment, she was suddenly relieved that the blood phoenix had perished over a century ago. Had it still been alive, this world would likely not be so peaceful. After calming her emotions, Luo Li flipped the pages quickly. Even with an understanding of the meanings, she found it quite challenging to grasp. However, she never intended to cultivate this blood phoenix scripture. Her fleeting glance held purpose, until she stumbled upon a small line of text. She halted her flipping. The method of completing the phoenix form. In the original text, her previous self must have set her sights on Murushua after reading this. However, upon reading further, Luo Li's brows furrowed deeply. The ancient pages recorded that those with incomplete phoenix blood will experience an outbreak of incompleteness once a month. Each passing year, the incompleteness will worsen, until, ultimately, the host can no longer bear the incompleteness, leading to the destruction of their entire life force. Wait, why was this not mentioned in the original text? Luo Li pondered, her brows knitting tightly as she recalled the plot in the original story. Luo Li ultimately sought to use the phoenix cleansing pool to complete her bloodline, but was instead killed by Mu Rushue, inadvertently aiding her bloodline completion. When Mu Rushue obtained the blood phoenix scripture, her bloodline was already complete, hence it was never mentioned. This meant that Mu Rushue, like her junior sister, possessed an absolute vein. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Luo Li's eyes. System, if I give the phoenix blood to Mu Rushue now, will she perish? No. As long as you claim the reward immediately, this system will ensure the host's safety. Upon receiving the system's response, Luo Li sighed in relief. Initially uncertain, now aware, she could not disregard the matter. Moreover, she had originally intended to give the phoenix blood directly to Mu Rushue. However, the method of delivery posed a challenge. Surely, she could not stab herself and have Mu Rushue drink it. Could she? Luo Li reread the method of completing the phoenix form several times, her expression growing increasingly grim. To execute this method, one would at least require the cultivation of fetal breath. Though her cultivation speed has rapidly accelerated, she is still far from reaching the state of fetal breath. If her memory serves her right, Mu Rushue must have arrived at the Qing Zone shortly after her birthday. This implies that Mu Rushue may not endure for such an extended period. After a brief moment, Luo Li could not suppress a sigh of frustration. Indeed, it seems she can only rely on the Shifeng pool. Aside from achieving the fetal breath, there exists another means to utilize the phoenix form completion method, which is the Shifeng pool. According to the original storyline, it was there that the original body was slain by Mu Rushue. A faint unease blossomed within Luo Li's heart. It appeared as if an invisible hand was orchestrating all her efforts, returning them to the original narrative. I seemed to have changed nothing. Chapter 61. Xinling Yuchuan. This is called love. No. Luo Li. The silver-haired maiden gently patted her cheek. Luo Li, perk up. Do not lose face. You must not allow anyone to underestimate you. Subsequently, Luo Li rose to her feet, chest out and head held high, her eyes wide as saucers. Before you stands a traveler from the Celestial Empire, the inheritor of the Red Banner, the relentless feeding machine of Mu Rushue, the owner of the investment system, the savior of the lovely little senior sister, a woman destined to become the queen of investments, the proud owner of a primary school merit certificate, dubbed the introverted tease by her roommates. Ahem, let us omit that. Humph, regardless, even if this world indeed possesses a heavenly way, I shall ensure you have no return. With hands on her hips, Luo Li radiated an aura of dominance. However, in the next moment, she seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. A rosy hue crept across her pale cheeks. Indeed, it still feels a tad shameful. Secure the Blood Phoenix Sutra. The Blood Phoenix token at her waist glimmered with a crimson light. The rocky wall behind the high platform rumbled, revealing a profound entrance moments later. Unlike the previous cave, this entrance appeared much more refined, with neatly arranged bluestone flooring. Wisps of white mist continuously wafted from the entrance. Luo Li's already flushed face deepened in color. If she recalled correctly, what lay ahead should be. With a hint of shyness and a measure of anticipation, Luo Li somewhat bashfully ventured deeper into the cave. The swirling white mist grew denser, and with just a whiff, Luo Li felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. This mist was transformed from the essence of heaven and earth. Upon exiting the cave, she found herself before a deep pit resembling a bathing pool, filled with a viscous, milky white liquid. This was none other than fully liquefied essence of heaven and earth, and not just any essence, but the precious water known as Yuanling Yuchuan. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, producing merely a drop every decade. This vast pool before her had accumulated for at least 1,000 years, truly a fortuitous find. For an ordinary person, consuming just a drop would surpass half a month of arduous cultivation. Immersing oneself in this pool would offer myriad benefits, enhancing one's physical constitution, amplifying sensitivity to the essence of heaven and earth, and elevating one's innate talent. The advantages were boundless. Yet, finding a single drop was already a challenge, let alone discovering such a pool. But now, this spiritual spring lay before Luo Li, not long after her arrival. Another set of footsteps echoed, dressed in black. It was Mu Ruxia as her crimson gaze swept over the silver-haired maiden. A fleeting hint of panic crossed her eyes that I in their previous lives, after each had taken their respective inheritances. They had fought fiercely over this very spiritual spring. However, now, fully aware that the silver-haired maiden would not compete with her, her heart inexplicably raced. Luo Li, feeling somewhat awkward, found herself at a loss for words. Rushue, what a coincidence. The moment the words left her lips, Luo Li regretted them. What am I saying? Mu Rushue quickly nodded. Yes, quite a coincidence that a moment of silence enveloped them. Rushue, this spiritual spring is called Xianling Yuchuan, producing only a drop every 10 years. It's incredibly precious. Since we've encountered it, let us not waste this chance and both take a dip. All right. Setting down the sword she held, Mu Rushue unfastened a button at her neck. Then her hand froze. Luo Li, could you not keep staring at me? I'm not staring, she protested, though her peripheral vision remained fixated on the dark-haired maiden. Besides, we're both women. What's wrong with a glance? You are different. Huh? In what way? Mu Rushue felt a twinge of helplessness. The memory of being forcefully kissed by the silver-haired maiden still lingered vividly, though she held no disdain for it. The thought of undressing before her now felt somewhat awkward. You are lusting after my body. Huh? Luo Li's expression shifted to one of indignation. What nonsense are you spouting, Mu Rushue? I'm not lusting after you. That's called affection, love. Do you not understand? This is called love. Humph. Then turn around, and I want to see you. Mu Rushue. But to be frank, it's quite evident you wish to see. This was the first time she had encountered a woman so unabashedly flirtatious. Observing Luo Li, who had completely turned her face away, a trace of exasperation flickered in her crimson eyes. Turning away, her garments slipped off, revealing a back as smooth as cream. Mu Rushue did not fully disrobe, but instead covered her vital areas with an undergarment before stepping into the spiritual spring. She then glanced at Luo Li, a smile gracing her crimson eyes. A sense of foreboding surged within Luo Li. Mu Rushue, what are you doing? Since I have allowed you to see me, you ought to return the favor. Disrobe. Humph. I want to. Upon unfastening the first button, Luo Li's voice dwindled. Mu Rushue seemed to take delight in her discomfort, scrutinizing her every move, missing nothing. Luo Li felt as though Mu Rushue's gaze could penetrate her very being. A blush blooming on her snow-white neck as she undid the second button. Luo Li could hardly bear it any longer. Mu Rushue, turn away. The dark-haired maiden's lips nearly curved into a crescent. That one to do. Since you've seen my body, I should see yours too. Hurry up. Do you need me to help you? Humph. As the third button came undone, Luo Li's face flushed a deep crimson, steam visibly rising from her silken locks. Regardless of the situation, Mu Rushue's beauty was undeniable. That a stunning dark-haired maiden, half-clad, teasingly gazing at her by the spring, was overwhelming for someone who had previously led a life devoid of romantic encounters. Ultimately, she too turned around, her garments slipping away, exposing her flawless skin to the air. Mimicking Mu Rushue, she covered her modesty with an undergarment before dipping her delicate foot into the water the moment she entered the spring. Luo Li felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her, akin to parched land receiving much-needed rain. Unable to suppress herself, she let out a soft sound. Silence fell again. Chapter 62. Responding with the body, the spiritual spring was enveloped in a veil of white mist. And the two maidens found themselves in a moment of quietude. Luo Li, blessed with the Xianbing phoenix body, naturally suppressed a portion of her emotions. However, after a brief while, her face regained its porcelain hue. Reminiscent of the evening's rosy glow, once calm, her mind began to wander, and Luo Li was no exception. Gazing upon the exquisite figure of the dark-haired maiden, a shadow flickered in her azure eyes. She understood that Mu Rushue would undoubtedly ascend to become the Ling Tian Chi Zun, but on that interminable path of martial cultivation, would there still be room for her in the novel? Mu Rushue alone reaches the pinnacle of this world. Had no one ever pursued her beauty? Certainly, there must have been suitors. Yet, her gaze had never lingered on anyone, not even for an instant if everything is predestined. Does that mean after stepping into the Shifeng pool, they too are fated to part ways? Luo Li was reluctant to dwell on this thought, perhaps sensing the heavenly way, or perhaps feeling a hint of uncertainty about the future. She suddenly yearned for something certain. This feeling surged forth abruptly, yet powerfully. Ruxi, you despise me. A flicker of doubt shone in her crimson eyes. Why would she ask such a thing? Because I can feel it. Ever since that day, Rushua, you've been avoiding me. That I haven't. Rushua struggled to articulate the last word, because the truth was, she had indeed been evading Luo Li. Part of her retreat was to cultivate in the earth veins. But more significantly, she was uncertain how to interact with Luo Li. Rushua was a pure soul, untouched by emotions in either life. She had adopted Ling Tian as her moniker and adhered to his principles. Yet, upon looking back, she realized that other than martial arts and cultivation, there was nothing else in her life. She harbored no regrets and had no desire for connections with others. Even the little girl she had saved had only seen her a handful of times. Until she encountered the maiden before her, who was unlike anyone else, as if she were the most unique and vibrant hue in the world. This color, even Ling Tian Zun had never witnessed. Curiosity surged within her heart, and even she found herself yearning to draw closer, to see more vividly. However, when that hue truly manifested beside her, a sense of bewilderment enveloped her. Do you not know? Do you not know? Luo Li felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. This was not the ambiguous response she sought. Then what about what I said earlier, about liking Rushua? What? What was Rushua's response? Rushua had never reciprocated her sentiments, be it that kiss or her affections. Hence, she too desired a response from Rushua, or perhaps recalling something. Luo Li added, you must not say you do not know. Rushua fell into a moment of silence. And after a brief pause, she finally spoke, I do not dislike it. This time, it was Luo Li who fell silent. I asked that even an answer? Yes or no? Did you choose, or what kind of mechanical response is this? Transfer me to a human. Although deep down, she understood Rushua would likely respond this way, a wave of discontent still surged from the depths of Luo Li's heart. She rose, stepping one by one toward Ruxuet. This moment, Luo Li no longer wished to play coy, nor did she want to ask irrelevant questions to probe. As she approached, Rushua's gaze dropped slightly. Yet what met her eyes was a looming expanse of pure white. A blush crept up her cheeks. Just as she intended to avert her gaze, a delicate hand grasped her chin, with her chin forcibly tilted upward. She found herself staring into a pair of azure eyes. The white-haired girl wore a cold expression, elevating the black-haired girl's chin to compel her to meet her gaze. A white mist enveloped them, rendering their figures partially obscured. Rushua, are you toying with me? Provide me with a straightforward answer. Had it been anyone else daring to treat Rushua in such a manner, she would have long since unleashed her wrath. Yet, before this girl, no matter how she felt, anger could not blossom within her. Only the rapid beating of her heart testified to her current agitation. Rushua did not struggle. Her crimson eyes met Luo Li's. Luo Li, I am not deceiving you. I truly do not know. Humph, Rushua, even at this point, you still. Suddenly, Luo Li halted mid-sentence, her eyes reflecting what appeared to be exquisite ruby-like orbs. Within those eyes, she discerned no hint of deceit. Instead, there lay a profound confusion. That a thought arose in Luo Li's mind. Could it be that she genuinely did not know? Furrowing her brow, Luo Li revisited the narrative. Soon, she made a realization. The original story, being a grand tale centered around a powerful female protagonist, caught Luo Li's attention precisely because it deviated from the norm. Put it simply, female-oriented narratives ultimately cater to a female audience, whose core desire is to garner affection from others. Even in tales where the female lead is formidable, a more powerful male counterpart typically emerges later in the story. However, the original work diverged entirely from this pattern, narrating the saga of a female protagonist who decisively slayed her foes, cultivated her abilities, seized opportunities, and ascended to become the supreme being of that world. Thus, in the tale, Rushua resembled a machine, unwaveringly pursuing a singular goal without pause. While it was understandable for her to embody the role of the main character in the novel, translating this into reality painted her as a mere martial enthusiast, a woman who, aside from her training, remained indifferent to everything else, believing men would only hinder her sword-drawing speed. Gently stroking her alabaster chin, Luo Li mused. This meant Rushua could genuinely be speaking the truth. She might truly be unaware or perhaps she had never encountered such a situation. Having operated on a single-threaded thought process her entire life, was her mind now struggling to adapt to a dual-threaded one? Following this line of reasoning, Luo Li found herself beginning to understand Rushua was not naive. She was well aware of everything and comprehended the meanings behind words. Yet, she merely knew Dai was akin to a person who had never seen snow suddenly witnessing it. They would only know that this white substance was called snow, but beyond that, they would be entirely ignorant. Only by feeling the snow's temperature, tasting its essence, and understanding that it could melt into water would snow transform from a mere term into a tangible entity. Mu Shui had only heard and seen male and female interactions throughout her life. Now, suddenly, a girl professed her affection for her. If she were to place herself in Mu Shui's shoes, she too would likely feel at a loss. With this thought, a smile crept onto Luo Li's lips. If she harbored no feelings for that person, she would probably ignore her entirely. This meant that, even if only slightly, she now occupied a small place in Mu Shui's heart, gazing at the black-haired girl before her. Luo Li found her suddenly adorable. Releasing her hold on Mu Shui's chin, she asked, "Ru Shui, do you truly not know?" Mu Shui nodded. "Since you do not know, would you like to answer with your body?" "With my body." Indeed, Luo Li seemed like a wolf enticing an innocent maiden, her tail wagging behind her in delight. After all, bodily responses do not lie, do they? But how does the body respond? Like this. Suddenly, Luo Li lowered her head, a cool fragrance enveloping her senses. Their lips met, yet only for a fleeting moment before parting. "How was that? Do you dislike it?" Mu Shui felt a shift in her emotions. Ultimately shaking her head, "I do not dislike it, but my chest feels a bit strange." That should be a normal response. So, shall we try again? To avoid the last encounter being merely a coincidence. Mu Shui pondered for a moment. Although she sensed something amiss, she still deemed Luo Li's reasoning sound. All right. This time, their crimson lips met, lingering for an extended period. Chapter 63. Yu Qing Yao, stop, stop. Do not continue fighting. Enough. Luo Li. In the spiritual spring, Mu Shui was already panting heavily, her heart racing like a drum, her complexion flushed crimson. Luo Li was gently pushed away, her own face equally flushed. The two took a moment to catch their breath. Just as Luo Li was about to speak, Mu Shui hurriedly shook her head. No need to continue. My answer remains unchanged. I do not dislike it. Mu Shui, what do you take me for? I merely wanted to remind you that we have soaked long enough. It is time to leave. Luo Li's expression revealed a hint of displeasure, yet her heart felt otherwise. Damn it. How could she predict that? TSK. It seems Mu Shui is not as foolish as I imagined. Henceforth, plans for kisses, hugs, and deep exchanges must be promptly declared a failure. Huh. You wish to inquire about what deep exchanges entail? Why? Naturally, it involves sword techniques. Luo Li wields a sword, and so does Mu Shui. Engaging in sword technique exchanges should pose no issue, right? And once we tire from our exchanges, we can take a moment to rest and share insights. That should pose no problem either. Since it is so late into our exchanges, sleeping together to foster our bond should not be an issue, right? Quite reasonable. It is just a pity that the script has already been written. Yet Mu Shui refuses to cooperate. Sigh. Life is not easy, Luo Li sighed. After a while, the two donned their garments to eye in the spiritual spring pool. The water had diminished by nearly half. The previously rich, milky, white now significantly clearer. Luo Li, pass me some of your pill vials. Luo Li retrieved a few vials and handed them over, then asked, "What do you need the vials for?" Mu Shui did not respond but instead filled an empty vial with spring water. Although the spiritual energy within the water had been mostly absorbed by them, it remained a rare spiritual substance. While they could not soak again, consuming it would confer far greater benefits than ordinary pills. In her past life, it was precisely these spiritual springs that had enabled her to break through to the transcendence realm. After securing the spring water, Mu Shui noticed Luo Li staring at her with a peculiar expression. Ru Shui. What you collected is our bathwater. Mu Shui's face flushed red as she realized what she had done. She feigned calmness, tucking the vials into her embrace. These are spiritual springs. They greatly aid in cultivation. Let us not dwell on that now. Would you like some? Luo Li shook her head, yet a twinge of regret blossomed within her. However, the thought of drinking her own bathwater filled her with resistance. Perhaps due to this body, Luo Li had developed a slight case of obsessive cleanliness. Yet, if it were Mu Shui's bathwater. No, stop thinking about that. Luo Li quickly shook her head, banishing the dangerous thoughts from her mind. I am not a pervert. Just then, a tremor reverberated through the cave, followed by a thunderous crash. Fragments of stone cascaded like raindrops. The two exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Outside, in the battlefield, A young woman clad in green hovered anxiously in midair. "Where is my disciple?" An echoing sound of swords rang out, followed by several spiritual swords hurtling toward the green-clad woman. That Yu Qingyao's expression turned cold. "Get lost!" With a swift motion, she drew forth a green longsword. The heavens erupted with energy as boundless gales entwined around the blade. With a single swing, a tempest was unleashed. Several spiritual swords, barely airborne, were swept away by the violent winds. Though their former wielder was a congenital expert, before them stood a genuine congenital master. The emerald sword light surged forward, and with a thunderous roar, half a mountain peak was obliterated. At that moment, a muscular giant arrived at the scene. Only to witness the unfolding chaos, he clutched his chest, nearly struggling to catch his breath. The military tomb he had painstakingly cared for on Shandui Peak was casually obliterated by your delicate interference. However, what followed was an even more terrifying sight. The explosive azure sword energy not only failed to pacify the spiritual swords, but provoked them into a frenzy. The sharp cries of the spiritual weapons rang out, and in an instant, a dozen more spiritual weapons hurled towards Yu Qingyao. That moment, Yu Qingyao did not hold back. Her eyes turned icy, and the long sword in her hand blazed with a brilliant azure light. This scene nearly terrified Zhang Tiexin to the brink of losing his soul. Yu Qingyao, cease this madness. Stop. Do not continue fighting. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Tiexin's body propelled forward like a cannonball. Yet, for someone renowned for her speed like Yu Qingyao, Zhang Tiexin was still a beat too slow. The surrounding winds intensified, howling like the cries of tormented souls. Just as that exquisitely azure sword was about to strike, a girl's voice rang out. "Master!" In an instant, the tempest subsided. One moment Yu Qingyao was suspended in midair, and the next, she stood before Luo Li. Suddenly, Luo Li was engulfed in darkness, trapped within the grasp of an immense malevolence. "Lear, thank heavens you're unharmed." Meanwhile, suspended in midair, Zhang Tiexin, witnessing Yu Qingyao's abrupt disappearance, let out a sigh of relief. However, terror soon crept into his eyes as he beheld a hill magnifying before him. Zhang Tiexin desperately attempted to halt his momentum, but the forceful surge of Tian Yuan had propelled him to a terrifying velocity. No, no, please. Another deafening crash echoed as yet another hill was reduced to rubble. A heart-wrenching roar shattered the clouds above. My military tomb. On the other side, Yu Qingyao gazed at the rising dust and couldn't help but click her tongue. Tsuke, how could one be so careless? She turned her gaze to the other black-haired girl, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Murushua, why do you appear so disheveled? Even Murushua, at that moment, found herself at a loss for words. Our disheveled state is hardly surprising, if not for your master's intervention. Wu, trapped within the overwhelming malevolence, Luo Li began to struggle with both hands. Yet, a flicker of tenderness emerged in Yu Qingyao's eyes. "Lear, it is my duty to rescue you. There is no need for such elation. Murushua." But moments later, Luo Li finally broke free, her small face flushed and her eyes wide with disbelief. Such formidable darkness. "I have succumbed to its influence twice. It is invincible." "Lear, you aren't injured, are you? Master, didn't you already check thoroughly? I am merely inquiring if you have sustained any internal injuries. Nevertheless, it is a relief if you are unharmed." They were unscathed, but the same could not be said for others. A fierce gust swept through, and a muscular man stood before them. A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Li's eyes as she quietly inquired, "Master, why are his eyes so red?" Chapter 64. Not he. As the leader of Shandui Peak, Zhang Tiexin possessed not only a robust physique, but also an indomitable spirit. After forging iron for over 30 years, his heart had hardened like tempered steel. He believed that nothing could shake his resolve. Until today, he realized how naive that belief was, gazing at the cloud of dust surrounding the military tomb. Even this towering giant could not restrain the tears that welled in his eyes. The military tomb had not always been in such disarray. It was through the relentless efforts of Shandui Peak, repairing, introducing fierce beasts, and maintaining the spiritual weapons, that the military tomb had flourished. Now, two of its structures lay in ruin, and the oppressive aura of innate power had sent the fierce beasts fleeing. They would have to start anew. Yu Qingyao furrowed her brow. "Zhang Tiexin, what do you mean?" "Do I mean?" Zhang Tiexin's expression was agitated. "You have wreaked havoc on my military tomb to this extent, and still question my intent. Humph, you were the one who crashed into it. My apprentice and I witnessed it with our own eyes. Are you trying to shift the blame onto me? Is that not bullying the innocent? You. Zhang Tiexin clutched his chest, nearly gasping for air again. That I was only trying to stop you. I rushed over with all my might. And now you claim to be innocent. You are innocent. What am I then? Am I not human? Though he longed to voice his indignation, considering Yu Qingyao's 2 disciples were present, he ultimately refrained from expressing his frustration. At that moment, several piercing sounds broke the air, and several figures appeared. They were the leaders of other peaks. During the military tomb trial, with such a significant incident occurring involving disciples from various peaks, the leaders naturally came to investigate. What has transpired? Yu Qingyao, Zhang Tiexin, have all the disciples been rescued? Have you identified the cause of the military tomb's turmoil? They immediately bombarded the two with questions. Fellow disciples, please calm yourselves. A voice rang out as a man stepped forward. The crowd respectfully parted to make way. Sect Master brother, Sect Master. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, with eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars, a jawline as sharp as a knife, and a tall, upright stature. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but praise his striking appearance. The only unfortunate aspect was that this handsome man was completely bald, his scalp as smooth as a mirror, glistening under the light. Luo Li was momentarily blinded by the brilliance of his bald head. The scene fell silent in an instant. Then, Luo Li noticed that all the peak leaders regarded her with a hint of admiration. Even Yu Qingyao looked astonished, her heart racing, within her delicate shoes. Luo Li's fair toes curled in apprehension. Have I inadvertently spoken my thoughts aloud? She dared not lift her gaze to meet the man's eyes. Haha. Junior sister Qingyao, your disciple certainly has a sense of humor. Haha. Brother, Lear is usually quite lively. No worries, I do not mind. Upon hearing this, Luo Li finally mustered the courage to raise her head. Just as she began to smile, she noticed the man's expression had suddenly turned serious. No more jesting. Now, you two, recount the situation within the military tomb. The two began to explain the circumstances. You mean to say that you were pursued by a figure in black, forcing you to take refuge in a cave? This was the narrative Luo Li and Mu Ruxue had previously agreed upon, as the matter of the mysterious inheritance was indeed difficult to explain. Both were aware that the inheritance belonged to the Blood Phoenix, which was currently a target for all. Revealing the truth would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. Wuka pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, after such a long escape, you must be quite exhausted. Please return and rest. Luo Li and Mu Ruxue, unsuspecting of any ulterior motives, thanked the peak leaders and made their way toward the entrance of the military tomb. It was only after they had completely exited that Wu Ku turned to Yu Qingyao. Junior sister Qingyao, have you discovered anything? Yu Qingyao's expression grew serious as she waved her hand, causing several blood-red metallic fragments to float in the air. Zhang Tiexin frowned. Are these fragments from the Shabing? I have found more than just this. Why Yu Qingyao produced a porcelain vial. Upon uncorking it, a potent and exotic fragrance wafted through the air. Wan Tianyang, the leader of Qingyang Peak, scoffed. Humph, Shabing fragments and beast-attracting incense. It seems someone has set their sights on our Shangqing sect. Wu Ku's brow furrowed deeply. Such preparations could not be assembled by an ordinary person. That Shabing fragment, at the very least, requires a spiritual sword to be tainted by malevolent energy over an extended period to become such. Generally, only innate powers possess spiritual swords, even if one were fortunate enough to possess a sword tainted by malevolence. How did they manage to bring it here? This implies that the adversary is likely part of a larger force. You know which faction it might be. The Blood Cult, the Shabing sect, or the 10,000 Beast sect are all possibilities. The Shabing sect and the 10,000 Beast sect, one in the north and the other in the west, do not have any direct ties to our Shangqing sect. Most likely, it is the Blood Cult. Only those pests would be frantically seeking the legacy of that madwoman. Muning's brow furrowed in contemplation. Does this imply that there is a legacy of the Blood Phoenix here? Enough of this matter for now. Our Shangqing sect cannot let such a blatant act occur under our noses. Seal off the military tomb, conduct a thorough search for disciples across all peaks, and dispatch enforcers to scour the mountains. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. The peak leaders departed, leaving Zhang Tiexin still lingering behind. Sect Master brother, the disciples have overseen the military tomb for many years and have never encountered any caves within it. After all, the military tomb was no more than the size of a small hill, barely 6 zhang tall. If there were truly a cave large enough to accommodate 2 people, how could Zhang Tiexian, who had been guarding the military tomb, remain oblivious to it? Wu Ku, however, appeared to have known all along, shaking his head. No worries, junior brother. Our Shangqing sect is not devoid of tolerance. They must have obtained the inheritance, and it is only natural for them to exercise some caution. The essence of martial arts knows no inherent good or evil. It is merely the application that renders it so that we shall observe the unfolding of events in silence. And there is no need for you, junior disciple, to dwell on this matter further. That it is, in fact, you who is being overly inquisitive. As Zhang Tiexian journeyed back to Feng, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Were it not for your capability to ascend to the position of sect leader, your insights would far surpass my own in the craft of metalwork. However, as he gazed at the slowly descending sun, Zhang Tiexian could not shake the feeling that he had forgotten something important. It was not until he returned to Xinhuan Peak that a thunderous roar pierced the heavens. That Yu Qingyao, you shall compensate me for my military tomb. Chapter 65. Ru Shui, you are being quite unruly. 320 years of martial experience. When Luo Li returned to Shuiyun Pavilion, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. You have a new investment reward. Would you like to check it? Not at the moment. The silver-haired maiden was in high spirits, humming a little tune as her hands moved deftly. With a flash of her knife, she skillfully separated the flesh from a large fish. Enveloped in batter, it was tossed into the oil, and moments later, another dish emerged. The aroma wafted through the air, making the neighboring child drool uncontrollably. As Murushu gazed at the table laden with dishes. Her stomach, though seemingly empty, suddenly felt a sense of fullness. Luo Li, there are already so many dishes. Is this not enough? Luo Li glanced at the table, noting a mere 12 dishes. Hardly excessive. Yet, if that is what Rushua wishes, so be it. Let's dine. Before her, Murushua's space was utterly bare, as it was customary for Luo Li to prepare the utensils for her. She did not voice her thoughts, instead rising to fetch the bowls and chopsticks. However, just as she stood, the silver-haired maiden pressed her back down. Subsequently, Luo Li moved a chair beside her. Rushua, I shall feed you. A hint of confusion flickered in Murushua's eyes. Why must you feed me when I am perfectly capable? Rushua, you fail to comprehend. Luo Li gazed at her meaningfully. I desire a response from you. The perplexity in Murushua's eyes deepened. My response. Why do you say this? Think, Rushua. As long as we engage in acts of intimacy that you do not detest, it suffices to indicate something, does it not? In truth, Luo Li harbored a subtle ulterior motive. Even if Murushua did not yet hold affection for her, frequently partaking in intimate gestures would cultivate a subconscious habit, akin to the misattribution of arousal known as the suspension bridge effect. She may come to mistake her feelings, believing she harbors affection for Luo Li. Over time, she might genuinely grow to love her. Luo Li acknowledged her own unscrupulousness, yet if it meant keeping Murushua by her side, she would resort to any means, however disreputable. She could not ascertain whether this constituted love, but the mere thought of separation sent an inexplicable flutter of anxiety through her heart. Is that so? Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. Do you not trust me, Rushua? Then very well. Rushua, a blush crept onto Murushua's cheeks, yet she complied and opened her mouth. After a couple of bites, however, she found it unbearable. This was far more embarrassing than she had anticipated. Stripped of her autonomy, she felt akin to an infant awaiting nourishment from another, yet she was fully grown. The stark contrast ignited a profound sense of shame within her. Though only Luo Li was present, she felt as if she were under the scrutiny of countless eyes, all observing her partake in such an uncharacteristic act. She could barely muster the courage to open her mouth. Her crimson gaze lowered as if to shield herself from view. Rushua, you are being quite unruly. It was not until she returned to her room that the flush in Murushua's cheeks had yet to dissipate entirely. Upon closing the door, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Whether it was merely her imagination, she sensed that Luo Li had changed in some way, though she could not pinpoint how. How long do you intend to play this little game? Her red-hued eyes reflected the scene before her. Clad in red, Murushua sat at the table, reaching for a teacup, only for her hand to pass through it. Yet, even so, a cup of hot tea materialized in her grasp. The dark-haired maiden, seemingly oblivious, made her way to the bedside. You know deep down, do you not? She has already acquired the Blood Phoenix scripture. What do you think she will do when faced with the incomplete form that could cost her life? The figure of Mu Rushue in red dissipated, only to reappear at the bedside, propping herself up and resting her chin upon her shoulder, gazing at the dark-haired maiden. The latter's expression remained unchanged. And after a moment, she uttered a single word: "Leave." The red-clad specter vanished once more, this time without revealing herself. Only her voice lingered. "Mu Rushue, I once believed your sword was merely dull, but now it seems I was mistaken. Your blade is not only dull but rusted. You have weakened." Mu Ruxue. As her words fell, the dark-haired maiden closed her eyes, commencing her cultivation. The slight furrow of her brow indicated that she was not as serene as her visage suggested. Meanwhile, Luo Li's face still bore a hint of crimson, not from embarrassment, but from exhilaration. Initially, she thought little of Mu Rushue's feeding play, but as it progressed, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. The sensation of having Mu Rushue entirely under her control was intoxicating. Humph. Even if you are the esteemed Ling Tianqi Zun, at this moment, you are still within my grasp. Exhaling deeply, she compelled herself to regain her composure. She sensed that if her excitement escalated further, she might inadvertently awaken some peculiar trait. System, review all rewards aside from those related to Mu Rushue. Instantly, a multitude of panels manifested before Luo Li's eyes. During her earlier endeavor to rescue, the system had persistently signaled. But in her haste to locate Mu Rushue, she had paid it no mind. Now, at last, she had the time to investigate. System, compile the rewards. Compiling rewards. Compilation complete. Congratulations, host. You have received investment rewards. Martial experience, 324 years. Supreme grade blood recovery pill, 5 bottles. Supreme grade. Martial arts. Han Yu knife technique. Martial arts. Martial arts. Mental techniques. Qing Mu Gong. Mental techniques. Mental techniques. Gazing at the extensive list, Luo Li scrolled through multiple times. Utterly bewildered. Goodness, this must amount to at least 100 different investment items. Furthermore, within each category, there were even several entries. The total count likely reached 400 or 500. System, I distinctly recall that when I rescued them, I did not provide them with such an abundance of items. The host saved them at a moment of life-threatening crisis, thus the investment rewards are significantly more generous. Luo Li stroked her pristine chin. A sudden thought striking her that if one were to repeatedly place a person in peril and then rescue them, could that not exploit a system flaw? The host need not speculate. This system allocates rewards based on the mindset of those being invested in. Moreover, only the first reward is the most substantial, subsequent rewards diminish in value. A flicker of regret crossed Luo Li's mind, yet her expression remained resolute. System, how dare you tarnish an individual's reputation without cause? I had no such intentions. Chapter 66. Rushue, so adorable, so very adorable. Luo Li cast a glance at the paneled AS for the other pills and techniques. They were of no immediate use. 324 years of martial experience. I wonder if that would suffice to fuse 2 supreme techniques. Though Luo Li was now capable of merging 6 times, her luck had always been rather unpredictable. Forget that for now. System, review the investment rewards for Mu Rushue. Successfully invested in Mu Rushue. Supreme grade recovery pill. Supreme grade purple chi spirit infusion pill. Supreme grade life reviving blood pill. Successfully aided Mu Rushue in acquiring the fiery phoenix sword embryo. Successfully assisted Mu Rushue in soaking in the mysterious spirit jade spring. Detecting that all investments by the host pertain to a singular event. Would you like to expend 8 years of martial experience to merge all rewards? So this also counts as a reward. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in her azure eyes. This investment was considerably less than her last in the Tsang Wolf Forest. Luo Li had assumed the rewards would consist solely of pills. Yet aiding Mu Rushue in accessing the Blood Phoenix inheritance site and obtaining 2 spiritual artifacts was a delightful surprise. Merge them. Merging complete. 8 years of martial experience has been consumed. You have a new investment reward. Would you like to check it? Yes, please. Successfully assisted Mu Rushue in entering the Blood Phoenix inheritance site. Received investment reward. Yuan Spirit or Ling Tian Treasure Spring. Yuan Spirit or a mineral nurtured through the long-term infusion of heavenly essence. Innately possessing a hint of spirituality that if fused within a weapon, it can bestow sentience upon the weapon. If it already possesses sentience, it enhances that intelligence. Ling Tian Treasure Spring, a lotus from the Ling Tian realm. Capable of producing water rich in heavenly essence. 5 liters produced daily. Luo Li's brow furrowed slightly. The Yuan spirit or was relatively benign. The ability for a weapon to attain sentience was already a hallmark of a spiritual weapon. It is essential to recognize that many innate masters do not possess a single spirit weapon. The Hanhua that Luo Li currently wields is merely a quasi-spirit weapon. However, should she manage to infuse this or into Hanhua, it could transform into a genuine spirit weapon. Nonetheless, this Ling Tian Baoquan appears rather unremarkable, springs imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Luo Li gazed at her system space filled with exquisite elixirs. Does it seem as if I lack such essence? System, are you embezzling my rewards? Why is this reward so mediocre? Host, do not slander the innocent without cause. This system allocates rewards based on the significance of these items to Mu Rushue. Significance? That is even less plausible. Luo Li recalled that Mu Rushue had only utilized the Qi Huang sword in the later stages, ceasing to rely on weapons only after she achieved supremacy. While the Xianling Jade Spring may be somewhat inferior, it was precisely through such spirit springs that she broke through to the realm of transcending the mundane. Ultimately, she managed to counterattack Luo Li in the Phoenix washing pool. Could it be that the plot has shifted? Since I am no longer confronting Mu Rushue, my rewards have diminished. The more Luo Li pondered, the more this possibility seemed plausible. Yet, a sense of confusion arose within her. But if that is the case, how can the Qi Huang sword be explained? Luo Li found herself at a loss. After interrogating the system without results, she resigned herself to be EDAS for merging the Tianji Gongfa. Luo Li planned to wait for an auspicious day, bathe, and burn incense, seeking to defy the heavens and alter her fate. The following day, Luo Li awoke early, brimming with enthusiasm for attending to Mu Rushue. It was not until the fourth breakfast dish was laid upon the table that Mu Rushue made her appearance in the hall. Recalling the events of the previous night, a faint blush graced the cheeks of the dark-haired maiden. However, her crimson eyes suddenly froze. Another Mu Rushue, clad in red, stood before Luo Li, observing her with keen interest, as if attempting to memorize every detail of her face. Rushue, why are you standing there? Come in. As Mu Rushue stepped into the hall, Luo Li approached her, a broad smile adorning her face. Wait a moment, Rushue. Today I wish for a response from your body. This time, Mu Rushue appeared considerably more astute. She would not fall for the same trick twice. Hastily, she shook her head. Luo Li, there's no need. I have already expressed my sentiments yesterday, and I feel a bit shy. There's no need to try again. This time, it's different. Different? Luo Li nodded. This time, I merely desire a hug. Just a hug. A hint of skepticism flickered in Mu Rushue's crimson gaze. Humph. What do you take me for, Rushue? Do you think I would engage in any peculiar activities during a hug? You wouldn't? Absolutely not? Luo Li exclaimed in exasperation. How infuriating. She anticipated my intentions. Well then, if it is merely a hug, very well. Mu Rushue opened her arms, closed her eyes, her delicate face betraying a trace of nervousness. As if bracing for a trial of sorts, Luo Li felt speechless. Was she truly so terrifying in Rushue's mind? Did Rushue harbor disdain for her? Why would she inquire thus? Mu Rushue opened her eyes, her expression laced with confusion. But in the next moment, Luo Li leaned in closer, her waist ensnared. Mu Rushue felt a warm, fragrant softness envelop her, accompanied by a wafting cool scent. A damp warmth brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her, as the voice of the maiden whispered beside her, because I adore the way you look when your eyes are opened. It was merely an ordinary statement. Yet for reasons unknown, a surge of heated embarrassment flooded Mu Rushue's heart. A rosy hue spread across her cheeks, even reaching her neck. Observing her already flushed and delicate ears, Luo Li felt an overwhelming urge to nibble on them. Ultimately, however, she refrained from acting on that impulse. After all, it was akin to petting a cat. A simple embrace, a gentle stroke, a pat on the head was acceptable, but to immediately reach for the belly upon first contact would be excessive. Mu Rushue was certainly not an uninformed girl. Although she lacked understanding of emotions, she was astute in worldly matters. Taking a deep breath of the delightful fragrance, Luo Li continued, Rushue, would you hug me as well? Mu Rushue's voice unconsciously faltered. Is that so? The dark-haired maiden placed her hand upon Luo Li's shoulder, appearing somewhat reserved. Like this, her small hand was captured and guided downwards, until it rested upon Luo Li's waist. Rushue, could you exert a bit more force? That a pulling sensation emerged at her waist, drawing the two maidens closer together. Moments later, Mu Rushua sensed something amiss. Luo Li, your breathing is quite rapid. What is the matter? And nothing, Rushua. May I hold you a little longer? The white-haired maiden dared not turn her head, yet her grip tightened, unwilling for Mu Rushua to see her face at that moment. Luo Li's cheeks were already flushed with a rosy hue. Her lips whispering softly, Rushua, so adorable, so adorable, so adorable. Chapter 67. The Gift of the Blood Phoenix Scripture, Troubles at Qingxiao Peak. Luo Li, you may let go now. The two maidens released their embrace. Luo Li, why have you been staring at me? Although Luo Li had ceased her attempts at feeding, the white-haired maiden remained anything but compliant at the dining table. She propped her chin on her hand, her azure eyes fixated on Mu Rushua, as if she could never gaze upon her enough. After a couple of bites, Mu Rushua felt an uncomfortable sensation rising within her. Ultimately, she was still unaccustomed to Luo Li's gaze. Is that so? After a brief hesitation, Mu Rushua inquired, Luo Li, what did you obtain yesterday at the inheritance site? Mu Rushua ought not to have asked. After all, matters of inheritance were shrouded in secrecy, and prying into another's secrets could easily lead to enmity, even resulting in conflict. Yet, to her surprise, the white-haired maiden appeared utterly unconcerned that it is a martial art. Why? Do you wish to see it? So can I? Of course, just wait a moment. Rushua, out at that moment, Luo Li's heart was brimming with joy. She had been pondering how to find an excuse to present the Blood Phoenix Scripture to Rushua, and unexpectedly, she brought it up herself. Returning to her room, she retrieved an ancient tome, just as she was about to turn back. Her footsteps halted momentarily. After a moment of contemplation, she opened the Blood Phoenix Scripture, unleashing a surge of frostwind energy that severed 2 pages from the book. The pages she cut were precisely those containing the secrets of the Phoenix's restoration. Ultimately, Luo Li chose to withhold 2 portions regarding the Phoenix's incomplete form. After all, having decided to offer her Phoenix blood, she did not wish to test Mu Rushua's humanity. Rushua, this is for you. The ancient tome fell into Mu Rushua's hands, and the dark-haired maiden stood there, momentarily stunned. Generally speaking, martial arts were classified into 4 tiers: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow. To Earth-level martial arts were already rare, while Heaven-level martial arts, even in a prestigious sect like the Shangqing sect with centuries of history, were treasures that safeguarded the sect. Above the Heaven level lay the Sacred Tier. The rarity of Sacred Tier martial arts was self-evident. Their emergence could incite a tempest of bloodshed in a region. Yet now, she had merely asked a casual question, and a Sacred Tier martial art had appeared in her hands. Mu Rushua silently surveyed the pale figure, struggling to comprehend the depth of Luo Li's trust in her, allowing her to carelessly bestow such a precious item, even though she was already aware of the entire content of the Blood Phoenix Scripture. A wave of heated emotion surged within her heart. Just as she had begun to regain her composure, a rosy hue once again graced her complexion, but this time, it was not from shyness. Rushua, are you not going to take a look? As soon as I uttered those words, a flurry of frantic knocking echoed from outside. Little junior sister, are you there? It was the voice of her senior sister. Upon opening the door, she was met with the anxious visage of Jiang Qi. Senior sister, what is the matter? There is no time to explain. Little junior sister, come with me quickly. We shall speak as we walk. Luo Li longed to inquire further, but her hand was seized by her senior sister, and they hastened out the door. In the hall, only Mu Rushua remained. Reflecting on her past life, she concluded that at this juncture, no significant events should occur. While certain circumstances had altered in this life, the overall trajectory still aligned with her previous existence. Gazing at the ancient tome in her hands, the dark-haired maiden could not help but smile. Why are you silent now? In her eyes, the figure adorned in red had never truly departed. Yet at this moment, her expression grew somewhat somber. Mu Rushua, do you genuinely believe she harbors no intentions regarding your Phoenix blood? The dark-haired maiden did not respond immediately. Instead, she opened the pages of the book, her smile tinged with a hint of mockery. I have never seen you in such a flustered state before. Yet shortly thereafter, her smile froze. The 2 most crucial pages of the Blood Phoenix Scripture were now missing. Are you saying that the Peak Master of Shundanyun is bringing several other Peak Masters to Qingxiao Peak to demand an explanation from me? A sense of foreboding welled up within Luo Li. She could not help but recall her unguarded remarks made in front of the sect master yesterday. Surely, he would not return, growing more incensed by the minute. and seek out the peak masters to create trouble for her. Would he? Is it possible that the sect master is so petty? Indeed, that individual insists that our sect master damaged their armory and is demanding compensation from Qingxiao Peak. Jiang Kai nodded, a hint of indignation evident in her voice. With a sigh of relief, the atmosphere within the grand hall of Qingxiao Peak felt somewhat tense. Zhang Tiexin sat with an imposing demeanor, flanked by notable figures: Su Lin, the master of Balian Peak; Ruan Tianyang, the master of Qingyang Peak; and Li Muming, the master of Linglong Peak. Both Su Lin and Zhang Tiexin wore expressions of grave seriousness, while Ruan Tianyang exhibited a hint of helplessness, and only Li Muming bore a smile, appearing more like a spectator than an ally in Zhang Tiexin's plight. Opposite them, Yu Qingyao wore a stern expression. She had initially believed the matter regarding the armory tomb would be laid to rest, especially since the sect leader had remained silent at the time. However, she was taken aback by Zhang Tiexin's relentless pursuit, demanding that Qingxiao Peak compensate for the damages inflicted upon Xinzhuan Peak. Fearing that she might evade responsibility, he had summoned the other 3 peak masters as witnesses. That Yu Qingyao felt a sense of trepidation. She was acutely aware of her own sect's circumstances. Over the years, Qingxiao Peak had ranked last in the annual sect competition, suffering a stark decline in treatment compared to other main peaks. If further compensation were to be paid, Qingxiao Peak would likely face obliteration. Humph, Yu Qingyao, what can summoning a disciple do? You destroyed my armory tomb, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. Furthermore, remnants of your Tianyuan still linger within the tomb. Your colleagues have all witnessed this. Do you think you can shirk responsibility? Su Lin interjected, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the armory tomb was cleaved in 2 by sword energy, and your Qingxiao Tianyuan is scattered everywhere. I can attest to the truth of Zhang Peak Master's claims. Su Lin, everyone knows that your Balian Peak has close ties with Xinzhuan Peak, so it is natural for you to speak on Zhang Tiexin's behalf. Yu Qingyao retorted. The Balian Peak's primary focus was on body refinement, while Xinzhuan Peak specialized in forging methods. Yet they also dabbled in body refinement, leading to frequent exchanges between the two. Furthermore, Xinzhuan Peak occasionally borrowed personnel from Balian Peak for large weapon orders, solidifying their close relationship over time. Unfazed by her words, Zhang Tiexin seemed to have anticipated Yu Qingyao's rebuttal. I foresaw you would respond in such a manner. That is precisely why I invited the 2 notaries, Masters Ruan and Li, who have also inspected the armory tomb and can attest to my claims. Indeed, I have inspected it and found remnants of your Tianyuan within the armory tomb, Li Muming confirmed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as 2 young women entered the hall. Yu Qingyao, you truly have a remarkable disciple, remarked Li Muming, his face lighting up with a warm smile as he regarded the white-haired girl before him. Filled with admiration, he was already aware of Luo Li's heroic actions in the armory tomb, her formidable strength coupled with a chivalrous heart. The elixirs she provided to her fellow disciples were of considerable value. Yet she had offered them without a second thought, indicating that her intentions were not driven by a desire for fame. After rescuing others, she had left in haste, seemingly indifferent to expressions of gratitude. He recalled a line of poetry. Once the matter is resolved, she departs, concealing her merits and name. Initially, he had thought such characters were mere fabrications of literature, yet here she stood in reality, embodying such ideals. Her character, talent, and even her appearance were beyond reproach. This trifecta stirred within Li Muming a deep appreciation for her. He lamented inwardly, had I been more resolute, perhaps I could have made her my direct disciple. Yet, despite his regrets, Luo Li was already bound to another master. Luo Li, you have arrived, Li Muming said gently. Beside him, Yu Qingyao frowned. Master Li, why do you smile so brightly upon seeing my disciple? Is it that the disciples of Linglong Peak do not bring you joy? Li Muming, taken aback, replied, what do you mean by that? Zhang Tiexin acknowledged Luo Li with a nod, recognizing her role in rescuing his disciple from Xinzhuan Peak. His purpose in confronting Yu Qingyao was unrelated to Luo Li. Yet he shifted his gaze back to her. Why Yu Qingyao? I am aware of your thoughts. Indeed, Luo Li has saved my disciple, and I should express my gratitude. However, what does this have to do with you? The armory tomb is under the guardianship of Xinzhuan Peak, and I was compelled to act to save my disciple when the incident occurred. Can you claim it is unrelated to her? Zhang Tiexin slammed his palm down on the table, causing teacups to leap into the air before settling back down. You are arguing in bad faith. I witnessed everything. Your disciple was not present at the time. You drew your sword and destroyed my armory tomb. Had I not intervened, you would have struck again. Yu Qingyao, though not unreasonable, recognized that Qingshao Peak could no longer bear such debts, her face flushed with agitation. You speak nonsense. I did not draw my sword again. I only wielded it once throughout the entire ordeal. Zhang Tiexin clapped his hands together. Everyone has heard it. She admits to having acted. Su Lin crossed his arms, a smirk of confidence playing on his face. Master Yu, since you have acknowledged your involvement, according to sect rules, you must provide compensation. Yu Qingyao was taken aback, her temper flaring. She had not anticipated that Zhang Tiexin, a rough and boorish man, would engage in such cunning tactics. Her eyes darted towards Luo Li. And what of my disciple? What? My disciple has been unwell since her return, suffering from headaches and stomach pains. How will you compensate for this? Xinzhuan Peak. The Peak Masters exchanged bewildered glances at the seemingly healthy Luo Li, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Tiexin scoffed. Yu Qingyao, what is wrong with your eyesight? Do you perhaps suffer from an affliction? Yu Qingyao looked to Luo Li for help, her eyelids nearly fluttering from anxiety. Yet, Luo Li appeared oblivious, nearly stifling a laugh. She had feared her martial experience was insufficient for her cultivation. But now an opportunity had presented itself. If she could repay her master's debt, she might gain considerable martial experience in return. With this thought, Luo Li straightened her posture and spoke resolutely. Master, I am neither suffering from headaches nor stomach pains. Her declaration was loud and clear, resonating throughout the hall. Zhang Tiexin's eyes flickered with surprise. He had anticipated Yu Qingyao would leverage her disciple in this manner and had prepared several counterarguments. However, he had never expected her disciple to disassociate herself from her master's plight. A glimmer of admiration sparked within Zhang Tiexin. What sort of relationship existed between Yu Qingyao and Luo Li? The anxiety etched on Yu Qingyao's face had seemed genuine, and Luo Li respected her master greatly. Thus, it was only natural for her to stand in solidarity with her. Yet, despite this, she had chosen to speak the truth. Did she not comprehend the implications of her honesty? She undoubtedly did, indicating a steadfast character that could not tolerate even a speck of dishonesty. Zhang Tiexin felt a swell of pride as he gazed upon Luo Li. His appreciation for her growing sighed inwardly, thinking, were she not a woman, I would have sought to become her sworn brother. But a flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Qingyao's face, soon replaced by a wave of shame. She knew her disciple well. A person as kind-hearted as Luo Li would never lie her master. She felt it was utterly inappropriate to ask her to support a falsehood. Luo Li, master, she began. But before she could finish, Luo Li interjected, Master Zhang, my master was merely anxious to save me, which led to the unintentional destruction of your armory tomb. Regardless of the circumstances, the responsibility lies with me. I acknowledge all faults and am willing to compensate Xinzhuan Peak for all damages incurred. Luo Li stood tall, her voice resounding like a bell echoing through the stone hall. The four Peak Masters, including Yu Qingyao, felt a tremor in their hearts. As Peak Masters, they had witnessed countless disciples, yet they had never encountered a scenario quite like this. A disciple, steadfast in her principles, willingly accepting the burden of her master's mistakes, a weighty loss that could crush even a main peak. Yet here stood this slender, white-haired girl, ready to shoulder it all. Such loyalty and righteousness transcended mere sentiment. It was a reflection of her elevated character. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Yu Qingyao felt her eyes moisten with unshed tears, while Zhang Tiexin and the other three Peak Masters wore expressions of shock. Moments later, Li Muming broke the silence. Master Zhang, I believe this matter requires further discussion. Master Yu's perspective holds merit. Indeed, Tiexin, it would be prudent to minimize the situation. My disciple from Qingyang Peak was also saved by Luo Li. We are willing to share the burden of her compensation. Wan Tianak added. I, too, from Linglong Peak, am willing to assist, Li Muming chimed in. Ah, Yu Qingyao, you truly have a remarkable disciple, Su Lin remarked. As a disciple of Balian Peak, I have also received her kindness and am willing to contribute. Upon hearing their offers, Luo Li grew anxious. No, please. I will take full responsibility for this matter on my own. Assisting fellow disciples is only natural, and you Peak Masters owe me nothing. Enough, Luo Li. Zhang Tiexin stood, his presence commanding. The man, reminiscent of an iron tower, found himself unable to hold back tears at this moment, casting his gaze towards Yu Qingyao. Yu Qingyao, under ordinary circumstances, I would not hold this against you. However, You have indeed taken on a commendable disciple. Let this matter be settled. Rising to his feet, he approached the silver-haired girl, who, at that moment, appeared dazed, seemingly trapped in disbelief. He gently patted her shoulder. Luo Li, a debt is a debt that I, Zhang Tiexin, owe you a favor. Should you need anything, come directly to the Divine Forging Peak to find me. With that, he resolutely departed. The subsequent peak masters, unable to restrain themselves, also patted Luo Li's shoulder before taking their leave. Just before departing, Wan Tianyang cast a contemplative glance at the silver-haired girl. Chapter 69 Wan Lingyu. Is it Luo Li? Luo Li. I don't know. Upon returning to Qingyang Peak, Wan Tianyang hastened directly to the residence of his precious daughter. The sound of knocking echoed, followed by a hint of impatience from within. Who is it? The usually stern-faced master of Qingyang Peak now wore a somewhat conciliatory expression. Linger, it is your father. Inside, there was a rustling sound. Yet the door remained shut. After a brief moment, Wan Lingyu's voice emerged again. Old Yang, what brings you here? I am quite busy. Wan Tianyang had grown accustomed to his daughter's demeanor. Linger, the girl you encountered the other day. Was she silver-haired, around 15 or 16 years of age, and possessed of striking beauty? Upon first seeing Luo Li in the military tomb, a wave of suspicion had washed over Wan Tianyang. After all, according to Linger, that girl managed to venture deep into the cold jade cave. If not for her formidable strength, she must possess some extraordinary quality. When he saw Luo Li yesterday, her silver hair made it difficult not to associate her with some ice-related talent. However, since his daughter had not elaborated, he could not be certain. Yet today, the impression Luo Li left on him completely overturned. With such noble character, she offered precious elixirs without a second thought and sought no reward in return. It was unlikely that anyone else in the entire Shangqing sect could match her. Wan Tianyang had never intended to let the matter of the elixirs slide. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Or else he would be plagued by a guilty conscience. To that end, he had asked Linger to visit the cold jade cave several more times, but unfortunately, they had not encountered that girl again. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen. As soon as Wan Tianyang's words fell, hurried footsteps resonated from within the room. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a tall girl. At that moment, Wan Lingyu had changed out of her usual oversized robe, donning a green skirt that, however, was somewhat ill-fitting, as it barely reached her knees instead of covering her ankles. Her long hair was styled up, adorned with a hairpin, albeit clumsily, with several green ornaments askew. Seeing the girl before him, Wan Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that this outfit had been a gift he presented to his daughter on her 16th birthday. At that time, Linger had not only failed to thank him, but had also scolded him. This big man turned his head slightly, his voice choking. Ling, you oh dear, old Yang. Let's save the emotional moments for later. We must discuss business first. Luo Li. On the way back, Luo Li felt somewhat dejected. Family, who understands? The investment reward she had hoped for had slipped away. Beside her, Jiang Kai looked at the silver-haired girl with a worried expression. Luo Li, you need not be concerned. Didn't Master say she didn't mind? Besides, I believe you did nothing wrong. The golden-haired girl clenched her small fists. Her gaze resolute as she looked at Luo Li. A twinge of shame rose within Luo Li. Others may not know, but she herself was well aware. She had acted solely for the investment rewards. Thank you, senior sister. I am fine. They could already see Shuiyun Pavilion in the distance. Jiang Kai, however, appeared somewhat hesitant, and after taking 2 more steps, she finally steeled her resolve. Wait, junior sister. Do you have time tomorrow? Nothing else in particular. Why do you ask, senior sister? I have taken on a sect task that requires me to gather medicinal herbs near Nanjun City. That I am somewhat clumsy, and I fear I might damage the herbs. Could you assist me, junior sister? I have no experience with medicinal herbs. Perhaps we should consult senior sister Shangwan. That is unnecessary. Herbs are not difficult to handle. Besides, Luo Li felt a hint of curiosity rise within her. Besides what? The golden-haired girl raised her head, her golden eyes reflecting the visage of the silver-haired girl. Besides, I simply wish for you to accompany me. If that is acceptable, the final query carried a hint of tentative caution. At that moment, the golden-haired girl's gem-like eyes gazed at her, and her adorable face bore a touch of vulnerability. Luo Li felt as though struck by an arrow in her heart. She could not bring herself to utter a refusal. Very well, senior sister, but we must return early. Before parting, Jiang Kai's small figure radiated with joy. revealing a broad smile for Luo Li and waving her hand enthusiastically before taking her leave. Seemingly infected by the senior sister's exuberance, a smile also crept onto Luo Li's face. Upon opening the door, however, Shuiyun Pavilion was empty. Luo Li searched around. How strange. Where has Ru Shui gone? In the depths of the Shangqing sect's spiritual veins. The blazing flames illuminated Mu Rushue's delicate face. This scorching environment usually brought her comfort, yet at this moment, her brow furrowed slightly. Moments later, she opened her eyes. You are indeed quite bothersome. Another version of herself, clad in red, was currently perched on her shoulder. She gazed into the distance at the flowing lava, speaking casually to Mu Rushua. Given the current situation, what are you still hesitating about? She treats you well, it is true. But do not forget, her affections lie with women. Her interest in you is merely driven by desire. Moreover, what could possibly outweigh your own life? She fears you. She deceives you. The strength you have displayed has instilled fear within her. She will gradually approach you, only to ultimately treat you as she did before. The red-clad Mu Rushua reached toward the chest of the black-haired girl. You feel it too, do you not? There is a subtle pain residing here. The next day, Luo Li rose early once again. Since she had promised to accompany her senior sister out, she needed to prepare well. After all, feeding could not be neglected. Not only breakfast, but she had also prepared lunch. Placing the buns on the dining table, Luo Li glanced towards Mu Rushua's door. A hint of peculiarity flashing in her eyes. Mu Rushu had returned very late the previous night, and for some reason, Luo Li felt that something was off about her. However, it was probably just her imagination. Mu Rushu entered the hall, and the silver-haired girl immediately approached her. Today, I also wish to receive a response from Rushua's body. Yet, a delicate hand blocked Luo Li's path. Luo Li, today let us skip that da. The girl's voice carried a note of disappointment, yet the black-haired girl's expression remained steadfast. Well, it's fine. I have indeed been quite clingy with Rushua lately. A day of rest would be beneficial. Seated at the table, Mu Rushua finally spoke. She was not a naive girl. After all, Luo Li, the cultivation method you had yesterday is missing 2 pages. Do you know why? Luo Li's gaze flickered evasively. Do, is that so? I had no idea. She is lying. However, the marks of those 2 pages appear quite fresh that I don't know. I have never seen them. Perhaps they were destroyed by someone before? Ah, it's time. I need to go on a sect mission with my senior sister today. I've already prepared lunch. So Rushua, please remember to eat. With that, the silver-haired girl hurriedly exited the door. Chapter 70 today. I will make my junior sister's belly grow. The unguarded Mu Ruxu hit the foot of Qingxiao Peak. As Luo Li arrived, she spotted someone already waiting at the stone steps. A flicker of astonishment crossed her azure eyes. Her senior sister was adorned in a palace-style dress, with flowing ribbons at the sleeves. The sheer white fabric added an ethereal quality to the golden-haired girl, enhancing her cuteness. Luo Li placed a hand over her heart, relief washing over her. Thank goodness she was not a lowly enthusiast. Otherwise, she would truly find it hard to resist. As she approached, the golden-haired girl blushed, lifting her skirt slightly, her tone laced with shyness. So, junior sister, do I look good? In truth, she did not particularly enjoy such childish attire. Although she appeared like a little girl, her actual age was 19, she had long surpassed the age of coming of age and was approaching her prime. Yet, every time her junior sister looked at her, there was an unusual emotion in her gaze. She was well aware that her junior sister adored her cute appearance, which was precisely why she had chosen this outfit. Luo Li nodded earnestly. Senior sister, you look very cute. Is it really cute? Senior sister, what are you saying? Nothing, let us go. The 2 girls arrived at the entrance of the Shangqing sect. Senior sister, wait for me. I'll fetch the carriage. Why not just walk? It's quite close. According to Luo Li's estimation, if it was merely to gather herbs, they could make the round trip in less than half an hour. She still believed that the junior sister simply did not wish to walk, seeking to ride in her carriage instead. Jiang Ke's golden eyes shifted elsewhere. It was merely a few hours' journey to and from the vicinity of Nanjun City. Was it not? Junior sister very well then. The room was left with only the black-haired girl. She gazed at the breakfast before her, yet felt not a shred of appetite. Clad in red, she appeared before the black-haired girl, a smile gracing her lips as she feigned ignorance. The taste of this breakfast is indeed delightful. Why do you not partake? The crimson of her eyes intensified slightly. The sudden warmth enveloped the entire hall. Mu Rushua's voice was as frigid as ice. Leave. Are you angry? TSK. TSK. Poor Mu Rushiwa. Poor Ling Tianqi Ziyuan. In her past life, she had endured betrayal, and now, in this new existence, she found herself unable to escape once more. If only she could remain the original Luo Li, how much better it would be. Then I would not have to witness such a frail version of you. Mu Rushiwa chose to ignore her. Her gaze lowered, a wave of inexplicable emotions began to swell within her heart. Various feelings clashed within her, inducing a sense of nausea. She bore no grudge against Luo Li for harboring feelings towards her. After all, being of the incomplete phoenix body, she understood the agony of its manifestations. She was but a 16-year-old girl. Even the ants strive to survive, a supreme being. She had witnessed countless formidable warriors who, having lived for untold ages, resorted to dark arts and sacrificed their entire lineage merely to extend their own lives by a few days. Yet, since you have chosen to turn your sword against me, what then does that kiss in the spiritual spring signify? What do these past few days of intimacy amount to? If all is but a facade, then what weight does your declaration of affection hold? A chill rose from Mu Rushiwa. The thought that all of Luo Li's actions were laced with ulterior motives repulsed her. Mu Rushiwa rose to her feet. After all, she was still Ling Tianqi. She would confront Luo Li for clarity. Meanwhile, Luo Li observed the junior sister as she swiftly unearthed a medicinal herb with remarkable speed, ensuring not a single delicate root was broken. If you call this clumsiness, then what should I be called? Junior sister, you truly do not require my assistance, do you? Jiang Qing giggled innocently. Has the junior sister discovered it? The golden-haired girl's hands intertwined, revealing a hint of hesitation. Junior sister, I have yet to express my gratitude for saving me, but I possess nothing particularly precious. Today, I invited you out to offer a small token of my appreciation. At that moment, Jiang Kai suddenly grew anxious. Of course, what I have done for you is hardly significant. I merely wish to convey my modest sentiments. After speaking, the golden-haired girl dared not meet Luo Li's gaze. She understood that Luo Li was the daughter of the city lord of Yu City, a veritable young lady of high standing, while she was merely an orphan taken in by the master, possessing but a few bits of silver. Even if she wished to express her gratitude, she had nothing of value to offer. Fearful of rejection, she feigned the pretense of assistance. Just then, Luo Li's voice rang out. All right, I look forward to it, junior sister. The golden-haired girl lifted her gaze. Sunlight bathed the silver-haired girl, who, though initially appearing somewhat cold, now bore a smile. Like a pristine white sheet of paper, she was now tinged with gold. Jiang Kai stared in a daze. Luo Li took the junior sister's hand and headed towards Nanjun City. Junior sister, I can eat a lot, and today I shall ensure you go bankrupt. Jiang Kai's cheeks flushed crimson at the remark, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere between them. She produced a pouch embroidered with patterns and shook it. Humph, your sister has saved up quite a few tasks. Today, I intend to fill your stomach. As the sun began to set, the streets of Nanjun City drew attention to the two girls, one tall and one petite. Resembling a pair of sisters, the elder was breathtakingly beautiful, while the younger exuded a cuteness that made one want to hold her close. Each held a candied hawthorn, creating a heartwarming scene. Sister, may I have a bite of your candied hawthorn? Oh, but don't you have one? Yet I want to eat yours. Very well. Jiang Kai handed over the candied hawthorn, leaving a tiny bite mark on the vibrant red fruit, just as she intended to step away. Another candied hawthorn appeared before her. The golden-haired girl looked at Luo Li, puzzled. Having eaten your candied hawthorn, I must compensate you, of course. Jiang Kai, flustered, found her hands unsure of where to rest. Want you eat? I will. Junior sister, where do you wish to go next? To the fabric shop. I want to buy you a new outfit. Very well. Upon arriving at the fabric shop, they were met with a surprised voice. Luo Li? Luo Li turned to find a tall girl, her eyes first reflecting confusion, then scanning the extravagant curves of the girl before her. Instantly, she recognized who it was. Yuan Shiji? Yuan Lingyu, now dressed differently and no longer concealing her face with her hair, as she usually did, was momentarily unrecognizable. That a flicker of delight crossed Yuan Lingyu's eyes, but upon noticing the hands they held, a frown emerged. Moments later, Luo Li found herself helplessly tugging one hand of the junior sister, while her other held Yuan Shiji. Meanwhile, not far away, in a shadowy alley where sunlight dared not tread, a delicate fist was being squeezed with a cracking sound. The brick wall nearby, bore the marks of a fierce grip. Mu Rushua's expression was as cold as the depths of an abyss. Truly, she was a woman who was both infatuated with beauty and fickle of heart. Chapter 71. Truly, it is disgusting. Revised. The sun had fully set. Junior sister, shall we not continue walking? I have heard from the junior brothers and sisters that the moonlight at Qingshao Peak is quite beautiful. Luo Li scratched her cheek, ultimately shaking her head. Perhaps it was her imagination, but today, the junior sister seemed overly enthusiastic. No, sister, I must return to cook for Rushua. Again with Rushua? Are you perhaps being too kind to her? Luo Li found herself at a loss for words. After all, others were unaware that she possessed a system in her mind, and to outsiders, it indeed seemed that she was going a bit overboard. Sensing the atmosphere between them growing silent, Jiang Kai smiled. What I mean is, junior sister should also take some time to care for herself. As she watched Jiang Kai depart, a strange feeling arose within Luo Li, yet she did not dwell on it, and turned towards Shuoyin Pavilion. Pushing open the door, she discovered the hall still aglow with firelight. Under the flickering candlelight, a black-haired girl sat poised in the center, her features obscured by the wavering light. An unsettling feeling surged within Luo Li. It cannot be. It cannot be. Everything is progressing in a good direction. Moreover, Rushua, she is beginning to like me, is she not? With this thought, the silver-haired girl felt a sense of relief. Rushua, why are you here? Have you eaten? I shall. Luo Li's voice trailed off. Rushua remained seated in the same spot as when Luo Li had left in the morning, a selection of breakfast laid out before her. Untouched, Luo Li's expression shifted to one of surprise. Rushua, why haven't you touched your breakfast? Is it not to your liking? The black-haired girl shook her head. Luo Li, I wish to ask you something. A flicker of confusion ignited in Luo Li's eyes. What does Rushua wish to inquire about? The cultivation technique you gave me this morning, did it truly lack 2 pages? What? The crimson gaze bore into the girl before her. This morning, when I examined that technique, it mentioned the bloodline, and thereafter, the content ceased. Do you know anything about the subsequent chapters, Luo Li? Ah, I told you. I am unaware. Perhaps it was destroyed by someone in the past. The marks on the missing pages are so fresh, unlike the past. It appears as if they were torn yesterday. Luo Li found herself momentarily at a loss for words. For Mu Rushua was indeed correct. Those pages had been cut by her just the day before. She inwardly sighed, realizing that the destined female lead was not so easily deceived. However, offering an explanation proved to be quite difficult. Oh, I have already said I do not know, and even if that technique is missing those 2 pages, it remains complete, does it not? Why is Rushua so fixated on those 2 pages? Mu Rushua stood, her gaze fixed intently upon Luo Li. That I merely wish to uncover the truth. Luo Li's brow furrowed, her tone rising in intensity. Mu Rushua, are you questioning whether I have hidden those 2 pages? I simply seek the truth. She reiterated that not akin to directly accusing me. Mu Rushua fell silent, continuing to fix her gaze on Luo Li. That moment, the silver-haired girl felt a surge of irritation. Though it was true she had given the technique for investment rewards, it was a sacred-level technique capable of inciting chaos, and she had handed it over without a second thought. Now, despite not compromising the integrity of the technique, the mere absence of 2 pages warranted such questioning. Her azure eyes met the crimson ones without yielding. Mu Rushua, I shall repeat once more. I do not know where those 2 pages have gone. Believe it or not, as you wished. Mu Rushua stepped forward, narrowing the distance between them to but a finger's breadth. The warmth of breath enveloped Luo Li's skin, causing her aura to wane significantly. She continued to gaze intently at Luo Li. Luo Li, I simply wish to uncover the truth regarding our bloodlines. The silver-haired girl's eyes flickered with evasion. Perhaps Mu Rushua was genuinely just curious about those 2 missing pages. But how could Luo Li possibly explain? Should she divulge the unvarnished truth? Should she tell her that our bloodlines are both incomplete and that only one of us is destined to survive? Though Luo Li had entertained such thoughts, fear ultimately gripped her. While she and Mu Rushua appeared to be close, their relationship had yet to progress to anything substantial. They were merely somewhat intimate friends. Furthermore, even if their relationship were to deepen, would Mu Rushua still react as she did now when faced with the inevitable specter of death? Betrayals among kin for the sake of gain were all too common. And this time, it concerned life itself. After all, she was merely a 16-year-old girl. Luo Li dared not take that gamble. Moreover, now that she had resolved to offer her phoenix blood, What purpose would it serve to voice her thoughts? Only to invite further distress. She looked at the dark-haired girl before her. Surely, with the intelligence befitting a destined protagonist, she must have sensed something from the faintest clues. After all, the blood phoenix scriptures could only be cultivated by those who possessed phoenix blood. Given the context, it was hardly surprising that she had formed a conjecture, hence her fixation on the missing pages. But, I am sorry, Rushua. This time, I cannot reveal the truth. Rushua, I truly do not know what happened to those 2 pages. She lies again, in the dark-haired girl's gaze. The figure clad in red did not materialize, yet enormous blood-red characters floated before her eyes. When I acquired the blood phoenix scriptures, the pages were already missing. She fears you, hence her desire to approach you, only to kill you and obtain your phoenix blood. Moreover, everything is a fabrication. Luo Li smiled at Mu Rushua. Rushua, please believe me. Fabricated. That kiss as well as that declaration of affection, all mere illusions. You remain unchanged from your past life, lacking any growth. A piercing pain surged through Luo Li's chest. Mu Rushua stood as still as a statue. The anticipated response did not echo back. Rushua? Why? Luo Li was taken aback. She had not expected Mu Rushua to ask such a disjointed question. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li's expression softened. Her tone became gentle, akin to a summer breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Because I love you, Rushua, in the way lovers do. Love that a wave of intense nausea surged within Mu Rushua, her insides roiling as if she might expel her stomach. She gazed at the girl before her, as if seeing her for the first time. Luo Li, I truly cannot see through you. Just as your previous declaration of affection, now this one. What sentiment drives you to utter such words so brazenly? It is truly revolting. Chapter 72. Truly, what an outrageous farce. Observing Mu Rushua's flushed face, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within Luo Li. Humph. What destined protagonist. She is merely under my control. Humph. Rushua, have you not eaten? Enough, Luo Li, huh? Enough of what? Upon glancing back at Mu Rushua, she was met with an expression of icy coldness. The crimson light in Mu Rushua's eyes dimmed slightly. Even though she understood the impossibility of it, a flicker of inexplicable hope lingered within her. After all, many things had changed since her rebirth. Had they not? Perhaps she had not lied. Those 2 pages could indeed have been destroyed by someone unknown. Yet, Luo Li's reaction had already revealed everything. Her previous words indicated that she had undoubtedly seen the Blood Phoenix scriptures. The complete Blood Phoenix scriptures were already known to her. If one with Phoenix blood attempted to cultivate them while possessing incomplete bloodlines, they would suffer severe backlash, leading to mutual depletion of vitality. While exceptional elixirs were extraordinarily precious, they paled in comparison to the value of sacred tier techniques. Yet, she had so readily given herself, coincidentally missing the 2 most crucial pages. Everything aligned too perfectly. The girl before her had deliberately gifted her the incomplete Blood Phoenix scriptures. Mu Rushua found it hard not to draw connections and was compelled to ponder. The pain in her chest intensified, where she had once been pierced by a sword. Despite knowing everything after her rebirth, she still endured betrayal as in her past life. She suddenly felt weary. That kiss, that declaration of affection, had ultimately been nothing but lies. The warmth that once flickered within her heart was now enveloped in frigid desolation. She chose not to speak further and turned to leave. Her wrist was seized, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Rushua, what is wrong? Are you unwell? However, the dark-haired girl did not linger as before, that a surge of crimson energy erupted, and the grip on her wrist was forcefully released. Mu Rushua took a step forward but halted again. She turned her head, her tone icy. Let go. A surge of snowy inner energy manifested at Luo Li's fingertips, and that hand once again grasped the dark-haired girl's wrist. Luo Li felt utterly bewildered. It was said that a woman's mood could shift faster than the turning of pages, but this was absurdly rapid. She scoured her memory for any misstep, yet could not discern any fault. Wait, Rushua, I was wrong. Though Luo Li had never experienced romance in her past life, she had read enough tales, regardless of right or wrong. She must first admit her fault. Where did I go wrong? Luo Li. But how am I to know? Even if you sent me back to contemplate for 3 days and nights, I would remain none the wiser. The dark-haired girl shook her head, her tone indifferent. You are not at fault, Luo Li. I do not believe you have done anything wrong. Mu Rushua's sincerity was evident, devoid of any pretense. Yet, Ultimately, we are simply not on the same path. The temperature in the air began to rise, a wave of heat emanating from Mu Rushua. She had fully turned her face away now. Luo Li, let go. Huh? The white-haired girl's small head was filled with large question marks. What does this have to do with anything? Why are we suddenly not on the same path? Seeing the girl's bewildered expression, Mu Rushua abruptly lost her patience. At this point, who are you trying to fool with that facade? I will say this one last time. Let go. Rushua. Before Luo Li could finish, the crimson energy erupted from Mu Rushua, though the dark-haired girl had achieved complete vitality and had not yet transcended. Her innate talent allowed her inner energy to permeate through her 6 meridians, let alone now that she was at full vitality. She did not strike. The crimson energy merely enveloped her arm. A wave of heat surged through the air, distorting the very space around them. The moment the crimson energy touched Luo Li's hand, a rosy hue blossomed upon her fair skin. Soon, the energy began to accumulate. In mere moments, Luo Li's hand was entirely flushed. At that moment, a swirl of azure mist ascended from Luo Li's hand. The blue mist initially faltered, but was soon accompanied by a gentle breeze. And as the two mists intertwined into a snowy white, the crimson energy was temporarily subdued. Mu Rushua attempted to move her hand, yet found it utterly immovable. At this moment, a hint of anger flared upon Luo Li's delicate face. From her perspective, Mu Rushua was utterly perplexing, inexplicably angry, inexplicably wanting to leave, and now, inexplicably resorting to violence. Was it truly all stemming from her faintest suspicions? What a farce. Mu Rushua, are you out of your mind? I have already said I do not understand. How else can I explain? The dark-haired girl, as if she had not heard, spoke in a chill-laden tone. Let go. Luo Li, I will not. The crimson energy ignited. Burning fiercely like flames, with a forceful swing, Luo Li's hand was flung away. Once freed, Mu Rushua turned and departed. Behind her, Luo Li's voice rang out in exasperation. Mu Rushua, if you walk out that door today, do not think of returning. True to Luo Li's words, Mu Rushua did not pause. Striding straight towards the exit, as she neared the threshold, Luo Li felt a surge of urgency. The frustration Mu Rushua had caused her was palpable, and she felt as if her head might burst. This Mu Rushua, who had previously urged her to heed caution, now seemed to be following orders with fervor, as if deliberately opposing her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her chest heaving, and her entire vitality began to surge violently. By the time Luo Li sensed something amiss, it was already too late, just moments after Mu Rushua had taken a few steps. A wave of intense coldness exploded from behind. The piercing chill surged toward her back, and even Mu Rushua could only feel an icy wave surging upward. Seeing the situation unravel, have you finally deemed it necessary to strike against me? Mu Rushua felt no surprise. She had anticipated this. Everything unfolded just as it had in her past life, or rather, it was always meant to be that way, was it not? Mu Rushua turned around with a calm demeanor. She sensed that Luo Li's presence was also at full vitality, perhaps even stronger than her own. Yet, the one standing before her was no longer Mu Rushua, but rather, the Ling Tian Qizun. However, as she glanced back, Mu Rushua was taken aback. Luo Li was now lying on the ground, curled up as if in agony. Her exquisitely beautiful, snow-white face was marred by an expression of pain. A chilling aura emanated continuously from the white-haired maiden, enveloping the ground around her in a crystalline frost. Mu Rushua furrowed her brows, pondering whether this was a manifestation of the incomplete phoenix body. A flicker of hesitation crossed her crimson eyes before she let out a resigned sigh. She could not simply disregard this matter. After all, it was a debt she owed. As she approached, the icy crystals began to cover her garments. Taking the girl into her arms, Mu Rushua unleashed a surge of fiery inner energy, momentarily suppressing the cold. However, it swiftly retaliated with greater ferocity. She increased her output of inner energy once more, managing to quell the chill. Yet, the instant she paused, the frost began to surge forth again. It was peculiar. Why was the manifestation so severe? After a moment's hesitation, she cradled Luo Li and made her way towards the room. Surely, she could not leave her on the ground indefinitely. Upon entering the chamber, she laid the girl upon the bed. In the brief instant that followed, a delicate layer of frost had already formed upon Luo Li's skin. Mu Rushua settled at the head of the bed, her inner energy erupting forth to flow incessantly into Luo Li's body. After a while, Luo Li's tightly furrowed brows began to relax slightly. At that moment, Mu Rushua felt a hand grasp her arm, and before she could react, the white-haired maiden leaned in closer, pressing herself against her like an unyielding block of ice, causing Mu Rushua to feel a twinge of discomfort. Luo Li let go. The girl in her arms did not respond. Instead, she pressed herself against Mu Rushua even more. This was strange. Mu Rushua sensed something was amiss. Releasing her grip, Luo Li immediately leaned back in, only to appear pitifully forlorn the moment she was pushed away. This cycle repeated several times, and with each iteration, the expression on Luo Li's face shifted like a mask, evoking a faint smile from Mu Rushua, despite herself. She began to understand. She too had experienced the torment of the incomplete phoenix body, a nightmare from her previous life. The excruciating pain felt as if her very organs were being fried in oil. And even she had succumbed to unconsciousness multiple times that in Luo Li's case. It seemed she had already fainted from the agony of her incomplete phoenix body. Her current actions were merely instinctual responses, a subconscious yearning for warmth that compelled her to seek closeness. With a resigned sigh, Mu Rushua released her hold, allowing Luo Li to snuggle against her. The girl wrapped her arms around Mu Rushua's waist. Her body, though enveloped in cold, felt surprisingly soft. This stark contrast did not elicit discomfort in Mu Rushua. Rather, it brought a sense of unexpected comfort. Very well, I concede that it is indeed a debt I owe you. Yet, as she lay there, Mu Rushua dared not relax entirely. She understood that the severity of the incomplete phoenix body would only intensify with age, and given that Luo Li was of a similar age, her manifestations would undoubtedly grow more ferocious. Time passed slowly until the first light of dawn crept through the window, at which point Mu Rushua finally exhaled in relief, although a trace of cold still emanated from the girl in her arms. The most intense phase of the manifestation had passed. She only needed to wait another half-hour for the chill to dissipate on its own. A flicker of exhaustion crossed her crimson eyes. Though she possessed great strength and could confidently contend against the likes of Tu Fan with just a few strikes, her cultivation was merely at its peak. After nearly a whole night of unleashing her inner energy, she too felt drained. As she pushed herself up, her mind went blank, and she soon found herself sinking back into the pillow, the sound of even breathing soon following. As the sun rose above the treetops, a beam of light pierced through the room. The white-haired maiden stirred slightly before opening her eyes to behold the exquisite visage of the sleeping Mu Rushua, but a hint of confusion flickered in Luo Li's gaze. Was this a dream? As she caressed Mu Rushua's smooth skin, she realized that she was indeed awake. A flush of pink blossomed on her pallid cheeks, though it was not born of shyness. She was genuinely a bit irked. Her small canine teeth clicked together in irritation as she pinched Mu Rushua's cheek, contorting her face into a myriad of playful expressions. Yet, with Mu Rushua's striking beauty, her antics only enhanced her own charm. In the end, Luo Li's face flushed even deeper. She should have sensed something was amiss when Mu Rushua's blood surged uncontrollably yesterday. However, at that time, she had been too overwhelmed by her own anger to notice. By the time she became aware, it was too late. She hadn't even had the chance to retrieve the Qi-Yang gem that could alleviate the manifestation before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Just recalling the pain from the previous night sent chills down her spine. Releasing her mischievous grip, Luo Li smirked slightly. Humph, though it's not much, at least you have a semblance of conscience. For what would follow this incident. Luo Li naturally chose to forgive her. After all, she was the destined protagonist. How could she truly be estranged? After calming her thoughts, she recalled Mu Rushua's behavior from last night, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. In the original narrative, Mu Rushua was characterized by a youthful spirit, unafraid of authority or danger, unwavering once she set her sights on a goal. Yet the Mu Rushua of today seemed far more seasoned, exhibiting a maturity that belied her years. From their first meeting until now, Mu Rushua's demeanor had remained remarkably steady. However, the Mu Rushua from yesterday, be it in the present or the original story, should not have displayed such a peculiar reaction. The more Luo Li pondered, the deeper her frown became. Until now, she had not given it much thought, but since acquiring the Blood Phoenix Cannon, it seemed as though everything had begun to align with the trajectory of the original narrative. Logically, the intimacy they had shared should have been genuine. Even if Mu Rushua harbored doubts about the missing pages, her response should not have been so extreme. There were undoubtedly several alternative solutions available. Yet Mu Rushiwe had chosen the most intense and misinterpretable path. Stepping back to observe the situation from a broader perspective, it was evident that they had barely spent half a day together. Yet their relationship had taken a sudden turn, akin to a rift forming between them. This felt far too abrupt and unreasonable, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Gazing out the window, the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds and gentle breezes instilled a sense of tranquility within her heart. Was this truly the work of fate? Luo Li struggled to conceive any possibility beyond the notion of a celestial force manipulating their lives. Casting a glance at the girl beside her, she could not resist reaching out to gently stroke Mu Rushiwe's cheek. With a determined resolve, she swung her legs over the side of the bed. If things continued along their current trajectory, their fate would inevitably lead to separation, just as it had in the original tale. But from the very beginning, Luo Li had no intention of yielding to this so-called fate. With a firm pat to her cheeks, a serious glint sparked in the white-haired maiden's eyes. It is merely a trivial fate. I shall not be defeated. Chapter 74. The Phoenix Restoration Method. An introduction to the plan entering the hall. Luo Li reflected on the events of the original story. The original protagonist, having practiced the Phoenix Restoration Method, established a connection with the Blood Phoenix secret realm, gaining knowledge of the location of the purification pool. It was then that she fixated on Mu Rushiwe, seeking to seize her phoenix blood to complete her OWN. In that narrative, Luo Li appeared transformed, treating Mu Rushiwe with utmost kindness, yet the latter, being the destined protagonist, remained ever vigilant against her. Ultimately, in the purification pool, Luo Li was inevitably ambushed and met her demise, restoring her bloodline. Thus, upon entering the Blood Phoenix secret realm, Luo Li's role concluded. A furrow of concern creased Luo Li's brow. This meant she must also cultivate the Phoenix Restoration Method. Otherwise, she would be unable to locate the purification pool. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her azure eyes. For the essential threads of this situation closely mirrored the original narrative. Furthermore, she sensed that if she were to practice the Phoenix Restoration Method, it might lead to unforeseen calamities. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li's expression firmed. Now was not the time for retreat. System: allocate 3 years of martial arts experience to the Phoenix Restoration Method. 3 years of martial arts experience have been utilized. In the first year, you discover the compatibility of the technique with your constitution, quickly grasping the fundamentals and commencing your studies. In the second year, you successfully embarked on your journey, mastering the art of shape observation. By the third year, your desire for further advancement was thwarted by the limitations of your cultivation. The method for completing the phoenix shape was merely an introduction. In that instant, a plethora of knowledge surged into Luo Li's mind. Even though she had grasped the basics, she still found it somewhat obscure and difficult to comprehend. However, with the existence of the Phoenix pool, her initial understanding was deemed sufficient. The plot had diverged significantly from the original narrative, making it challenging to ascertain what unexpected events might unfold. Moreover, within the Blood Phoenix secret realm, numerous formidable adversaries awaited. Encountering others may not necessarily be fortuitous. Thus, it was imperative for her to enhance her own strength during this period. System: display my personal panel. Personal panel opened. Host: Luo Li. Age: 16. Realm: 13 meridians of vitality, golden vitality. Constitution: Xianbing Phoenix Body. Qinghuan Heart Cultivation Techniques. Sanjuan Hua Yugong. Minor Achievement. By Xiao Sword Technique, Perfection. Luo Yu Palm. Introductory. Qing Xiao Sword Cannon. Minor Achievement. Shuangfeng Bai Ying Sword Technique. Major Achievement. Xian Yubing Yiju. Major Achievement. Remaining Martial Arts Experience. 352 years Destiny Level. F- Is 352 years of martial arts experience merely a result of my recent offerings to Mu Rushiwe and the rewards from the Blood Phoenix scriptures? I wonder if that is sufficient. System: open the fusion panel. Luo Li initially intended to wait for an auspicious day to proceed with the fusion, but a sense of urgency arose within her, causing her to disregard such psychological comforts. Fusion panel activated. Please select the techniques for fusion. She chose Sanjuan Hua Yugong and Qing Xiao Sword Cannon. Selected Sanjuan Hua Yugong. Qing Xiao Sword Cannon. Proceed with fusion. Yes, the quality of the techniques is quite high. This fusion will consume 46 years of martial arts experience and carries a certain probability of failure. Proceed with fusion? Has the required martial arts experience for this fusion decreased? Due to the host's enhanced comprehension of both techniques, This system simulates results based on the host's current qualifications, thus reducing the necessary martial arts experience. Is it truly so? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li ultimately refrained from fusing the techniques. She had previously discovered that lower-level techniques could reduce the martial arts experience required for higher-level techniques, and vice versa. If she could combine the two, wouldn't that be a way to exploit a loophole? If successful, her martial arts experience could increase significantly. Resolutely, Luo Li made her way to the Qingxiao Peak Great Hall to borrow her master's jade talisman. Yu Qingyao had no objections and readily provided it to Luo Li. Although the jade talisman for direct disciples could also be borrowed, there were limitations on the number. Only the Peak Master's talisman allowed for the simultaneous borrowing of multiple techniques. However, it was not an unlimited privilege. One could only borrow up to 10 techniques at a time. By the time Luo Li returned to Shuiyin Pavilion, she had acquired several dozen techniques. All these techniques were of the ice or wind attributes and were primarily mental techniques. The system invested 3 years of martial arts experience into the Yu Fengju. 3 years of martial arts experience utilized. First year, second year, third year. While Yu Fengju achieved major completion, Luo Li selected another similar wind attribute technique. 3 years of martial arts experience utilized. Qing Fengju achieved major completion. After expending 3 years of martial arts experience on the fifth technique, what was originally only achievable at major completion now surprisingly reached perfection. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Luo Li's eyes. It was feasible. System, opened the fusion panel, selected Sanjuan Huayu Gong, Qing Xiao Sword Cannon. The quality of the techniques is quite high. This fusion will consume 45 years of martial arts experience and carries a certain probability of failure. Proceed with fusion? It truly can be done. A flicker of exhilaration crossed Luo Li's face. This meant she could repeatedly study both high-level and low-level techniques, not only reducing the martial arts experience originally required for both, but also decreasing the experience needed for fusion. However, after the initial excitement, Luo Li's brows furrowed once more. While the method was indeed feasible, the required martial arts experience was still considerable. Having spent nearly 15 years of martial arts experience to reduce the fusion requirement by only 1 year, it was difficult to claim that Luo Li had gained much, especially considering the probability of failure. Furthermore, the issue of techniques remained. Even with her master's jade talisman, she could not borrow an infinite number of techniques. As Luo Li pondered deeply, a sudden thought struck her. She recalled seeing the junior sister and others taking turns to train the inner disciples when she first arrived at Qingxiao. If she participated as well, wouldn't that resolve both the issues of techniques and martial arts experience simultaneously? The more she contemplated, the more viable it seemed that I am truly a genius, just as she contemplated seeking out her junior sister. She glanced at the sky and turned back that it was nearing noon, and martial artists would be full of energy, with little time for rest. Mu Rushua should be waking soon. She did not wish for Mu Rushua to leave, so she had devised a plan early on. A twinge of nervousness arose within Luo Li, but she quickly steeled herself. Luo Li, do not let anyone underestimate you. It is merely the heavenly Tao. I shall not concede. Chapter 75. Loving Mu Rushua. Upon the bed, the dark-haired maiden sat upright. She had not attacked me. In Mu Rushua's perception, Luo Li's intentions had been thoroughly deciphered, since maintaining their facade was no longer feasible. It was natural to sever ties at this moment. Her vitality was nearly depleted, rendering her exceedingly vulnerable. She could easily be subdued without exerting much effort. Yet, she did nothing that Mu Rushua sensed an anomaly. She felt an undeniable contradiction within Luo Li. A flicker of contemplation crossed her crimson eyes. Several possibilities emerged in her mind, yet each was swiftly dismissed. However, despite not grasping the reason, she recalled certain events. If Luo Li began feigning closeness due to the Blood Phoenix scriptures, what about before she acquired them? At that time, Luo Li had been completely unaware of everything. After encountering countless individuals and situations, Mu Rushua could almost ascertain that the Luo Li of that time had been entirely genuine. Moreover, her assistance was undeniably sincere. If she, like Mu Rushua, were also a reincarnator with the goal of obtaining her phoenix blood from the outset, why would she assist her adversary? Such an endeavor held no benefits for her. Furthermore, the original Luo Li was vastly different in character from the current Luo Li. Her actions had not gone unnoticed, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a person of profound loyalty and righteousness. If all of this were merely a facade, then her acting skills were astonishingly convincing. Regardless of how deep her schemes ran, she was ultimately just a 16-year-old girl. The more Mu Rushue reflected, the more she felt that this Luo Li was an entirely different individual from the Luo Li of her past life. This implied that her feelings towards herself might not be entirely feigned. As this thought emerged, for some reason, her heart felt much lighter. Moreover, upon recalling the events of yesterday, she realized that she had been overly impulsive, as if influenced by something. When had this impulse arisen? After some reflection, she pinpointed it to yesterday when she witnessed Luo Li holding the hands of two young maidens. Even now, merely recalling it stirred a pang of bitterness within her. Her crimson gaze drifted to the side, where a red-clad maiden sat, visible only to her. This figure was currently sipping tea, as if savoring its flavor. "It is you." The red-clad Mu Rushue's movements paused, followed by a disgruntled voice, "That Mu Rushue. If I could truly control you so easily, would I need to witness you in such a feeble state?" Mu Rushue remained unconvinced, believing she had discovered the truth. However, in doing so, she felt she had been too harsh on her. After all, she was merely a young girl who had suddenly learned of her impending demise. Even her past self would likely have felt lost in such a situation. Furthermore, having learned the truth about the Phoenix body, she must have understood that she, too, was a remnant of the Phoenix bloodline. Even if she were wary of Mu Rushue, she should have concealed those 2 pages of techniques. With this thought, Mu Rushue felt a twinge of guilt. She had assumed too much. From Luo Li's perspective, even from a strict viewpoint, she felt Luo Li had done nothing wrong. There will be a solution. The voice of the maiden echoed within her heart. She remembered her junior sister's demeanor at the time. Even when everyone claimed there was no way, her eyes remained steadfast. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Mu Rushue rose from the bed and donned her garments. "There will be a way. Want tea there?" As she stepped into the hall, Mu Rushue was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food. The table was laden with dishes, and the silver-haired girl appeared at the door, her gaze betraying a hint of apprehension upon seeing Mu Rushue. "Rushue, I have prepared the meal. Would you like to eat?" To Luo Li's surprise, Mu Rushue nodded in agreement. Yes. The 2 maidens took their seats at the table, just as they had on countless occasions before. "Luo Li, do you believe in me?" Huh. Luo Li had anticipated that Mu Rushue might turn and leave or question her, but she had never expected her to pose such a question. "Why do you ask?" "Because I want you to believe in me." Luo Li nodded. She chose not to lie. A faint smile graced Mu Rushue's lips. "Regarding the 2 missing pages, as you once mentioned, there is always a way. Isn't there?" Luo Li felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she was unaware of why Mu Rushue posed such a question, the Mu Rushue before her truly resonated with her character. A flicker of joy blossomed within Luo Li. "So, even with the influence of the heavenly Tao, she is still fundamentally herself, isn't she? Rushue, do you wish to visit Nanjun City, since you've arrived here? You haven't had the chance to truly enjoy yourself." "All right, in Nanjun City." On the bustling streets, the vendor spoke with fervor. He remembered the white-haired girl. After all, with her striking beauty, it was indeed difficult to forget her. Just as he glanced at the girl beside him, a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. "2, a total of 6 won." Luo Li then tossed a silver ingot, signaling that she did not require change. "Rushue, this is for you." It was not that she desired to eat, but rather that Mu Rushue insisted on buying the candied hawthorn. "So, she enjoys candied hawthorn. That's somewhat unexpected." Taking a bite, Mu Rushue's gaze fixed intently upon Luo Li. "Luo Li, I want to taste yours." All right." Luo Li admitted that for a brief moment, her thoughts wandered. She handed over the item in her hand. Yet another found its way before Luo Li. After biting into the bright red hawthorn, even Luo Li felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this scene seemed oddly familiar. Time passed swiftly. Soon, the moonlight ascended the treetops. At Qin Shao Peak, Luo Li gazed towards the distant Shui Yun Pavilion, her steps deliberately slow, glancing at the sky, with the moonlight just right. She suddenly found herself reluctant to leave. "Rushue, can we take a stroll? I heard from my senior sister that the moonlight at Qin Shao Peak is also quite beautiful." Mu Rushue did not refuse. They climbed to a higher vantage point, where the moon hung like a disk in the sky, unobstructed. The silvery moonlight enveloped the 2, draping them in a veil of silver. The azure depths of their eyes reflected the scene before them. Pure as celestial beings, Luo Li couldn't help but smile. In truth, She had overthought things. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, did it not? Even with the heavenly Tao's interference, she and Mu Ru Shui had resumed their intimacy, as in days of yore. A thought surged forth from her heart. Perhaps if things continued this way, even Ling Tianqi Zun would become her. Luo Li, what is troubling you? You seem somewhat out of sorts. No, it's nothing. Luo Li shook her head, hastily concealing herself in the shadows. Her complexion had already turned crimson, yet she could not help but think of a gentle Mu Ru Shui, an intimate Mu Ru Shui. Mu Ru Shui who loved her. The moment that thought ignited, it spread like wildfire within Luo Li's heart. She suddenly felt a sense of dissatisfaction with the present. She desired more. Are you Shui? Could you kiss me? Why should I kiss you? Because in the past, I always kissed you, Ru Shui, and now I wish for you to kiss me too. Is that all right? Very well. Mu Ru Shui's body stiffened, revealing a hint of tension even in the presence of the esteemed Ling Tianqi Zun. They stood face to face, having agreed. Yet Mu Ru Shui lingered, hesitant to draw closer. A dark cloud obscured the moonlight. In the shadow, Luo Li felt a sudden flutter in her heart, which then pointed towards a singular direction. The Blood Phoenix secret realm had re-emerged in the world. Meanwhile, Mu Ru Shui remained frozen in place. The Luo Li in her eyes, with ocean blue irises, now bore a hint of crimson. Chapter 76. Fatigue. Lianshan County, revised. That streak of bloodlight was familiar to her in her past life. She had acquired the complete Blood Phoenix scripture. At the very least, she had to master the methods for completing the phoenix form and the art of shape-seeking to manifest such bloodlight. Even in her previous life, it had taken her 7 or 8 days to barely grasp the basics. But how long had the girl before her been practicing the Blood Phoenix scripture? When did she begin her cultivation to achieve such progress? The reality was far more persuasive than speculation. Even if she tried hard not to dwell on it, an answer had already surfaced in her heart. Perhaps she had begun her cultivation from the very moment she obtained it. And without a moment's slackening over these days, she had achieved her current advancement. Truly, she was diligent, so everything has been a fade. Has it? The thought of her standing in the Xianyu spirit spring, actively kissing her while secretly calculating her intentions, suddenly made her want to laugh. You truly have worked hard. The memories in her mind flowed without interruption. What once was, now appeared somewhat mundane. It turned out that all of this was merely a joke. Everything, all of it, was merely a scheme. A wave of bitterness surged like a torrent, threatening to spill from her eyes. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Mu Ru Shui forcibly stifled the bitterness. She yearned to ask Luo Li why, to question her about what all of this meant. But what good would it do to inquire? To hear her clumsy explanations? Or would they tear their relationship apart? Either option filled Mu Ru Shui with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. She suddenly felt weary, unwilling to think, unwilling to act, and unwilling to see. Ru Shui, are you all right? The white-haired girl remained standing in place, her eyes tightly shut, her delicate face suffused with a rosy hue. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of her heart raced like a drum, though it was not her first time. Her heartbeat refused to slow. After waiting for a long while, she heard not a single sound. Are you Shui? Upon opening her eyes, she found herself utterly alone at the peak of the Supreme Clarity sect. The once empty main hall now hosted 9 figures. Why has the sect master summoned us? It must be regarding the matter of the military tomb. Has the remnant faction of the blood cult been apprehended? I doubt it. While the blood cult is indeed significant, summoning all of us peak masters would require even more effort. So what news do you possess, Fu Bo? A figure entered the hall, silencing the surrounding voices. Sect Master Wuka glanced at the crowd. Fu Tangzhu, perhaps you should explain. Fu Bo, an inner hall elder, held the same rank as the peak masters and usually managed external affairs for the sect. 3 days ago, we received a plea for help from the town protector's office. A multitude of ferocious beasts has emerged in Lianshan County. However, the disciples we dispatched discovered something peculiar. Those ferocious beasts seemed to be fleeing from this location. It was only yesterday, when they ventured deeper, that they stumbled upon a streak of bloodlight. The peak masters exchanged contemplative glances, the beasts fleeing, along with a streak of bloodlight. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Not quite. That location was also accompanied by slight tremors, indicating it is likely a secret realm. Li Mu Ning frowned. If it truly is a secret realm, then what is the nature of that bloodlight? Fu Bo nodded gravely. Indeed, Both the sect master and I suspected is left behind by the Blood Phoenix. After all, only the Blood Phoenix possesses the strength and desire to leave behind a legacy. Has the information been sealed? It has been sealed, but it cannot be contained. The bloodlight grows stronger every day. As expected, within 7 or 8 days, anyone in Lianshan County will be able to see it if they look up. Though the Blood Phoenix is nearly universally reviled, she is, after all, a figure from hundreds of years ago. Anyone can chant slogans, and the blood cult is indeed an irritating nuisance. Yet, when faced with the Blood Phoenix's legacy, no matter the size of the faction, silence is their only response. The reason is simple. The Blood Phoenix is truly sincere. If she has something good, she will indeed leave it behind. Previously, a sect accidentally obtained a sacred-level technique from the Blood Phoenix's legacy site. And although they could not keep it a secret, that sect was annihilated within a day of acquiring the sacred-level technique. This sufficiently demonstrates the value of the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Alas, Lianshan County is our boundary with the Xianyin sect. If it were within our territory, it would be much more convenient to act. Wuka seemed unconcerned in no matter. Making it public is also beneficial, lest we be accused of harboring treasures. Moreover, given the magnitude of this incident, it is likely that not only the Xianyin sect will be involved, but also the Five Lakes gang and even the town protector's office. With such a mix of players, should our disciples from the Supreme Clarity sect still seek a share? After all, we have just emerged from the military tomb incident. The Blood Phoenix's legacy is intended to filter disciples. The secret realm has restrictions, preventing overly powerful individuals from entering. Should they force their way in, the secret realm would self-destruct, leaving them with nothing. That Su Lin crossed his arms, exhaling heavily. The path of martial arts is inherently a struggle against the current. If one is overly cautious, it is better to pack up and leave early. What Su Feng said was not without merit, and only through perilous circumstances can true strength be forged at A.S. good friends. Zhang Tai Xin naturally supported Su Lin's viewpoint. All right, let's not discuss this further. This month's sect competition will be postponed 8 days from now. Disciples below the Divine Concealed Realm will head to Lianshan County. Understood. Upon returning to Qingyang Peak, Wan Tianyang found a figure already standing in the hall. Yunming, how did it go? Were the spies from the blood cult apprehended? Qi Yunming respectfully bowed before replying. Master, during the past few days, I led the disciples in searching the surrounding areas but found not a trace of a person. I am truly incompetent, and I ask for your punishment. Wan Tianyang was not particularly concerned. As the master of a peak, one is certainly no fool. A moment's contemplation can yield various insights. However, since the sect leader has remained silent, he must at least put on a semblance of action. Very well, I shall reduce the number of personnel and continue the search. By the way, please select some skilled practitioners of the Transcendence Mirror and guide them to the hall. A hint of curiosity flickered across Qi Yunming's face. Master, may I inquire about the purpose of this? Wan Tianyang did not conceal the truth. After all, he had previously assisted his daughter on numerous occasions, treating her with kindness and adhering to proper etiquette. His impression of Qi Yunming was quite favorable. Moreover, even if he were to keep secrets, the impending surge of bloodlight would be impossible to hide. After omitting some details, he directly revealed the matters concerning the secret realm. Upon exiting the grand hall, Qi Yunming wore a contemplative expression. Chapter 77, Food Box and Sword Dance. In the early morning, Luo Li habitually prepared breakfast for two. She set a pair of chopsticks and a bowl at the opposite seat. Yet, she paused momentarily, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her exquisite visage. She was acutely aware that the girl who used to sit opposite her would no longer return. Luo Li had envisioned countless scenarios, whether misunderstandings, the matter of phoenix blood, or Mu Rushua having learned everything. Yet, she had never anticipated the current situation. There were no forewarnings, no preparations. They had been as close as sisters just moments before, and in the blink of an eye, they had become like strangers. She had sought out Mu Rushua, but Mu Rushua refused to see her. Even in a forced encounter, Mu Rushua treated her with the formality of a stranger, referring to her as Sister Luo. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the narrative seemed to revert to its original course. Is this the way of heaven? The azure depths of her eyes dimmed a fraction. After finishing breakfast, the voice of the junior sister outside rang out. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a broad smile. Junior sister, let us be off. Jiang K's golden tresses danced cheerfully, reminiscent of a young girl. Sister Jiang, Is there something on my face? Not at all, Jiang Ke replied, shaking her head and glancing around before continuing. With how beautiful you are, wouldn't it be a loss not to admire you a little longer? Also, I prefer it when you call me little sister Jiang instead of sister Jiang. So, can you promise to call me little sister Jiang from now on? Before Luo Li, the golden-haired girl tilted her head slightly and rose onto her toes, her gem-like golden eyes playfully winking at Luo Li. Faced with such an adorable junior sister, Luo Li found it hard to refuse. Well then, little sister Jiang. Joy radiated from Jiang Ke's golden eyes, but as they swept over the food box in Luo Li's hands, an unusual emotion flickered briefly before vanishing. The two arrived at the Qingshao training ground, where the surrounding disciples were in a state of excitement. It's Sister Luo. Sister Luo is here again today. I am so happy, Sister Luo. We adore you, Sister Luo, Sister Luo. Even after several encounters, Luo Li still found herself slightly overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of her younger brothers and sisters, as if a tune of gratitude had spontaneously begun to play. The reason for this change in atmosphere could be traced back to Luo Li treating all the disciples of Qingshao Peak to a grand feast. The members of Qingshao Peak had long suffered under the tyranny of the cafeteria matron, and Luo Li's lavish banquet undoubtedly left the inner disciples deeply grateful. Had Luo Li not been a woman, they might have openly referred to her as a fatherly figure. As for motherly figure, that would have sounded rather odd. And the disciples had the sense not to overstep. But this was only one aspect. On another note, Jiang Ke glanced at the sky, an expression of anticipation flitting across her face. Junior sister, the time is nearly right. Shall we commence today's sword dance? A hint of helplessness crossed Luo Li's eyes. 5 days prior, in pursuit of martial arts experience, she had voluntarily taken on the task of instructing the inner disciples. Initially, her senior sister had expressed concern. Although she recognized her junior sister's talent as astonishing, teaching was an entirely different matter. After all, what a genius might grasp in a glance could take an ordinary person days or even months to comprehend. Thus, her senior sister offered to assist Luo Li. Yet, Luo Li's performance exceeded all expectations. After all, Luo Li's soul originated from a modern society in the 21st century, and she had been educated throughout her life. Though she had never been a teacher, her upbringing had provided her with a wealth of knowledge, far surpassing the self-taught methods of Jiang Ke, with a progression from the simple to the complex. And vice versa, the disciples were utterly enraptured by her lessons. Luo Li held nothing back. She genuinely taught, personally instructing nearly every disciple. Her earnest attitude left Jiang Ke feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, with a responsible and dedicated teacher coupled with the allure of a silver-haired beauty, it was no wonder her popularity soared. But on one occasion, in order to provide a clearer demonstration, she performed a slow sword dance, which resulted in overwhelming requests from the disciples to join in a daily dance. Even her senior sister joined in the excitement. Luo Li had no objections. After all, her primary goal was to gain martial arts experience, and each performance yielded substantial rewards. However, a faint blush crept onto her otherwise flawless, snow-white complexion. Faced with so many eager eyes, she felt a tinge of discomfort. The disciples had cleared a space, their eyes fixed intently upon the silver-haired maiden, unwilling to miss a single moment. Exhaling a breath of resignation, Luo Li slowly drew the steel sword from her waist. At that moment, all emotion vanished from her eyes, leaving only a pure, cerulean calm. The blade swept through the air, although the silver-haired girl danced slowly. The sword emitted a resonant hum. The sword moved a fraction faster. The gentle blue inner energy enveloped the sword in her hand, and as the blade sliced through the air, a chill radiated outward. In mere moments, the girl's form became somewhat ethereal, dreamlike. The surrounding disciples, regardless of gender, were captivated. As Luo Li altered her sword stance, a refreshing breeze surged forth. The original mist parted slightly, encircling the girl as if protecting her. The sword in her hand quickened. With each stroke, the mist parted, revealing glimpses of the girl's stunning visage. Ultimately, the wind and mist merged into a pure, snowy gale. As the long sword was sheathed, silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Ke, too, remained momentarily stunned. Though she had witnessed the spectacle more than once, the sight of her junior sister performing the sword dance left her in awe. Successful investment in Li Yiming. Gained 3 years of martial arts experience. Successful investment in Xiaolan. Gained 1 year of martial arts experience. Successful investment in Zhang Xiaohua. Gained 2.5 years of martial arts experience. As she scanned the system panel, Luo Li felt quite satisfied. A single sword dance had garnered her over 30 years of martial arts experience, a most lucrative exchange. If any junior brothers or sisters have questions, feel free to ask me. Instantaneously, the disciples erupted in excitement. Me. I want to go first. Only when the sun reached its zenith did the disciples reluctantly make their way to the cafeteria. Xiaolan stood rooted in place, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks, while her fellow disciples cast envious glances in her direction. Sister Xia, come here. Approaching the silver-haired girl, Xiaolan dared only to steal a quick glance before. Like an ostrich, burying her head low. A cool, delicate hand lifted her chin, and Xiaolan had no choice but to raise her face. Sister Xia, why do you keep your head down? You have such a beautiful face. Xiaolan's complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a kettle boiling over, steam seemingly rising from her head. And no, it's clearly you, Sister Luo, who is, Under the gaze of those cerulean eyes, Xiaolan felt herself spinning in circles, her words tumbling out incoherently. After teasing her amusing junior sister, Luo Li's tone grew slightly hesitant. Sister Xia, how is she? Gazing at the food box in Luo Li's hands, Xiaolan fell silent. Chapter 78. Stomach under the bright sun. A young girl carried a food box toward the inner disciples' quarters. The box was exquisitely crafted, and the tantalizing aroma wafting from it made Xiaolan's mouth water uncontrollably. After several attempts to swallow, she finally reached her destination. Placing the box down, she opened the first layer to reveal a large bowl containing a bento of 5 vividly colored dishes. Just the sight of it made Xiaolan's appetite surge. She was not attempting to steal a bite. The first layer was a token of gratitude from Sister Luo for delivering the food box, for whom it was intended. She glanced at the tightly shut door of the neighboring room. A flicker of indignation crossed her eyes, swiftly followed by deep jealousy. The image of Luo Li's somewhat despondent expression lingered in her mind. Xiaolan fervently wished that this food box was meant for her. Just the thought of it caused a silly smile to blossom on her face. Sister Luo, the powerful and beautiful Sister Luo, the fragrant and soft Sister Luo. Alas, it was not meant for her. She knocked on the door, but no sound came from within, which did not surprise her. Demu sister. Sister Luo has brought you a food box again. I'll leave it at the door. Take it away. Came the curt reply from inside. Even though she was already aware of the outcome, Xiaolan felt a surge of anger rising within her heart. She truly believed that Luo Shiji did not deserve such treatment. A person as wonderful as Luo Shiji was not her daily offering of a meal box sufficient to convey her heartfelt intentions, even amidst any misunderstandings. She genuinely felt that Mu Rushiwei was rather ungrateful. Mu Rushiwei, you truly do not appreciate how well Luo Shiji treats you. Xiaolan did not wish to say more. After uttering this remark, she stormed off, not forgetting to take her own portion of the lunchbox. Within the room, a wave of heat surged as a black-haired girl sat cross-legged before the bed. Despite the mere distance of a few steps, Xiaolan had been unable to sense even a hint of warmth earlier. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly. Fiery inner energy surged forth, resembling a blazing flame that clung to Mu Rushiwei's palm. If Jiang Ke had been present, she would have been utterly astonished, for the inner energy Mu Rushiwei released, despite not having reached the transcendence realm, was only a fraction smaller than what she had emitted at the pinnacle of the 9 apertures in the Songlong forest. Although it was merely a small sphere on her arm, it sufficed to demonstrate Mu Rushiwei's extraordinary talent. The black-haired girl's eyes revealed no sign of change. 3 days left. That should be enough for me to step into the transcendence realm. The essence of blood and transcendence are fundamentally different. Even Mu Rushiwei, having achieved the flawless physique, had to exert considerable effort. Closing her eyes, she intended to circulate her energy a few times when a sudden rumble emanated from her stomach. At present, she had yet to attain transcendence. She remained an ordinary person and could not go days without food. Glancing out the window, she noted it was precisely noon. However, the thought of the cafeteria on Qingxiafeng made even Ling Tianchizhen furrow his brows. Ever since parting from Luo Li, Mu Rushiwei often forgot to eat. After all, during her time at Shuiyun Pavilion, it was always Luo Li who prepared meals for her, sparing her of any worries. Now, suddenly, she had to manage everything herself, and she had yet to adapt. Her crimson eyes swept past the doorway, but then she looked elsewhere. There was no way she would eat Luo Li's food. Searching around the room, she found only half a piece of dry bread. After taking a couple of bites, her stomach protested with a rumble. Mu Rushue frowned, no complaining. Stomach. Chapter 79. Commencing Fusion, Transforming Qi into Matter. The preceding chapters have been revised, with modifications made from chapters 71 to 77. Dear readers may revisit them, as the narrative remains unchanged. At Shuiyan Pavilion, a white-haired girl sat listlessly at the table. An open lunchbox before her, containing a 5-colored meal that still managed to stimulate one's appetite, though not a single bite had been taken. After a while, Luo Li's voice finally broke the silence. No, Luo Li, you must pull yourself together. Your relationship with her has always been that of an investor and an investee, hasn't it? Why mourn now? Rising to her feet, the white-haired girl took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Moreover, how could it possibly be my fault? It's all Mu Rushue's ingratitude. Humph, Mu Rushue, I will make you weep and plead for my forgiveness, with a flag planted firmly in her heart. Luo Li felt somewhat relieved. She opened her personal panel. Personal panel opened. Host, Luo Li, age, 16, realm. Qi blood of 14 meridians, golden Qi blood, physique, Xianbing phoenix body, Qinghuan heart cultivation method, Sanjuanhua Yugong, minor achievement. Bai Shao sword technique, perfection, Luo Yu palm, entry level, Qing Shao sword classic, minor achievement, Shuangfeng Bai Ying sword technique, major achievement, Xian Yu ice clothing secret art, major achievement, wind control technique, major achievement, Qing Feng sword technique, major achievement, remaining martial arts experience, 648 years fate level. F-. She proceeded to open the fusion panel. Fusion panel opened, selected Qing Shao sword classic. Sanjuanhua Yugong. This fusion requires 20 years of martial arts experience. Proceed with fusion. It had already been 8 days since Mu Rushue left. During this time, Luo Li had been quite busy, teaching her junior disciples at Qingxiafeng while continuously studying lower-tier cultivation techniques. She had tried, but it seemed that 20 years had become a limit. No matter how much lower-tier cultivation she learned this time, it could not reduce the required martial arts experience for fusion. Yes, fusion commencing. Year 1. Year 20. You discover that the two supreme techniques are inherently complex, and forcing them together is sheer folly. During this year, you accomplished nothing. Indulging in a year of leisure, fusion failed. Staring at the panel before her, Luo Li found herself momentarily speechless. The system has given up as well. System, come out and explain. Host, I have already stated that this system simulates according to the host's current state. Thus, if you genuinely study for 20 years, the outcome will be the same. You speak nonsense. Luo Li jumped up like a startled rabbit. How can you say such things? I will sue you for defamation. I am naturally beautiful, and my resolve is as firm as iron. How could I ever give up? And it's merely 20 years. I have undergone so many simulations before, never once giving up. This is a simulation based on your current state. Please accept reality. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Luo Li had activated her absolute defense, rendering the system unable to penetrate her armor. Continue with fusion? Fusion commencing. Fusion failed. Moments later, Luo Li stared blankly at the panel before her. She had attempted fusion approximately 15 times, expending over 300 years of martial arts experience, only to receive a bright red fusion failed in return. The white-haired girl struggled to swallow. System, this fusion panel should have some form of a safety net, right? The fusion panel of this system is equivalent to a simulation panel. All results should be based on facts. The system had instantly retreated, leaving Luo Li in silence. However, rest assured, even if fusion fails, the experience gained will accumulate. So theoretically, as long as you attempt fusion enough times, you will eventually succeed in merging the techniques. Luo Li rolled her eyes. This was mere platitude, akin to asking an expert for advice only to be met with the response, practice more. A correct yet trivial statement. Host, will you continue to fuse? Perhaps realizing that it had spoken a triviality, the system's voice grew somewhat cautious. Let us fuse, even if it's a bottomless pit. I must fill it, mustn't I? Currently, Luo Li possessed 2 types of inner energy. Even if she wished to practice other techniques, the conflict between the energies would lead to cultivation deviation. The dual attributes of wind and ice were her only path forward. Fusion failed, fusion failed, fusion failed. Year 1 to year 20. During this year, A sudden spark of inspiration strikes you regarding the fusion of the two supreme techniques. Unfortunately, due to the mishandling of the dual inner energies, you suffer from cultivation deviation, resulting in diminished vitality. However, this also validates your thoughts. You finally realize that you seem to lack a certain quality that prevents you from merging the two techniques. But over the years, you have not come away empty-handed. Although you ultimately failed to fuse the two supreme techniques, you gained new insights into the Shuang Feng Bai Ying sword technique. Fusion failed. Quality. Luo Li frowned slightly. Despite her contemplation, she could not identify what quality she was missing. Could it be due to my incomplete phoenix blood? This was the only possibility she could think of. And it seemed quite plausible, considering her Xianbing inner energy was derived from the phoenix body. Lacking bloodline integrity could indeed hinder her cultivation of techniques. Luo Li pondered this thought for a moment before casting it aside. She was far more intrigued by her understanding of the Shuang Feng Bai Ying sword technique. The system opened her personal panel. Personal panel opened. Cultivation method. San Zhuanhua Yugong. Minor achievement. Bai Xiao sword technique. Perfection. Luo Yu Palm. Entry level. Qing Xiao sword classic. Minor achievement. Shuang Feng Bai Ying sword technique. Ultimate. Xin Yu Ice clothing secret art. Major achievement. Fate level. F-ultimate. This was a term she had never encountered before, for in the original text, the pinnacle of a technique was already deemed major achievement. As her jade-like fingertips rose, a wisp of snowy white mist floated above them. It seemed inconspicuous at first. However, in the next moment, with a flicker of her consciousness, the white mist began to change shape. The mist appeared to solidify, forming a short spear of mere inches in length, exactly like the one held by her junior sister. The patterns, the crimson tassel, even the complex formations on the spear's body were all precisely as she had envisioned in her mind. Grasping the short spear with her fingertips, she was astonished to find that the white mist did not disperse, but instead conveyed a sense of solidity akin to that of hard ice. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Luo Li's eyes. The ability to manipulate inner energy into physical form was something even innate masters would find challenging. Transforming qi into matter. That certainly piques my interest. I wonder to what extent this can be achieved. Chapter 80. 3 days have passed. Shall I take my leave? The pure white frost wind inner energy erupted, continuously merging and solidifying before Luo Li. In but a moment, a pristine white short sword materialized before her. As she reached out to grasp the hilt, a chilling sensation enveloped her. This size truly the limit? With a swift motion, the short sword shot forward. However, just 3 meters away from Luo Li, the tip of the sword began to revert back into pure white mist. This short sword had cost Luo Li 1/5 of her internal energy to forge. Its consumption was substantial, its power modest, and its range limited in every conceivable aspect. It fell short of expectations, yet Luo Li felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The pure white short sword reminded her of the celestial sword immortals from the novels of her past life. At that moment, she envisioned a scenario where with a mere flick of her finger, countless celestial swords would surge forth in unison. What a magnificent sight that would be. Humph, Mu Rushua, you'd better not beg me to teach you then. However, the mere thought of Mu Rushua dimmed the sparkle in Luo Li's eyes. Never mind. Let us focus on cultivation. The following days passed without notable change. Luo Li continued to visit the training grounds daily to resolve her disciples' queries, and her meals remained uninterrupted. Yet, Mu Rushua still hadn't made a single move at the training grounds. A young man held a booklet, diligently recording notes. Junior sister, are you planning to go? Li Yiming inquired, observing the somewhat unfamiliar black-haired girl before him. Though he knew her name, her infrequent visits to the training grounds had made her presence almost forgettable, save for her striking appearance. Mu Rushua nodded, only to sense a gaze upon her. Turning her head, she indeed spotted a figure with white hair. Suddenly, she averted her eyes, giving Luo Li not even a glance. Junior sister, this time's expedition is not like the previous trials. If your strength is insufficient, you could genuinely perish there. After all, this isn't a fair competition, as disciples with the Transcendence Mirror will be participating. Those attending this time are at least at the full vitality stage. While if I recall correctly, the last time I saw you, you were merely at the 6 channels of vitality. Mu Rushua didn't waste words. Raising her finger, a flicker of crimson flame obediently ignited upon it. Li Yiming's pupils constricted, nearly dropping his book as he felt the internal energy emanating from her. a clear indication of the full vitality stage. How long had this young girl been in the sect? Moreover, it was said she had received no guidance, meaning she had entirely self-taught herself. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became, even his tone shifting to one of respect. Mu. Junior sister, I'll make a note of that immediately. The black-haired girl merely nodded, her gaze sweeping over to see several figures beside the white-haired girl. Yu Qingyao wore an expression of concern. This expedition into the secret realm is not like the previous ones. You should refrain from participating this time. The little junior sister beside her also urged. Indeed, junior sister, you are only at the 6 channels of vitality. There will undoubtedly be many with the Transcendence Mirror participating. It is far too perilous for you to go. Luo Li gazed at the 2 anxious faces, warmth swelling in her heart. She could sense their genuine concern. Yet, she shook her head that I must go to this secret realm. And who says I'm only at the 6 channels of vitality? With a surge of frosty internal energy, the previously clamorous discussions at the training ground ceased abruptly. A chilling aura enveloped everyone's hearts, sending shivers through even the weaker cultivators. As if confronting a ferocious beast, Luo Li clenched her hand, causing the once pervasive mist to vanish without a trace, leaving only the noticeably cooler air as evidence of its prior existence. How about it, master, junior sister? May I go now? Luo Li looked at the 2, only to find them staring at her, mouths agape and expressions dazed. After a moment, Jiang Kai finally swallowed hard. Junior sister, if I recall correctly, when we ventured into the Songlong forest together, you were merely at the 6 channels of vitality, right? You must understand, the difficulty of advancing to the next channel increases exponentially as one progresses. Even with the Tianyang physique, it took me nearly half a year to reach the full vitality stage. Are you telling me someone can leap from the 6 channels to full vitality in less than half a month? What sort of fantastical tale is this? Jiang K's mind felt dizzy. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish between reality and a dream. Reaching to pinch her arm, she confirmed her consciousness. Her golden eyes glimmered with disbelief. And she finally accepted that this was not a dream. Junior sister. That's incredible. In the next instant, Luo Li felt a petite figure embrace her. Junior sister, you are truly, truly amazing. At that moment, Jiang Kai felt anxious. She had intended to shower her junior sister with praise, yet her mind was cluttered with only those 2 words. Incredible, incredible. Repeating them multiple times, the little junior sister was on the verge of tears. Darn it, my tongue is so clumsy. A pair of hands brushed through the golden hair. All right, junior sister, I understand. Luo Li couldn't help but smile slightly. The joy of sharing such a moment with others was something she found utterly endearing. The sunlight overhead was momentarily blocked, and then a tickling sensation graced her head. The fluttering hair strands urged her to open one eye. She found Yu Qingyao's expression was a complex mix of emotions, relief tinged with guilt. Yu Qingyao was aware of Luo Li's unique dual internal energies, and while she was not surprised by Luo Li's rapid progress, she was astonished that the girl had managed to begin integrating 2 types of internal energies at such a young age, and successfully. What kind of talent and diligence must one possess to achieve such a feat? No, pure talent alone wouldn't suffice. It required hard work and effort as well. The very thought of it conjured images in Yu Qingyao's mind of the white-haired girl studying late into the night, practicing swordplay beneath the moonlight. Even as a congenital master, she felt a pang of inadequacy, as if she were unworthy to teach such a diligent genius. Yet soon, a wave of guilt washed over her. She had heard of Luo Li's dedication to teaching her disciples. As her mentor, Yu Qingyao's guidance felt meager compared to Luo Li's daily efforts at the training grounds. The stark contrast deepened her feelings of shame. Gently stroking the girl's white hair, her tone softened. While diligence is commendable, do remember to rest as well. Meanwhile, off to the side, as they observed the warm scene among the 3, Shangguan Hong and Yi Xian exchanged a glance, instinctively. Why do I feel somewhat out of place? Should I leave? They wished to join in, yet felt like outsiders in this intimate gathering. Chapter 81. It's all right. ILL just wandered at the foot of Qingshao Peak. 8 horse-drawn carriages were lined up neatly. These were not assets of Qingshao Peak. Given the circumstances surrounding Qingshao Peak, they were carriages dispatched by the Shanqing sect, intended to be returned afterward to avoid drawing attention. These carriages were ordinary and modest in size. While the Blood Phoenix secret realm would inevitably become common knowledge, the earlier it remained concealed. the better the advantage one could seize. The Shangqing sect was naturally discreet about it. However, while arranging the carriages, Shang Wanhong faced a dilemma. The main issue lay with Luo Li. Originally, the Shangqing sect had sufficient carriages available, yet, due to Luo Li's daily sword teachings, her efforts had borne fruit. Many disciples had made breakthroughs, advancing in cultivation, and coupled with improvements in their techniques, it had led to a surge in those eager to register for the expedition. The current situation was that there were not enough carriages. Shang Wanhong was in discussion with Jiang Qi when a voice broke through. "Put this junior sister in my carriage. I have spare space." Looking up, they saw a figure with white hair. Upon hearing the name pointed at by Luo Li, Jiang Qi frowned. "Junior sister, that carriage is meant for your rest. Allowing others to join will only disturb you. I believe it's best to let this junior sister share a carriage with me instead. Little sister, no need to insist. Let her come over." But Jiang Qi began to protest but ultimately fell silent. All disciples, board the carriages, were setting off. A short, stout steward called out. The disciples climbed into the carriages in unison. Mu Rushua stood at the front, her brow furrowed. If she remembered correctly, this carriage should be. Just as she turned to leave, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a lovely face. Without any hesitation, Mu Rushua made no move and even bowed respectfully to Luo Li, her tone courteous. "Senior sister Luo." Anyone who witnessed this would find no fault, yet Luo Li's expression grew cold. "Junior sister, what is this? Are you unwilling to share a carriage with your senior sister? You come from humble beginnings." Fearing to soil your senior sister's carriage, with a flick of her sleeve, Luo Li dismissed the notion. "Nonsense. I have no qualms, though the senior sister may not mind. I feel uneasy. Then bear with it. The junior sister is crude and unrefined. I fear I may not hold back. If you can't hold back, I shall endure." Luo Li's tone was indifferent, her cerulean eyes fixed on Mu Rushua. "Junior sister, enough with the chatter. Get in." With a swift grasp, Mu Rushua was lifted into the carriage. Ultimately, she refrained from further protest. She was not one to hold grudges, yet the sight of Luo Li stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. As soon as Mu Rushua entered the carriage, the curtain was lifted once more and a golden-haired little head peeked inside. Her golden eyes scanned the black-haired girl before settling on Luo Li. "Little senior sister. What brings you here?" "Hee. May I share a carriage with little junior sister? But I already have 2 people in my carriage. It might be a bit cramped." "That's all right, I don't mind." As she spoke, she turned to the black-haired girl. "Where is junior sister Mu?" "Senior sister, please go ahead." Luo Li noticed that a space had conveniently opened up between Luo Li and Mu Rushua. And Jiang Qi, being petite, comfortably settled into it, effectively separating the two. Luo Li thought to herself. That how had she not realized before how familiar the junior sister was? Yet, having another person around was not unwelcome. Otherwise, she feared an argument might ensue with Mu Rushua. The carriage rolled forward at a steady pace. Lianshan County was situated at the fringes of the Upper Clarity sect's territory, making the journey rather lengthy. Typically, it might take an ordinary carriage a day and a night to reach, but the Upper Clarity sect possessed considerable resources. The horses pulling the carriage were not ordinary steeds, but rather exquisite mounts infused with the blood of ferocious beasts. With a congenital master leading the way, they could arrive in no more than half a day. Inside the carriage, a palpable silence enveloped the group. It was Jiang Qi, who could no longer contain herself. "Junior sister, is there some misunderstanding between you and senior sister Mu?" Luo Li shook her head. "There is no misunderstanding. Perhaps junior sister has received some celestial inheritance, rendering her overly detached. If you were to become an immortal in the future, I hope you will not forget a mere mortal like me." Even Jiang Qi could discern the sarcastic undertone in this statement. Stealing a glance at Mu Rushua, she found her expression unchanged. After a prolonged silence, Mu Rushua finally replied, "Junior sister has not received any inheritance. She has merely recognized her own position. How could a person of lowly origins dare to aspire to senior sister? Moreover, junior sister is rather shy and cannot abide by duplicity." "Duplicity?" Luo Li felt a flicker of confusion, struggling to grasp Mu Rushua's meaning. Upon reflection, if one were to truly consider duplicity, it did indeed exist. When Luo Li had first arrived, her demeanor had been cold and distant, only to soften as she grew closer to Mu Rushua. Could it be that Mu Rushua found satisfaction in being treated with disdain? Recalling their earlier interactions, Luo Li had been exceedingly gentle, often close to Mu Rushua, yet by nightfall, Mu Ruxiue would turn aloof. After Luo Li lost her temper, it was as if Mu Ruxiue had taken a dose of regret, and they returned to their previous closeness. Yet, that intimacy did not last long before Mu Ruxiue's demeanor shifted once more, changing with a speed rivaling that of a master of Sichuan opera. Stealing another glance at Mu Ruxiue, Luo Li found her thoughts increasingly plausible. Perhaps even the esteemed Ling Tianqian harbored unknown peculiarities. However, with junior sister present, it was not the right moment to act. Cough. Perhaps an experiment for later. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and with the protection of a congenital master, there were no foolish challengers along the way. The convoy arrived directly at the finest inn in Lianshan County. Fu Bo swept his sleeve, exuding a newfound air of authority as he stepped into the inn. Before he could utter a word, another voice interjected. "Innkeeper, we have reserved this in." Fu Bo frowned, turning to face an elderly man before him. The old man, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, donned a scholarly robe embroidered with floral patterns and clouds, radiating an aura of otherworldly grace. "Master Shun?" The old man was taken aback, scrutinizing the newcomers, his face adopting a more forced smile. "Master Fu, it has indeed been a while." Fu Bo responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes that he recognized this man as Shun Songxin, the master of Jiaoyin Palace, one of the 5 palaces of the Xianyin sect. His appearance at such a fortuitous moment was clearly aimed at the Blood Phoenix secret realm. "May I inquire what brings you here, Master Fu?" "Oh, just taking a stroll." "And what of Master Shen?" "Haha, I too am merely wandering." "You are wandering. You too?" Their laughter resonated, yet both inwardly cursed each other as cunning old foxes. Chapter 82. The Unraveled Shun Songxin. Their laughter was infectious, prompting even the accompanying disciples and attendants to join in, filling the inn with a jovial atmosphere. However, once the laughter subsided, both men's expressions turned grave. It was evident that Shun Songxin had come to encroach upon business, and Fu Bo had no intention of offering him any goodwill. Shun Songxin, too, understood Fu Bo's purpose, his countenance darkening in response. Yet, just then, the laughter continued to echo. Both men turned to see the innkeeper, grinning broadly with his large teeth on display. Under the scrutinizing gaze of 2 congenital masters, the ordinary innkeeper broke out in a cold sweat. "Why aren't you laughing? Is this a plot against me?" The innkeeper grew increasingly agitated, and in a fit of anger, he lost his composure. He could no longer manage a smile, his expression turning serious. Resembling a student caught in a half-finished homework check, tinged with a hint of despair, the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. That Fu Bo cleared his throat before speaking. "Master Shun, there is a protocol to follow. Since we arrived first, I kindly ask that Master Shun seek accommodations elsewhere. If Master Shun is financially constrained, I could extend some assistance, for I am benevolent." Yes, autumn has set in. "Let the female disciples of your palace take a moment to rest." In the hierarchy of the Great Zhou, the Upper Clarity sect and the Xianyin sect were on equal footing. However, in terms of reputation, the Xianyin sect far surpassed the Upper Clarity sect. The reason was simple. The female disciples of the Xianyin sect were exceedingly well known. Initially, the Xianyin sect was not significantly different from the Upper Clarity sect. After all, this world revered martial prowess. That was until the current generation's sect master took charge. She possessed an exceptional understanding of the martial world. Traditionally, sect competitions were conducted with each sect guarding their own teachings. Wary of exposing their techniques to outsiders, talented disciples were equally at risk of becoming targets for those with ulterior motives. The principle of the tall tree catches the wind was well understood. Yet she boldly contravened this norm, relocating the competition venue outside the sect and inviting various martial heroes. Fighting techniques may be mundane. She even arranged a commentary booth. Listening to music may be dull. Not to worry, they also arranged for accompanying dancers. Uniform clothing may lack creativity. Professional stylists were engaged to ensure each female disciple donned unique attire. Given that the Xianyin sect's competition revolved around the art of music, it inherently possessed a touch of grace compared to typical swordplay contests. Thus, the stage was graced by enchanting maidens in diverse feathered garments, showcasing their musical combat. It became a spectacle that catered to both refined and popular tastes. Martial heroes, upon witnessing this, thought, "I, a towering figure of justice, am subjected to this." To be evaluated by such frivolity, initially critical, they were soon captivated. However, every action has its consequences. While this approach propelled the Xianyin sect to fame and resulted in substantial profits from the sale of beverages and merchandise, many elders and other sects viewed it as a decline in morals and a degradation of societal values. The once esteemed sect appeared to have transformed into a mere entertainment venue. Fu Bo, having attained the status of a congenital master and serving as the head of the law enforcement hall, found such behavior from the Xianyin sect to be a blatant affront. Even if he were not an elder of the Xianyin sect, he would have wished to unite with others against the current sect master. It was no wonder he felt compelled to voice his disdain upon encountering Shen Songxin. The moment he spoke, a gust of wind swept through, causing the garments of those present to flutter violently, and the inn's doors and windows rattled as if on the verge of breaking loose. Shen Songxin's hair stood on end, his face flushed, and his eyes bloodshot, fixed intently on Fu Bo. What do you mean by that, Fu Bo? As an elder figure, Shen Songxin was not entirely in agreement with the current sect master's approach. However, she had provided too much support for him to disregard her entirely. While he begrudgingly acknowledged Fu Bo's point, he was loath to simply concede defeat and suffer in silence. His gaze swept over the carriage behind Fu Bo, and a sudden thought struck him. The surrounding turbulence abruptly ceased. The white-haired elder stroked his beard, adopting a serene demeanor as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Until now, the surrounding disciples dared to breathe quietly. As the innate powerhouse unleashed the oppressive aura of Tianyuan, a burden that ordinary martial artists could hardly bear. Master Fu, I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier assertion regarding the order of arrival. Though you arrived 2 steps ahead of me, I have spoken before you. How should this be reckoned? I was the first to arrive at this inn. Please, Master Fu. Fu Bo let out a cold laugh. Shen Gongzu, what will you do if I refuse to leave? Shen Songxin appeared to be in a quandary, yet inwardly he smirked. This was precisely the response he awaited. After feigning contemplation for a moment, he replied, Master Fu, since neither of us is willing to concede, why not compete? Let this inn serve as the stakes. The loser will not only yield the inn, but also bear all expenses incurred by the winner during their stay. How does that sound? Oh, how do you propose we compete? We all know that we are escorting disciples here. Since they are the protagonists, let us compare them to as he spoke. A hint of pride surfaced on Shen Songxin's face as he glanced at a particularly luxurious carriage behind him. Miaoyin, dear disciple, it must be stifling inside the carriage. It's time for you to come out and breathe. Chapter 83. The Jade Flute Fairy and Miaoyin. Hummy, the disciples beside him frowned and hurriedly leaned towards Shen Songxin's ear. Gongzhu, is it appropriate for Miaoyin to reveal herself in broad daylight? Shen Songxin cast a sidelong glance at the disciple. Miaoyin is, after all, my disciple. Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs? The disciple broke out in a cold sweat. I dare not. He exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 disciples behind him, who displayed a hint of helplessness before turning toward the opulent carriage. It was not that Miaoyin was unpresentable. As fellow disciples, they were simply all too aware of their sister's formidable prowess. Upon reaching the carriage, the 2 felt a surge of excitement. Sister, the Gongzhu has urgent matters. Please step down from the carriage. Thank you, my 2 senior brothers. Her voice chimed like a delicate bird's song. The curtain embroidered with golden floral patterns was drawn aside, revealing the silhouette of a graceful young woman. A dainty shoe emerged first, followed by an immediate hush from the surrounding chatter. The girl's crescent-shaped eyes were accentuated by a natural hint of joy, evoking no feelings of malice. Her silky hair was casually styled into a bun, adorned with 3 red-headed hairpins. Despite her hair being gathered into a bun, long tresses cascaded down her back like a waterfall that a thin veil obscured half of her face, hinting at her beauty beneath. Yet it remained shrouded in mystery upon closer inspection. Her attire was simple. Beneath a flowing blue palace dress that concealed her delicate feet, she wore a dark blue long coat that fell to her calves. Her jade-like hands rested gracefully upon her chest, cradling a snow-white jade flute. Though her appearance was modest, an inexplicable allure emanated from her, reminiscent of a blooming rose. The buds flourished, revealing the purest crimson within. Standing there, it was evident she embodied the most vibrant hue in this realm. After a brief silence, an eruption of excitement ensued. Ah, it's the Jade Flute Fairy and Miaoyin. Oh, I could die. Woo-woo, is it really Miaoyin? She is so beautiful. I'm about to cry. Miaoyin, I'm your fan. She looked at me. She looked at me. Ah, I'm so happy. Nonsense, she was looking at me. For the love of music, for the passion of sound. Let me through. I am the love for music. I am the love for music. Let me in. The sound treasure flies freely, and mother will always be with you. I proclaim that the sound treasure is the world's most beautiful person. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Woo-woo. The real person is even more stunning than the portrait. As a top-tier inn in Lianshan County, Chunhuaxuan boasted an exceptional location, situated in the heart of the bustling streets, ordinarily due to its high prices. The entrance was devoid of patrons. However, within Miaoying's appearance, the surroundings instantly transformed into a sea of people, a frenzy of both men and women, each acting as if possessed. Fortunately, the disciples of Xianin's sect seemed accustomed to such scenarios. Forming a human barrier to keep the ardent fans at bay, the two senior brothers behind them displayed their cold, unyielding expressions, ensuring that no enthusiastic fan slipped through their grasp, observing from the side. Luo Li, who had lifted the carriage window slightly, discerned the cause of the commotion. She had previously wondered about the ostentatious display, but now understood the reason that a glance at Mu Rushue revealed a contemplative look in her white-haired eyes. She recalled that in the original narrative, this incident had not occurred. The Shangqing sect had arrived first, followed by Xianin's sect after a couple of days. Though there had been some friction, it was ultimately inconsequential. However, with the plot having deviated so extensively, Luo Li was no longer surprised. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart, and Miaoying bowed to the crowd before stepping into the inn. The innkeeper, who had sworn never to smile again, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Woo-woo, I also love music. Shun Songshin's weathered face now resembled a blooming chrysanthemum mirror. This is Fu Bo of Shangqing sect. Fu Xinbei, who oversees the Shangqing Law Enforcement Hall. The young woman offered a graceful bow. That I have met Fu Xinbei. Fu Bo nodded, yet his brow furrowed slightly. This young woman was extraordinary. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with a divine light. And even Fu Bo, a congenital master, felt an involuntary fondness for her gaze. Her voice resonated like the strings of a guzheng or pipa. Even from a distance, her words seemed to echo in one's ear. My disciple, though initially a lone girl, is akin to a star descending from the heavens, her wisdom unmatched. Upon her entrance into the sect, she resonates with the very essence of the universe, requiring no guidance. Within half a day, her meridians were unblocked. In just 15 days, her vitality flourished, achieving a state of perfection. The entire sect was astir with astonishment. Any technique she encounters, within a day, she grasps the basics. Within 2 days, she reaches great success. Within 3 days, she attains perfection. Although her progress in transcending the mundane was somewhat slow, she has barely stepped into the second threshold of transcendence today. Master Fu. Simply find a peer disciple to compete with my disciple. If she loses, I shall immediately take my leave. The old man's eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction. Fu Bo fell silent. Achieving the second threshold of transcendence in just 3 months from a state of no cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Even if the old man were exaggerating, a 17-year-old at that level would indeed be considered a prodigy. He found himself in a dilemma. Disciples of the same generation as the girl were undoubtedly incomparable. Even those a generation older would likely fall short of her prowess, should he concede. A sense of reluctance welled up within Fu Bo. He was not one to stir trouble, and had it been any other sect, he would have likely left after a simple greeting. Yet, with Xianin's sect, he could not simply let it go. After a moment's contemplation, a light of inspiration flickered in his mind, observing Fu Bo's silence. Shen Songshin feigned surprise. Oh dear, could it be that a prestigious sect like Shangqing cannot find even a single disciple to match my pupil? Humph, does Shangqing sect lack disciples? Do you not know that we have a disciple who, upon entering the sect, stirred a tempest, causing our Shangqing's Jinglong bell to resonate, announcing his presence with 9 tolls? From the moment he joined, he exhibited profound insight into the world's fortunes and calamities, single-handedly infiltrating the shadowy lair to rescue countless lives. Born with a heart of a sword, adept in the exquisite arts of cultivation, even we can only glimpse its surface. Later, the sect was harmed by treachery. Yet he risked his life to save every trapped disciple, ensuring not a single one was left behind. Such deeds are truly earth-shattering, and there is more to tell. Listening to Fu Bo's elaborate recounting, the old man found himself speechless. He acknowledged some embellishment, but this was beyond mere dramatization. It was outright fabrication. All right, Master Fu. Why not summon this disciple so I may see for myself? Luo Li had been taken aback by Fu Bo's eloquence, finding his storytelling rather captivating. However, when Fu Bo's gaze fell upon her, she suddenly realized. Me. Chapter 84. The Dual S-Class Destiny. You Rookin? Fu Bo turned to the bewildered steward. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and summon Luo Li. The steward paused for a moment before promptly reacting that it was imperative to maintain their momentum. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode confidently toward Luo Li's carriage. He then knelt on one knee, his voice booming like a bell that I respectfully invite Luo Qingzhu to disembark. At this moment, Luo Li felt somewhat exasperated. She had no desire to step out, yet the situation demanded her presence. With a tinge of trepidation, she lifted the curtain. The crowd beheld a white-haired girl descending from the carriage. The girl exuded an aura of purity, clad in a simple white brocade robe, her hair flowing like a waterfall, reminiscent of silk, simply styled with a few wisps caressing her cheek. With a subtle bend of her arm, she held an ice-blue sword in her delicate hand. Standing before the crowd, her azure eyes revealed no emotion, only a hint of profound tranquility. If Miaoyin was the epitome of vibrant beauty, then Luo Li was the embodiment of pure, pristine elegance. The white-haired girl said nothing as she gracefully entered the inn. A flicker of amusement crossed Fu Bo's gaze. The innate master responsible for the safety of the disciples. He was acutely aware of their abilities. This individual is none other than my direct disciple from the Qingxiao Peak of the Shangqing sect. Although merely 16 years of age, she has already attained a complete mastery of her vital energy. I wonder how she compares to the esteemed disciple of Master Mian. Enough with the idle chatter. How shall we determine the victor? I shan't be unfair to you. I will allow Miaoyin to suppress her cultivation to the level of complete vital energy. In that case, let us not disturb the peace. How about they each make a single move? Very well. The two stepped back 10 paces. The old man with white hair slightly parted his lips, and though no sound emerged, a voice resonated in Miaoyin's ear. Use the jade flute's celestial sword technique. Glancing at the white-haired girl not far away, a flicker of contemplation crossed her emerald eyes. Sister Luo Li, you must be cautious. Miaoyin grasped the jade flute, and her entire demeanor shifted. The chilling sound of the flute reverberated, instilling a sense of trepidation in Luo Li's heart. The melody suddenly escalated, akin to a frigid long sword launching an abrupt assault. In reality, an invisible wave of sound surged forth. That moment, a cerulean long sword was drawn from its sheath. The pure white frost wind surged, blooming like a white flower beside Luo Li. With a single stroke, the howling wind and frost eclipsed the sound of the flute. The long sword returned to its sheath, and Miaoyin also put away the jade flute. Yet the two innate masters beside her wore expressions of grave concern. The strength displayed by this child is profoundly terrifying. A flicker of curiosity sparked within Luo Li's heart. Just moments prior, her 15 meridians had reached completion, merging the frosty inner breath from 2 different techniques. And she had sensed an imminent danger. She recalled that in the original narrative, this in Miaoyin had little presence, merely a peripheral character. Yet with such power, she hardly resembled a minor character. Probe. Name, Yu Ruqing. Cultivation, fetal breath realm, destiny level. SS? Luo Li's eyes widened, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. By heaven. The only term that could aptly express her feelings was this most straightforward word. Yu Ruqing, and this SS-level destiny. Second only to the destined heroine Mu Rushua, she must undoubtedly be a pivotal figure in the storyline. Luo Li reflected on the plot, her expression tinged with embarrassment and vexation. The original text spanned nearly 1,000 chapters. Having merely sampled the female-focused literature, it was impossible for her to have read it in its entirety. She had diligently engaged with the first 200 chapters, but the subsequent 100 were merely skimmed, grasping only the general narrative. Thus, her knowledge of the plot encompassed roughly the first 300 chapters. She had pondered over these 300 chapters several times, yet could not recall any mention of the name Yu Ruqing in the original text. Let alone Yu Ruqing, even her current alias, and Miaoyin, had only appeared briefly here, thereafter becoming a mere background character. Contemplating this, Luo Li couldn't suppress her internal expletives, cursed that wretched author for burying such a crucial foreshadowing so deeply. Unable to find any information regarding Yu Ruqing, Luo Li reluctantly relinquished her memories. However, based on the system panel, she could deduce quite a bit. After all, The original work was a narrative centered around a powerful female protagonist. This implied that the characters appearing in the story could not merely exist for their own sake. They were tools to advance the plot. The grand heroine represented only Mu Rushue as the sole protagonist. Yet her destiny level was exceedingly high. This suggested that Yu Ruqing might repeatedly intersect with Mu Rushue and be a key figure in propelling the storyline forward. Luo Li's thoughts shifted if that were the case. Would not Yu Ruqing also be a perfect investment target? After all, she possessed a destiny level second only to Mu Rushue's SS. Having contemplated all this, only an instant had elapsed in the external world. Shen Zongxin sighed. We have lost. The white-haired girl is merely at the vital energy realm. Although Miaoyin suppressed her cultivation, she is still of a transcendent level, possessing greater time and understanding than the girl. Therefore, regardless of how one calculates it, they have lost. No, you have not lost. To everyone's surprise, the voice belonged to Luo Li. Her azure gaze swept over Fu Bo. Master Fu, since we both made a move and neither fell. It should be regarded as a tie, should it not? Fu Bo frowned, as if he wished to say something. Yet Luo Li preempted him. But I recall that Master Fu still owes me a favor. Fu Bo said nothing further. Merely nodding in silence, they asked for Shen Zongxin. She cast several glances at Luo Li, her lips moving, yet no words escaped her. With this, the tension between both sides eased. After inquiring with the shopkeeper, both parties took a step back and jointly reserved the Chunhua Pavilion. Within the room, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Luo Li's eyes. Check rewards. Successful investment. Yu Ruqing. Protect her from slander. Obtained investment reward. Idle attire. Idle attire. Wearing it increases the host's charm. With the drawback, host's weight 1. Successful investment. Shen Zongxin. Preserved her reputation. Obtained investment reward. Red-haired mask. Red-haired mask. When worn in the phrase "please give me some face" is uttered. Charm 1. Upon seeing these investment rewards, Luo Li felt somewhat speechless. What a nonsensical assortment. However, since they resided in the system space, she did not mind. Observing the sky, the sun had begun to set behind the mountains. Just in time. As she approached the hall, she spotted a steward holding a ledger. Upon seeing her, the steward immediately straightened his back. After all, their leader was so respectful. How could he not be flustered? Luo Li, what brings you here? Do you know where a disciple named Mu Rushue resides? Chapter 85. The eruption between two individuals. The crimson eyes were slightly downcast. A cup of cold tea sat before her. Having overflowed without a single sip taken, clad in a red robe, she appeared behind Mu Rushue. What is this? Still hesitating, a hand rested on Mu Rushue's shoulder, the voice whispering in her ear. She indeed has aided you greatly. Yet in matters of life and death, it is but human nature. When the time comes, you need only procure her phoenix blood and employ secret methods to preserve her life. With our talents, once we leave the southern domain, soaring to the heavens will be but a trivial matter. Why then? Even seeking true phoenix blood for her will be no arduous task. Thus, her gratitude will be repaid, her life preserved, and from then on, she will no longer suffer from incomplete bloodlines. Is it not a win-win situation? Unlike before, this time Mu Rushue remained silent. Knock, knock. A sound echoed through the empty room. Drawing attention. Who is it? It's me. After a moment of silence, when no response came from within, Luo Li's tone turned icer. Open the door. The door swung open, and as Luo Li stepped inside, she casually shut the door behind her. You shall not call me Senior Sister Lu, nor shall you treat me with such formality. Nonetheless, Mu Rushue still bowed her head, addressing her as Senior Sister Lu. The flickering candlelight was insufficient to illuminate the entire room, casting a veil of ambiguity over the two young women. Mu Rushue, what brings you here, Senior Sister? Is it not permissible for me to visit if there is nothing amiss? The night has fallen. You should rest, Junior Sister. I do not wish to leave. Will Rushue chase me away? Upon hearing the name Rushue, a flicker of disdain crossed the black-haired girl's face. Do not call me by that name. Huh? This single statement ignited a surge of anger within Luo Li in her heart. She believed that there was no fundamental conflict between her and Mu Rushue. She had already resolved to offer her phoenix blood and had readily handed over the sacred level technique without a second thought. She had always treated her sincerely. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet inexplicably, Mu Rushue had flown into a rage, and even now, Luo Li could not fathom the reason behind their current predicament, even if the heavens conspired against them. Even if she truly had erred in some way, could she not even be afforded the opportunity to sit down and discuss matters? You are not the supreme and aloof celestial red sovereign. How can you be so dismissive? Suddenly, Luo Li felt a warmth in her nose. Even for the sake of the investment reward, her efforts were genuine. Now, all of this was for a mere suspicion? Perhaps she was not even justified in feeling suspicious. Was this truly how she would treat her? Luo Li genuinely felt as if she were being treated like a dog. The mist of tears gathered in her azure eyes as she turned her head away from Murushua. Her tone growing increasingly unyielding to Murushua. What will you offer to repay what you owe me? Murushua lifted her gaze, meeting the white-haired girl's eyes directly. I do indeed owe you. You are aware of this. At least. How would you like me to repay you? Humph. First, come here and give me a hug. Then I shall consider how you might repay me. Upon hearing these words, Murushua felt a chuckle rise within her. So, senior sister Lu holds such affection for my form. Luo Li frowned. What peculiar thoughts occupied Murushua's mind? Although it was true that she harbored affection, what did that have to do with this? Senior sister Lu has assisted me greatly. I must naturally express my gratitude. With a graceful arch of her swan-like neck, a button at her collar was undone. The sound of fabric rustling filled the air. A garment slipped to the ground, exposing her snow-white arms to the cool air. The girl moved swiftly, as if executing a task. Another piece of clothing fell away, revealing her flat abdomen. She intended to remove more. But her wrist was firmly grasped. Reflected in her crimson gaze was Luo Li's face, ablaze with fury. Enough, Murushua, are you so shameless? Would you rather debase your own body than engage in a proper conversation with me? What have I done to wrong you? The black-haired girl's calm facade shattered. With a powerful shake, Luo Li's hand was flung aside. Luo Li, and you? The two missing pages of the Blood Phoenix scripture, have they truly been lost? What significance does that kiss in the spirit spring hold? What about the intimacy we shared during those days? You have never wronged me. My only resentment lies in your deception. Several question marks appeared above Luo Li's head. Of course, those feelings were genuine. And when, pray tell, have I ever deceived you? Murushua suddenly lost her patience. One can never awaken a person who feigns sleep. She had articulated her thoughts so clearly. Yet the one before her continued to play the fool. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Murushua's demeanor turned icy. Leave me. I do not wish to see you again. Luo Li, you, as she was about to speak. Luo Li fell silent. The destined heroine, who was supposed to be brave and unyielding in the face of countless adversities, now had reddened eyes. The girl's delicate nose twitched, her gaze momentarily evasive. Yet it bore a hint of defiance as she looked at Luo Li. Under the flickering candlelight, she appeared somewhat pitiable. The words that should have tumbled from Luo Li's lips were swallowed back. She said nothing more and strode straight towards the door. What was needed now was calmness, for both of them. Not here, the golden-haired little girl nodded. The junior sister must have matters to attend to. If Missin has anything to say, please convey it directly to me, and I shall pass it on to my junior sister. The smile flickered at the corner of Miaoyin's eyes. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to express my gratitude for Miss Luo's kindness today. If she is unavailable, I shall return tomorrow. To have Miss Jiang relay my message would seem rather impolite. As Miaoyin departed, Jiang Kai felt a twinge of unease. Surely, her junior sister's charm was rather overwhelming. And Miaoyin returned to her chamber and poured herself a cup of tea. The darkness in the corner began to twist and contort. Before long, a shadowy figure appeared out of thin air in the room. Your Grace, have you located the one who stole the scripture? Sipping her tea, and Miaoyin's gaze drifted elsewhere. It must be her. I can sense a familiar energy emanating from her. Has it only been a few days since she obtained the Blood Phoenix scripture? Since the trial at the Qing sect's military tomb? It should be less than half a month. A glimmer of amusement surfaced in her emerald eyes. In less than half a month, she has cultivated the Blood Phoenix scripture to this level. If we were to welcome her into our sect, our blood cult might gain another saintess. Your Grace, you jest. Without inheriting that esteemed one's bloodline. Merely possessing a fragment of the Phoenix blood would lead to a dead end in the cultivation of the Blood Phoenix scripture. However, there is still potential in her Phoenix blood. Perhaps as her fingers twirled the teacup, her emerald eyes fixed on the shadow. Are you still intent on avenging that blow? Put away your tricks. I have my own plans. At just a glance, the shadowy figure was drenched in cold sweat, hastily lowering its head and daring not to look up again. I dare not. Chapter 86. Luo Li's regret. The door swung open. And Luo Li did not light the candle. She walked directly to the bedside. Lying down, she shut her eyes, yet her heart remained restless. Her silky, snow-white hair was tousled, and her mind was a tangled mess. Unable to calm her thoughts, Luo Li sat up. She wrapped her arms around her legs, resting her chin on her knees, her azure eyes staring vacantly ahead. She ought to be angry, for it was clearly not her fault. It was Mu Rushue's unreasonable behavior that had provoked her. Even now, a flicker of anger remained, but somehow, when she recalled the black-haired girl's reddened eyes, her fury dissipated. In the original tale, Mu Rushue had never shed a tear, even when humiliated or gravely injured. The very reason that drew Luo Li to this female-centric narrative was largely due to the protagonist's character. A woman so resilient was a rarity, even within mythical tales. Yet now, her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. The crimson hue in her eyes faded to a softer shade, shrouded in mist. Her heart began to race. She could not help but ponder, why would such a woman weep? Not for herself, nor for others, but for me. Clutching her legs tighter, Luo Li felt a surge of warmth rise within her chest, her pale cheeks flushing. Rushue, have you begun to harbor feelings for me? As her thoughts began to settle, Luo Li sensed something amiss. Upon reflection, the changes in Mu Rushue had all occurred after Luo Li gifted her the Blood Phoenix scripture. Moreover, Rushue had questioned her multiple times about the missing 2 pages. Previously, Luo Li had thought Mu Rushue was merely curious, but now it seemed there was a deeper meaning behind her inquiries. The hint of doubt crept into her mind. Did Rushue somehow know about the phoenix blood? No, that couldn't be right. In the original tale, she only discovered her phoenix blood after her lineage was restored. And even if she did know, without those 2 pages, she should remain oblivious to the means of completing her deficiencies. The more Luo Li thought, the more questions arose in her heart. Surely, Mu Rushue couldn't be a reborn soul, having foreknowledge of the plot. Could she? Luo Li shook her head, dismissing the notion. If Mu Rushue were indeed a reborn being, a supreme entity with a history spanning eons, yet her heart remained that of an innocent, naive girl. Perhaps Luo Li ought to watch fewer anime. Such innocent, pure-hearted girls of Japanese animations. So, the issue lay with the Blood Phoenix scripture? Recalling the original text, Luo Li suddenly remembered something. In the original tale, the protagonist had cultivated the Blood Phoenix scripture, but, due to her incomplete bloodline, suffered from diminished vitality, leading her to fixate on Mu Rushue. She had thought to offer her phoenix blood, believing that it would eventually be necessary. Thus, she had carelessly given the Blood Phoenix scripture to Mu Rushue, who was similarly lacking in bloodline, unbeknownst to her intentions. To Mu Rushue, it must have appeared as though she were deliberately endangering her life. Luo Li felt a jolt of realization. Everything began to connect. The transformation in Mu Rushue, her attitude, it all made perfect sense. The white-haired girl felt a pang of regret. It seemed that the fault lay not with Mu Rushue, but rather with herself. The blame rested squarely on her shoulders. No, I must seek Rushue and clarify this misunderstanding. Just as she swung her feet off the bed, Luo Li suddenly remembered their earlier argument. Rushue was still in a fit of anger. Approaching her now would only provoke further ire in the next moment. She withdrew her feet. That it was already deep into the night. The candle nearly burnt out, casting a faint glow that rendered the girl's features almost indistinguishable within the shadows. Mu Rushue appeared like a statue. Seated before the bed, the girl in red had already arrived, wandering around the small room, her curious eyes surveying the surroundings. Why have you fallen silent? Unlike before, this time it was Mu Rushue who spoke first. What more is there for me to say? Mu Rushue, the truth is laid bare before you. You have won. Mu Rushue's voice was heavy with fatigue. The girl in red suddenly vanished, only to reappear. Resting against Mu Rushue's shoulder, we are one and the same. There is no concept of winning or losing. We are merely aligning ourselves with the path intended for us. Do not forget, our names bear the words Ling Tung. I do not wish to discuss this now. She gently caressed Mu Rushue's hair. Indeed, you must be weary. Sleep now, and leave everything to me. The black-haired girl turned her head, her crimson eyes reflecting the identical visage of her counterpart. The girl in red, with equally scarlet eyes, met Mu Rushue's gaze without flinching. What, at this juncture, do you still refuse to acknowledge that your sword has dulled? Had you acted with decisiveness, these matters would not have arisen. What must I do? A hint of amusement danced in the eyes of the girl in red. This is precisely how it should be. Leave everything to me, for we are one and the same. Are we not? The figures of the two girls suddenly overlapped. Moments later, the crimson light in the black-haired girl's eyes surged. Opening the window, the distant mountains glimmered with a faint red glow. What is the status of the secret realm? The attendant beside her replied. Half of the mountain peak has been enveloped in bloodlight. It is estimated that within a day, the Blood Phoenix secret realm will open. Fu Bo nodded slightly. What is the current length of the bloodlight? The Blood Phoenix's secret realms are numerous, and over the years, many have compiled their experiences. A bloodlight of 1 zhang is limited to those in the Qi blood realm. 3 to 5 zhang is restricted to those at the peak of the transcendent stage, while the secret realms above 5 zhang are somewhat unique. They have only appeared thrice in the past century. It has already exceeded 1 zhang that I understand. You may go and inform the other disciples tomorrow. Understood. Chapter 87. Fracture. The following day, Luo Li awoke early. As she stepped outside, she spotted a golden figure. Jiang Kai quickened her pace upon seeing Luo Li. Her golden hair fluttering and a bright smile lighting up her small face. Junior sister. Sister, is there something you need? Hee, it's nothing urgent. The attendant mentioned that the secret realm will likely open tomorrow, so we should prepare early. The other disciples wished to seize this opportunity for some leisure. Junior sister, do you have time? Sister, I happen to have matters to discuss with Rushua today. Perhaps another day. The smile on Jiang Qi's face dimmed slightly. I see. Then, junior sister, please attend to your business. My apologies, sister. Arriving at Mu Rushua's residence, Luo Li found her just stepping out. Luo Li gently patted her cheek, forcing a semblance of a smile, and strode forward. Good morning, Rushua. The black-haired girl glanced at Luo Li before swiftly turning her face away. After taking just a couple of steps, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Rushua, I wish to speak with you. A surge of crimson inner energy erupted, and Luo Li's hand was violently shaken off. Rushua continued walking ahead, while Luo Li furrowed her brows, sensing that today's Mu Rushua seemed somewhat different. However, matters had become rather troublesome, as Mu Rushua appeared unwilling to heed her explanation. Feeling somewhat dejected, she descended from the hall and spotted several disciples setting off for an outing together. Isn't this Miss Luo? Following the voice, a stunning woman stood playfully behind Luo Li. Missin? And Miao Yin had removed her veil, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Thanks to you, Miss Luo. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your kindness yesterday. Oh, it was merely a trifling matter, not deserving of such formality. How can that be? Might I inquire if Miss Luo has any leisure time? I would love to host a banquet for you. There's no need for that. Luo Li paused, her gaze shifting as a sudden idea struck her. Meanwhile, Mu Rushua had exited the county town, donning a wide-brimmed hat that concealed her delicate features. This journey was far less arduous than in her previous life. News traveled swiftly in the martial world, rife with both noble and nefarious characters. Who goes there? A burly man in tattered yellow garb shouted at the entrance of a dilapidated shrine. The girl feigned ignorance, resolutely advancing forward. Humph, seeking death. As the large blade was raised, it suddenly fell limp to the ground. A diminutive man stood before the girl, his face a mask of terror. In mere moments, he found himself the last living soul in the vicinity. Who are you? A slip of paper was tossed before him. Release your golden rat, and I shall grant you half a day to gather the items listed here. Pure white flames blazed fiercely, and various herbs transformed into liquid, coalescing into a singular form. The final medicinal pill landed in Mu Rushua's hands. Thus, I shall repay your kindness. A faint sense of loss welled up within her heart, but was swiftly extinguished as she made her way back to the county town. By evening, the setting sun elongated her shadow. Upon entering Chunhua Pavilion, she found the once bustling and now eerily quiet. The innkeeper, upon spotting her, instantly donned a cheerful facade. Good news, esteemed guest. Your esteemed sex master has reserved the eastern Yanchun Lake. Just waiting for you to enjoy. I am not interested. Just as she lifted her foot to leave, the innkeeper approached once more. Esteemed guest, the inn is currently being cleaned, making it rather inconvenient for you to enter. Why not visit Yanchun Lake first? If it does not suit your fancy, you may return, and the cleaning should be nearly complete by then. Glimpsing outside, she noticed a flash of white retreating into a corner. Has someone instructed you to wait for me here? No, absolutely not. The innkeeper puffed out his chest, and a gold ingot clattered to the ground. The stout innkeeper's forehead instantly glistened with beads of sweat. Very well. I shall go take a look at Yangchun Lake. Of course, I shall lead the way for you, young lady. Yangchun Lake was not particularly large, lined with several brightly lit taverns, with flower boats drifting gracefully upon its surface. Upon arriving, Mu Rushui found herself at a secluded wooden bridge, which was rather exquisite, painted in crimson, adorned with intricately carved lanterns at intervals, their glow enhancing its beauty. The innkeeper had already departed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only the girl remained upon the bridge. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed through the sky that a vibrant firework exploded, resembling a hornet's nest being disturbed, with successive detonations illuminating the night sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Are you not coming out? The white-haired girl appeared at the bridge's edge, hands clasped behind her back, approaching Mu Rushui. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, it is. Soon, a silence enveloped them. After a moment, Luo Li finally spoke. Rushui, I apologize. You haven't cultivated the Blood Phoenix Sutra, have you? The black-haired girl reached into her bosom and produced an ancient tome, placing it before Luo Li. Shui, that is not what I meant. You may have misunderstood. Weren't you inquiring about the 2 missing pages? I'm sorry, I deceived you. Those 2 pages are indeed in my possession, but I never intended to mislead you. They contain records of a peculiar ailment you have contracted. You must endure excruciating pain akin to the searing sun each month. If left untreated, the symptoms will worsen until you can bear it no longer. My hesitation in giving them to you stemmed from my desire to prevent you from overthinking. But now I have found a solution. Mu Rushui gazed at the blood-tinged mountains in the distance. Is your solution related to that secret realm? Luo Li nodded. Indeed, you've learned to answer quickly. Yes, it is that secret realm. Tomorrow, you must accompany me to a certain location, and I possess a method to cure your ailment. A hand rested gently on Mu Rushui's shoulder, the azure eyes filled with earnestness. Rushui, I understand this may sound unbelievable, but will you trust me? The black-haired girl turned her head, and they locked eyes. Why, at this moment, do you still say such things? A faint smile graced Luo Li's lips. Perhaps she initially spoke to placate Mu Rushui, yet now, it was no longer a falsehood. Because I wish to embrace Rushui, to kiss Rushui. I long to see you smile, to prepare delicious meals for you, and to witness your shy side. My affection is that of lovers, desiring to explore this world with you, wishing to remain together forever. Mu Rushui, this is my love, my passion. Love, such a noble word. Yet when uttered by the person before her, Mu Rushui found it somewhat laughable. You exhaust your breath, performing so convincingly, merely for my phoenix blood. Exhaling a long, weary sigh, she continued, Luo Li, you truly are somewhat ridiculous. A sense of unease inexplicably surged within Luo Li. Shui. What does this mean? Is my meaning not clear enough? You profess your love for me. Have you ever considered whether I love you? Impossible. Rushui, you must be deceiving me. All those times before, you said you didn't dislike me. Who told you that not disliking someone equates to love? I simply did not understand before, but now I do. The warmth in Luo Li's heart dissipated entirely, replaced by a sudden wave of panic. Luo Li, at this moment, I find you utterly repulsive. Just the sound of your voice makes me feel nauseous. What are you hoping for? Do you truly believe I could ever love you? No. Rushui, you're just angry. You're only speaking out of anger, right? The girl's voice was nearly pleading, her azure eyes brimming with tears. Yet, this pitiful display only ignited a flicker of anger within Mu Rushui. Why? Even at this moment, do you still feign? Just take a look, and you will know. Mu Rushui rolled up her sleeves, revealing skin that was once as pure as snow, now marred by numerous small bumps that if words could deceive, how could the body's reactions lie? Luo Li took a step back, her mind suddenly blank. Chapter 88. Ultimately, I have changed nothing. The white-haired girl appeared to have lost all vitality, reduced to a mere shell. A piercing pain surged from her heart. She felt momentarily at a loss, then grasped at a straw of hope. I refused to believe it. A mocking smile crept onto Mu Rushui's lips. Luo Li, I do not know what has given you the false impression that a woman could love another woman. Do you still dare to hope that I might develop feelings for you? I find you utterly revolting. I refuse to believe it. You are not Rushui. Luo Li suddenly became agitated. It must be the will of heaven. It cannot be that Rushui would treat me this way. Yes, You are not Mu Ru Shui. Something must have taken over her body. Show yourself. The white strands of hair danced wildly as the girl before her appeared, almost mad. Mu Ru Shui found herself unwilling to witness Luo Li in such a state. Enough. Luo Li, I truly have no time for your theatrics. As Mu Ru Shui turned away, Luo Li lunged forward. Her azure eyes were bloodshot, both hands gripping Mu Ru Shui's shoulders. Are you Shui? Wake up. It's me. It's me. Ru Shui. Let go. Luo Li seemed not to hear the, are you Shui? Please wake up. The anger in Mu Ru Shui's tone was palpable. I command you. Let go. A sharp crack resounded. The pale cheek flushed crimson, 5 finger marks blooming like fresh blood. Luo Li's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly feeling as if she no longer recognized the girl before her. Let go. The delicate hand that clutched her shoulder fell limply, as if all strength had been drained from Mu Ru Shui, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, without a shred of mercy. Mu Ru Shui turned away, only to find her sleeve caught. In a hoarse voice, rough like gravel scraping against stone, she uttered, please, don't go. With a mere flick, the grasp was released. Without a moment's pause, the black-haired girl vanished into the darkness. Behind her, a heart-wrenching sob echoed, slowly fading away until only silence remained by the lakeside inn. The disciples were joyfully toasting one another, for someone was treating them to an exquisite selection of fine drinks, making it difficult not to feel elated. After taking a sip of sweet wine, Shang Wanhong glanced at the petite golden figure beside her, only to find her seemingly lost in thought. Sister, what troubles you? Are you worried about tomorrow's expedition into the secret realm? Do not fret. With your strength, there will be no issues. Jiang Ke smiled softly, but merely shook her head. After taking another sip from her cup, she rose and made her way outside. Upon reaching the lakeside, the cool breeze finally brought her some tranquility. It was then that she spotted a figure. Golden eyes sparkled with recognition as she waved eagerly. Little sister, quickening her pace, she approached, only to notice something amiss with the white-haired girl. Half of her face was flushed, her eyes slightly puffy, her lips devoid of color, and her once bright azure eyes now dulled, lacking even a glimmer of light. Little sister, what is the matter? Are you injured? Luo Li shook her head, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace. It's nothing, sister. I just suddenly feel a bit weary and wish to return and rest. Jiang Ke cast a glance toward the distant wooden bridge, her brow furrowing. Then let me escort you to. No need, sister. I can manage on my own. She broke free from her elder's grasp and, after taking a few steps forward, suddenly swayed. Jiang Ke hurriedly stepped forward to support Luo Li. Little sister, at this time, you still insist on being strong. Lean on me. I shall see you home. I refuse to accept that. Luo Li fell silent. After escorting Luo Li back to the inn and tucking the white-haired girl under a blanket, Jiang Ke finally took her leave. Sleep well? Luo Li murmured to herself. Luo Li was awakened by noise. In the early hours of the night, the crimson light had already soared above the treetops, and the secret realm would undoubtedly open within half a day. The disciples had been called up early. Fu Bo delivered a pre-battle speech, though its effect was lackluster, as many disciples were still yawning. Let us depart. The original carriage had undergone a complete transformation, with even the horses adorned in metallic armor. After all, today was unlike any other. Various factions had gathered, and to use a dilapidated carriage would tarnish the reputation of the Shangqing sect. The throng of people marched grandly toward the Qiling mountain range. A large crowd had already assembled at the mountain's base. It is the immortal of melodious sound. Melodious sound. Melodious sound. The flute stirs my heart. Is that youth the green-faced tiger of the town guard? Hush, keep your voice down. I've heard he has a terrible temper and resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. I've just learned some grappling techniques. Should I be afraid of him? By noon, the bloodlight was as thick as flowing blood. A vortex emerged from within the crimson glow, followed by a tremendous roar. The Blood Phoenix secret realm had opened. Some could hardly contain their eagerness as they rushed toward the vortex, only to be met with a sweep of red light, after which they vanished without a trace. That a tug on her sleeve brought forth Jiang Ke's voice. Little sister, wait, stay close to me. Do not get lost. Luo Li nodded but inwardly knew that the blood light transported randomly, making it unlikely for her to follow her elder. Fu Bo's expression turned serious. Disciples, may your martial fortunes flourish. Forward. Yes, the disciples echoed, their voices booming. Soon, a wave of blood light enveloped Luo Li. Upon opening her eyes again, She found herself in a world transformed. The sky was blood red, and numerous figures surrounded her. Before them stood a massive stone door of azure rock. With a thunderous sound, the giant door opened slightly. Blood-red characters appeared above the doorway. Trial of 10,000 beasts. Those who pass may proceed. Luo Li's gaze momentarily froze as she noticed a black-haired girl standing not far ahead, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. In the end, it is fate that I have changed nothing. Chapter 89. The trial has bugged? Luo Li felt speechless. Perhaps it is for the best. We were meant to be investors and investees, that I was merely greedy. Stepping through the stone door, Luo Li was enveloped by darkness. Blood characters materialized before her. Slay 20 beasts to pass. Failure means death. A surge of blood light appeared before Luo Li, forming a blood cocoon, from which a roar erupted as the blood light shattered. A towering creature with a human body and a bull's head emerged before her. It snorted, nostrils flaring, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent as they fixed on Luo Li. Luo Li did not draw her sword. This secret realm was likely a true test set by the Blood Phoenix to select a successor. The difficulty of the trial was designed to escalate from weak to strong. And although this creature appeared formidable, its strength was merely that of the initial stage of blood energy. Now, Luo Li had achieved 15 meridians in perfection. White mist emanated from her, and as the creature charged, it was torn to shreds by the frost-laden winds. The second blood cocoon appeared, followed by the third and fourth, until the 12th blood cocoon. With a furious roar, the creature before her had grown to the size of a small mountain. Black mist swirling around its arms. With a mere wave, a sonic boom erupted around them. Luo Li focused intently at a fierce beast of the transcendent mirror. With an ice-blue longsword in hand, she struck, cleaving the creature in half with a single blow. Moments later, the sound of a massive body collapsing echoed. Luo Li sheathed her sword, but then her brow furrowed. According to the original tale, after slaying 20 beasts, a door should open, allowing the trial's victors to progress to the next area. Yet before her was still nothing but darkness. What is going on? After waiting a moment longer, there was still no sign of movement ahead. Surveying her surroundings, confusion etched on Luo Li's face. Has the secret realm glitched? Suddenly, a trail of blood appeared before her, leading to an unknown destination. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to follow it. In the darkness, a glimmer of light emerged. On the ground lay a corpse, utterly mangled by brute force, rendering it unrecognizable as either male or female. Beside the body stood a bull-headed monster, initially frozen in place, but as Luo Li approached, it let out a roar and charged at her. The creature fell beneath the onslaught of the frost-laden sword energy, unable to withstand even a single blow. Casting a glance at the corpse, Luo Li continued onward. A thunderous roar resounded. A bull-headed monster, the size of a small hill, pounded its chest, producing a sound akin to thunder. Before it stood a slender youth, resembling a delicate scholar, brandishing a massive tiger-headed blade, his face obscured by a peculiar blue tiger mask that a fist, shrouded in black mist, came crashing down toward the youth. The young man horizontally wielded his blade, and with a resounding crack, he was sent flying. Yet his battle instincts were keen. Mid-air, he pivoted, embedding the blade into the ground, carving a long gash as he mitigated the force of the impact. Coughing a couple of times, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a crack appeared in his mask, revealing a smooth chin. Troublesome. The youth paid no heed to his injuries, raising his blade once more to charge at the creature. The beast's fist, the size of a barrel, connected with the youth's garment, but the blade pierced through the creature's chest as easily as cutting tofu. Just as the monster was on the verge of decapitation, another fist barreled toward the youth. With a dull thud, the youth was sent sprawling across the ground, unable to rise again. Damn it, so close, he thought, accepting his fate. His body sprawled in a large shape. He lay still. Resigned to his impending death, the monster withdrew the long blade from its chest, its crimson eyes fixed on the youth. Raising its enormous fist, the youth closed his eyes. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, the ground trembled as the massive creature collapsed. Upon reopening his eyes, he was no longer confronted by the monster, but rather a fairy-like white-haired woman, Lin, whose expression flickered with confusion. Have I perished? Are you my guide to the afterlife? Why is your tongue not forked? And why do you look so exquisite? Luo Li felt a twinge of exasperation as she retrieved a vial of elixir from her robe and tossed it to the figure on the ground. Miss, you are not dead. I saved you. Quickly, take the elixir, lest you truly perish. Upon hearing the word miss, the figure's eyes widened in outrage. What do you mean, miss? I am a man, a true man. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt something was off. Her voice was clear and melodious, unmistakably feminine. Hastily, she cleared her throat, attempting to adopt a deeper tone. That I am not a miss. I am a man. Remember that, and thank you for the elixir. She was acutely aware of her own state. If she did not heal soon, she would indeed meet her demise. Although dying was acceptable, living was preferable. Removing the vial stopper, she downed the contents in one go. In mere moments, warmth spread throughout her body, and the pain that felt like needles had miraculously subsided. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief, and it was only after taking a couple of steps that she truly believed she had recovered. Yet, her face bore no trace of joy, only a sorrowful countenance. Why did you give me such an excellent elixir? Luo Li raised an eyebrow in confusion. She truly found this person's thought process to be peculiar. Most would express immense gratitude after receiving an elixir, yet here was someone who was blaming her instead. Before she could respond, the voice, now deeper, rang out once more. Are you aware that my monthly salary amounts to merely 300 taels of silver? After expenses for dining and accommodation, I am left with a mere 221 taels. Over the course of a year, I can save only a little over 2,600 taels. Given the remarkable efficacy of your elixir, it must undoubtedly be of superior quality. The finest elixirs available in the market fetch prices around 8 to 9,000 taels. This single pill has cost me 3 years' worth of salary. Luo Li. The young woman suddenly found the individual before her to be utterly hopeless. My elixir is not merely of superior quality. It is of exceptional grade. What? The young man was taken aback, his expression akin to that of a world crumbling around him. She counted on her fingers, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Exceptional grade elixirs are priceless. I recently heard of one fetching 2,000 taels at auction. With 1 tael of gold equating to 100 taels of silver, my salary is merely 2,600 taels. The young man shed 2 streams of tears, his voice laced with an inescapable despair. This implies that I would need to work at the Zhenfu division until the age of 95 to repay this debt. She felt as though all strength had been drained from her body, collapsing in a heap. You might as well not have saved me. Let me die instead. Luo Li rarely found herself at a loss for words in front of someone, but this young woman had managed to achieve just that. Chapter 90. Unknown Terror. The system fell silent. The young man's expression became vacant, his demeanor suggesting a state of bewilderment, continuously muttering phrases such as, 95 years, working, how I long to die, my retirement plan shattered. Luo Li felt a pang of helplessness. All right, I never suggested you should pay. Why such an emotional outburst? Lin, whose face contorted with suspicion, soon replaced by sheer terror. What are you planning? I am not that kind of person. Luo Li. The diversity of human nature was something she had truly witnessed today. You are overthinking it. I am merely an ordinary passerby, a good-hearted individual. No sooner had she spoken than a flash of white light appeared before Lin Hu, revealing the entrance to the second region. That we must hurry. This portal will not hold for long. Wait, where are you going? Aren't you coming along? Luo Li merely shook her head. She had already attempted to pass through. That white light was beyond her reach. Even if she were to traverse it alongside others, they would vanish while she remained behind. As she followed the blood-red trail further ahead, Luo Li was suddenly overcome with discomfort. The icy blue long sword was drawn, enveloped in a swirling mist of white. The bloodlight had reached its end, though the space appeared empty. Luo Li sensed a deep-seated malice. Who is toying with me? Unstable transgressing. A powerful sense of heart palpitations arose within her. Though no sound echoed and no words appeared, this message abruptly manifested in Luo Li's mind. She comprehended it all, yet could grasp only fragments. The boundless darkness surged like a tidal wave, as if a great terror was poised to descend upon this place. The system panel suddenly materialized before Luo Li's eyes, radiating a blinding red hue. Warning: this area has deviated from order. Host is advised to evacuate swiftly. Do I need you to tell me? I wish to escape as well. Luo Li felt at a loss for words. Not only could she not flee, but even the slightest movement of a finger felt impossible. Clear restore. The white-haired girl felt a vague message surface in her mind, as a colossal blood-red eye opened in the sky. Devoid of a pupil, Yet Luo Li could sense it slowly turning its gaze upon her. Subsequently, the world within that azure eye shattered. Luo Li felt as if she were plunging into the depths of the ocean. The entire world crushing down upon her. Her diminutive form seemed no more than a drifting speck in the sea, on the verge of vanishing between heaven and earth. At that moment, a surge of blue light enveloped Luo Li. A translucent blue shield encasing her. In a flash, Luo Li's form vanished from sight. A burst of white light illuminated the world before her, transforming it beyond recognition. The white-haired girl felt her legs grow weak. Half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, her hand gripping the hampa trembling slightly. She was drenched in sweat, white strands of hair clinging to her face. But Luo Li had no time to concern herself with such trivial matters. Just moments ago, she truly felt on the brink of death. System, what is happening? She called out again in her heart. System, a troubling suspicion arose within Luo Li. Open the system space. Access the personal panel. Open the fusion panel. Investigate. Her heart grew heavier, and that suspicion edged closer to reality. Fortunately, a panel appeared before Luo Li, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. System, are you all right? The familiar response did not follow. The panel flickered like an old television set, until moments later, fragmented system voices began to echo. Host, unable to, silent. Evacuate. Then the panel vanished entirely, and the system's voice fell silent, and no matter how fervently Luo Li called out in her heart, the system offered not a shred of response. Her brows knitted deeply. What now? What is that thing? The heavenly path. Would the system remain silent, or could it recover? A myriad of thoughts flooded Luo Li's mind, filling her with unease. No, even without the system, I still possess the advantage of foresight, and my current strength is formidable. Calm down, Luo Li. After a moment, she finally managed to compose herself. Looking up, she saw words inscribed in blood light across the sky. There are 15 blood orders, hidden within various beast groups. Those who obtain a blood order shall gain the qualification to enter the place of inheritance. This secret realm cannot be exited prematurely. Yet it does offer places to hide. However, she truly wished to avoid being in proximity to that terrifying entity. The most prudent course of action now would be to undergo trials and escape this secret realm. With her longsword drawn, Luo Li searched her surroundings, and fortune smiled upon her. Nearby lay a beast group. This group comprised a bear-like ferocious beast, its entire body black save for its white paws. Luo Li recognized it as an 8th-grade mid-tier ferocious beast, the black and white bear, equivalent to a human warrior at the 4th level of refinement. Though Luo Li was strong, she had only achieved the completion of the 15th meridian and could not contend against the beast group head-on. Stealth was her only option. She plucked long leaves from around her to fashion a set of camouflage. With a sense of furtiveness, Luo Li crawled forward. After advancing a short distance, she spotted a massive bear lying directly ahead, seemingly resting on the ground. She maneuvered around it, crawling onward, only to encounter another giant bear sprawled on the ground. After 4 such evasions, Luo Li sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that these colossal bears were bleeding from their mouths and noses, yet bore no visible injuries, which explained why she had not detected anything unusual. Someone has gotten here first. Her pace quickened. Just then, she heard the sound of a flute wafting through the air. The young woman wore a veil, and before her stood a terrifying giant bear, rising to a height of 5 feet, its mouth filled with sharp, white teeth, saliva dripping continuously. Yet, in the face of this colossal beast, the young woman wore a smile in the corner of her eyeas. The flute sounded. The notes sliced through the air. The giant bear clamped its paws over its ears, its eyes filled with anguish, preparing to roar in fury. But the music ceased, not because Meoween had lowered her flute, but because the sound transformed into a semi-transparent sound wave sword, which tore through the bear's iron-like hide, bursting forth with blood, sending its massive form crashing to the ground, shaking the earth around it. And Meoween put away her flute, yet her smile remained undiminished. Fortune truly favored her today, having just vanquished a ferocious beast. She now encountered a benefactor. Would you not agree, dear Luo Li? Do not hide so. It makes you resemble a timid little kitten. Chapter 91. The Pool of Cleansing Phoenix. The Truth Unveiled. Luo Li halted her stealthy retreat. Upon realizing who stood before her, a wave of regret surged within her. Of all people, it had to be in Meoween. While others might be unaware, she knew well that in Meoween's true cultivation was at the fetal breath realm. Even if she had suppressed her abilities to enter the secret realm, she must still possess the strength of complete refinement. However, with others having spoken, Luo Li could no longer pretend to be oblivious. She removed her camouflage, finding herself covered in grass debris, with 2 long strands of weeds entangled in her hair, truly resembling a little kitten, as Miaoyin had said, forcing herself to regain composure. Luo Li maintained a calm demeanor. "Missin, I did not expect to encounter you here today," Miaoyin chuckled. Covering her face, "I was just about to express my gratitude to you, yet it seems I have instead received your favor. What a fortuitous meeting today. However, I must ask that you allow me to take this blood order." Luo Li was taken aback, gazing at Miaoyin with a puzzled expression. They had barely exchanged a few pleasantries. Merely nodding acquaintances, was it appropriate to hand over the blood order like this? "Oh, this is merely a gesture of goodwill from an elder sister. Do not refuse it, dear sister Diane. In that case, thank you." Elder sister Miaoyin. Luo Li had no intention of declining. She merely offered a polite response. The blood order lay embedded in the giant bear's forehead, and as the bear perished, a beam of bloodlight floated into the air. As she turned to retrieve the token, Luo Li felt a tension coursing through her, her frostwind inner energy carefully concealed beneath her garments. Yet, events unfolded remarkably smoothly, with the blood order in hand. Luo Li expressed her gratitude several more times before taking her leave. That a shadow loomed behind, suddenly twisting and expanding into a figure clad in black, a sinister being with a hidden face. "My lord, why not subdue her here and reclaim the blood phoenix scripture? You even bestowed that blood order upon her at this moment." The smile in Miaoyin's eyes vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "Your feeble strength renders you oblivious. She harbors a formidable aura. Merely the lingering might of that aura sends shivers down my spine. She undoubtedly possesses a secret treasure, and not long ago, she utilized it. I offered her the blood order out of fear of provoking her, as so it was. My lord indeed possesses profound foresight." "Humph, naturally." Meanwhile, Luo Li remained unaware of Miaoyin's thoughts at present. She merely felt that Miaoyin was rather agreeable. Now that the blood order was complete, they could directly proceed to the place of inheritance. In the original narrative, both Luo Li and Mu Rushue's powers were considered above average within this secret realm. Especially as the mundane had become commonplace, they were naturally not destined for any formidable inheritance. But Luo Li's initial aim was never that. However, in fiction, drama is often afoot, where the least favorable outcome conceals the most extraordinary treasures. Although not to such an exaggerated extent, the guidance that led Luo Li was indeed a meager inheritance. Other places of inheritance either boasted resplendent golden gates or ethereal caves suffused with celestial energy. Yet this one, a dilapidated entrance overrun with weeds, even the flagstones before it were cloaked in moss. Yet behind this worn portal lay the secret realm's most precious treasure, the washing phoenix pool. It contained a single drop of true phoenix blood, a scent potent enough to extend one's lifespan. A soak in it promised boundless benefits. However, it bore an even more invaluable purpose, the cleansing of marrow and blood. To seize the essence of all things for oneself, that is the blood phoenix. Luo Li stepped forward, and the blood order adhered to the stone door of its own accord. That a radiant light enveloped her, and the scenery before her transformed. She found herself in a grand hall, surrounded by pillars of white jade, draped in crimson silk curtains. The floor was paved with jade tiles, each adorned with a unique pattern. In the distance, white mist swirled, and delicate jade phoenix heads streamed clear spring water. The washing phoenix pool indeed resembled a bathing sanctuary. Perhaps this had once been the blood phoenix's place of cleansing? A sudden thought flitted through Luo Li's mind, perhaps reminded of something. A trace of disappointment crossed Luo Li's face. Now, she need only await Mu Rushue's arrival. That a sense of ennui stirred within her. She decided to remove her shoes and dip her feet into the phoenix pool. "Humph, let this be your retribution for treating me thus." Her fair feet splashed water, and Luo Li's mood lifted somewhat. "Humph, women can only match my speed in drawing swords. Mu Rushua, what is that to me? I've long forgotten." After all, Luo Li was a student of a prestigious university, having weathered the storm of information overload. Was losing a romantic interest truly such a catastrophe? Moreover, if one were to analyze it, they never truly dated. In hindsight, it was merely Luo Li's unreciprocated affections. If she were to share her experiences on a forum, she would likely be ridiculed as a pathetic sycophant. Women, I have awakened. No more romance for me. Yet, despite her words, a flicker of hope lingered within Luo Li's heart when the time came for her to offer the phoenix blood. What expression would grace Mu Rushue's face? Luo Li had contemplated this long before. She was indeed greedy, desiring to have it all, but she could not entirely blame herself. Had Mu Rushue truly sensed something amiss? Had she taken the time to converse with Luo Li, there was a significant chance Luo Li would have laid bare her thoughts. Alas, Mu Rushue had never afforded her that opportunity. They asked for why she did not take the initiative to speak. The notion of one of us must perish, hence I will take my own life to spare you sounded utterly fantastical. Not only Mu Rushue, but even Luo Li herself found it hard to believe. Furthermore, Luo Li did not genuinely wish to exploit the phoenix blood. She sought pure love, yet alas, reality proved contrary to her desires. Despite the tumultuous state of affairs, Luo Li retained a final truth. Offering the phoenix blood remained her safety net. She had never contemplated sparing Mu Rushue. With these thoughts, Luo Li suddenly found herself anticipating Mu Rushue's arrival with eagerness. Just the thought of it made her giddy. When the time comes, Mu Rushue, you shall lick my feet if I am to forgive you. Her pale calves danced in the pool's water, and Luo Li's spirits soared. Did I wonder if a stab will hurt? I recall there should be pain-relieving elixirs. System, open the system space. Mentally invoking the command, Luo Li recalled that the system was currently silent, unaware of when it might awaken. Well, suddenly, Luo Li's legs stiffened. A chill crept up her spine. The system was silent. All its functions were rendered inoperative, including gift returns. This meant that if she were to offer the phoenix blood now, she would indeed perish. Chapter 92. Utterly defeated, left with nothing. Originally, Luo Li's system space contained numerous life-saving elixirs. But now, with the system's silence, they had all dissipated into nothingness. No, it cannot be. Perhaps the system is merely unable to communicate, yet its capabilities should still function. The white-haired girl's heartbeat quickened. Maybe that is the case. But can she afford to gamble? Is it wise to take such a risk? If she fails, she loses her life. A wave of panic spread through her heart. She had always known the outcome. Previously, the system would summarize her investments before bestowing rewards. Now that the system was silent, even if it awakened and retained the rewards, she would already be a corpse. What use would those rewards be? This situation was unlike any she had faced before. In the original narrative, Luo Li was already in a precarious state, and Mu Rushue was hardly faring better. The deficiency of the phoenix body had escalated to a life-threatening level. Meaning in this washing phoenix pool, only one of them could survive. Without the system, without elixirs, without protection, should she lose the phoenix blood, a grim fate awaited her. Faced with such palpable mortality, Luo Li hesitated. What if I kill Mu Rushue and seize her phoenix blood? The thought emerged, and Luo Li could not help but explore its feasibility. After all, she only sought to experience love. There was no need to stake her life on it. Indeed, she now possessed the full cultivation of her vitality, coupled with the merged essence of two techniques, and wielded a quasi-spiritual weapon. She was significantly stronger than the Luo Li of the original narrative. While Mu Rushue had also improved considerably, she ultimately lacked profound techniques, possessing only an unsealed sword hilt. Though both were at full vitality, Luo Li commanded 15 meridians in vitality cultivation, which clearly tilted the odds in her favor. And if she was to treat herself thus, why should she continue to concern herself with Mu Rushue? To slay this destined heroine and take her place would surely be for the better. The more she pondered, the more sense it made. After all, she had been the one investing all this time, while Mu Rushue acted like a mere automaton, taking advantage yet giving her the cold shoulder. How utterly absurd. Kill, eliminate her. What absurd destiny. Why should she be deemed the destined heroine while I cannot? The grip on her weapon tightened, her azure eyes tinged with crimson. The sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Luo Li's expression flickered with a hint of panic. In ambush. Quick, conceal yourself. The dark-haired girl was splattered with blood, even a hint of crimson staining her face, which she merely brushed aside, indifferent in her previous life. Her meager strength rendered her incapable of contending for resources within the secret realm, but now it was different. Many resources would greatly benefit her future, and she would not let them slip away. The sound of her footsteps resonated crisply on the jade floor, each echoing like the countdown of a clock. The washing phoenix pool. She had finally arrived. Mu Rushue felt no disappointment. not even surprise. Everything was as it ought to be, was it not? Stepping into the pool, she cupped water to cleanse her face. Water droplets cascaded down her damp strands. Luo Li. No, Luo Shiji. How long do you intend to hide? Silence answered her, and a flicker of boredom crept into Mu Rushua's heart. With a swing of her sword, she unleashed a gust of sword energy, shattering a segment of the jade pillar, revealing a glimmer of white. How did you discover my presence? Luo Li's countenance darkened. Hiding was futile. She stepped forth before Mu Rushua scanned her surroundings, a hint of nostalgia surfacing in her gaze that I in her previous life. It seemed to be the same. She had thought the white-haired girl different, yet ultimately, they were no different at all. Truly, it was exceedingly dull. The ancient sword pointed toward Luo Li, and Mu Rushua's voice rang out. Draw your sword. Mu Rushua ceased her words, and Luo Li had no desire for further conversation. The ice-blue sword was unsheathed. Gazing at the dark-haired girl before her, Luo Li suddenly found herself in a daze. The sword advanced a fraction, a veil of white mist enveloped her vision. The sound of wheels rolling echoed, and Luo Li found herself seated upon a high platform, where a stunning girl clad in coarse linen stood below. Her allure undiminished by her attire. Her expression remained placid, hands outstretched, cradling a small green sprout. Time froze in that moment, and Luo Li recognized it. This was their first encounter, yet she was puzzled as to why these memories resurfaced. The second inch, the scenery shifted before her. This time, they were in an inn, where several burly men approached Mu Rushua, yet she displayed no hint of alarm, as if accustomed to such encounters. Only the crimson in her eyes deepened. Once more, Mu Rushua, the third inch. Upon the seemingly endless expanse of the Baishan steppes, a silver-haired maiden held the hand of a raven-haired girl, their shadows entwined as they ascended towards the peak. Luo Li still recalled how petite and soft Mu Rushua's hand had felt. Yet, why was it Mu Rushua? Clearly, as they ventured deeper into the towering pine forest, the girl's form began to sway. Ultimately unable to maintain her balance, she toppled backward. However, she did not meet the ground. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. It was the first time Luo Li beheld Mu Rushua in a state of fragility. Her eyes barely able to remain open, yet still stubbornly fixed upon Luo Li. The girl leaned close, her warm breath tickling Luo Li's ear, her words reminiscent of a playful kitten, echoing softly in the air. Why? 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 It was Mu Rushua again. In her azure eyes, a haze emerged, rendering the blue somewhat obscured. I had clearly intended to confront her with blades drawn point. One night, the two maidens found themselves seated in a pavilion. The moonlight rose, only to be obscured by a gathering of dark clouds. Luo Li, already slightly inebriated, raised her head after another drink. As the wind dispersed the clouds, the moonlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a silvery veil. Just as she prepared to indulge in another drink, her cup was snatched away. Enough! Enough! Get out of my mind. I no longer wish to see this. Within the attic, before a table laden with delicacies, the silver-haired maiden unexpectedly kissed the person before her. Astonishment painted her features, as if she had never anticipated such an act. Her hands flailed wildly, yet she did not instinctively push Luo Li away. With a mischievous smirk, Luo Li was about to advance further when the girl finally reacted, forcefully shoving her away. The sensation of that fleeting touch lingered on her lips, soft and bouncy like jelly. Fragrant like delicate blossoms. A single tear fell, causing ripples in the pond's surface. Hanpa had drawn her weapon halfway, yet the remaining distance felt as heavy as a mountain. That I do not wish to die. I want to survive. Why me? Why me? We have only known each other for a month, and she had clearly stated her aversion towards me, claiming I disgusted her. Luo Li, why? Why can't you act decisively? Luo Li had once heard a saying, in matters of the heart, the one who feels first is the loser. Back then, she did not comprehend its meaning. Yet now, she understood. I end this life and death struggle. The outcome had been predetermined even before it began. Luo Li had lost utterly, lost completely, lost everything. Chapter 93. If I could start over, I would rather have never met you. With a splash, the water erupted. The silver-haired maiden seemed to lose control, collapsing into the pond. Her expression appeared vacant, tears trickling down her cheeks, creating small splashes. The hint of emotion ignited in her crimson eyes. She could not fathom what the other intended now. Mu Rushua was not someone driven by martial virtue. Yet in the face of Luo Li, She did not wish to take advantage of her weakness. Still, she had no intention of showing Luo Li any kindness. Senior Sister Luo, what's the matter? Lacking strength? Can't even draw your sword? Yes, I can't. Unexpectedly, a voice tinged with a sob emerged, answering her. Yet, this only ignited a fire of rage within Mu Rushua. Even now, you still pretend to be pitiful for whom? With a mocking tone, she continued, Senior Sister Luo, don't you have a place that can cure my strange ailment? Is it not here? Luo Li did not rush to respond. She glanced down at her disheveled appearance. This would not do. She tucked her damp hair behind her ears and squeezed her silver locks to prevent them from tangling. Only then did she rise. The wet fabric clung to her form, accentuating the contours of her body. Mu Rushua could not help but steal another glance, only for irritation to bubble within her. Luo Li, even now, what tricks do you still wish to play? Luo Li shook her head, her tone calm and gentle. There are no tricks left, Rushua. You asked me about the place that can heal your ailment. Indeed, it is here. The crimson sword energy grazed the cheek of the silver-haired maiden, causing several strands of white hair to fall down. Mu Rushua's voice, filled with fury, rang out. Do not call me that. You do not deserve it. Oh, I not deserve it. Luo Li murmured, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon regaining her composure, everything before her felt oddly familiar, as if she had witnessed it before. After a moment's reflection, she realized that the scene mirrored the original plot perfectly. The Luo Li who wished to slay Mu Rushua to complete her own bloodline was confident in her superior strength, believing she could secure victory, only to be countered, inadvertently assisting Mu Rushua in fulfilling her own bloodline. Was she not in the same predicament now? Only she had not acted yet. Thus, regardless of her choices, this was an inescapable deadlock. The girl who once vowed not to succumb to fate had faced total defeat, losing everything in the process. Luo Li suddenly found herself wanting to laugh at how she had squandered a good hand. Upon further reflection, she felt it was somewhat acceptable. After all, had it not been for that mysterious, terrifying entity, she would have at least achieved a moderate victory. Indeed, she had not even secured a minor win. She had started at a disadvantage. However, in the end, human plans were inferior to those of fate. After venting her frustrations, Luo Li's tumultuous emotions settled somewhat. As her eyes turned towards the raven-haired girl, Mu Rushua. Are you aware about the bloodline matter? Humph, is my knowledge truly so shocking to you? Luo Li nodded, somewhat surprised but finding it within reason. That I am curious how you came to know that I guessed. Luo Li naturally did not believe her. However, everything was too coincidental to dismiss the notion of a greater force at play. Regardless of the reasons, it mattered little now. At Mu Rushua, do you remember the many ways I aided you in the past? The raven-haired girl furrowed her brows, recalling it distinctly. What do you intend? I want you to say, Luo Li, I love you. Impossible, not even if it is a lie. Humph, Luo Li, are you mocking me? I find you utterly repugnant. Is that so? Then I shall require you to turn around. I will stab you with my sword, and we shall call it even. Speak the words, or take the blade. Mu Rushua finally came to her senses. She knew she had to take action. Stumbling forward, she suddenly fell into the pool of blood with a splash. Drenched, the black-haired girl appeared somewhat disheveled. Mu Rushua. Hurry, hurry, move. But for some inexplicable reason, she felt like an infant just learning to walk. After just a few steps, she accidentally plunged into the blood pool once more. However, the pool was ultimately not vast. She lifted the girl in her arms, her hands trembling as they reached out. Mu Rushua. The girl's voice was faint, resembling the murmurs of one drifting into slumber. But don't speak, Luo Li. I have a way to save you. Yet the voice did not wane. If I could do it all over again, I would wish I had never met you. Chapter 94. But what if she did not deceive you? Time rewound a few moments. Mu Rushua turned around, and in her sight loomed a white jade pillar. Despite the absence of wind, the crimson cloth draped upon it fluttered slightly. The heart of the black-haired girl stirred ever so slightly. The hint of self-mockery arose within her. Had she not anticipated such a scenario long ago? Everything was as ephemeral as a mirage. A gentle touch would shatter it into fragments. How foolish of me to think she might be different. This thought surfaced in her mind, followed by an unexpected wave of confusion. When had this notion taken root? Her crimson eyes clouded. On a bamboo bed lay a blonde girl, and while everyone claimed she was beyond saving, only a pure white figure stood upright. There will always be a way. Mu Rushua fell into silence, least in that moment. She felt no malice toward herself. And what followed? Countless images flashed through Mu Rushua's mind until they finally froze in place, but a surge of anger ignited within her. In the scene, the white-haired girl leaned in for a kiss, an expression of affection between lovers, liars, deceivers. In the milky white spring, their lips pressed tightly together. "But I want a response from your body, Rushua." Response? At this moment. "You're only thinking of my phoenix blood, aren't you? With your blood phoenix technique cultivated to such a level, you mustn't have relaxed your efforts, right? What kind of thoughts drive you to shamelessly seek a response from my body?" Truly, it is utterly disgusting. She clearly wished to look away, yet her mind could not help but replay the memories. In a shadowy alley, she witnessed the white-haired girl holding hands with another, her face alight with joy. Their laughter was radiant, yet Mu Rushua found it painfully glaring. Truly, such a fickle heart. Luo Li, how cheap is your love? Her recollections accelerated. Beneath the moonlight, the originally azure eyes of the girl now glimmered with a tinge of crimson. "You truly are trying hard." Luo Li in the room. Her feigned accusations rang out. "Did you come here to humiliate me? Or do you genuinely believe I should be this foolish?" Finally, on the dimly lit wooden bridge, there lay her affection, her love. The crimson energy surged within Mu Rushua, vibrant and tumultuous like a rushing river. "Everything is a facade. Who are you trying to impress with this act? I must commend you. Luo Li, your performance is impeccable. What a pity. You ought to become an actor, else your talents are wasted. Mu Rushua. Die." Luo Li's voice echoed. The black-haired girl's heart settled into tranquility. In her past life, had it not been similar? Yes, everything was merely returning to its rightful path. She seemed less like herself. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Mu Rushua's demeanor returned to calm, reminiscent of her arrival in this world, akin to the first time she beheld that white-haired figure. From this moment forth, she was no longer Mu Rushua, but the esteemed Ling Tianqi. "Come, Luo Li, pierce me with your sword, and let everything return to order. There shall be no more grievances, no more vengeance, and no more helplessness in life and death. I comprehend all, embrace all, and endure all that is to come. You and I were destined for this." As the crimson energy dissipated, Mu Rushua revealed her true self. Entirely embodying Ling Tianqi, Luo Li would ultimately restore her bloodline and survive. In Mu Rushua's eyes, only a narrow glimpse of the pinnacle of martial arts remained. From this point on, they owed nothing to one another. Their paths forever diverged. Everything was meant to unfold this way, and so it should. Yet, she ultimately overlooked a crucial detail. The crimson blood reached her ankles. The remnants of phoenix blood began to mend. She froze. The sky began to spin, and the earth seemed to sway. The body of Ling Tianqi wavered slightly. No. She must have struck. "I am injured." She felt no pain, yet she held firmly to this conviction. "When did I bleed? She ought to turn around and take a look." This thought crossed her mind, but her legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, making movement exceedingly difficult. Almost inching forward, with each step, her gaze was met with more crimson. Her heart sank into the abyss, until finally, there lay that pure white figure. She rested upon the surface of the pool, her hair splayed, her garments drifting in the water. The pure white girl lay with closed eyes, her expression serene, as if merely asleep. It seemed she had tired from play, finding it too troublesome, and simply succumbed to slumber in the pool. Mu Rushua let out a sigh of relief. How wonderful! She was merely asleep. But as her gaze descended, the purity was tainted with a splash of crimson. A thought struck her abruptly. What if everything was indeed true? What? Everything she had said. Impossible. Mu Rushua, how long had you known her? At most, a month. Even if she truly liked you, how much sincerity could such affection hold? Moreover, in life and death struggles, even the most insignificant of beings cling to life. Who would willingly seek death? Indeed, it had to be as such. It must be this way. I do not blame you for scheming over my phoenix blood. I only fault you for deceiving me. It is all your fault that I have treated you this way. It is because you have deceived me that I have drawn my sword against you. But what if she did not deceive you? Her soul felt as though it had been extracted, leaving Mu Rushua feeling strangely light. Everything before her suddenly appeared unfamiliar. Why was she here? What was she doing? Why did she feel so miserable in this moment? Confusion swept over her as she scanned her surroundings, ultimately landing on that figure stained with red. Like a dagger piercing her heart, Mu Rushua gasped in pain, the sensation grounding her in reality. No, she had to do something. Right, the elixir. I still have the elixir. As she took a step forward, a voice rang in her ears. Luo Li, right now, I find you utterly nauseating. Merely hearing your voice makes me want to retch. What are you hoping for? Do you truly think I would like you? Lifting her leg, her body felt rusted, losing balance. Despite having reached the transcendence realm, she easily fell into the pool once more. Struggling to rise, Mu Rushua suddenly found herself at a loss for how to express her feelings. No, ignore that voice. Move, quickly. She moved forward another 2 steps. Yet that voice seemed determined not to let her go. I command you. Let go. With a sharp crack, she fell into the phoenix pool once more. A wave of nausea surged within her, as if her very insides were about to be expelled. However, she managed to suppress it. Mu Rushua, hurry, move. This time, no voice echoed again. She embraced the girl, her trembling hands reaching out. I still have the elixir. I can save her, Mu Rushua. The girl's voice was faint, akin to a kitten's soft plead. Mu Rushua steadied herself. Don't speak, Luo Li. I have a way to save you. But Luo Li's voice rang out once more. If I could do it all over again, I would wish I had never met you. Her hand reaching towards the elixir paused for a moment before continuing. I understand. Luo Li. Scalding tears mingled with the water droplets on Mu Rushua's body, causing her to momentarily lose track of which were her own tears. If she had never uttered a single lie, then all of this was what she deserved. Mu Rushua knew it. She truly did. Yet she could no longer contain her emotions. Her sorrowful cries echoed through the phoenix pool. Chapter 95. The elixir failed. Tianzhu Phoenix Body. Burning Heaven Phoenix Body. Tears fell like raindrops. No, this is not the time to cry. The elixir. Thankfully, she still had it. Trembling hands retrieved a vial of elixir. Pouring out a brown pill. It's all right, Mu Rushua. You still have a chance to remedy this. It's all right. Gently caressing the face of the girl in her arms, Mu Rushua discovered it had grown somewhat cold. A flicker of urgency crossed her features. Parting Luo Li's lips, she fed the pill into her mouth. As the pill entered, it dissolved into liquid, flowing down her throat. Mu Rushua sighed in relief. Now she understood everything. All doubts and suspicions paled in comparison to the sight of the girl bleeding. I will save you, Luo Li. You will be all right. Mu Rushua's palm enveloped the pale, horrific wound on the girl in her embrace. Although the extreme yin flame had no healing properties, it could temporarily reverse the flow of yin and yang within her body, allowing Luo Li to retain some vitality. Now, all that remained was to wait for the elixir to take effect. The elixir she concocted was known as the Reverse Death False Body Pill, its efficacy ensuring that grievously injured individuals retained a flicker of life, simultaneously sealing that life force within their bodies. To the untrained eye, they appeared as if lifeless, devoid of pulse or vitality. When the time came, a potent elixir or rare heavenly treasures would suffice to awaken the seemingly deceased. Such elixirs and treasures were typically exceedingly precious. Yet for Mu Rushua, they posed no insurmountable challenge. However, aiding Lier in replenishing her missing phoenix blood proved somewhat arduous, though she possessed the memories of her past life and foresaw the future. Her strength was merely that of a fledgling in the realm of the mundane. The thought of acquiring true phoenix blood with her current abilities was, to say the least, rather ambitious. It was not that she wished to withhold the return of Luo Li's phoenix blood. Rather, the phoenix cleansing pool, once activated, could not be undone, and she had yet to fully master her phoenix form, which largely operated on instinct to compel it to expel the exquisite flesh before her. At present, that was an improbable endeavor. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Lier, she altered her address, perhaps sensing that Luo Li had fully despaired of her, yet she still yearned for a semblance of intimacy between them. Gently caressing the girl's face, as pale as pristine paper, Mu Rushua's expression radiated warmth, and no longer could she feign ignorance of Luo Li's affections. They were so fervent that Mu Rushua felt compelled to respond. I shall undoubtedly save you, Lier. Did you not once seek my answer? I did not deceive you then. I truly was unacquainted with love. Yet now, I find myself unable to evade my own heart any longer. It is as though I have suddenly awakened to a profound understanding of what Lier desires. Lier, perhaps I have already fallen in love with you. I simply did not recognize that emotion as love. I understand that you may not believe me at this moment, but fret not, I will save you. When that time arrives, we shall have endless moments to solidify your faith. Wait for me, will you? Lowering her head, she pressed her lips to the girl's forehead, her crimson eyes filled with sincerity. The scarlet radiance enveloping Mu Rushua grew increasingly brilliant, and the waters of the phoenix cleansing pool began to bubble furiously. The deficiencies in her phoenix form were on the verge of being mended. She had resolved to take Luo Li away from the southern region. After all, it was still too confined, with a complete Tianju phoenix form. Formidable flames, and an immaculate body at the mundane level, the black-haired girl would be unrivaled even amidst the expanse of the heavens. Furthermore, the potent life-preserving elixirs and true phoenix blood, all of which were absent in the southern region, were essential for Mu Rushua's urgent desire to awaken Luo Li. Lingering in the southern region was not an option. Suddenly, the flames in her hand dimmed slightly. Mu Rushua sensed an unsettling shift. What was happening? Why had Lier's life force become so unstable? It had been long enough. That elixir should have exhibited its effects by now. She placed her other hand upon the girl's icy wrist. Scarlet energy coursed through her meridians, traversing Luo Li's entire being. But soon, Mu Rushua's brow furrowed deeply. She felt no trace of medicinal potency within Lier, as though the pill were a mere sham. You have tampered with it. The fiery internal energy surged forth, rising to a height of 3 zhong, staining the jade pool with a crimson hue. Show yourself, though the figure clad in red did not materialize. Her voice resounded, Mu Rushua, you procured the recipe, gathered the materials, and now you seek to blame me. Then why does that elixir yield no results? That is your concern, not mine. Mu Rushua suddenly froze, as if the world around her was fading, the sounds diminishing to a whisper. She had lost the will to ascertain the source of the problem. That a stark realization gripped her. Lier would perish. This time, she had no elixir, no means to retain her. No recourse. That a buzzing filled her ears. That a bone-chilling dread enveloped Mu Rushua. Everything she had envisioned was crumbling, like a photograph ignited by flames. The warmth she and Lier would share, the intimacy they would cultivate. Their intertwined figures, all dissolving into nothingness. She felt utterly drained, her once vibrant crimson gaze now vacant. The voice returned, Mu Rushua, at this juncture, what can you do? You might as well accept the truth. While you cannot repay Luo Li, she still has family. In due time, you could repay them instead, could you not? No, I do not wish for Lier to die. And what can you do about it? You could seal her body, and when you attain supremacy, perhaps you might discover a way to resurrect the dead. Embracing the girl tightly, Mu Rushua buried herself in Luo Li's neck. That I have said, I do not wish for Lier to die. Enough, Mu Rushua, do not behave like a naive child. What can you possibly do? Be silent. Get away from me. Mu Rushua lifted her head, her crimson eyes radiating a light reminiscent of the depths of the infernal realms. With her phoenix form now complete, she unleashed her internal energy with all her might. The scarlet aura surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing the jade pool in an instant. Not enough, still not enough. Tianju Phoenix, let the world behold your true visage. Tianju, signifying a sky painted in red, bore another interpretation here. Burn the heavens. The entire firmament blazed with flames. Even the sky itself seemed vulnerable to incineration. She had not intended to reveal her phoenix form so early, yet at this moment, she could afford no such concerns. The towering column of crimson fire erupted toward the heavens. Even the former dominion of the blood phoenix could not withstand it for long. Following this was the place of inheritance, a realm established by the blood phoenix's decree, where even innate masters could resist for a moment. Yet beneath this fiery column, not even half a second would they endure. All within the secret realm witnessed that blazing conflagration. Merely gazing upon it induced a sensation of being scrutinized by the heavens, causing those of lesser cultivation to faint from the overwhelming pressure. The fire pillars shot into the sky, rippling the atmosphere. The earth trembled, and ferocious beasts began to flee in disarray, as the secret realm's place of inheritance lost its potency, with a resounding crack. The secret realm left behind by the blood phoenix collapsed entirely. Chapter 96. I told you not to help the old lady cross the street. Those observing from outside the secret realm. Several innate masters also beheld that soaring flame. The entire secret realm had begun to crumble. Da Fu Bo furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before the Tianyuan erupted forth. With a swift movement, an ancient bronze sword emerged from his waist. and he stepped onto the giant blade, transforming into a streak of light racing toward the secret realm. Accompanying him were several other streaks of light. The responses of the other innate masters were equally prompt. Their goal was singular: to reach the source of that radiant flame. Such an extraordinary celestial phenomenon could only herald the re-emergence of a rare treasure. Even if it were not a treasure, it would likely be an exceptional artifact. Naturally, these innate masters did not wish to miss out. As they traversed a cloud of dust, astonishment flickered in Fu Bo's eyes. The land within a 3-mile radius had turned to charred remains. What once may have been trees and structures had now been reduced to ash. Yet at the center of the ashes stood not a treasure or a ferocious beast, but a sorrowful girl cradling someone in her arms. What was this situation? The girl evoked a sense of familiarity in Fu Bo. Reflecting for a moment, he was momentarily delayed as a burly man with a bushy beard approached the girl. "Little girl, I must ask you, what was that blaze just now? Did you acquire a treasure? You would do well to hand it over willingly." Otherwise, his intent was clear in his ominous tone. The girl clutched her companion tightly. Her complexion somewhat pale, before her stood an innate master, yet she did not deign to meet his gaze. "Get lost." The burly man looked astonished, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable, then erupted into laughter. Well, no one has ever dared to speak to my black bull grandpa like that. Seeking death, the Tianyuan erupted, and the burly man swelled in size, his body inflating to more than double its original mass. His massive hand, resembling a fan, whipped through the air toward the girl. Clang! A dull sound resonated as an ancient bronze sword intercepted the blow. The burly man glanced at the newcomer. "Fu Bo, is this your disciple? How can she be so lacking in manners? If you do not provide an explanation, do not expect to leave unscathed." Fu Bo, however, paid him no mind. His focus remained on the black-haired girl, or more precisely, on the person she held. The blood-stained white garment looked increasingly familiar. The sense of urgency washed over him. "Murushua, is the person in your arms Luo Li?" Upon hearing this, Murushua finally responded. She had just completed mending her form, and was now exerting all her strength. She was beginning to falter. "Hurry, stabilize Lear's life force with your Tianyuan. I can barely hold on." Fu Bo wasted no breath. He swiftly took Luo Li into his arms, channeling his Tianyuan into the girl's body. Only then did he realize the gravity of her condition. Her body was nearly riddled with wounds. With only a faint life force barely enduring, Luo Li's form resembled a teacup with a gaping hole. Fu Bo's Tianyuan barely managed to enter before most of it leaked away. Her life hung by a thread, like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. "Save her, I beg you." Murushua's voice trembled with desperation. She had entirely run out of options. She could not bear to watch Lear slip away. Thus she placed her hope in another. However faint that hope may be, no need for your pleas. Fu Bo embraced Luo Li with one arm, while using the other to lift Murushua. The rugged man stood resolutely before Fu Bo. "What? You intend to simply let this go?" Li Haniu's lips were pursed like a teapot. "If I refuse, what can you do to me?" Suddenly, a tempest rose from the ground. "Li Haniu, do not forget whose territory this is. That if you persist in your ignorance, I will certainly summon my fellow disciples to your Black Wind village for a proper reckoning. That if you wish to go, then go. At worst, I shall find another place. Today, I will not allow you to pass. What can you do about it?" Just then, a sound of a flute echoed. The transparent giant sword descended upon the burly man. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed that Li Haniu's clothing had been reduced to tatters, yet his body bore not a single scratch. He glared with his bovine eyes at the elder with the flute, not far away. "Shun Tsungxin, what concern is it of yours? Why are you attacking me?" Shun Tsungxin first nodded at Fu Bo. "Hurry along. Do not delay. I have repaid the young lady's kindness. Thank you." With that, Fu Bo crushed the jade pendant at his waist, transforming it into a streak of light that sped away into the distance. Next, it was time to settle our accounts. Shun Tsungxin's expression turned cold. Were it anyone else, he would not risk offending a congenital master for a mere favor. But Li Haniu was different. The Black Wind village was originally a den of bandits. When the local garrison discovered it, they attempted to eradicate it, only to find that this humble band had a congenital master among them, leading to their failure. However, Li Haniu was clever enough to realize that the garrison's next visit would be a fierce strike, so he promptly surrendered to the city, seeing him as a fellow congenital strongman. The garrison granted him a sect affiliation. Yet, The Black Wind village was a chaotic place, far below the standards of reputable sections during the grand competition hosted by the Xianyin sect. This man had even requested that the sect arrange a few female disciples for him, repeatedly emphasizing that he would pay for it. This was akin to dancing in Shun Songxin's minefield. Had it not been for someone holding him back, he would have relished teaching this burly man why the flowers bloomed so vividly. Thus, animosity was born between them, and now that a chance had finally arisen, he would not let it slip away. The jade flute was raised, but this time no sound emerged. Beside him stood a man in official garb and a young woman, both of whom were congenital masters, seemingly eager for the spectacle. The jade flute sky sword technique? Old Shun is serious now. This favor must be substantial, by the looks of it. Blood will surely be shed today. Brother Zhaoqing, you are unaware. They have already forged enmity. Fairy Hong Ling, please elaborate. The tale began. However, the woman was abruptly interrupted by the bellowing of the burly man. Zhaoqing, this old man has gone mad. As the head of the local garrison, you must hasten to my aid. What concern is it of mine? Fairy Hong Ling, let us continue. You must come quickly, or else grandfather will let him beat me to death. On that day, how painful, my kidneys. It's hard now. The punch is hard. Even the usually graceful Hong Ling clenched her fists at this moment. Upon seeing a man and woman spring into action, Li Haniu's spirits soared. Yet soon, a wave of confusion washed over his bovine eyes. Why were they approaching him instead of jointly attacking Shin Songxin? In the next instant, he understood why. The two congenital masters flanked him, rendering the burly man immobile. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Shun Songxin approached Li Haniu with a sinister smile that he launched a fierce attack. I shall teach you to speak filth. I shall teach you to obstruct others from leaving, to be so vulgar and rude. I shall teach you not to help the elderly cross the street. Now that last one was too much. Old Shin. I shall teach you to talk back. To talk back. Chapter 97. No celestial can save. You city. A bell tolled throughout the entire sect. Several figures soared into the sky, congregating at the main peak. Inside the grand hall, whose dragon pendant has shattered, we are all here. Only Fu Bo, who was escorting the disciples, is absent. Could something have happened during the secret realm trial? I must hurry and see. A streak of azure light shot from the hall. Surrounding her was a tangible breeze, yet within Yu Qingyao's heart, it pounded incessantly. For some reason, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped her. She unleashed her full speed. And in mere moments, Nanjun City vanished behind her. Suddenly, she slowed down. Ahead, a figure riding a large brass sword was soaring to Fu Bo. When she saw the girl in Fu Bo's arms, her expression fell into a daze. In Nanjun City, at the Ping Tai Medical Hall, the pulse examination concluded that a thin sheen of sweat had formed on Song Ping's forehead. Mr. Song, how is Li? Glancing at the young woman in a green robe before him, Song Ping sighed and shook his head. The pulse of the sect leader's disciple reveals no vitality, no roots, no spirit. All three meridians are absent. The qi is weak, the pulse is heavy, and the valleys are weak and out of sync. I fear. Even a true immortal would find it hard to save her. A deafening sound erupted in Yu Qingyao's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. Just days before departure, the girl's image was vivid in her mind. How could it be that in just a few days, she would lie in bed, unable to awaken? All of this was so sudden that it led her to perceive everything around her as merely a nightmarish illusion. The breeze cut through like a blade, leaving a gash on Yu Qingyao's hand, and the vivid crimson blood dripped, blooming like a snow plum on the ground. Mr. Song. Song Ping turned, startled. The girl in the green robe had raised her hands high, her knees already kneeling on the ground. I beg you, please save Lear. Her forehead pressed to the ground, her limbs sprawled flat. This proud congenital master, who had never bowed to anyone, now appeared as humble as dust. No, no. Please rise, sect leader. I beseech you, save Lear. She made no move, merely repeating her plea. Song Ping exhaled deeply, his complexion flushed. Sect leader, let me speak frankly. It is not that I do not wish to save her. Nor is it that the cost is too great. It is simply that I truly am powerless. Though I possess some renown, I merely have a rudimentary understanding of medicine. In her current state, she is nearly beyond salvation. I too wish for a miracle to occur. However, unlike before, her injuries are grievous, far too grievous, and the urgency is pressing. I am truly at my wit's end. Sect leader, You must rise. Remaining here will only serve to roast me upon the fire. With that, he activated his ultimate technique, the ghost hand 13 needles. After completing the 13 needles, another strand of white hair appeared on Song Ping's head. I have sealed her last strand of life with the ghost needles, but this is merely a desperate measure. Even so, by tomorrow noon, the ghost needles will surely lose their effectiveness. All that I could do has been done. Now, sect leader, you must decide how to proceed. With that, Song Ping departed. The room fell into an eerie silence. Mu Rushiue sat quietly at the door of the inner hall, wordless. Suddenly, she felt an intense chill. Her Tianju Phoenix body should have been flawless, impervious to cold and heat. Yet this chill still enveloped her. Her blood felt frozen, her heart pumping icy blood, each beat a piercing pain. Suddenly, she felt a moment of panic. She realized she could scarcely recall Lier's appearance. She should have had snow-white hair and azure eyes. What else? She could not remember. No. How can I forget? I must forever engrave Lier's image in my mind. Rising, she entered the room, only to find a girl in blue holding Lier's body, her head resting against the blue-robed girl's embrace, obscuring her face from Mu Rushiue's view. Where are you taking Lier? The girl with azure eyes tightened her hold on the girl in her arms. She had not been without questions. How had Luo Li been injured? Why was she in such a state while the one with her bore not a single wound? She had many queries, yet her time was limited and she would not waste it on such futile matters. Where are you going? Put Lier down. The girl with black hair stood before the blue-robed girl, merely extending her finger, and suddenly a fierce wind erupted. The girl was violently blown away, crashing into several tables and chairs before finally coming to a halt. Every part of her ached, yet her gaze remained steadfast on the doorway. Where are you taking my Lier? At that moment, her phoenix body had succumbed to silence, her inner energy depleted, and she was barely holding on by sheer willpower to avoid fainting. She could not intervene. All she could do was watch helplessly. Tears blurred her vision. Her voice trembled with unwillingness as she cried, Where are you taking my Lier? In the vicinity of Nanping, before you city, just as dawn broke. A fierce hurricane swept through. The traces of the wind stirred up countless clouds of dust. However, if one were to follow the path of this wind, they would find it perplexing, for the wind seemed purposeful, traversing a perfectly straight line without a hint of deviation or alteration. The hurricane had just arrived at the colossal city gates when a voice echoed, bold and commanding. Who dares to intrude upon the realm of Zhaoyang Yuqing? A sharp sensation permeated the air that a man clad in full armor stepped into the void above the city gates. Yet his expression shifted dramatically. You art the master of the city lord's wife? Ah, the young lady you hold appears somewhat familiar. How is it that she resembles my esteemed young lady more and more? The city lord's residence was already bustling with activity in the early morning. A woman in a blue and white attire could no longer conceal the murderous intent etched upon her face. Who is it? A flicker of exhaustion crossed Yu Qingyao's eyes. The distance between Yuqing and Nanjun was far greater than it seemed. Even for someone as swift as Yu Qingyao, it had taken an entire night. Luer, this matter is no longer of significance. What truly matters is Lier's life. Beside her, a pale, white-haired man furrowed his brow deeply. Indeed, Master is correct. The life of Lier is paramount. Gazing at the terrifying wound on the young girl lying on the bed, Qinglu's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Luo Xingyu, you speak so lightly, yet you are unaware of Lier's current state. How will you save her? What will you use to rescue her? By the end of her words, she was already choking on her sobs. No, Luer, there is still a way. The ancestral grounds of the Luo family hold a glimmer of hope. The morning sun had risen, piercing through the clouds. Luo Li's condition could no longer be delayed. While Yu Qingyao steeled herself with a semblance of energy, the ancestral grounds of the Luo family were not meant for outsiders. Yet the current circumstances permitted no hesitation to eye in the dim dungeon. Several figures hurried along. A massive stone wall rose with a rumble. Before them lay a circular jade bed. The pale skin and white hair of Luo Li were not mere coincidence. The Luo clan was renowned for their pristine whiteness. As they placed the girl upon the jade bed, a trace of worry creased Qinglu's brow. Luo Xingyu, this relic of your family must be an ancient artifact. Can it still function? A flicker of helplessness crossed Luo Xingyu's face. Luer, I have already told you. This is the Xianfeng jade bed of the Luo family, specifically designed to assist in awakening one's bloodline. As long as we can awaken even a sliver of her bloodline, Lier may yet survive. Gently caressing the girl's cheek on the jade bed, Qinglu resolved herself. She bowed to Yu Qingyao. I implore you. Master, please save my daughter. Yu Qingyao merely nodded and took her place outside the jade bed, sitting cross-legged at a gap in the formation, then produced a pill, consuming it as if it were a sweet. Everyone awaited her. She needed to restore her celestial essence promptly. Luo Xingyu nodded towards an armored man and a white-haired elder. Wui, Fubo, I am in your debt. It is merely our duty, my lord. The young lady has grown under my watch. There is no need for such formality. Moments passed as the sun rose higher and a green glow flickered across Yu Qingyao. You may begin. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. The celestial essences of the 5 innate masters flowed into the formation, projecting a shimmering array before them. Runes illuminated, causing the entire dungeon to tremor. The patterns gradually converged toward the center. Suddenly, the jade bed erupted with a burst of white light. The girl upon the bed began to levitate. Now, everyone, amplify your celestial essence. As their celestial essences surged, the white light enveloping the jade bed became increasingly radiant, nearly taking on a tangible form, before it surged violently towards the white-haired girl. The sound was akin to an explosion underwater. Both muffled and restrained as the white light gradually dissipated, the girl's body was caught by Qinglu. The 5 innate masters panted heavily. How is it? Has Lear shown any improvement? Qinglu remained silent, merely shaking her head slightly. Haha. In this situation, Luo Xingyu surprisingly chuckled. It's all right. I believe Lear has begun to respond, though the effect is still subtle. Let us try again. The group fell silent, nodding in agreement. For the second attempt, I saw Lear's hand move. Perhaps the next time will succeed. For the third attempt, haha. Next time. For the fourth attempt. For the fifth. Inside the dungeon, the faces of the 5 grew pale. The once magnificent innate masters now appeared as ordinary as common folk. Yu Qingyao consumed another handful of pills. Let us try once more. Lear has told me before that there is always a way. Isn't that true now? Qinglu's hair fell over her eyes as she shook her head. No need. Master, we have only 30 breaths until noon. Even if we restart the formation now, it would be too late. Thank you, Master, for bringing Lear back, allowing us to see her one last time. I am truly grateful. I insist on trying again. We will find a way. No one responded, leaving Yu Qingyao standing alone. A sudden surge of anger welled within her. Lear is still alive. Why do you all so readily give up? Her voice rose, echoing like a roar. I say, once more time. If you will not act, then I shall do it myself. She summoned her celestial essence anew. However, the formation, which required 5 to operate, proved exceedingly difficult to activate alone. Just as her celestial essence was nearly depleted, the formation suddenly reignited. It is Luo Xingyu. Master was right. Lear is still alive. We cannot give up. Let us exert all our strength this time. I implore you all. Understood. Now, this time, the 5 innate masters poured their full strength into the formation. It felt cooler than before, and even the jade bed trembled. This time, it was no longer a white light, but a brilliant white pillar. It enveloped Luo Li entirely, rendering her invisible to the outside world. Beep. External, usable energy detected. Destiny Investment System, initiating. Activation status, 001.00.8.010.012. The formation consumed tremendous energy, depleting the celestial essences of each innate master at an alarming rate. Activation status, 40. Fubo was the first to falter. Although he was of the innate realm, his advanced age took a toll. As his last vestige of celestial essence evaporated, he retreated in resignation. Activation status, 64.8. Sun Wui struggled to maintain his composure. Among them, he had attained the innate level the longest, yet his reserves were ultimately insufficient. Activation status, 85. The 3 remaining individuals began to falter as well. Activation status, 98.77. As their celestial essences fully depleted, Qinglu collapsed to the ground. The pressure on the remaining 2 intensified. Maintaining the 5-person formation, it was unsurprising that they might exhaust their essence in the next moment. Activation status, 99.99. Yu Qingyao and Luo Xingyu found their celestial essences drained as well. Just then, a snow-white apparition surged forth from behind Luo Xingyu. The power of the phoenix body, it unexpectedly replenished some of his celestial essence. Awaken. Activation status, 100. The pillar of light vanished, yet the group was left with no strength to speak. After a brief respite, Qinglu, somewhat unsteady, approached the white-haired girl. She still appeared to be asleep, but Qinglu knew that this time Luo Li would remain in eternal slumber. Embracing her daughter's body, her tears flowed freely. Warning: host status critical. Unclaimed investment rewards detected. Host lacks the capacity to claim rewards independently. System intervening. Forced claim, success. Forced fusion of rewards, success. Commencing distribution of investment rewards. Chapter 99. Investment Reward. Ancient Phoenix Body. Qinglu had lost all strength, her intermittent sobs echoing within the dungeon. Successful investment in Mu Ru Xue, Xianbing Phoenix Blood. Completing her Phoenix Body. Successful investments in Lin Hu. Successful investment in Wang Zhou. Successful investment in Xiaoling. Luo Xingyu's eyes glistened with tears as he slowly approached Qinglu, embracing her wordlessly. Reward fusion complete. Obtained investment reward. Ancient Phoenix Body. Yu Qingyao clenched her fists, staring blankly ahead. She had exhausted all her strength. Yet this girl, who had brought miracles to others, could not summon a miracle for herself. Ancient Phoenix Body. The ancient phoenix, progenitor of all phoenixes. For detailed information, please explore independently. With a soft sigh, Yu Qingyao seemed to age in an instant. Host unable to claim rewards independently. System intervening. Forced claim. Claim successful. Commencing reward distribution. The weeping persisted for a while. Suddenly, Qinglu's voice, hoarse yet filled with joy, rang out. Lear is not dead. Lear lives. I can hear her heartbeat. Luo Xingyu could no longer contain the tears welling in his eyes. Bending down to embrace Qinglu. Yes, yes, Lear is not dead. She is alive. She will forever live in our hearts. That I mean it. Lear truly is not dead. She is alive. She is alive. Luo Xingyu's voice trembled with emotion. Luer, I know. Please, no more. Qinglu's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Though she understood her husband's intentions, she was merely stating the truth. Luo Xingyu, I speak sincerely. The ancestral land of your family has indeed wrought extraordinary effects. For Lear has returned to life. Qinglu, before the words could fully escape my lips, a radiant white light erupted suddenly from Luo Li's body. Outside the subterranean palace, in Yu City, the previously gloomy sky has miraculously cleared. Suddenly, a cascade of resplendent hues envelopes the entire firmament, causing even the sun to dim in its brilliance beneath this celestial glow. The sun and moon appear simultaneously in this realm, resembling the eyes of a giant, surveying all that surrounds them. Dong, dong. A mysterious chime resonates from an unknown source. Multicolored auspicious clouds blanket the sky, with golden lotus blossoms floating serenely above the earth. Then, a cacophony of wings spreads across the heavens. As a dark shadow obscures a portion of the sky, upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be a multitude of birds soaring gracefully. They dance through the air, their harmonious calls ringing out, creating an ambience that is both chaotic and orderly, instilling a sense of comfort in all who listen. Look, what is that? The moon. How can the moon rise during the day? The sun and moon in the sky. Auspicious clouds adorn the heavens, golden lotuses spring forth from the earth, and myriad birds pay homage. Surely, an ancient exalted one has awakened, yet fear not. I am here. I advise you to refrain from indulging in such tales. Look at you, refusing to heed my counsel. Boldness. I am the great emperor of the human race. How dare you show me disrespect? Within an ancient hall, a black-clad elder furrows his brow. My lord, has there been an unforeseen incident? The elder shakes his head, then nods. The red phoenix aura observed yesterday is undoubtedly genuine. Yet recently, a wave of multicolored radiance has emerged, concealing the red phoenix aura entirely. My ability to discern the flow of heavenly forces has become somewhat obscured. So, will we still proceed to the southern region, my lord? Indeed, we must go, though the search may prove somewhat troublesome. In the eastern wilderness, a resplendent Buddhist temple stands tall, the Golden Cicada Temple, renowned across the entire Great Zhou. Whether in martial prowess or philosophical wisdom, upon the lotus pedestal, a solemn-faced man suddenly opens his eyes. Such auspicious signs indeed bear a connection to our Buddha. Light corresponds with shadow, and I find myself somewhat unworthy. Sister Jialan, permit your disciple to undertake this journey. Heeding the elder brother's decree, I tell you, the Upper Clear sect has undoubtedly obtained valuable treasures from that secret realm. This is hardly fair. Look, We have all ventured into the secret realm and exerted ourselves. Why should all the benefits accrue to that upper-clear sex brat? I harbor no envy, nor do I seek revenge. I simply cannot abide by this. Therefore, your pacification office must intervene. If your office does not act, I, Old Nyo, shall lie at your gates every day. Li Hanyu is covered in bruises, his face swollen like a pig's head. Opposite him, Zhao Qing appears somewhat troubled. Although he has had some friction with Shun Songxin, they ultimately serve under the same banner of the Great Zhou. And in terms of rank, they are colleagues. Furthermore, a congenital master is a valuable asset. It would be too frivolous for such a one to perish over a trivial dispute. Thus, it is impossible to resort to lethal force. As Li Hanyu returns, his anger only grows. He has gained nothing and has endured a beating. His bovine temper simply cannot allow this to pass. Thus, he clings to the pacification office, the congenital master. Indeed, behaving like a rogue, Zhao Qing finds himself gaining new insights that he is pondering how to refuse when Lao Qing, am I seeing things? Why has the sky changed color? Zhao Qing initially thinks it a jest. But upon looking up, the multicolored radiance blankets the entire firmament. This aura, he glances toward the direction of the radiance, his brow creasing deeply. The secret realm was shattered by a pillar of fire yesterday. And today, the sky is filled with radiant hues. If this is mere coincidence, it is exceedingly fortuitous. The words of refusal are swallowed down by Zhao Qing. Brother Zhao, I find your reasoning exceedingly sound. Within the subterranean palace, see, I told you Lear was still alive, and your family's ancestral jade bed is indeed remarkable. Yet, as I witness this scene, a flicker of worry passes across Luo Xingyu's face. It is Yu Qingyao who reacts first. Everyone, it is certain that Leo has awakened some extraordinary bloodline. We must conceal it for her, lest it brings forth any trouble. Truly, Master is considerate. Wui, Fubo, how's your recovery? All is well now. I am much improved as well. The group of congenital masters joined forces to shield Luo Li from the overwhelming sensations of this world. Moments later, the extraordinary phenomena begin to dissipate. The sky returns to clarity, the clouds assume their normal forms, and all that transpired seems akin to a fleeting dream. Chapter 100. May we become like strangers. Her mind is enveloped in a haze. Luo Li appears to be asleep, yet she can distinctly feel her own body. Her state is peculiar. It is as if she is awake, yet her body cannot move a muscle. Sounds drift into her ears, yet they are too vague to discern. She feels neither cold nor pain. Rather, she feels nothing at all. Yet, in her mind, she is acutely aware of her own body. I should have died, she thinks. How did you die? It seems it was for someone. Who was that person? It appears to be a woman. Which woman do you like? Does she like you? She ought to, perhaps. Be honest. I do not know. Luo Li shrugs in her mind. So, you unilaterally liked her and died for her. She must have been immensely moved, regretting it deeply, and thereafter would consider you her one true love. Every year on your Memorial Day, tears would glisten in her eyes. Perhaps, maybe, probably. Not. After all, in the original narrative, Murushua ultimately becomes the supreme being. The time spent with her is likely but a fleeting interlude in her life, constituting less than 1% of it. She may feel sadness, perhaps guilt, but how long could such emotions truly endure? Her future is so grand and her achievements so resplendent. In comparison, she is but a small ravine. So, in other words, you were infatuated, crazed, and even stabbed your own heart for her. Yet in her heart, you might just be slightly better than a passerby. Luo Li feels a flush rise to her cheeks. What passerby? Can you not speak? I call that sacrifice. I call that love hidden within, yet unspeakable. What I have is called love. I love you. Mother selling fried dough twists. To me, you are but a self-absorbed fool, a love-struck sycophant, coasting along with a deluded sense of romance. The voice is somewhat absurd, akin to a friend mockingly reciting lines from a youth novel. Sacrifice, unspeakable love. This is what is called love. Luo Li's face has turned completely crimson. Steam begins to rise from her head. Who are you? Why does my situation concern you? You have no right to mock me. As the darkness recedes, it reveals a face eerily similar to Luo Li's own. I am you. Luo Li is momentarily taken aback. She is not foolish. She is not foolish as a modern individual, whether she desires it or not. She has been exposed to an abundance of information, and some matters have long been clear to her. Yet even so, a sliver of hope remains in her heart. Perhaps, What if I am different? Possessing a system, able to foresee the future, I have an extraordinary advantage. Can I not indulge a little? She altered certain events, believing she could change everything. The result? A wound in her heart. She forgets, however, that she exists in a living world, not merely a narrative penned by an author. Everything progresses forward, intertwining in complexity, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Did I ultimately underestimate the situation? Alas, Luo Li cannot return to relive her past. The azure depths of her eyes have turned tranquil. Regarding Mu Rushua, Luo Li feels no regret. Ultimately, had it not been for that mysterious presence silencing the system, she would have merely obtained a small victory. If given another chance, she would still act the same toward Mu Rushua. Her error lies in having developed feelings for her. Had she recognized her circumstances from the outset? Had she initially sought strength? Had she been a bit more heartless? What would such a self have looked like? Luo Li finds it hard to imagine. Yet one thing she can ascertain, even if she were to die, it would not be in such a suffocating manner. However, now all is but a fanciful wish. Life offers no chances for a redo. That a wave of drowsiness washes over her, and Luo Li realizes her time is running short. If only she could start anew. Mu Rushua, may we become like strangers. Have you awakened? Gently opening the door, Yu Qingyao glances inside, softly inquiring. Qinglu shakes her head, though the worry etched on her face has significantly lessened. Rest assured, Master, Lear's injuries are no longer severe. Her vital energy has stabilized. Moreover, I sense that her body seems to be undergoing a transformation. It is likely that she will awaken by later today, or, at the latest, within 2 days. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyao visibly exhaled in relief. As long as Lear is well, that is all that matters. With the tension easing, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Master, please take some rest. I can manage here, though. Only now do you begin to worry for me. When that young man whisked you away back in the day, did you ever consider that I might be heartbroken? Qinglu's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Although their love was free of guilt, her departure had indeed left Qingxiafeng in disarray. Mastered, well. All right. I do not truly hold it against you. Though Qinglu had long since become a mother, she still bore the appearance of a youthful maiden. Having reached the innate realm, her spirit and essence were in harmony, preventing her body from aging. For no woman wishes to witness the decay of her youth. She gently patted Qinglu's head. You should rest for now. I will stay with Lear for a while. But are you not worried about me? Qinglu fell silent. She herself was not in much better condition, having nearly depleted her vital essence. They had taken turns to vigil beside Luo Li during her illness, and she, too, was feeling fatigued after Qinglu departed. Yu Qingyao sat by the bedside, gazing at the peaceful visage of the slumbering girl. Even now, she felt as though all this was a vivid dream. Suddenly, it seemed as though the girl's eyelids fluttered. Rubbing her eyes, Yu Qingyao looked again, but the girl remained still. Am I seeing things? She reached out to check the girl's pulse, only to be abruptly seized. With azure eyes wide open, Luo Li gasped for breath. As if she had just plunged into an endless abyss, her body continually plummeting. It was only when the delicate gauze curtain came into view that she regained her senses. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the still figure of the woman in green. Master, why are you here? In the next instant, Luo Li was enveloped in a soft, dark void. Why Yu Qingyao's voice trembled with emotion. Lear, you have finally awakened. Within the embrace, Luo Li began to thrash violently. Coach, I report, someone fouled me. Suffocating, it hurts. I feel as though I can see a river. Chapter 101. The Fury of Qinglu. Mr. Chu, what is your assessment? A woman with a masked face retracted her hand. The young lady is out of danger. However, she still has some loss of vital energy. I will prescribe some elixirs to restore her energy. In no more than 2 days, her health will return to normal. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Before departing, the doctor advised that the patient required rest, for Luo Li had just recovered from a severe illness and needed time to recuperate. Soon, the room was left with Luo Li alone. On her snow-white face lingered a trace of unvanished flush. Recalling her earlier fear, she thought, truly, what malevolence! I have unwittingly fallen into its clutches thrice. Her head rested on a soft pillow, and the room bore a familiar scent. Only now did Luo Li begin to feel a sense of reality. Am I still alive? Why? In the original tale, losing phoenix blood was not merely a matter of losing blood. It contained the life force of its master, the foundation of their transcendental powers, and the source of their life. Luo's phoenix blood was akin to facing certain death. Moreover, the system had been silent during that time. Logically, she should have been devoid of life. Wait, the system, I am here. Gazing at the familiar technological blue interface, Luo Li sighed in relief. What has happened to me? Did you save me at the last moment? Not quite. The system remained dormant while the hostess' life was in peril. According to system records, it was only at 1 o'clock yesterday that a pulse of essence energy was detected, which awakened the system. In total, there were 17 instances of pulse energy, with only the last reaching the essence level. Looking at the system interface, Luo Li understood why she had appeared in Yuchenji. It must have been her master who brought her back, enlisting the help of her adoptive mother and others to rescue her. Relieved, she felt grateful to be alive. Yet a twinge of guilt surfaced within her. They must have intended to save the original owner, and now it was she, the outsider, who occupied this body. Remembering their worried expressions deepened her sense of guilt. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Luo Li hurriedly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. She felt apprehensive, fearing it might be the original owner's parents. Unsure of how to face them, she held her breath. The knocking softened, and she thought they had left. With a creak, the door swung open. Entering was a woman clad in a green outer garment, beneath which was a white dress adorned with floral patterns. And on her feet were lace-trimmed short boots. Her hair fell freely, without any adornment. Although Qinglu had become a mother, her figure remained untouched, with almond-shaped eyes and a delicate nose, coupled with soft rose-colored lips. One might easily mistake her for an unmarried maiden. She bore a 6/10 resemblance to Luo Li, but lacked the coldness, displaying a more vivacious demeanor. Unlike Luo Li, however, she was indeed a mother, and her bosom was notably more ample than Luo Li's. Not receiving a response, Qinglu felt a flicker of confusion. Has she fallen asleep so soon? Yet she did not leave, but approached Luo Li's bedside again. Lear, she called once more. Luo Li remained silent, yet for some reason, a sense of tension surged within her. In the next moment, she realized why. Her ear was suddenly pinched and tugged upwards, forcing her to sit up. The woman before her wore an expression of anger. Are you not going to play pretend anymore? Qinglu unleashed her maternal authority. The effect was remarkable. Luo Li, feeling intimidated, had her courage diminished by 20. While her fear surged by 20, a sudden chill coursed through Luo Li's heart as she realized that if she did not speak soon, her mother would truly become enraged, gritting her teeth. She pinched her own arm hard. Her azure eyes brimmed with tears. In a weak tone, she pouted, "Mother, please do not be angry. I just didn't know how to face you." Luo Li employed her adorable eyes to plead. The effect was mediocre. Qinglu was incensed. Qinglu's desire to reprimand heightened by 30, and her anger rose by 20. The grip on Luo Li's ear tightened once more. This time, it wasn't an act. Tears streamed down her face. Mom, it hurts. Eventually, the grip lessened. So, you still acknowledge me as your mother, Qinglu remarked with exasperation. Luo Li, unsure of how to respond, could only offer a sheepish smile. You dare to laugh. The pain in her ear had not yet subsided, and Luo Li's face instantly fell, resembling a sorrowful kitten. You still have the audacity to cry. Luo Li remained silent. Once more, she felt the terror of being at her mother's mercy. Luo Li dared not speak, her expression neutral, her gaze cast downward, resembling a dejected little cat. Observing her daughter's timid demeanor, Qinglu forcibly quelled the fire within her. Now, tell me, how did you sustain the injury on your chest? Casting a glance at her mother, Luo Li hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She couldn't speak the truth, as it would mean admitting she had harmed herself, and she could find no excuse to explain. Surely she couldn't say that she had foreseen the future and was destined to face calamity. If she were to voice such a claim, her mother might very well bring a feather duster to give her another dose of calamity. Mother, I ventured into a secret realm, and there were many dangers I accidentally got hurt. It sounds unbelievable, right? I think so too. I truly am a careless little fool. Heh. Luo Li tried to muddle through. But contrary to her expectations, her mother's voice of reprimand or anger did not echo. A single tear fell. Luo Li raised her head, only to find Qinglu's face stained with tears. Her voice was hoarse. You have 3 wounds on your chest. The cuts are smooth. Yet the force was not too deep, merely piercing the heart, and even the back of the heart remains intact. Your father examined the wounds and found traces of two types of internal energy. One resembles your father's profound ice internal energy. The other is azure internal energy. Your master once mentioned she passed on the Qingxiao sword classic to you and personally witnessed you channeling both types of internal energy. Luo Li, I do not know how your Qingfeng internal energy came to be, nor do I care. Now, tell me, how did you sustain the injury on your chest? Chapter 102. The Unknown Fate. Luo Li's hesitation. Luo Li maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. Speak up. What are you afraid of, Luo Li? This is Yuqing, the Luo residence that a wave of energy surged forth. Who has bullied you? Who has harmed you? Who has threatened you? Or perhaps who has betrayed you? The surrounding furniture trembled slightly, as an extremely sharp sword intent erupted from Qinglu's body. Upon uttering the last words, Qinglu's delicate face was suffused with murderous intent. Facing Qinglu's inquiries, Luo Li fell into silence. Ultimately, she had underestimated the situation. Both of the original parents were innate powerhouses. If they truly sought to investigate, how could she hide the truth? Yet how could she articulate it? Or rather, what should be said? Should she shift the blame onto Mu Rushue, or confess that she is not truly your daughter, that the girl standing before you has long ceased to exist, and in her place is merely a stranger occupying her body? The memories of days spent with her mother and father still vividly linger in her mind, as fresh as ever. Yet, Luo Li understands that no matter how beautiful those memories are, they ultimately do not belong to her. She is, after all, an outsider, a foreigner. All she can do is remain silent. Seeing Luo Li's silent demeanor, Qinglu felt a surge of frustration. Luo Li, just as she was about to scold her, she restrained herself. Her tone softened, though it still carried an awkwardness that leer. Do not be afraid. Despite the formidable background of the other party, your father is the lord of Yu City, and the Luo family has accumulated power in Nanping for over 2 centuries. In truth, we are not at a disadvantage. Luo Li forced a smile, though it seemed strained. Mother, it's not anyone else's fault. Yes, I mentioned. The dangers in the secret realm were unforeseen. It was my own carelessness. You need not worry. He need not worry. Qinglu exhaled deeply. Luo Li, let me ask you this. Have you ever considered your father's feelings? Of course, I have thought about it. Thought about it, and yet you acted in such a manner? Thought about it, and still placed the knife to your heart? Thought about it, and you remain silent even now? Luo Li, is this what you call thinking? A hand was raised high. Luo Li shut her eyes, bracing for the impact, yet the slap never came. Instead, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Comfort, solace, and tranquility washed over her, as if all her worries and pressures had dissipated in that moment. Clinging to the white-haired girl, she said nothing, only allowing her intermittent sobs to escape. Tears glistened in Luo Li's eyes. This warmth, this embrace, did not belong to her, yet it felt so comforting, so very comforting. As the tears fell, she could no longer contain her sobs. Before the bed, the two held each other tightly. Time flew swiftly, and 2 days passed. Since then, Qinglu had not inquired about the source of Luo Li's injury. During these 2 days, Luo Li had consumed an abundance of medicinal pills, essentially treating them as meals, and had not been able to rise from bed even for a casual stroll. With her shoes still not donned, she wandered barefoot around the room, her white feet turning black from the floor. It was only then that she recalled something. Right, system, what about my investment rewards? I had given my phoenix blood. Surely there should be something substantial, given that the host had lost the ability to autonomously claim rewards. The system has forcibly claimed them for the host. The host can view them in the personal panel. Opening her personal panel. Personal panel opened. Host, Luo Li, age, 16, realm, 15 vessels of vitality, golden vitality, physique, ancient phoenix physique, ice phoenix physique. Heart of the Qing Yuan, techniques. 3 transformations of jade technique, minor success. Bai Shao sword technique, perfect. Falling jade palm, beginner. Qing Shao sword classic, minor success. Frostwind blue shadow sword technique, major success. Xian jade ice garment technique, major success. Wind control technique, major success. Clear wind sword technique, major success. Remaining martial arts experience, 48 years destiny level, unknown. Why has my destiny level become unknown? The host has acquired the ancient phoenix physique, which is beyond the control of this realm. The system can no longer assess the host's destiny. Hiss, That's impressive. How does this unknown compare to Murushiue's 3S level destiny? Comparison not possible. Result unknown. The host may explore on their own. How does the ancient phoenix physique measure up against Murushiue's Tian Zhu phoenix physique? Comparison not possible. Result unknown. The host may explore on their own. This won't do. That won't do. What use are you? After venting her frustrations at the system, Luo Li felt considerably lighter. By the way, system, now that my physique has changed, does that mean I can no longer use the abilities of the Ice Phoenix physique in the heart of the Qing Yuan? No, the ancient phoenix is the source of all phoenix physiques, encompassing all. The two physiques have now fused into the ancient phoenix physique, allowing the host to still utilize the powers of ice and clear wind. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her previous investment of martial arts experience would go to waste. What are the special attributes of the ancient phoenix physique? Please enlighten me. Ancient phoenix physique. The ancient phoenix, progenitor of all phoenixes. Is that all? For further details, the host must explore independently. Luo Li had anticipated the system's response, but she was accustomed to it. Just as she was about to close the panel, she suddenly realized something. System, does my change in destiny level mean I am no longer bound by the previous E-level destiny, the kind that would choke on cold water? Unable to detect the host's destiny, so the previous destiny no longer restricts the host. Luo Li's eyes dimmed slightly. So, I no longer need to stay by Murushiue's side, clinging to her protagonist's halo. A sense of relief washed over her. The current situation was just right, wasn't it? Murushia had completed the Phoenix physique, and she had returned to the Luo family. She would walk her own path, while Murushia followed hers. Wasn't this exactly what she had desired from the beginning? A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, accompanied by her mother's voice. Leer, come quickly. Master, are you leaving? Yu Qingyao gently stroked Luo Li's head. I am ultimately the peak master of the Qingqing sect. It is unseemly for me to linger here for too long. That if I do not return soon, I fear that the sect leader will think I have absconded. Casting a glance at Qing Lu, she hesitated for a moment. Leer, will you return to Qing Shao Peak? Luo Li was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After some thought, she decided to speak honestly. Master, I have not yet made up my mind. Haha, that is also fine. You have just recovered from a serious illness. It is only right to rest at home for a while before making a decision. Chapter 103. Today, there is nothing to do but enjoy music at the brothel. Glancing at the sky, the sun had already risen halfway up the mountain. The maid at the door sighed helplessly. Miss, it is already the hour of the snake. You should get up. A faint rustling sound came from within the room, followed by silence. Excuse me. Mississippi gently pushing open the door, she saw the bulging quilt and a glimpse of white hair. Miss? The girl in bed did not respond, merely turning over. The sun is already high. Miss, you really should get up. Forced awake by the maid, Luo Li did not resist. This had become her routine over the past few days. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, she donned a flowing white silk dress and slowly made her way to the table. Finally feeling a bit more awake, a bowl of warm soup was placed before her. Without her needing to lift a finger, the maid had already scooped a spoonful and offered it to Luo Li. Initially, Luo Li had refused. Dreaded capitalism. Are you trying to take away my ability to serve myself? However, after trying it, she found it quite enjoyable. Comfort was indeed a welcome experience, and having someone take care of everything was a pleasant change. The thought that if this continued every day, she might become utterly dependent brought tears to her eyes. The soup was perfectly warm, neither too hot nor too cold, made from nourishing meat of fierce beasts, cooked until the meat fell off the bones. After tasting a few bites, Luo Li's tone became somewhat peculiar. Chower, what performances are being held at the theater today? The maid beside her looked somewhat exasperated. Miss, my name is Qing. Moreover, you fell asleep less than half an hour into the performance yesterday. Why do you wish to go again today? Do you need to bring a pillow? Cough. I wasn't asleep. Rather, Luo Li found herself struggling to come up with a suitable excuse. A time traveler from a historical background. How could she not partake in one essential activity? If you ask what that is, it is, of course, to visit the cough, enjoy the music at the brothel. However, being a modern individual, Luo Li found it challenging to appreciate these traditional tunes. Yet, she had her reasons for wanting to go today. Without a clever excuse, she could only speak the truth. Today is different. I have an appointment with Miss Cheng, a renowned performer. I absolutely cannot fall asleep today. Qinger looked at her with skepticism. Then, Miss, are you bringing your pillow? This time, Luo Li's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps that I should bring it along. As the carriage began to move, Luo Li's thoughts drifted far away. Today marked the 5th day since her master left. Without the urgency of destiny, she no longer needed to remain by Mu Rushue's side. Even if the sky were to fall, Mu Rushue, the destined protagonist, would bear the burden. Suddenly, she felt a sense of leisure. Devoid of goals and pursuits, although life in U City was undoubtedly pleasant, she felt an inexplicable void. Shaking her head, she quickly cast aside such dangerous thoughts. Why squander good fortune? Would she really return to cling to the protagonist and suffer alongside her? As the destined heroine, Mu Rushue would undoubtedly face numerous dangers ahead. Whether pursued or coveted, Luo Li could enjoy her life as a young lady in U City, indulging in wealth and luxury. Was that not better? Moreover, she is endowed with a system, and her future may not necessarily see her overshadowed by Mu Rushue. She asserts that she possesses neither the inclination nor the disposition of a masochist. As she contemplates, the carriage comes to a halt. Upon disembarking, she is greeted by the eager faces of 6 or 7 individuals. Miss Luo, you have finally arrived. Our humble abode is truly illuminated by your presence. To be frank, I had some doubts when I heard others say that Miss Luo possessed celestial talents. But seeing you today, it is indeed as they say. Miss Luo, your arrival has brought me to the brink of tears. I have even penned an 800-word poem to express my current sentiments. How delightful it is that you have come. Even after having experienced this once before, Luo Li finds it somewhat overwhelming. One can only say that these individuals are far too eager for advancement. Fortunately, Luo Li maintains a cold demeanor in front of outsiders, which deters anyone from requesting her to deliver a speech. Upon entering the elegant pavilion, the performers adorned in colorful attire begin their singing to a that moment. The door swings open, and a woman clad in a vibrant green robe enters. The woman possesses a stunning visage. Exuding a gentle charm, she first bows to Luo Li before speaking. Miss Luo, Qingyi has arrived. Qingyi, a renowned dam performer from Yuqing Liyuan, holds a pivotal role akin to the mainstay of the stage. For an ordinary person, meeting her would be an arduous task, but for Luo Li, it is merely a matter of thought. Luo Li's choice of her is not due to her fame, but rather because her voice is melodious, deep, and magnetic, akin to realizing that her thoughts are wandering. Luo Li hastily refocuses and gazes towards the stage. Miss Chung, please tell me about this play. This play tells the tale of love between immortals and mortals. One day, a fairy transforms into a celestial crane. Despite watching the performance and listening to the explanation, Luo Li's thoughts drift away. Faces and memories of individuals flit through her mind. Master, junior sister. Senior sister Shangguan, senior brother Yixian, the somewhat peculiar senior sister Ruan, and her. Gradually, her thoughts return, and the sounds around her become clearer. Below the stage, the performance is nearing its conclusion. Qingyi continues her narration. This is the general outline of the play. Miss Luo, you comprehend it? So the fairy is a fool, and that mortal is a lecher who stole her clothes without returning them, demanding that she marry him. In the end, the fairy is captured, and the lecher is killed. Is that the story? Qingyi is momentarily speechless. How could such a beautiful love story be distorted in such a manner? Yet upon reflection, it seems that the narrative does align somewhat with what Miss Luo has stated. Casting a glance at the coldly elegant young woman before her, a peculiar thought arises in Qingyi's mind. Could it be that Miss Luo is actually a genius? However, she only dares to entertain this thought internally. Miss Luo, the next play is no need. It is dreadfully dull. I shall take my leave for today. As she steps back into the carriage, the wheels begin to turn. The curtains of the window flutter slightly. The sounds of street vendors and discussions fill the air. The atmosphere within the carriage suddenly grows somber. Lost in thought, her azure eyes gaze out at the sky. You think that fairy is a fool? The girl suddenly speaks. Qing glances around the carriage, noting only the two of them. Before responding, why does the young lady ask such a question? That fool, for the sake of a mortal, lost her body, her immortal status, and her dignity, all for a fleeting notion of love. Ironically, that mortal merely took 3 years before he sought another. Tell me, is she not a fool? Qing is momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps they loved, at least, loved. Contemplating this term, a wave of nausea rises within Luo Li. Her clenched hand relaxes as if finding solace. Love? If love is affection, love is sacrifice, love is mutual, then can one-sided love truly be considered love? Chapter 104. A classic scene from the canon. Miss, are you all right? Perhaps sensing that something is amiss with Luo Li. Qing Er inquires to I am well, merely reminiscing about past events, which now seem but fleeting shadows. Hearing this, Qing Er casts a curious glance at Luo Li. After all, her demeanor hardly resembles that of someone who has truly moved on. The wheels continue to roll forward. Suddenly, a commotion arises ahead, followed by the sounds of neighing horses, and the carriage comes to an abrupt stop. Qing Er's expression darkens. This is the carriage of the Yuqing city lord. She is eager to discover who dares impede their passage. Fu Shun, what is happening outside? Is someone blocking the carriage? Miss Qing, it is not that someone is blocking the carriage. It seems there has been an incident. 2 carriages are obstructing the road, and I cannot pass. Qing Er furrows her brow. She reaches to her waist and produces a jade token. Fu Shun, take this jade token and swiftly disperse them. Do not delay the young lady. A hand extends from the carriage curtain, holding a thick round jade pendant, devoid of intricate patterns, save for a jade character that appears to be carved by a sword. Upon seeing the jade token, Fu Shun quickly bows his head, not daring to show any disrespect. The Qingyu jade token of Yuqing. The bearer of this token is akin to the city lord himself. After receiving the token, Fu Shun takes a step forward but is halted by the voice of his young lady. Wait, do not rush over just yet. The curtain slightly parts, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. This time, however, the young lady's expression is less frosty. Her azure eyes glimmer with a hint of intrigue, as if she has encountered something of interest. Luo Li initially assumed it was merely a mundane carriage mishap. Yet, upon hearing a few exchanges within the carriage, she senses something amiss. No, not amiss. Rather, it resonates with her. Ha. You crashed into my carriage. Speak. How do you intend to compensate me? Clearly, we were proceeding normally when you suddenly accelerated and collided with us. I cannot be bothered to explain this to you. When the officials arrive, you will see whom they believe. You. Humph. What do you want? Ha. I shall not make it difficult for you, since you possess some charm. Simply spend a few nights with me, and I shall forgive you. Classic. Truly a classic. The scene is so fitting, it feels like a standard trope from those novels where the protagonist confronts the antagonist. Luo Li feels her very DNA stir with excitement. This is a quintessential moment etched into the genes of any novel enthusiast. Finally, she encounters it. Excitement, tension, and anticipation surge within her. After adjusting her attire, she has already envisioned the script. She would step down from the carriage, her presence commanding, causing the antagonist to recoil in fear. The antagonist, feeling indignant, would retaliate with insults, boasting of their powerful father and the dire consequences of offending them. At that moment, the officials would arrive, and just as the situation seems to turn against Luo Li, she would suddenly declare, "My father is Luo Xingyu." Ultimately, with the gazes of the rescued maiden filled with admiration, the antagonist would cower in fear. Luo Li would then turn coldly and depart, leaving no trace behind. Just imagining it makes her want to grin. Spotting Luo Li preparing to disembark, Qing Er suddenly grows anxious. Miss, allow us to handle this matter. You need not trouble yourself. Not at all. I simply adore joining in the excitement as her feet touch the ground. Luo Li even clears her throat before stepping forward. You scoundrel, release that girl. Everyone is taken aback. They turn to the silver-haired young woman, whose alabaster face flushes with a hint of crimson. Although she had anticipated this moment, her toes curl tightly within her dainty shoes. Yet, at this point, retreat is not an option. You scoundrel, I said, release that girl. Then, Luo Li is momentarily stunned. Junior sister? Junior sister? Before Luo Li stands a petite blonde girl in a light blue gauze dress, albeit somewhat soiled, giving the fabric a yellowed appearance. Her golden eyes shimmer with unshed tears as she rushes forward. Luo Li does not resist. Instead, she opens her arms to embrace her junior sister. The golden-haired girl's voice, laced with tears, emerges that I thought I would never see you again. Running her fingers through the golden locks, Luo Li feels a pang of guilt. Even if she intends to remain in Yuqing, she ought to have bid farewell to her junior sister and the others. After a moment, the crying gradually subsides. Crouching down, her junior sister covers her face. Junior sister, why are you covering your face? Because I cried in front of you again. and my eyes are red and ugly. Luo Li's heart feels as though it has been pierced by an arrow. The sight of her junior sister in such a state is truly heart-wrenching. Junior sister, please uncover your hands. I shall never find you ugly. Really, truly? Indeed, absolutely. After a moment's hesitation, the hands that covered her face are finally lowered. The coolness of her fingers brushing against the tear stains makes Jiang Qi's face feel slightly ticklish. All right, junior sister, what is happening? Why are you in Yuqing? Master brought news of you, and we were all overjoyed, but we feared you might not return, so we thought to come find you. Then why didn't you inform me first? The golden gaze swept over the white-haired girl. Little junior sister, you haven't left any address that we only managed to come here thanks to the recommendation letter from our master, Luo Li remarked, scratching his head. Indeed, in a world devoid of mobile phones or telephones, communication was far from convenient. Luo Li had not anticipated that he would return home so abruptly, and naturally, he had not left any contact information. By the way, there was still one matter unresolved. Rising once more, he noticed that the wealthy young master had already fled, leaving no trace behind. Dressed in white robes with white hair, Luo Li exuded an extraordinary aura. And even as a child, one could not help but wonder if he bore any relation to their similarly white-haired lord of the city. This was reality. The spoiled rich young master was indeed extravagant. Yet he possessed a certain intellect. Chinger, this matter falls to you. Yes, Mississippi hand in hand with her senior sister. Luo Li returned to the carriage, suddenly recalling something to do. Senior sister, you mentioned us earlier. Who else is there besides you? They had encountered trouble earlier and had rushed to the city lord's mansion with the recommendation letter. Their Shangwan junior sister, Yixian junior brother, and also a corner of the curtain was lifted. First appeared a group of city guards, and then a black-haired girl caught Luo Li's eye. Chapter 105. Not him. Yixian takes the blame. The girl's expression was devoid of emotion, neither sorrow nor joy, but she seemed to transcend the mundane world. Though she stood there, it was as if a layer separated her from the world around her. Her long black hair fell naturally, and she wore a simple black outfit that clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful form. That on her feet were a pair of plain blue leather shoes, lacking in style and embellishments, even more simplistic than a man's attire. Although her clothing was so unadorned, her presence rendered even such modest garments strikingly beautiful. With just a glance, Luo Li turned away. As he lowered the carriage curtain, a shadow of darkness crossed the face of the white-haired girl. Senior sister, you must have had a long and arduous journey. It is only right for me to welcome you and help you wash away the dust of travel. There is an inn nearby. Before Luo Li could finish speaking, a sharp whistling sound erupted, followed by an intense burst of sword intent that shattered the air. The incessant humming of swords filled the atmosphere, raising the hairs on everyone's necks, instilling a sense of unease. That a figure clad in green descended slowly beside Luo Li's carriage. Qing Lu held a letter in her hand, glanced at the crowd, and lingered a moment longer on Yixian before speaking. Lear, how can you be so ignorant of etiquette? Your senior brothers